This young man was known as Elpam, a legendary adventurer whose combat skills defied all logic, and a strategic mind sharp enough to pierce the heavens. But one moment of arrogance cost him everything. He led his team into a suicide mission against the nightmarish three-headed dragon, all because of his foolishness. Every single one of his precious comrades was slaughtered. Carson, consumed by despair, he tried to burn his own life force to take the beast down with him. But fate is cruel. Before he could unleash his final technique, the dragon turned him into ash. Yet the heavens weren't done with him. By a stroke of divine luck, he was sent back in time. He returned as humanity's last survivor. This time, he vowed to bathe in the blood of his enemies and save the world from destruction. Carson, will he rewrite destiny? Let's find out in this epic leveling manhwa recap. Let's dive into the abyss. A volcanic wasteland where the sky swarmed with chaos. From a distant cliff, the last remnants of humanity watch their doom approach. Here they come, a horde of nightmares with faces twisted by madness. And above them, a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun. Despair took form. The three-headed dragon, Horntail, a female voice cut through the roar. The centaur's nest has fallen. She turned to the man standing at the edge. We have nothing left, the Cygnus Knight Alliance, the Resistance, the Cross Hunters. Even the 6 heroes, our last rays of hope. Alexis whispered the final verdict. They're all dead. Elpam stared into the distance, the weight of being the sole survivor crushing his soul. She looked at him with hollow eyes. The last adventurer, Elpam. We should go. But suddenly a scream tore through the air. A massive shadow engulfed them. A maw gaping like a portal to hell, ready to swallow these tiny humans whole. This was truly their final adventure. Moments later, the world was a sea of flames. Elfin knelt in the dirt, his face caked in blood, surrounded by the mangled corpses of his friends. A grotesque monster feasted on their flesh nearby. He slowly looked up, his vision blurring. Is this how I die? But before the lesser beast could finish him off, the colossal, three-headed dragon descended. One of its massive heads had been severed. Yet Elfam watched in absolute horror as the flesh knitted back together before his eyes. It was regenerating. Everything was utterly meaningless. The dragon snapped its jaws at the smaller beast, and the light faded from its eyes. It's over. He remained frozen on his knees. The world, his arduous journey, everything was irrevocably finished. He slammed his fist into the ravaged earth. The very ground shattered under his overwhelming rage. With bloodshot eyes, he gritted his teeth. Is this really the end? The memories of their gruesome deaths played on repeat. Philip, impaled by a venomous tail. Jen, whose hand he held until her final breath. Alexis, who selflessly took the blow meant for him. They had sacrificed absolutely everything. He screamed, his soul tearing apart from within. I cannot accept this. Forcing his broken body up, he glared defiantly at the dragon. Horntail, it won't end like this. He gathered every last ounce of his life force. The energy took the form of a spectral bow. No matter what, I will. But his body failed him, blood sprayed from his mouth. The dragon gathered catastrophic energy in its maw and fired a beam of pure destruction, racing toward him. You pathetic fool. Why? Why did it end like this? If only I was stronger. If only I had one more chance. Suddenly, a rough voice bellowed. Wake up, you idiot. Splash. Freezing water hit his face. His eyes snapped open. Where is he? The insults kept coming. You think you can play sick? Remember your place, slave. Elfam's mind raced. What? Where is Horntail? Am I alive? Wait. He frantically scanned his surroundings. Fresh stock, just arrived, perfect fodder for the dungeon. He felt the cold iron of chains on his wrists. Then a familiar voice spoke. Oh my, thank you. You won't find this quality anywhere else. This one looks decent. How much for him? You have a sharp eye. Realization hit Elfam like a truck. This was a slave market? Impossible. These were abolished ages ago, but there was no mistaking it. Still clinging to life. Slave Elfam looked up at the repulsive face. He remembered him. This was the merchant who owned him 6 years ago. There was no doubt Elpham was lost in thought, processing the impossible. The merchant, annoyed by his silence, grew furious. I have returned to the past. A fist flew toward his face. What the hell are you staring at? The punch stopped inches from his nose. I am back at the starting line. He crouched down, mind reeling. Is this a dream? No. The pain, the smell. It was too real. This was reality. Just then, a group of adventurers approached. All these slaves are bait, right? Pick whoever you want. This one has a good build. Fresh arrival. The customer grinned. Good. I'll take both. Don't worry about the price. This is my second chance at life. Elpham scanned the ground and picked up an object. He analyzed it with a veteran's eye. A fire rocket staff? Not bad. He slung it over his shoulder. Matches my current weak stats. But it's not enough. A true survivor needs more than one weapon, or this regression is wasted. He spotted a severed leg lying in the rubble. Grimly, he removed the shoe. Sometimes fools hide treasures in their boots. Bingo! He pulled out a ring glowing with pale blue light. The ring of Heart's Mind. His instincts screamed danger. He glanced back. A pack of monsters was charging straight for him. Their eyes burned with hunger. He gripped a spear. Did they catch the scent of fresh meat? They circled him instantly. As one lunged, he slashed. But a long, wicked tongue lashed out, wrapping tightly around his weapon. Snap! His spear was broken in two. He froze. As right behind him, another beast opened its jaws, ready to decapitate him. Eat this, fire rocket! Flames erupted as he swung the staff, keeping them at bay. His mind raced, calculating a new strategy. Time to test the ring. As the fire flared, he extended his hand. Azure energy surged from the ring as he traced a circle in the air. A spectral arrow followed his movement, piercing through the monsters like paper. The arrow vanished, and the beasts collapsed in a heap. I can't keep this up forever. He panted. More eyes glared at him from the darkness. He aimed the staff, but nothing happened. Damn it! He dodged just as two monsters lunged. Crash! They smashed into the stone wall. The staff won't fire. Is it broken? No, it's on cooldown. He leaped back, barely evading a snapping jaw. He planted his foot, pivoted, and smashed the staff into the beast's face. With no other options left, he unleashed a brutal assault, smashing the beast's face, before driving his boot into its skull. The impact sent the monster flying. As the staff's energy surged back to full power, flames engulfed his entire being, locking onto the approaching beast. The control ring on his finger flared as he prepared a devastating fire arrow. Once again, the projectile tore through the air, piercing through the horde of monsters like paper. The arrow blasted a massive hole through the creature's chest. Finally, the slaughter was over. He stood silently amidst a sea of corpses until a voice broke the silence. "Are you?" Turning around, his cold gaze fell upon a trembling figure, face down in the dirt. Isn't that just a lowly slave? She was barely clinging to life. A girl drenched from head to toe in blood, gritting her teeth through the pain. She interrogated him. That spear technique. And magic too. Who the hell are you? He looked down at her with pity. She might have thought she was lucky to survive. But in reality, her luck had just run out. Infuriated by his silence, she snapped, "How do you possess that staff? And what is that artifact on your wrist? You're nothing but a slave. How could you possibly awaken such power?" They were alone now, surrounded only by the cold, dead quiet. "Wait a second, was this your plan all along?" He glared down at her, eyes burning with terrifying, killing intent. The forest fell deathly silent, save for the howling of the frigid wind. Then his icy voice cut through the air. "Are you finished talking?" Terror gripped her heart. "What?" he replied with chilling calmness. "My apologies, but you have misunderstood one thing. Even if I had set this trap, the outcome would remain unchanged. Because I intend to slaughter every single one of you." Panic surged in her chest as she realized her fate. "What did you just say?" She tried to look fierce, but her eyes betrayed her trembling fear. His cold, ruthless words filled her with absolute disgust. He raised the staff, unleashing a wave of raw energy. Scum like you, who use slaves as bait, deserve no mercy. Meanwhile, back in the city, what is that? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Look over there. Is this a joke? Someone was emerging from the shadows. Impossible. It was Elpam, ignoring the stunned whispers. He walked forward without looking back. A sacrificial slave had returned from the jaws of death. Deep in thought, his resolve hardened. The dice have been cast. I must move quickly. I will not let history repeat itself. Standing before the towering guild building, he made a vow. First things first. I need my freedom. Word spread like wildfire about the survivor. High above, in a luxurious office, a man sat at his desk, listening intently to a report. It is true, Lord de Beer. The subordinate reported with a stoic face. The subject, Elpam, returned without a single scratch. De Beer dismissed it with a wave. So what? This isn't the first time Bate has miraculously crawled back from the brink. But every single adventurer with him was completely wiped out. De Beer flicked the ash from his cigarette. Then he paused, realizing something just wasn't adding up. What did you say? He came back alone. A chilling suspicion began to creep over him. That's definitely strange, but more importantly, he didn't run. He returned here voluntarily. Slaves are condemned to be bait for eternity, even in death. Even if they survive, this one is acting completely differently. He realizes escaping our grasp is utterly impossible. He knows the ultimate price of running is death. De Beer clasped his hands together, his voice dropping to a dangerous, low growl. That is the ironclad law of the Gotham Merchant Guild. So why are you wasting my time with this trivial report? The subordinate swallowed hard before daring to answer. There is just one more critical detail. The slave, he has unlocked the first circle. De Beer jolted upright in his seat. What? A mere slave achieved such a feat? He frowned, immediately calculating the immense risk. If he harbors deep hatred toward the Merchant Guild, he could become an incredibly dangerous variable. He also stated he wishes to renegotiate his contract. De Beer blinked in utter confusion. Renegotiate? He wants to register as an adventurer. For the second time that day, the slave had rendered the executive completely speechless. The audacity of a slave. He has utterly forgotten his place. The subordinate placed a hand over his chest. Lord Raycon has personally ordered you to handle this matter. De Beer slammed his foot into his desk in shock. Standing abruptly, Lord Racken, cold sweat immediately trickled down his back. Why would a high executive of the Gotha Guild care about a lowly slave? No. It can't be. Is it because of that incident? The door clicked shut with a soft finality, leaving the forgotten cigarette to burn out in the heavy silence. Staring out the window, De Beer deeply pondered. Bate now wants to become a hunter. Under the ruthless reign of Queen Sigmas, a slave is considered less than dirt. The sight of humans kneeling before money is truly terrifying. Indeed, he thought it was just a figure of speech, but reality quickly proved him wrong. Humans are always slaves to the currency called meso. If you cannot repay your debt, you'll pay with your life. Elpam remembered the day his father, his only family, collapsed from illness. With a dull expression and a collar around his neck, he too had become livestock. Black moss, the herb I bought from the Gotha Guild on credit. The guild had inflated the price to extortionate levels. The current market price, 1 million meso. He stood in the courtroom, looking up at the highborn judges. Defendant, you have failed to repay the principal of 1 million meso by the deadline. Terror paralyzed him. The judge looked down without a shred of mercy. You are hereby sentenced to labor, equivalent to your debt for the Merchant Guild. His entire body froze. Those words were the chains that bound his fate. For 6 long years, I was exploited and bled dry by the guild. Now, sitting across from De Beer, he knew the waiting was over. It is time for revenge. My name is Elpam. You must be De Beer Rockon's left hand. Ah, one of the guild's executives. Elpam smirked internally. I've caught a big fish. De Beer sipped his tea calmly. Indeed. I hear you wish to modify your contract. I have read the report, so I will be brief. Setting the teacup down, his expression hardened. I will upgrade your status to an F-rank adventurer. El Pam smiled outwardly. Thank you. But inside, he was celebrating. He accepted it too easily. Just as I thought, he is playing it cautious. Then, Elpam dropped the bomb. I have one more condition. De Beer narrowed his eyes. Elpam smiled with dangerous confidence. I want rank E. It was a calculated move. I have no intention of playing by your rules. De Beer was taken aback by his boldness. What? Rank? The Adventurers Guild hasn't even evaluated you yet. Elpam replied with absolute composure. In the past 3 years, I have cleared hundreds of gates as mere bait. It was a grind straight out of a brutal, leveling Manhwa. Even then, you are nothing more than bait. You've never actually slain a monster yourself. De Beer scoffed, his disbelief palpable. Since when does being a meat shield count as an adventurer's qualification? What memories flashed through Elpam's mind then, standing on a dragon's head, his sword piercing the very heavens, the most crucial talent for an adventurer. To build a legacy is simply staying alive. An adventurer's greatest virtue isn't raw bravery. It's coming back alive. He figured intel from a survivor was worth more than a dead hero's glory. So he muttered his agreement. Fair point. The man reached into his coat. Surviving 3 years as a decoy slave? That's a miracle. I'll give you that. But let's be honest. That's all it is, dumb luck. You've only scoured the very bottom of the barrel, crawling through low-tier dungeons. Do you truly think your cockroach-like survival skills will work in a high-stakes, awakening Manhwa environment like this? He lit a cigarette, smoke veiling his smirk. You underestimate us. We specialize in high-risk contracts for people who die. That way, we don't have to pay a dime. Internally, he scoffed at the fool. Does he truly think he's special? Trash like this one won't last 3 steps before getting crushed. The protagonist sat in silence, oblivious to the man's inner mockery. Yet he bowed his head, sensing a disturbance. What is this? A sticky, disgusting sensation of malice clinging to his skin. The man continued. There's a unique gate where only 5 can enter, yet it bears 12 distinct traces of ruin. The protagonist looked up sharply, as if recalling some fond memory. The man laughed. That's right. The bones of at least 12 parties are buried there. The protagonist glared, but the man ignored it. Prove yourself if you're as skilled as you claim. With a crazed grin and eyes burning crimson, he handed over the permit. Survive this, and I'll grant your wish later. Deep within the forest, he met his new companions. So, you're the rookie joining us? One of the men stepped forward, ready to break the ice. Pleasure to meet you. Just call me Elpam. I'm the team's tank. Lord De Beer told me about you. So, you were a decoy slave, right? The protagonist gestured with his thumb behind him. His titles and backgrounds mean nothing to me, so don't worry about it. My teammates feel the same way. The others waved warmly at him. The protagonist just stood there, slightly stunned. I hope we work well together. Another voice chimed in. I heard you can wield fire arts. He nodded honestly. That's right. Tom chuckled, slinging an arm around Elpam's shoulder. So, his magical affinity is already locked in. Elpam added, a knowing look on his face. I've heard mages can't use elements, other than their innate awakening. He smirked, oozing condescension. So, any item not related to their element is completely useless, just trash to them. His face seemed to ask, you knew that, didn't you? Tom shrugged. Sounds complicated. Elpam cut in, enough chatter. You know the drill. Our objective here isn't to hunt monsters. Tom nodded in agreement. Exactly. Elpam then laid out the plan. Our actual goal is to scavenge the gear, abandoned by the 12 annihilated teams. We simply hand the loot to the guild, and we're done. Rumor has it they pay 3,000 May per item. Tom let out a heavy sigh. Cheapskates. If we come back empty-handed, we won't get a single coin. Gear for First Circle adventurers is worth 7,000 May, or more. They're not even paying us half price. Matt couldn't help but scold him. Stop whining, they bicker as they walked. So what? When have I complained? You're complaining right now. Knock off. Everyone ready. Let's go make some money. The zone was choked with gloom and thick fog. Tom muttered in annoyance. It's technically morning, but it feels like a graveyard in here. Elpam barked a command. Listen up. This could turn into a long siege. First, We need to establish a base camp. He gazed up at a colossal tree. Pam, how's this one look? It's got plenty of sturdy branches. Hiding and moving between trees will be a breeze. Not bad at all right. Let's claim that tree as ours. Tom tossed a bag of spikes and rope onto the ground. He clapped a hand on our protagonist's shoulder. Pam, take a breather. Base building is my specialty, along with this goofball. Some time passed, and soon, a sturdy shelter sat high within the massive tree. Base camp complete. Now we split into 2 groups and sweep the area. Pam, assign the teams. Tom, Mac, your group will scout the east and west. Then, if anything happens, send a signal and sprint back to base immediately. Understood, they shouted in unison. Roger. Our protagonist teamed up with Pam. El Pam Mater, Estrange. We haven't seen a single monster out here, let alone any loot. Are we really too early? We'll have to push deeper in tomorrow. Our protagonist listened on quietly. By the way, how's your first real mission? As an adventurer treating you? The protagonist finally spoke up. I feel anxious. El Pam chaked softly. That's exactly the right attitude. You know, I've been an adventurer for ages now, but every time I step into a gate, I still get nervous. I might look tough, but I'm actually quite the scaredy cat. But despite all that, I find my courage because I have good people beside me. It feels kind of weird praising myself, but they truly are good guys. His broad back seemed to radiate warmth and unwavering reliability. I felt terrible after hearing your story. Just imagining the life of a decoy slave. It must have been absolute hell. On that note, Pam then turned with a beaming smile. If this all works out, join our party. For real. Pam saw him standing frozen and feigned surprise. He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Just kidding. Don't look so serious, man. As night fell, the team gathered at their base, sharing food around a roaring fire. So your side came up empty too, huh? El Pamri Tortif. You really thought we'd find treasure that easily? He aggressively chewed his meat. No shop talk while we eat. Save it for tomorrow. Pam sipped his water as the forest wind howled. Later, near the sleeping quarters, a figure approached with a torch. Pam and the others loomed over the sleeping spot. Is he asleep? Receiving no answer, someone whispered, Captain, what's the play? Just this morning, they were smiling friends. Now they look like demons, their faces twisted in hideous greed. This guy's completely lost in dreamland. God, why were we so careful with him? Did you forget the sedative we spiked his food with? He swallowed enough to kill an elephant. It's a miracle he's still breathing. By the way, that fire staff of his is worth at least 10,000 May. Tom raised his blade, one hand pinning the sleeping figure. Time to get to work. But as the blade pierced the sleeping bag, he froze. The sensation was wrong. Seeing his hesitation, someone asked, What's wrong? He ripped the blanket back. Nobody. Only a wooden log lay in his place. The target was gone. Shock paralyzed them. What? Impossible. Pam roared in fury. Find him. He can't have gone far. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the tree. Pam barely dove out of the way. The base was engulfed in flames. Fire. It's a fire from the shadows. The protagonist watched the chaos with cold eyes. What's happening? Why is there a fire? Hurry, save the food and the loot. Pam cursed. Damn it. Did that rat Pam do this? Mac pointed into the darkness, trembling. Pam. Pam whipped around, screaming. What now? A slime-covered nightmare with gigantic eyes was staring right at them. A chilling terror gripped their very souls. Could it be some kind of predatory monster? Its gaping maw was a truly vile sight. Did he just use us as bait? The group instantly fled. The beast obliterated the tree with a single strike. Perched high above, he watched the chaos with cold, judging eyes. Pathetic. If they planned to betray him, they should have dropped the axe sooner. 12 veteran squads were wiped out in this red gate, yet they welcomed a rookie like him. It was obvious from the start, this was a trap. So this is the area boss. Seeing them scramble in terror only confirmed his suspicions. He sensed a presence from the traces. But this beast was massive. The party leader's face went pale as a sheet. Damn it, we're at a severe disadvantage. Muck screamed, Leader, what the hell is that thing? If I'm right, the leader gasped. That's a golden slime. A berserk anomaly not found in the normal maple world. A rare boss exclusive to the Red Gate. It spews high-grade acid. A total nightmare for close combat fighters like us. Look at the ground. Everything it touched just melted away. But the true terror was only just beginning. His eyes widened. Dot! A stream of liquid death shot out. The leader shoved Max aside, lungs burning with fear, staring at the melting crater. Terror set in. It has ranged attacks too. Max's face twisted in despair. Omni-shot, a skill that turns its body into a weapon. This is insane. Watch out. It's closing in, leader. Do we have a plan? Retreat. We need to run. That acid shot has a 1-minute cooldown. See that red sphere in its center? We heal up, then strike the core. Tom forced a cocky grin, blinded by greed and adrenaline. So it's defenseless now. Tom and Max bolted forward. We have plenty of time. I'll take this beast down myself. Wait, you idiot. We need to strike together. But it was too late. Acid sliced Tom cleanly in two. The leader froze. Impossible. The cooldown, it shouldn't be ready yet. The beast didn't stop. A torrent of acid engulfed them instantly. Flesh melted from bone until nothing remained. From the shadows, he watched silently. And just like that, it was over. His gaze was icy. The leader's info wasn't wrong. But he forgot one thing. Golden slimes evolve by devouring items. I'd wager its cooldowns reduced with every meal. The monster size was abnormal. In a leveling Manhwa like this, stats matter, and this thing had zero downtime. No wonder every previous squad was annihilated. This monster's power far exceeded its rank. It slithered away, leaving a trench of sizzling acid in its wake. This wasn't something a first circle adventurer could handle, and judging by its size, it had already digested every piece of loot in this dungeon. Mission failed, huh? He recalled the guild master's challenge. Prove your worth. A smirk curled his lips. The beast paused as a fireball smashed into its face. Corrosive slime splattered everywhere. The beast shrieked in agony. Perched high above, he analyzed the damage. Is its magic resistance that high? I definitely hit the core. Not bad watching the flesh sizzle. A plan formed in his mind. The real hunt was starting now. For more direct hits should do it. No better make it 5. He drew his dagger fine. Then I'll show you exactly what I'm made of. The monster retaliated with a volley of acid. He vanished from his spot, just as the liquid death struck. Dodge counter. Keep moving, he gritted his teeth. His ring pulsed with azure mana, coating his dagger with a flick of his wrist. He drove the tethered blade deep into the earth. Precision is key, don't miss by a single inch. A move no ordinary mage would dare attempt. Acid rained down, but he was already gone. But I am no average mage in his past life. He held a legendary title. Meet the first telekinetic master. Pure, raw skill coursed through his very veins. Boom! A magic missile slammed right into the beast's face. It roared and lunged, but he had 4 targets left. He swung on a rope, vaulting high up a tree, dancing gracefully out of range. Fire arrow. Mana surged, scoring another direct hit. 3 to go. His body moved like flowing water, weaving effortlessly through the deadly spray. 2. Another devastating blast. 1. But the monster swerved. He kicked off a tree trunk, barely dodging its furious counterattack. Fast for a giant blob of jelly, that is. He reached out, his ring flashing brightly. You think you dodged? Telekinesis took hold. The mist arrow hooked back with deadly precision, smashing directly into its vulnerable face. The slime's face erupted, its core finally exposed. He dove from the canopy, aiming straight for the kill. But the beast wasn't dead yet. Not by a long shot. A massive limb suddenly snatched right at him. The giant hand closed in. Tom seemed to slow. His eyes locked onto his glowing ring. Resonating with his surging mana, with the dagger, he yanked the tether, launching himself sharply sideways. The giant hand grabbed empty air as he swung back to safety. Skidding to a halt, he channeled every ounce of power. Fire arrow. The beast guarded its face. Gotcha. He grinned victoriously, curving the shot straight into its exposed, fleshy belly. Direct hit. The red core shattered instantly. The monster bloated like a grotesque balloon, its eyes bulging horribly, before exploding in a catastrophic shower of corrosive slime. He leaped back, expertly evading the corrosive flood, staff in one hand, tethered dagger in the other. Perfect form, he zipped up to a high branch, as the acid washed over the forest floor, like a devastating river of death. Looking down, a satisfied smirk crossed his face. Everything below was utterly dissolved. Once it cleared, he dropped down into the devastation, his eyes locked onto the glowing prize. He reached out, his ring humming with power. The red core floated effortlessly up, wrapped in a telekinetic embrace of brilliant blue mana, landing gently in his open palm. The gem pulsed with a warm, crimson glow. Back in a guildmaster's office, he sat opposite De Beer. "I've returned." De Beer studied him in silence. "You're a man of few words. Back alone and empty-handed. Where are the quest items?" "The team you assigned me? They were amateurs." He replied coolly. "Worse yet, they tried to rob me blind. I held back, but their greed triggered a boss trap. They're dead. De Beer froneth." "A boss? A golden slime?" De Beer nearly choked. "What? If they fought that thing?" "Correct. Everything dissolved." De Beer chewed his cigarette, his face darkening. The guild's rental gear was toast. A total loss. But as he eyed the survivor, he realized the rules had changed. This wasn't just a Manhwa recap of a failed mission. A new power had arrived. First, the system enforces a strict participant cap. Embedded within the ancient tree, a crimson jewel lies, etched with the exact number of years allowed. Only those marked by the Great Pillar may cross the threshold. Once activated, the massive gate seals shut, becoming a tomb until every soul inside is annihilated. The shimmering hues of these portals, they dictate the level of hell that awaits within. Second, the laws of the dungeon are absolute. Entry is strictly restricted by the gate's difficulty and a user's circle rank. From the blazing red gates to the abyssal death gates, those possessing power exceeding the gate's limit are barred from entry. Third, you get exactly one shot at the raid, a single chance to defy death. This is the ultimate barrier. If a survivor manages to claw their way back to reality, the gate shatters, vanishing forever. Therefore, failing to clear it means death. But surviving means the dungeon is gone for good. There are absolutely no second tries in this game. The guild master scoffed internally. The mission was a suicide run from the start. Let's be real, a golden slime is an impossible nightmare for a mere first circle user. He finally broke the silence. "I see. So, you're the sole survivor of that massacre? You claim the loot melted away? I don't know why you couldn't retrieve it. But excuses don't matter. The truth remains. You failed the objective." Our protagonist stood there, his expression completely unreadable, listening to the berating in stony silence. "Patience, kid. I'm not done lecturing you yet." The man paused, confused by the sudden shift in the air. "What?" Suddenly, the adventurer calmly pulled a glowing strand from his gear, the remains of the golden slime. The guild master's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "No way." 2 azure rings then manifested on his arm, humming with raw power. He smirked. "I didn't lose it. I ate it." Panic seized the flustered merchant. Second circle, you actually absorbed the mana core, dropped by a golden slime, radiating absolute confidence. He stared the man down. "I believe this more than suffices as proof of my capabilities. Now hand over my E-rank badge." As promised, the merchant blurted out. "Home D." The adventurer blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Excuse me." The merchant then leaned in, eyes manic with greed. "I'll give you rank D. No, scratch that. Work with me, and I'll treat you like a C-rank elite." Without a second thought, he instantly signed the contract. Watching him sign, the merchant calculated rapidly, assigning a C-rank classification to someone who hasn't even reached the third circle. Under normal circumstances, this would be unimaginable favoritism. You see, in this world, adventurer rankings are slaves to the circle system. Veterans hold A and B ranks, juniors sit at C and D, while rookies rot in E and F. The circle is the absolute symbol of authority, the divine divide between the weak and the strong. But this kid, he's an anomaly. Just having a mana stone doesn't guarantee a circle advancement. That's not how the system works. Didn't he mention relying on pure survival instincts? Earlier, the merchant grinned from ear to ear. He really has it, a monstrous survival instinct. It is a terrifying talent to ascend from the first to the second circle in such a short time. I have never witnessed growth speed like this. Never in his life had such overwhelming greed consumed the merchant. I must possess this weapon. The hero, however, remained utterly unfazed by whatever schemes brewed in that shady merchant's mind. He simply let out a silent sigh. I'm getting the VIP treatment much faster than I calculated. This guy must be truly desperate. Well, the stage is perfectly set for the legendary first 100-man raid, a catastrophic red gate event. This is the fabled event, watched by every guild and merchant alliance in Port L. You check his notes, perfect. No errors in the timeline whatsoever. I'm on a tight schedule now that the timeline has shifted. I need to adjust my strategy immediately. Bear, I have a request for you. The merchant didn't even look up. What is it? Speak freely then. He raised his hand without a shred of shame. Loan me some cash. The merchant's smile instantly froze. Internally, he screamed, "You cheeky bastard." Suddenly, a purple system window materialized. With a grim narration, some claim the Great Gates heralded a golden age for adventurers. But the narrator's voice trembled with a dark truth. It was all a trap set by the Dark Mages. Countless heroes perished within, snuffing out the future potential of this generation. And inevitably, the final day of judgment will arrive. Hidden monsters flooded through the shattered gates, and humanity faced total defeat. We have exactly 3 years left. The apocalyptic fate awaiting this world is approaching fast. In a high-rise building, a man with a rugged eye patch stood by the glass. He puffed on a cigarette, his solitary eye scanning the cityscape below. The streets below were teeming with busy souls, oblivious to their impending doom. Elpham touched his satchel, calculating. Time is tight. But if I move now, I can still change the future. Laughter echoed from nearby. But the noise couldn't penetrate his fortress of concentration. His mind was locked on the mission. The 100-man raid, discovered this time, is a red-rank catastrophe. Only those capped at the second circle can enter. That guild's emblem flashed through his mind, deepening his frown. Normally, the Gayfer Merchant Guild only bets on high-tier elites. The fact that they're investing in a second circle scrub, let me proves one thing. They're desperate to conquer that red gate. Elpham strode down the street, scoffing at his own predicament. I made a fortune, yet I'm too broke to gear up. Spending it all on equipment now will be a rookie mistake. Gear matching my current level costs an astronomical amount. He slowed his pace, approaching his true destination. If I'm going to spend this cash, I'm buying a living weapon. High above hung a yellow sign. This was Elpham's primary objective for the day. The lit slave market, a sign so notorious, it didn't even need letters to be recognized. He stood there, analyzing the sign for a moment. Suddenly, a slaver appeared, oozing customer service charm. Welcome. I'm honored you chose our humble establishment. You radiate the aura of a seasoned adventurer. Please allow me to give you the grand tour. All around them, rough-looking adventurers were bidding on human lives, trapped in iron cages. The merchant didn't miss a beat. Are you seeking a companion? Perhaps bait for a dungeon trap? Or a loyal warrior to guard you back? His words were honeyed, but they masked the brutal reality of slavery. Elpham cut him off coldly. I already know the path. The merchant froze, his sales pitch dying in his throat. He looked bewildered, struggling to process the refusal. Moments later, in the damp gloom of a tunnel, the merchant nervously led the way. The slaver explained, "This is the discipline zone. We use this hellhole to break the rebellious ones, like the specific item you asked for. Right this way." Suddenly, the guide halted. He gestured toward a dark cell, his hand trembling slightly. His voice dropped to a whisper. Inside the shadows, a figure sat, heavily chained. The merchant swallowed hard, an audible gulp escaping him. The stench of pure fear radiated off him. He spun around, his gaze landing on Elpam, his eyes wide with anxiety. "My dear customer, are you absolutely certain you want this one? This beast is..." Elpam didn't let him finish. "I know." Elpam took a step closer to the iron bars. He stared deep into the darkness. At the chained prisoner, his resolve unwavering. "He's exactly who I need." The moment Elpam spoke, Dio's eyes snapped open, glaring with the ferocity of a wild beast. But hold on a second. Let's pause this leveling Manhwa recap for a moment and rewind to where it all truly began. Before my regression, a single tragedy hastened, the end of the Great Maple War. The fall of the legendary Polar Master, Ariant, a figure with flowing white hair, shouldering a colossal weapon. The most critical turning point? This invincible warrior was utterly slaughtered. Back in this harsh reality, Dio struggled against his iron chains. Like a trapped beast, I watched him closely, knowing the truth. He was the first and final disciple of Ariant, the man who triggered the beginning of the end. Inside that cage, covered in filth and blood, he looked pathetic, but my gaze remained steady, burning with certainty. The pack assassin, Dio, sensing my presence. He snarled with a mix of weariness and suspicion. "You looking for me?" His eyes were daggers of ice as he spat. "I don't know who you are. Get lost." The merchant whipped around in terror, stammering, "And my apologies, esteemed customer." His mental state is a bit. Dio ground his teeth, radiating the dangerous aura of a wild wolf. His behavior might be different from the timeline before my return, but right now, he is nothing more than a slave, treating potential masters this way. He had zero manners. Even the merchant trembled as he whispered, "There aren't many mad dogs as crazy as this one." While the merchant clutched his aching head, a smirk played on my lips. It wasn't just his wild nature that set him apart. It was his skills and memories of the past flooded back. We were simply two sides of the same coin. He was one of the few who truly stood tall. After the final day, people constantly compared us. We hailed from the same region. We awakened our powers simultaneously and wielded remarkably similar abilities. The torchlight flickered and flared, casting chaotic, dancing shadows that made my thoughts drift into the mystical quiet. But the biggest similarity of all? As soon as Dio was dragged out, I didn't hesitate. I cut to the chase. "How much is he worth?" He sneered, keeping up his arrogant attitude. "You look like a rich little young master, Carson. Can you even afford my price?" He let out a scoff. His expression was full of challenge. 1,000,000 mesos. How about that? Young master, is that all right? The merchant asked nervously. I remained calm, despite Dio's blatant provocation. The truth was, both he and I were desperate for money. The image of Danuve sinking into the abyss flashed in my mind, amplifying Dio's personal tragedy. That man had a younger sister, suffering from an incurable black blood disease. Seeing my silence, Dio gritted his teeth in irritation. "If you don't have the cash, get lost. Don't stand there acting so superior." I didn't let him finish. I reached into my coat and pulled out a thick stack of bills. Dio's eyes went wide, shock replacing his anger. Staring at the fortune in my hand, utterly stunned, he shrieked in absolute terror. 1,000,000 mesos? Disbelief washed over him as he yelled, aghast. "Is that actual money? It's not counterfeit, is it?" The merchant gasped, sharing his horror, his voice cracking. "Are you serious about this?" After the initial shock faded, Dio fell in a deep thought. Seeing his hesitation, I stepped in. "Hold on. Listen to my terms first. The contract lasts 1 year. Profit split is 70/30ths, and I get priority. Pick on all items dropped from the Great Gate." The merchant's jaw dropped as he processed my audacious conditions. He wants to sign a party member contract instead, not a slave deed. I'd produced the document. I began but couldn't finish. Dio snatched the paper. "Don't you dare regret this." He bit his finger, drawing blood, then slammed his bloody print onto the page. Watching his decisiveness, I realized the immense weight on his shoulders. He accepted it without a second to spare. There was no hint of hesitation. His sister's life hinged entirely on this. Whatever his reasons, I couldn't help but smile. The first step of my master plan was complete. I approached Dio, speaking plainly. Since the contract is now signed, we're heading straight for the Great Gate. He clutched the paper tightly, buzzing with adrenaline. Just leave it to me. My eyes narrowed, turning cold and sharp. You need to prove your worth, Dio. He grinned with manic excitement. I'll work harder than anyone you've ever seen. Time flew by, and soon we stood in a dense, verdant forest, a classic setting for a leveling manhwa. I walked ahead while Dio trailed behind, struggling with a massive polearm. He hesitated. Elpam. He looked confused as he explained. I'm grateful you bought me a new weapon, but I'm a swordsman. We should go back and swap this for a long sword. I glanced back over my shoulder, my voice brooking no argument. From now on, you use a spear when you work for me. If you don't like it, we can tear up the contract right now. Dio clicked his tongue in annoyance, but quickly shifted topics. Is this the Great Gate you're planning to use? For my test, I focused on a tree marked with a glowing sigil, distinct from the rest. Red level. Single cut. Entry limit, 8 people. This looks like the perfect spot. Hearing this, Dio scanned the surroundings. So, where's the rest of the party? If our Elpam has pockets this deep, I'm sure you hired some elite members. He started rambling, trying to hide his nerves. Right? We definitely have a healer. Fighting is one thing, sure. But a healer? Absolutely essential. Suddenly, he noticed my silence and froze. What? Why are you staring at me like that? A terrifying realization struck him hard, and his voice began to tremble. Could it be Elpam? While Dio spiraled into panic, I calmly answered, no need to worry about party members. We have enough people. He let out a massive sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow. Oh, thank God. For a second, I thought you almost gave me a heart attack. At that moment, I slowly raised my arm, my long finger pointing directly at Dio's chest. It's you. A heavy silence hung in the air before Dio exploded. What? No. Wait a damn minute. I didn't care for his protests. I planted my foot in his back and kicked him forward. Stop wasting time. Get in there. His screams faded as he tumbled into the abyss. Moments later, in a strange, desolate wasteland, a red object plummeted from the sky. It was Dio, crashing face first into the dirt with zero grace. As his soul slammed back into his physical body, rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. He screamed at Elpam. Have you lost your mind? A 2-man party for an 8-man dungeon. This is suicide. You are completely insane. Is this some kind of sick joke? Diobo felt like vomiting blood from sheer anger as he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Elpam, but his tirade died in his throat. The moment he saw the darkening expression on the other man's face, suddenly, a frenzied, rustling noise erupted from the shadows behind them. In a flash, a horde of wooden abominations charged. Panic seized Diobo as he shrieked. It's a swarm of stumps. They're everywhere, gripping his spear until his knuckles turned white. His mind raced with calculations. I let my guard down. I was too careless. These things are famous for armor that deflects steel, and there are too many of them. Just then, Elpam stepped forward, his presence commanding as he shoved Diobo aside. Move. Watching Elpam walk towards certain death, Diobo screamed wait. But the mage wasted no breath, uttering 2 simple words. Fire arrow instantly. A searing flame latched onto the beast. Diobo's jaw dropped in disbelief as the flame bored straight through the wooden torso. One by one, the monsters were obliterated by Pam's relentless bombardment. A single spell was all it took to slaughter them. Even the final creature was reduced to ash, without mercy standing amidst the carnage. Elpam turned his back, scoffing with cold disdain. We just entered the gate, and you're already panicking. How utterly disappointing. Framed by the smoke and dying embers, Elpam issued a dark warning. Do not make such a pathetic mistake. Again in that moment, a single thought echoed in Diobo's mind. Just who is the real monster here? Meanwhile, under the light of a perfect full moon, a towering skyscraper stood, shrouded in an ominous gloom, untouched by the light. A voice echoed from the shadows of that dark citadel. The merchants have taken the bait. Bu knelt on one knee, her posture radiating absolute reverence. We are still adjusting the timeline, but our agent has been selected. In the darkness, a figure swirled a glass of crimson wine with elegant menace. As he gazed up at the beautiful moon, Bu pressed for orders. Do we have permission to commence the operation, sir? The white-haired man, cloaked in shadow, gave a single command: proceed. Bu bowed deeply before turning, her footsteps fading into the distance. Once silence returned to the room, he raised his glass in a solitary toast. Everything shall unfold exactly according to his will. The blood-red wine shimmered against the moonlight as Yoel whispered his true ambition: freedom for the Demon King. Back in the dungeon, the charred remains lay scattered. Diobo hefted a heavy sack, reporting I have harvested 27 mana stones. This is a pretty decent haul. Elpam didn't even glance back, just kept marching forward. Then let's move, the subordinate quickly falling into line. Understood. As they trekked across the scorching wasteland, under a blistering sun, Diobo watched his companion with a gaze that had completely changed. I thought he was just a lunatic, but he's a monster I cannot provoke. Is that telekinetic control? I've never seen a fire arrow used like that. A greedy grin slowly spread across Diobo's face. If I stick with a powerhouse like this, couldn't I make a fortune? With a 7-3 split, I'll save a ton on medical bills and living expenses. But his fantasy was cut short by Elpam's sharp voice. Found them. Diobo looked up eagerly. Ahead lay another cluster of monsters, but these seemed to be in a deep slumber. Peeking from behind a boulder, Diobo whispered, "More stings." Maybe 8 or 9 of them. Elpam's eyes glinted. A perfect number. What? Perfect? Diobo turned around, only to freeze, when he realized Elpam had been staring directly at him. The entire time, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a small rock flew from nowhere, striking the sleeping monsters. As the beasts blinked in confusion, a shadow loomed above. A spear descended. One strike, one kill. The monsters awoke to a nightmare. His eyes were sharp, his stance heroic. But inside, Diobo was screaming in terror. Damn it, I have to solo this mob. I've never used a spear before. This feels so awkward. As the horde closed in, despair hit him. 10 lives wouldn't be enough for this. Overwhelmed, he roared, "You crazy bastard." Elpam observed every twitch and stumble, analyzing the data. He claims to be a swordsman. His clumsy footwork confirms it. Elpam's gaze remained fixed, but he will soon learn. The spear is the key to unlocking his true potential. Elpam's maid, recalling a distant memory. There was no doubt in his mind. He was the sole chosen successor of the spear hero, Aaron. Her legacy was now back in the fray. The monster's roots lashed out like deadly whips. Fast and deadly, Diobo countered with a desperate slash. But mid-swing, a strange sensation washed over him. The spear, something just clicked. It had reach, it had power. And strangely, it felt more natural than a sword ever had. The tension is gone. It feels weightless in my hands. If I just flow with it. He raised the weapon high. It looked like it would be a heavy blow. But the strike was as light as a feather. The monster was severed in two. Before it even knew it was dead, he danced through the battlefield, slaughtering them all. Elpam Nadif. He adapts quickly. No mana circles yet, but his talent is undeniable. Like a protagonist straight out of a leveling manhwa. Just as the adrenaline peaked, the ground began to tremble violently. Diobo staggered. An earthquake. A massive boulder shattered into 1,000 pieces. Debris rained down on Diobo like a meteor shower. Frozen in fear, he could only watch as a massive object slammed into the earth, knocking him off his feet. He looked up, trembling at the shadow looming over him. What is that thing? A colossal wooden titan rose before him. The dungeon's lord, Diobo screamed in pure horror. It's a giant stump. The beast unleashed a barrage of attacks without mercy, but Elpam flashed in, dragging him from the jaws of death. Without a second thought, he tossed Debo aside like a rag doll. Flames roared to life around his staff, hungry for destruction. Pam stared down the Titan with cold, dead eyes. Size means nothing. He muttered, true danger isn't measured in height. Chanting a quick incantation, he unleashed a blazing arrow straight at the core. The bigger they are, he scoffed, the easier they are to burn. Debo scrambled in the dirt, adrenaline pumping through his veins. Yes, the magic was working, but then the atmosphere dramatically shifted, and a sudden chill raced down his spine. The colossal beast whipped its massive branches forward, intercepting the searing flame. Elpham's eyes narrowed in genuine, jaw-dropping surprise. It blocked it, he realized, analyzing its every twitch, readying another potent volley. Its reflexes are absolutely insane for its monstrous size. Let's see how you handle this, he challenged. He fired again, but this time, telekinetic car, central activated. The fire arrow danced wildly through the air, curving sharply toward a critical blind spot. Just one hit, that's all he desperately needed. But reality proved cruel. With a casual, dismissive swipe, the beast shattered the fiery spell into glittering sparks. Elpham's eyes widened. It stopped. That too. Meanwhile, Debo was absolutely losing his mind, screaming in pure, unadulterated panic as he retreated. Your magic is useless. Why are you just standing there? Run or we die. But Elpham stood his ground firm. His keen eyes dissected the monster's defenses. Like a surgeon. No. The damage is real. It's only surviving because it blocks. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. The real problem? Those accursed, rapidly evolving branches. The monster lunged, and they dodged by a mere hair's breadth. Those branches were undeniably evolving, becoming faster, stronger, and far more lethal. This is getting seriously intense for a simple Manhwa recap. Terror twisted Debo's face into a mask of fear as he looked back. But Elpham simply raised a confident finger. Azure energy rapidly gathered at the tip, blasting forward with a resounding boom, like a powerful cannon. The explosive impact utterly shattered the incoming branch. Elpham levitated a massive boulder, surfing through the air to deftly escape the encirclement. Witnessing this god-tier movement, Debo could only scream aloud in absolute awe. You're a legend, Elpham. Coughing up dust, he gasped. I swear, I saw the Grim Reaper for a second there. Thanks, Elf. Elpham cut him off sharply. Debo, look alive. A horde of smaller, menacing monsters then emerged from the shadows. You handle the trash mobs. I'll slaughter the king. Debo looked up, stunned, pale with horror. When did they even get here? Before he could even blink, Pam was already charging the giant, all by himself. Hey, wait up. Why are you so fast? Pam ignored him, his expression deadly serious, his staff blazing with infernal light. Another flame arrow ripped through the air. Debo watched, trembling. This is madness. We can't win without a strategy. We need to retreat. But in the heart of the inferno, his theory was correct. Gotcha. The giant froze, confused by the feint. A golden beam of pure mana pierced straight through its defense. Debo's jaw dropped. He punched a hole right through it. Pam's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. His staff glowed brighter as he prepared the next volley. His mind was racing like a supercomputer. Those vines are accelerating beyond my calculations. Another explosion rocked the battlefield. The beast roared in pain. It was finally taking damage. Pam adjusted his tactics instantly. I can't maintain defensive telekinesis and offensive magic simultaneously. Through those gaps, he weaved through the vine cage. A fire arrow threaded the needle, flying straight for the monster's heart. But now that I've reached the second circle, I can double cast two spells merged into one, slamming into the beast. This is the broken power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Even while fending off the swarm, Debo couldn't take his eyes off the main battle. I don't believe it. I see it now. He launched a second missile in the shadow of the first. No matter how fast that thing is, it can't block a phantom strike. Watching the duel between man and monster, a realization struck Debo. That thing is helpless against him. The real monster here is Pam. Suddenly, his face drained of color. A warning screamed in his mind. Oh God. A pack of minions was lunging at Elpam's exposed back. Debo screamed, his voice cracking. No. Watch your back. He cursed himself bitterly. Blast it, I missed a few. This is entirely my fault. In a blink, Elpham's magic skewered the giant, vaporizing the ambushers lurking behind him. He glanced back, utterly unimpressed. Debo, you're not actually struggling with these pests, are you? The giant's eyes bulged with raw fury. As the explosions chained one after another, it lunged again, desperate to crush this annoying insect. Nice try, ugly. Elpham danced away, light as smoke. If I lose focus for even a fraction of a second. He leaped as a vine slashed mere inches from his eye. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. It was Debo. He yanked Elpham back, severing the incoming vines with a savage strike. They landed in a cloud of dust. Back to back, Debo grunted, looking annoyed. I just saved your life. Elpham, so take back what you said about me being useless. Elpham let out a rare, faint chuckle. He slammed his staff into the earth. As complex magic circles bloomed beneath them, summoning an entire arsenal of flame. His expression darkened with menacing power. Fine, you're not completely worthless after all. Debo smirked. Then let's finish this. He glared at the approaching horde with renewed resolve. Remember that I saved you. Elpham ignored the banter, channeling every ounce of his mana into the ground. The magic circles pulsed violently, as shadows veiled Elpham's eyes. Time to end this. He unleashed the barrage. His voice boomed like thunder. The fire arrows swarmed like angry hornets, creating a symphony of destruction. Terror finally filled the monster's golden eyes as it shrieked in agony. The bombardment was endless. Nearby, Debo fought like a man possessed. His blade sang, decapitating another beast with a visceral spray of ichor. Every arrow that landed tore a chunk of flesh from the giant. But suddenly Elpham froze. What the? The Colossus wasn't dead yet. It split its massive limbs, launching a pincer attack from both sides. Elpam's mind raced, plotting a dual-directional strike. Elpam channeled a surge of mana into his staff and shouted, Debo, I'll handle the right flank. Hearing the command, Debo raised his massive spear, a roar tearing from his throat. Then the left is mine. Debo unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. Beside him, a blazing fire arrow streak from Elpam's position. The relentless barrage forced the beast to retreat, unleashing a new burst of speed. Debo carved a lethal arc through the air. With agile precision, he severed the monster's appendages in a single breath. But in the heat of this fierce battle, disaster struck. A heavy blow slammed into his gut. Fresh blood sprayed from Debo's mouth. As the impact rattled his bones, the behemoth roared in triumph as Debo plummeted toward the abyss. But he didn't hit the ground. A floating boulder, controlled by precise magic, swooped in to catch him just in time. However, fate was not so kind today. The monster struck again, shattering the stone platform. Instantly, Debo began his free fall. Once more, Elpam struggled to maintain focus, splitting his mana between offense and support. Sweat beaded on his brow. This is getting complicated. He gritted out, his energy draining fast. With a wave of his hand, he levitated more debris into position. Debo recovered, finding his footing on a massive slab of rock. His stance shifted. He was ready for round two, but the beast closed in from behind, a shadow of death looming over him. Realizing escape was impossible, Debo cursed, damn it. Not enough time to dodge. A cataclysmic blow struck where he just stood. He barely rolled to safety. Meanwhile, Elpam's fire arrows flared with maximum output, coiling around the black giant like chains of flame, spotting his partner's silhouette. Emerging from the smoke behind the beast, Elpam shouted, "End this now, Debo." Without hesitation, Debo delivered a thunderous slash. His target, the monster's glowing golden eye. The creature shrieked in agony. It staggered back, reeling from the agonizing critical hit. The recoil was too great. Debo's grip failed, and his mighty spear slipped from his grasp, gravity took hold with a vengeance, dragging him down to the unforgiving ground below. Years of brutal combat experience allowed him to land safely, but he refused to rest, defiantly ignoring the pain. He charged straight back toward the beast, his war cry echoing. "It's not over yet, you filth!" Elpham clenched his fist, and a verdant aura erupted around him, responding to the urgent call. The fallen spear began to hum with surging power. With a sharp gesture, the weapon launched itself into the air. Guided by invisible, mystic strings, it flew perfectly into Debo's waiting, outstretched hand. Just as he prepared his devastating final art, he gripped the steel, his knuckles turning stark white. "Open your eyes and witness this." His gaze turned steely cold, blood staining his savage grin. He was fully awakened now, a force unleashed. Time for dessert. What followed was a brutal symphony of carnage, orchestrated solely by Debo. Each strike carved deep into the monster's tough hide, spraying vibrant vitality everywhere. But the beast spun violently, enraged, throwing Debo completely off balance. He executed a swift, tactical roll, barely regaining his footing in time. Above him, the monster's colossal maw descended, ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, streaks of scorching flame whistled past Debo's ear. They were fire arrows, unleashed, flying straight into the beast's gaping mouth. It unwittingly swallowed the deadly trap, and the magic detonated violently from within. The giant was instantly engulfed in a searing pillar of fire. Debo watched the inferno, his chest heaving for air. Elpham walked up from behind him, his voice calm. "Good work." The mage glanced down at his partner's trembling hand. Debo's face was a gruesome mask of blood and grit. He looked up at Elpham, hesitating for a heartbeat. "You too, brother." Behind them, the colossal corpse still burned, marking the definitive end of the raid. Night had fallen, blanketing the town in shadow. Inside a warm, lit home, Din sat at the dinner table. "It's getting late," she whispered. "I should eat and rest," she clasped her hands, offering silent thanks to the gods. Just as she reached for her spoon, a heavy knock echoed outside. Din hurried to the door. "Who is it?" Her question died in her throat. Her eyes went wide, standing there. Battered but alive was Debo. Seeing her tremble, Debo softened his voice. "I'm back." Tears broke free. Then threw herself into his arms, sobbing welcome home. Elsewhere the atmosphere was far colder. Elpham, still clutching his staff, approached a small, dilapidated shack. The scent of battle still clung to his clothes. Darkness swallowed the room, broken only by faint moonlight. His gaze fell upon a single framed photograph, resting on the table. On the bed lay a figure barely skin and bone. Elpham looked down, his eyes void of emotion. Yet full of burden, he spun his staff. "Getring mana flames eruptet," consuming the small house and its secrets. The arsonist walked away in silence. Meanwhile, the bear scratched his head over a stack of documents. "We have a problem. The subjugation of the Gate of 100 is approaching. Lord Ron is leading this personally. If I disappoint him, the pressure was suffocating. All 10 merchant guilds were watching this raid. Rumors whispered of a legendary grade artifact hidden within the dungeon. But the current lineup is a mess. There are too many awakened individuals with outstanding skills." Debir thought of the Natasha sisters from the Goldrich Alliance. Their overwhelming prowess defied the logic of a standard awakening. Manhwa compared to them the adventurers from the Gaffer Merchant Association are mere trash. To be honest, every mercenary deployed by the rival guilds is a monster in their own right. And Gaffer, his reputation is absolutely infamous. Suddenly, a chilling sense of dread washed over him. A sharp knock abruptly shattered his thoughts. Debir looked up, annoyed. How dare you enter without announcement?" But as the door creaked open, his annoyance quickly twisted into pure terror. He practically sprang from his chair. Lord Ronron strode confidently into the room. "So, how's that party formation coming along?" Debir stammered. "Forgive me, my lord. Progress has been slow." Ron cut him off, his voice dripping with ice. "This kind of inefficiency simply won't do. And what about that mage you mentioned earlier?" I I have my reservations, my lord. The wolf party was completely wiped out. No witnesses confirmed his story either. He clearly possesses talent, yes. But this mission is far too critical to gamble on mere rumors. Ron waved a dismissive hand. Then why not verify him yourself? One test. One location. That's all it takes, in fact. In fact, throw all the candidates into a single party. Ron's eyes gleamed with chilling malice. This time, there will be plenty of witnesses to see exactly who survives. And so, to forge the ultimate deadliest team, the beer orchestrated a truly brutal selection trial. For Elpam, however, this wasn't just a test. It was the perfect stage to absolutely shatter all doubts and force the world to finally acknowledge his true strength. Days later, the air crackled with palpable tension at the rendezvous point. Debo grinned like a kid unleashed in a candy store, scanning the buzzing crowd. Whoa, look at this turnout. Now, this is what I call a party. Right then, mockery drifted their way almost immediately. Team 5? That's a Buru's crew. A voice dripped with blatant disdain. You mean the Suicide Squad? Dragging 2 former slaves along with them? Elpam didn't even blink his eyes, sweeping the perimeter. Let them sneer. In this world, however, the arrogant were usually the very first to die, while true veterans knew better than to ever underestimate the quiet ones. Bao Mei's sharp eyes dissected the competition like a hungry hawk. Most of them only possessed 1 or 2 mana circles. He calculated his moves, unlike the trap group. These are the true apex predators. These beasts require no bait. A hush fell over the crowd as De Beer materialized. His presence commanded absolute silence. Is everyone present? The master himself had descended. Shocking them all, he wasted no time. I'll keep this brief. The trial begins now, De Beer declared, his voice echoing with authority. I'm offering a chance for you worthless lot to grasp destiny with your own hands. De Beer frowned. A chance? Precisely, to De Beer continued, his eyes glinting. The privilege to raid 100-man gate. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. 100-man gate? That was sheer madness. Balmain narrowed his eyes, realizing the trap. So that's his game. A classic awakening Manhwa survival test. The timer hit 40 seconds. Survive if you can. Space warped, tearing open a portal to another dimension. Without hesitation, the horde surged into the abyss. A dense, suffocating jungle awaited them. Ibura barked orders immediately. Stick to the plan. We split up and only regroup when the boss is located. Avet Julan signaled his squad from the rear. Eyes sharp. Spread out. Return only when the signal flares light up the sky. The formation shattered as teams scattered into the brush. Only Debo and Baumei held back. Meanwhile, Dulon pushed his squad with a feverish intensity, sensing the clock ticking. Time is money. Kill anything that moves. Zulan Zhao. Yes. Lot Dulan. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled. A single, one-eyed mushroom creature emerged from the gloom. Just one. Zulan's gulp, unleashing a bolt of lightning. What a waste of mana. He reached out to collect the magic stone, expecting a pile of ash. Boring. Let's loot and move. But the smoke cleared and reality hit him hard. The creature stood there completely unscathed. Not even a scratch on its rubbery hide. Wadulon's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. Is a shell harder than my lightning magic? Or is my power failing me? Fall back, he screamed, sensing the shift in the air. Something's wrong, but it was too late. The jungle came alive around them. Watcher 6 were not alone. An army of fungi horrors erupted from the shadows, encircling them instantly. Damn, it's an ambush. Panic took over his spells, and steel flew. In a desperate struggle for survival against the horde, the skirmish ended as quickly as it began, leaving the squad gasping for air, their mana reserves dangerously low, and bodies trembling from exertion. It's over, a subordinate trembled. Terror in his eyes lowered. Do land. These trash mobs, they're abnormally strong. What do we do? Land's mind raced, searching for a solution. Numbers mean nothing here. If we stay, we'll be whittled down to nothing. He made a reckless decision. Screw the plan, it's risky. But we're ditching the others and soloing the boss ourselves. It was exactly the kind of arrogant play. The majority would make Bommy's prediction was spot on. Back at the river, Debo panted. You know, that actually sounds like a solid plan. Forget that for a second. Why are you just watching me do all the work? Bommy shrugged coldly. It was only 3 enemies. If you can't handle that, you don't belong here. Debo scoffed, catching his breath. Whatever you said, no time to waste, right? Let's move. We need to hunt the boss and wipe out the pests. Their paths diverged philosophically. Devo paused, confused, huh? You said we'd hit the boss, but your eyes are set on a bigger prize. Baomi smirked. That's what amateurs think. We're going to exterminate every small monster lurking in this forest. Killing the boss isn't the only thing that matters here. The system rewards skillful technique and efficient mob farming too. Besides, the boss room will be an absolute bloodbath of competition. It's too dangerous. You have no idea what desperate awakened ones will do just to secure that kill. Maybe they'll fail. Who knows? Balmy's logic was undeniably ironclad. Debo opened his mouth, ready to argue, then promptly shut it. He hated it when the guy was right. When Baum frowned, I smelled death lingering near the main gate. Meanwhile, Dulan's squad pointed excitedly ahead. Lord Delon, look. It's the exit. A massive gate. Delon smirked, relieved. Sooner than expected. Mark the path. We're getting out of this hellhole. Suddenly, a chilling, high-pitched sound pierced the air. A teammate doubled over, consumed by hysterics. Evan, shut up. Zulan snappet. But the laughter only grew louder and far more manic. Did you hear me? Zulan Zeta. You'll draw every monster in the entire sector. The man slowly turned, revealing a face twisted into a hideous, unnatural grin that utterly defied anatomy. It was a look of pure, unadulterated madness. Others began to twitch and giggle uncontrollably. Dulon froze, realization dawning on him like a cold dread. He slammed a hand over his mouth and nose. Poison gas. Fear spiked like a knife in his chest. I have to get out of here. Abandoning his men to their creeping insanity, he sprinted desperately toward the gate. Desperation fueled his every stride. Freedom was mere inches away, but the dungeon had other, sinister plans. A colossal mushroom titan suddenly blocked his path, releasing a concentrated burst of toxic spores directly into his face. Damn it! Dulon wheezed, his vision blurring. Move! But his muscles utterly betrayed him. His mouth tore open into a permanent, ear-to-ear grin as his mind irrevocably shattered. Miles away, a fragile peace still reigned. On the river, Debo rowed, grumbling to himself. This guy hasn't lifted a single finger all day. Since when did I become the designated oarsman? Suddenly, something flashed brightly in the sky. Oh, Pam, look! A flare. Debo's eyes lit up. Someone found the target. The hunt is on. I know the protocol. Balmy muttered, his cold gaze sweeping the gathering crowd. But something's off. He counted heads. Dulan's squad is missing. Ibiru arrived, his face pale and sweat-drenched. All right, everyone's here. Listen up. Jeber interrupted, glancing around. Wait, where's the mage, Dulan? Ibiru waved his hand dismissively, his voice trembling. Forget him. He's gone. We found the boss. He had seen the horror. The giant mushroom that devoured Dulan. We watched from the shadows. Dulan's entire team erased, wiped out in seconds by the guardian of this floor. The mad poison mushroom. The name dropped like a bomb. Jeber recoiled in horror. What? That S-rank nightmare. The crowd erupted into chaos. We're doomed. A party of our level can't even scratch that thing. If the mad poison mushroom is real, the mission is over. We need to find an exit before we all end up like Dulan. Panic spread like wildfire. Yet the oblivious Debo turned to his leader. El Pam, is this mushroom guy really that big a deal? Balmy didn't answer, his mind already calculating the impossible odds. The pressure was suffocating. It was the dungeon, El Pam. Encountering a monster of this caliber. At their current level, it was a nightmare scenario. Beside him, a voice kept nagging, hello? Are you even listening to me? The spores it releases create a lethal zone, making it nearly impossible to approach. That means We can't simply overwhelm it with numbers to take it down. If we want to kill it, we need long-range bombardment. But weak attacks won't even scratch it. That thing is built like a tank and moves like the wind. Debo, however, wouldn't stop whining in his ear. You are deliberately ignoring me, aren't you? Hey, Bill Pam. Baru crossed his arms, his face etched with pure dread. Unfortunately, the El Pam was directly blocking the Grand Gate. It was their only exit. If they didn't fight, they were utterly trapped. But unlike him, Debo slammed his chest with a laugh of naive confidence. Scared, are we? This El Pam is trash against my invincible fire arrow. Palmy instantly cut him off. Shut your mouth, Debo. The tank was left seething for the second time today. That bastard Palmy stepped forward. He cut straight to the grim chase. We're dead if we charge in without a clear strategy. My fire arrows won't even pierce its skin. This revelation shocked even his own teammate. Why even? The trash mobs in this dungeon already have insane durability. So the El Pam must be practically invincible. Iburu hated to admit it, but the logic was painfully sound. Why state the obvious? A teammate chimed in urgently. Iburu, this isn't the time for your ego. We need a plan right now. 50,000 mesos. What? Iburu went blank. Palmy had set his price. 50,000 mesos per head. With 30 people here, that totals a staggering 15 million mesos. You want to exchange your money for your lives? Pay up, and Debo and I will become your shields. We'll act as bait for every single one of you. The crowd was utterly stunned into silence. But Debo exploded in furious protest. Damn it. What the hell is he even saying? Ibura looked like he just swallowed something foul. Paying someone he despised? That was pure agony. Don't get cocky. You might be used to your standard slave driver tactics, but don't think every situation is the same. I'm not some pig you can easily manipulate, even if we agreed to your crazy terms. What if you fail? If you enrage that monster and lose aggro, we all die instantly. He kept twisting the knife, delving into their dark pasts. Slaves only get in the way inside high-tier dungeons. Then, he pointed a trembling finger at Debo and asked, Wait a minute, what is wrong with that guy? He looks even more clueless than us. What can a mere two-circle adventurer and a slave possibly achieve against an El Pam? Forget provoking the monster. He had successfully enraged Debo. The way these guys spoke was starting to really get under his skin. They'd been mocking him right from the start. Palmy didn't even want to be the bait. But unlike the raging Debo, he kept his cool, ice coursing through his veins as he asked, Then, what do you want to do? Do you have a better plan? You scream and shout, but you're clueless on how to solve this. Iburu could only stammer. Palmy struck at the core of his insecurity. You have nothing, right? If you had a way to kill the El Pam, you wouldn't have fired the distress flare. Also, let me clarify one thing. My party consists of a two-circle user and a one-circle user. As he spoke, a new magic circle flashed to life on Debo's arm, shocking everyone. When did that happen? Then, Debo burst into triumphant laughter. What? I gained a level. I really am a genius. It turned out this was a classic leveling Manhwa moment. He'd been farming the mobs to power up all along. Palmy hadn't lifted a finger, allowing Debo to hoard all the experience points. He pressed the advantage. Doesn't your squad only have a couple of two-circle users anyway? That shut him up completely. Unlike Iburu's hesitation, Jebber stepped in, desperate to close the deal. Wait, if you really act as bait for us, I'm willing to pay. But we don't carry that much cash on us. Palmy accepted the credit. No problem. Once we escape, we'll collect the debt. If we don't escape, well, we'll just be dead. Sacrifices anyway. However, he had one condition. Everyone had to agree. Decide now. In the distance, the berserk mushroom was tearing through the unlucky stragglers. Suddenly, a flaming arrow tore from the bushes, striking the beast right in the head. It was Palmy. Beside him, Debo covered his nose and mouth. Ready for war. Palmy commanded Debo. Let's only move once the LPM locks its aggro on us. But his partner still hesitated. Do we really have to pull off this insane stunt? Before he could even finish, the monster's eyes locked onto them. It charged forward with terrifying speed. It's coming. They broke into an instant sprint, but the monster perfectly matched their pace, striking fear into even the fearless Debo. How is it so fast? Still, they managed to lure the Titan far away from the dimensional gate, seizing that critical chance. The remaining survivors scrambled toward the exit. Jebber roared, "Everyone, activate the gates before our bait gets slaughtered. Move!" The portals hummed to life in record time. Everyone fled for their lives. Hurry! Meanwhile, the monster remained absolutely relentless, still hot on the heels of the bait. Worse yet, countless minions were swarming them. Debo roared, "Damn it. You think I'm easy prey?" He raised his flaming axe high. A single swing incinerated the small fry, but the giant Elfum loomed terrifyingly right behind him, its jaws gaping wide, ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a mana-infused arrow slammed into the beast. Knocking it back, Tommy unleashed a barrage of arrows to cover him. But the Elfum wasn't just a mindless meat shield. It dodged the storm of arrows with shocking, unnatural agility. It was closing the distance. It's catching up. It's right on us. They sprinted toward a massive fissure in the forest floor and leaped into the void just as the monster swiped at them. Debo screamed, "Hey, you ugly piece of trash, eat this." Tommy was right behind him, waiting for this exact second to aim a critical shot at the beast. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the chasm. They plunged into the river below just in time. The water shielding them from the monster's poisonous gas. Debo surfaced, coughing and cursing. "That damn poison mushroom. I almost died." He collapsed onto the riverbank, covered in disgusting slime. Debo gasped in disbelief. Why was it so strong? Tommy wiped the grime from his face. "Didn't you listen? That's the dungeon Elfum. If you want to kill it, you need to be prepared." Those words made Debo freeze. He blurted out, "You're talking like we're actually going to hunt that thing. Tell me I'm hearing things." Elpam remained as calm as a still lake. "You heard correctly." Debo couldn't hold back anymore, screaming, "Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you?" "From the start. Didn't we come here specifically to raid the Elpam?" Debo raged. "That's because I didn't know. The Elpam was a psychotic poison mushroom. Don't you know about tactical retreats? Once a gate is used to escape, it closes forever. There is no second way out." Elpam replied with ice-cold indifference. "I know. That toxic monstrosity still haunts your nightmares, Debo. But running away, just because we finished the bait phase? That's weak. Even our strongest missiles couldn't put a dent in it. We're walking into a death trap." Debo argued, sweat beading on his brow. Yet Elpam remained unmoved. "The variables have shifted. El Pam de Cliff. With the competition gone, this boss is basically a free buffet of XP and loot, plus the bonus payout. Doesn't that tempt you? Or are you planning to breach the contract?" The question silenced Debo instantly. He stammered, I didn't say that. But you better double my cut for this insanity." "Done." Elpam agreed without a second thought. Debo sighed, shifting to battle mode. "Fine, Elpam. But tell me, if melee is suicide and ranged attacks bounce off, how do we kill this thing? I have no intention of throwing my life away." "On an impossible quest," Elpam stated, his eyes gleaming with calculation. As Debo wrestled with his doubts, the scene shifted outside. The Crimson Gate flared violently, spitting out a ragged group of survivors. Their terror was palpable. "You're out already?" Debo sneered, scanning the head count. 40 survivors. This all happened too fast for a clean escape. He spun around to his panting subordinate, Jebber. "Report. What exactly happened in there?" We failed, sir." Jebber gasped, barely able to stand upright. Dulan's squad was wiped out in an instant. Elpam and his men. They're still trapped inside that dungeon. We only escaped because they drew its attention as bait. As that dungeon boss, it's a monstrous threat beyond our league. We were completely helpless. Debir let out a sharp, disbelieving laugh. His voice dripped with pure disdain. "So, apart from tucking your tails and running like absolute cowards, you accomplished nothing. It's the crazy poison mushroom, sir. A legendary terror." Jebber cried, but Debir was unimpressed. Debir turned his back, muttering, "Useless. Pack it up. We're leaving." Jebber froze. Wait, Lord. Lord, Elpam hasn't emerged yet. The gate is still stable. They might still be alive. Dead men walking. De Beer cut him off coldly. It's only a matter of time. You said it yourself. It's the crazy poison mushroom. No one survives that. Stay here if you want to rot. I have better things to do. Dever skovt. Trash. Bad luck or not. A mere two-circle user taking down that beast. Impossible. Average adventurers are a waste of space. I need a true anomaly, someone who can bend reality and turn the impossible into the possible. Back inside the dungeon, the real Manhwa recap action was just beginning. Elpam smirked. Let the hunt begin. High atop the cliff, he drew his massive mechanical bow. Energy crackled with a thunderous boom. The arrow tore through the silence like a searing meteor. Elpam instantly analyzed the incoming data. This boss is faster and tougher than the record stated, and that poison mist makes close combat an absolute nightmare. The only winning move is to maintain distance. I need to crush it with overwhelming long-range firepower. Standard missiles won't even scratch it. But if I use psychokinesis to induce hyperrotation, I can amplify the penetration power exponentially. This is a technique unique to me. In this world, this method, inspired by revolver bullets rifling, was key. It was my secret weapon, a skill defying the laws of physics. The arrow screamed, tearing toward the mushroom skull. But the beast, sensing the killing intent, reacted instantly. It roared, shifting its massive body at the last second. The projectile missed the critical kill shot. Instead of piercing its brain, as intended, it merely grazed the monster's massive torso, carving a deep, painful furrow in its flesh. The crazy, poison mushroom shrieked as the shockwave hammered it. Even a grazing hit carried enough explosive kinetic force to send the behemoth stumbling violently backward. Elpam's hawk-like eyes meticulously scanned the damage. Through the chaos, smoke billowed from the fresh wound. Defense breached. Damn it. I only clipped its arm barely. That won't be enough to put it down for good. I aim for the core right in its head. Missing that shot complicates things immensely. The boss, now fully enraged, wasn't holding back. It unleashed a massive cloud of toxic, suffocating purple gas. Then it blurred into motion, rushing toward Elpam's sniper nest with terrifying speed. Elpam fired again, a desperate volley. But the beast weaved through the arrows, dodging effortlessly. I can't use the revolver spin while moving. Elpam gritted his teeth, frustration mounting. And the cooldown is far too long. I have to end this now, before it climbs the cliff. The monster completely ignored the rain of explosive arrows. Closing the distance, its maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Ready to feast. Now, Debo. Elpam commanded from his perch high above, holding his breath against the putrid stench. Debo hauled on a thick cable with all his might. The hidden tripwire snapped taut, perfectly timed. The charging beast caught its foot and went down hard, face planting into the earth with a thunderous boom. The impact sent mud flying everywhere. As the monster struggled to rise from the thick sludge, Elpam looked down from the peak like a judging god, while the beast screamed, roaring in pure humiliation. A cold voice cut through the air. Hey, you filthy vegetable. A blade flashed, aiming directly for its neural center. Debo joined the fray, gripping his saber tightly. He looked at the battered boss with a sadistic glee. The tables had turned. Finally, I can finally breathe without choking. The air smells sweet, doesn't it? Come on, ugly. Let's dance. Debo raised his weapon, ready for close-quarters combat. Conditions met. Elpam realized the mission wasn't just bait. It was all about positioning. Dragging it into the swamp was the key to neutralizing its mobility. With its movements restricted, and its poison pores clogged with mud, its greatest weapons were now useless. Debo laughed. What's wrong? Big guy? Mad. Because your blowholes are stuffed. Debo swung his blade. */*. The steel sang, wreathed in flames, aiming to incinerate the abomination. My condolences. With a roar, he buried the blade deep into its flesh. Foul, toxic fluid sprayed out like a geyser. Debo didn't let up. Slash after brutal slash rained down, carving the monster apart. until the giant fungus collapsed into the muck. The swamp does more than just block its poison. For a speed-type monster, this sticky terrain is the ultimate death trap, a classic tactic in any leveling manhwa. Now, Elpam unleashed the revolver spin shot. The arrow became a drilling streak of lightning, piercing the boss's hard shell and burrowing deep into its core. Kaboom! A massive explosion erupted from within the beast, blasting mud and debris everywhere. Debo squinted through the thick smoke, unsure of the result. Is it finally dead? But as the smoke cleared, a grim realization hit him. Damn it, this beast's hide is impenetrable. Elpam shouted urgently. Aim for the core. It is right near the head. Without hesitation, Dio unleashed his chainblade. I'm on it. Steel sliced through the air, aiming to strike the boss with deadly precision. But in a split second of terror, the monster's massive arm surged upward, catching the blade mid-flight. Dio froze in horror at the scene unfolding. With a terrifying yank, the creature dragged him toward the abyss. However, Elpam was already moving, channeling his aura. He expertly wielded a massive timber, blocking the boss's path. Dio instantly seized the momentum, using the log as a fulcrum. He defied gravity itself, ready to turn the tide of battle. The monstrous behemoth was violently forced back. Its balance utterly crumbled at this crucial instant. Dio didn't waste even a millisecond of this opening. He twisted his body, preparing for a devastating kick. His heel utterly crashed into the monster's skull. The impact was so massive, it shook the very earth, leaving the colossal giant teetering on the brink of collapse. Seizing his chance, he instantly recalled his weapon. He landed gracefully atop the timber, poised and ready. His eyes locked onto his prey, sharp as a true predator's. The entire swamp trembled beneath their combined might. Yet the nightmare creature lumbered forward once more. Elpham unleashed another wave of divine power from the heavens. Immense pressure crushed down upon the beast. While it reeled back, stunned and confused, Dio raised his blade high. Time to send this thing straight back to hell. But this boss was clearly no low-level mob. It sensed the overwhelming, killing intent. Razor-sharp claws lashed out in a furious blur. In a desperate, last-ditch bid for survival, Dio instantly severed the limb in a brutal spray of gore. His eyes burned with fierce intensity, with the burning resolve of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the very wind. The monster's head was blasted completely clean off. A final, wretched wail echoed hauntingly through the swamp. The headless corpse crashed heavily into the mire, motionless at last. Dio exhaled, flashing a triumphant thumbs up to his partner. Elpham lowered his guard, satisfied with the apparent kill. But then his eyes widened in sheer, unimaginable terror. The headless mushroom monster was still moving. It prepared a blind, devastating attack right behind Dio before he could even react. A massive fist sent his teammate flying through the air. Dio vanished beneath the suffocating, thick mud. The beast stood tall, seemingly mocking their futile efforts. Elpham raised his spear once again. His mind raced. Impossible. I definitely destroyed its head. The spinning lance fired once more. Smoke erupted violently from the impact zone. Yet the monster stood completely unshaken, countering instantly with a wave of deadly venom. While dodging, a terrifying truth began to dawn on him. The headless form leaped with terrifying agility, like a frenzied demon. The monstrous mushroom scurried up the cliff face, closing the distance rapidly. Elpam gritted his teeth. I only have one explosive shot left. I can't afford to miss this shot. Witnessing its horrifying vitality, Dio cursed, "Motherfucker." He burst from the swamp, eyes blazing with fury. Now you've really pissed me off. His blade flew like a seeking viper. Just as the monstrosity reached the summit, steel pinned it against the cliff. Its limbs were severed, sending it tumbling back into the abyss. Got you now. Dio roared in triumph. Take that. But his victory cry died in his throat. Even with half a body, the monster continued to crawl forward. What the hell? His scream echoed through the mountains. This boss is insane. Elpam fired his final rocket, but the beast evaded the blast. And then, the nightmare revealed its true face. From the severed neck, crimson eyes glowed with malice. Elpam leveled his gun, voice cold as ice. So that's where you were hiding your real head. Dio watched in awe from below. Was the previous attack just a feint, a signal shot? Elpam didn't hesitate. The spinning lance struck true, aiming for the monster's real weak point. The impact blasted the beast back into the swamp. The lance drilled deep into its skull, tearing through flesh and bone. A critical hit, piercing the boss straight through. Elpam stood like a god of war atop the cliff below. The monstrous mushroom finally exploded into dust. Dio stared at the magnificent destruction. Finally, it's over. Elpam dragged his exhausted teammate to safety. Dio collapsed, gasping. I really thought I was a goner back there. They gazed down at the battlefield. A sea of purple toxic mist began to rise from the swamp. Dio asked, voice trembling. Is it truly finished? Elpam nodded. Yes, you did well today. We'll collect the mana stones once the poison clears. But his instincts screamed danger. This was a classic system. The monster twisted its upper torso, launching into the air. A crimson light pulsed from its tattered remains. Spewing toxic smoke, the purple fog swallowed Diao whole. From within the mist, a maniacal, unsettling laughter echoed. Meanwhile, back at the guild office, Ran laughed heartily. You ran away? Your temper hasn't changed a bit. The beer bowed his head. I apologize. We should have deployed the Znaz Knights instead. A knock interrupted them. Dever skolith. His patience thin. I said no disturbances. Get lost. The visitor ignored the command. I'm coming in. The beer raged. What? Who dares? But the figure in the doorway made his blood run cold. Elpam announced calmly, I have returned. Rand's eyes lit up with amusement. How interesting. He glanced at the stunned guildmaster. Fey, Dever. What's wrong? Looks like you've seen a ghost. Rand stepped forward. Pleasure to meet you. I am Rand, and you must be Elpam. Your survival skills are truly legendary. You are exactly the man we need for Gofo. Elpam bowed slightly. You flatter me. Rand beamed. Excellent. I appreciate a man who knows his place. I have but one question, Carson. You replicate that miracle in 100-man gate. Elpam fell silent, weighing the impossible request. He replied coolly, that will be difficult. The casual refusal clearly offended Rand. The beer exploded. Watch your tone with the Lord. Elpam, do not forget. You are an adventurer drowning in debt. You don't get to choose your missions. Rand raised a hand. But you didn't say it was impossible, did you? I dislike beating around the bush. I will ask you directly, what is your price? Later, at the local tavern, Dio sprayed his beer across the table in shock. He screamed in disbelief. What? 5 million mio per person? That's 10 million total? That is insane. Seeing Elpam's dark expression, Dio shrank back, sorry. But isn't that too greedy? There's no way they'll accept those terms. This is our first major mission in ages. Elpam took a sip of his drink, indifferent. That's not my problem. They'll be the ones to decide. Dio sighed, anxious about the fallout. How can you be so calm after causing such a scene? If this deal falls through, the beer will blacklist us forever. A figure emerged from the shadows, calm as a still lake, contrasting our near-death panic. Debo slammed his fist down in a rage. Say, is this how you repay your saviors? He roared, forget the ranks. Let's settle this with steel, right here and now. But then, the unthinkable happened. The group bowed low, their pride shattered. We apologize, Ibiru confessed, for doubting your skills as adventurers. The shame consumes me. He pressed a heavy sack into Debo's hands. The promised reward for 30 heads. 15 million, as agreed. Debo stammered, completely floored, huh? Thanks. But Elpam cut in, his voice like ice. We agreed on 1 million meso. I'll only take what my contract demands. Keep your gratitude. His cold detachment left Ibiru and Jebber frozen in place. Debo mumbled, checking the bag. Tisk. False alarm. Guess I'll just count my coin. Elpam turned his sharp gaze to the pirate. You Ibiru? Was it And you, are you actually capable? Meanwhile, in Rant's office, the beer shouted, impossible. 10 million meso. That's the rate for a third or fourth circle adventurer. He may be the strongest awakening Manhwa candidate we have, but yielding to these demands sets a dangerous precedent. Sir, he's likely bluffing to test the waters. Recall him immediately for renegotiation. Rant's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is that what you truly believe? Honestly, even double that price would be a bargain. The beer gasped in disbelief. What? Rand slid a document across the mahogany desk. Read. De Beer took the paper, his hands trembling. It stated that for the Gaufro Merchant Guild, only Elpam's party would be deployed. Just 2 men, yet pure madness. But as he read on, the impossible truth began to sink in. Is this authentic? Rand leaned back, completely unfazed. If this were fake, I'd already be dead. This intel cost a fortune, after all. A cold shiver ran down De Beer's spine. The Demon King, if this is truly happening. Rand set his pen down with a heavy finality. Make no mistake, De Beer. The war, you see, has already begun. Outside, the sky remained a mockingly clear blue, indifferent to the chaos brewing at the gate. Adventurers gathered around their flickering fires, whispering like restless shadows. I can't believe they actually accepted those insane terms. Debo grinned at the surrounding chatter, but Elpam checked him. Stay sharp. Debo scoffed. Relax. I'm a seasoned pro in this leveling Manhwa world now. Elpam's badge caught the light, gleaming on his chest. The surrounding glares were heavy with hostility and suspicion. The air feels thick today, Debo noted nervously. Well. Fresh meat, a voice called out. A stranger approached with a practiced, unsettling smile. You're from Gafaro? I'm student E-rank from the Genus Guild. El Pamri Plaid Kuli. Pain. C-rank. Sudan blinked, utterly stunned. C-rank. Impossible. This gate is restricted to first and second circles. How did a C-rank get clearance? Before he could finish, a sharp voice cut through. Move it. Father Carey shoved Sudan aside. I have business with him. Sudan clicked his tongue. There with her, Elpam instantly analyzed the threat instantly. Flashback to the office, where he had asked, why take this job? Don't ask questions, the handler had said. Our guild is partnering with the legendary Sigmas Knights for this Grand Gate. They serve Empress Sigmas, the strongest order in the entire realm. Even the icons of power are watching this gate hungrily. De Beer had explained. The entry slots were monopolized by other major guilds, leaving us with no room, so we allied with them. They're just trainees, but their pedigree boosts our success rate, even if they have hidden agendas for entering. The terms were lucrative, so we sealed the deal with a handshake. Elfame sighed, understanding. Simple cooperation should be easy enough. Don't get cocky, De Beer warned him. Something about them. My gut screams danger. Back in the present, the girl sneered. I am Kiri, leader of the Sigmas cadets. Don't mistake this alliance for equality. Just because we spoke? I hate baggage. Just obey orders and stay quiet. Debo bristled with irritation. What is her problem? Who does she think she is? She eyed them with disdain. Just 2 from Gaforo? Pathetic. Elfame met her gaze calmly. It seems so. Kiri sighed dramatically. Did Gaforo give up? Heavy footsteps approached. First, the Dick Merchant Guild, led by the Hulking Knockers. Next, the Mia Guild's elite team, led by Kios. Debo swallowed hard. The pressure from these elites was suffocating. Finally, the Goldrig Guild arrived. The Natasha sisters. Their badges gleamed like stars in the night. Kiri rolled her eyes at their arrogance. Then Lonko stepped forward. Assemble. Everyone is here. I'm the warden for this sweep. We provide support while you raid. Listen closely to the loot distribution protocols, even if your guilds already briefed you. Legendary artifacts are not yours. Even if you bleed for them, they belong to the guilds. The moment you exit this gate, the ownership is absolute. You get your contract pay. Be grateful we let you keep the monoliths you harvest. He continued, his voice dark. Try to smuggle an artifact, and you answer to my B-rank enforcement squad. His arm rippled with muscle. Bound by 5 heavy power restriction rings. Debo gasped. 5 rings. They're all monsters. Briefing over. Enter. Lonko barked. Kiri marched forward. Follow me. Victory belongs to Sigmas. Debo stared at her back, bewildered. Is she insane? We have to babysit that ego. Elpham remained silent, deep in thought. All my preparations have led to this moment. The one dungeon I missed in my past life. It all starts here. He stepped into the abyss. Debo scrambled after him. Hey, don't expect me to save you if you start crying. The Crimson Gate flared with blinding intensity, swallowing them whole, and spitting them out into a new dimension. Twilight draped over an endless sea of reeds. The guide's voice cut through the air. Everyone, stay close to me. Debo stared at the towering grass, dwarfing him completely. Whoa, is this grass on steroids or what? Kiri shot him a sharp look. Do you think we're here for a picnic? Focus, fall behind, and you're dead weight. Her attitude grated on his nerves. Elpham, are we seriously going to let them disrespect us like this? Those bastards. Suddenly, EPA dropped to one knee, pressing his ear to the earth. Debo blinked, confused. What are you doing down there? But then, a terrifying rumble echoed from the ground beneath them. Debo's eyes narrowed. At the rising dust cloud on the horizon. I think I hear something. A stampede of beasts charged with murderous intent. Ice boars. Are you kidding me? Someone's voice cracked in panic. There must be over 1,000 of them. Carrie roared orders over the chaos. What are you standing there for? Scatter now. We still have teammates entering the gate. Do not lead the monsters to the entrance. That is the iron law, but fear had already taken hold, scattering the formation like leaves in a storm. El Nido Merchant Guild, move this way. No, we're heading this side. The group fractured. Just as the ice boars slammed into their position, the beasts locked onto them, eyes burning with hunger for fresh meat. Carrie commanded her squad. Excellent. Lure them into the rough terrain. We'll slaughter them once they're slowed down. But a grim report interrupted her. My lady, we have a problem. The Gaffer Merchant Guild. They vanished. Carrie's face went utterly pale. What did you say? Yet, miles away from her panic, Debo was casually enjoying the refreshing breeze. Man, this breeze feels amazing. I think we can finally chill out now. He turned to EPA, but seriously, how did you predict those ice boars would charge like that? EPA replied calmly. Experience. Plains like this are highways for beast herds. The ice boar, a beast averaging 2 meters in length. Violent by nature, they hunt in packs of hundreds, sometimes thousands. Their hide is tough, making them a real pain to kill, but not impossible to hunt. The other merchant guilds know this. They fled to avoid a pointless skirmish. No one wants to drain their stamina this early inside a major gate, because in this place, no one knows what nightmare awaits us next. It won't end with just a few pigs. Before my regression, the raid on the sleeping forest ended in a total massacre. Every single adventurer was completely wiped out. It was a tragedy worthy of a dark, leveling manhwa. And Debo noticed EPA's intense focus. Bro, why so serious? What's on your mind? Before he could finish, his foot snagged on a hidden tripwire. His eyes went wide. In a split second, EPA yanked him back. Whoosh. A massive spiked log swung down, missing Debo's face by a hair's breadth. Holy, what was that? Staring at the deadly mechanism, EPA spoke one word. A trap. Debo couldn't believe it. Who the hell sets traps inside a dungeon? Nearby, another trap triggered. A massive wooden spike launched at an adventurer, but with a flash of cold steel. The man drew his blade. Slash. The trap was cleaved cleanly in two. The man scoffed coldly. Child's play. His subordinate reported, area secured, sir. That seems to be the last of them. Crocus, leader of the Mechanic Guild, narrowed his eyes. Do not lower your guard. He scanned the forest with a predator's gaze. Simple as they seem, those traps were designed to kill. They're mimicking human-style hunting tactics, just by observing their craftsmanship. These are no ordinary mindless beasts. Intelligence? That means only one thing. Goblins. And they're a massive headache to deal with. Their threat-level rivals, a red gate boss. This confirms it. The difficulty of this major gate is S rank. Without an elite adventurer of my caliber, you lot would be marching to your graves in blissful ignorance. Crocus smirked, his arrogance practically overflowing. We will turn this to our advantage. Follow me, he barked orders at the group. And keep your eyes open. Don't miss a thing. But the moment he turned his back, thud, before his sentence could even finish, his severed head hit the dirt behind him. A storm of hidden projectiles shredded his squad. Like paper, Crocus's consciousness faded. His lips moved one last time. What? Then, darkness took him. His headless body collapsed heavily, blood pooling in the soil. A shadow stepped forward. All that yapping. You really thought you were someone special. Huh. Meanwhile, the true scheme of this dungeon was revealed. The ice boars were just a distraction for the invaders. I don't know whose plan this was, but it works for us. Time for me to clock in. Hiding in the brush, it was William. Looking utterly bored, he sighed. Scratching his head, what a drag. But I suppose it's unavoidable. We're running on a tight schedule. Let's get this over. Suddenly, the adventurers froze. Their limbs refused to obey. Locked in invisible chains. William smirked. Don't bother struggling. That's paralysis magic. You're stuck like that for at least 30 minutes. A woman gritted her teeth, forcing out words. Why are you doing this? Oh, impressive. William raised an eyebrow. You can still speak through the bind. You must be from an acid guild clock. Without hesitation, he drove a blade through her stomach, sending her straight to the afterlife. You seemed like a variable, so I had to delete you first. The remaining members of the Three Sisters Guild could only shudder in silent terror. William glanced at the corpse, pondering, why do I do this? That's a philosophical question. His eyes glowed with pure malice. Dark magic swirled around his spear. As he aimed it at the remaining two, let me put it in a language you'll understand. A chilling grin stretched across his face. Everything is for the dark wizard. Boom! Red light engulfed their vision. The two living women were instantly reduced to a mist of blood and bone. The air grew heavy with the metallic scent of death. William sighed, wiping blood from his cheek. So messy. I really just wanted a nap. His mind then drifted back to the past, to the moment his master, York, summoned him. William, he knelt instantly. I am here. Master York's voice echoed through the dark palace, like a chilling curse. We have waited in the shadows for an eternity, hiding our true strength, biding our time. The time has finally come to harvest the fruit of our patience. William bowed his head. I will not fail you. My Lord York handed him a feather emanating dark energy. Take this. It is a gift from him. Failure is not an option with this artifact. Guess I can't exactly slack off now. Back in the present. William moved out, ready to hunt his next prey. Guess I have to get serious for once. Night fell over the dungeon. Deep within the gate, the monster encampment came alive. Sentries patrolled the perimeter, guarding their stronghold against intruders. Elpam and Deebwa crouched in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the scene. Deebwa's jaw dropped, terror gripping him. What the hell are those things? Deebwa's voice trembled as he turned to Elpam. Are those things all boss-level monsters? Elpam replied, with a calm that sent shivers down Deebwa's spine. I already told you. Only one of them holds the title of bossa, but numbers were the least of their worries. Every single one of these creatures boasts the vitality and strength of an elite ranker. Just look at them, scavenging gear from fallen adventurers. Engaging them is a death wish. Some of them can even utilize artifacts to trigger high-level skills. Upon hearing this, the color drained from Debo's face as terror gripped him. Are you kidding me? That's a full raid party of monsters. You expect the two of us to clear them out? Elpam answered with a casual shrug. Exactly. At least you're quick on the uptake. Debo couldn't stop his knees from shaking. What kind of insanity are you spouting? Two people can't take an army. We need to turn back right now and regroup with that curry woman squad. Elpam shot back a cold question. Weren't you the one begging to split from them earlier? Regret washed over Debo like a tidal wave as he realized his fatal mistake. I didn't know we were walking into a nest of monsters. Back then, I'm telling you, If it's just us, I'm sitting this fight out. Nearby patrols force them into sudden silence. A beast scanned the area with predatory instincts. Suddenly, it sensed killing intent from behind and whipped its head around. Debo swung his blade in a desperate arc, but the creature dodged with terrifying speed. Panic exploded in his voice. Is he seriously making me do this? I'm not cut out for solo. A massive fist hammered toward him. Debo barely evaded the death blow, slamming his hilt into the earth to vault backward in, a display of unexpected agility. He stuck the landing, gripping his weapon tight. What followed was a pathetic dance of cat and mouse. But fate is cruel, and a heavy fist finally connected with Debo's jaw. Rage flared in his eyes as he swung back. "Shut your mouth, you ugly bastard." But the monster's counterattack came instantly, punishing his arrogance. The beast dominated the rhythm of this bloody duel. Debo roared, channeling every ounce of his aura into his blade. For one final strike, he leaped high. He brought his steel down, aiming for a spine-shattering blow, but he only cleaved empty air. The monster, however, effortlessly sidestepped, ready to punish that sneak attack. The powerful blow sent Debo flying like a rag doll. He gritted his teeth, fighting back the pain. Seriously, why won't this thing just die? The beast bared its menacing fangs. Ready for round two. Debo scrambled aside at the very last second, shifting his footwork, but his escape route led him straight into the jaws of hell. A massive hand crushed his skull. The monster slammed Debo's body into the ground with bone-breaking force, then hoisted him up by the head like a trophy. In a moment of pure survival instinct, Debo smashed his pommel into the beast's jaw. Roaring in pain, it released its grip, allowing Debo to retreat from the kill zone. Adrenaline refused to let him rest. He launched himself forward like a gale wind as Debo's blade descended. The monster roared, throwing a punch to meet him head-on. Silence returned to the chaotic forest. The beast crumbled to dust, returning to the earth. Pam had stepped in at the critical moment. Yet Debo barked, "I didn't think you'd actually lift a finger to help." Pam replied coolly, "It looked like you had it under control. See, your combat confidence has leveled up." But Debo was fuming. "Carson, finesse? I'm just questioning my life choices. If this place is crawling with monsters like that, we are doomed." Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening at the horror before them. What is this carnage? Bodies littered the ground ahead. Aren't these the knights from the Sigma's guild? What could have slaughtered them? A faint groan broke the silence. Debo shouted, "Pam, one of them is still breathing." Pam approached the survivor. "Tell me, what happened here? Did the goblins wipe you out?" Pinna, a member of the Sigma's knights, gritted his teeth in agony. "No." Watching from afar, they realized it was a trap. The revelation sent a chill down to Beer's spine. He gasped, "Impossible." Pin continued his grim tale. "Ambushers attacked us right inside the gate. Since no one knows what truly happens inside a dungeon, it's the perfect crime scene. Once they escape, the gate closes, and all evidence vanishes into the void forever. But this situation is a zero-sum game. The survivors are then forced to clear a high-difficulty dungeon with depleted numbers and exhausted stamina. Even if they miraculously clear the gate and return with loot, the outside world will view them with suspicion. The Beer analyzed the situation. Is this a ploy to eliminate rival guild leaders? It's too risky if caught. It would trigger an all-out war between the merchant factions. No merchant group would take such a reckless gamble. There must be a mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows inside the gate. Debo was in disbelief. "No way." El Pam scanned the area. "I don't see that woman anywhere. Where's Kiri?" Pin slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. "Damn it, this is my fault. How could I let a viper hide in our ranks? Why would Lady Kiri betray us?" El Pam narrowed his eyes. "It makes no sense. Wasn't she a sworn member of the Cygnus Knights?" Pin looked vacant, lost in the horror. "I refuse to believe it. But her orders at the entrance make sense now. Lady Kiri, she's a disciple of the Black Mage." Debo reeled back as if struck. "The Black Mage? That name belongs to one of the transcendent. This is exactly like a historical manhwa recap. Come to life. 800 years ago, the Black Mage threatened the very existence of the king. 6 legendary heroes rose up, turning the tides of war. By sealing themselves away with the darkness, the allied forces launched a counterattack on the panicked cultists, eradicating the Black Mage's followers, wiped from the face of history. Every citizen of Maple World knows this legend by heart, but to think this cult has returned, it's a nightmare brought to life. A follower of the Black Mage here. Impossible. Elle pas m'interjecter sharply. Forget about hunting monsters. We need to find that woman immediately. Carson, you move. Knight, you better be ready to cross swords when we find Kiri. Pin's eyes blazed with vengeance. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Footsteps echoed in the dead silence of the night. Kiri moved with purpose until she spotted William. He greeted her with a sinister smile. I've been waiting for you. His gang of thugs stood ready. William chuckled. Lady Kiri, it looks like you had some fun with the ice boars. Splitting them up made our purge plan much easier. We're in the endgame now. So, how did you like the little gift we prepared for you? Kiri pointed her cold steel at them. Who are you people? Meanwhile, back with Debo, voices drifted through the dark. If you're hurt, we can slow down. Pam is already way ahead of us. Thanks, but I'm fine. Debo smiled with innocent confidence. Don't sweat it, my Pam has a nose for treasure. We'll reunite with her in no time. Pin's face twisted into a sneer. Is that right? Murderous intent flooded the air. Perfect. Meanwhile, shattering the sunset's calm, Kiri launched a devastating assault on the Dark Mage's lackeys. Steel screamed against steel. Chaos erupted. Watching from the sidelines, William clapped slowly. Now that is impressive. Standard practice for a captain of the Sigil Knights, I assume. Let's see how long your stamina lasts. Kiri didn't give an inch. She unleashed the art of the rising sun. Her opponent scoffed, quit showing off. But in a flash, a masterful strike silenced the arrogant woman forever, before she could even question her existence. The Sunbreaker blade ignited. Flames roared, reducing her body to nothing but ash. But Kiri exhaled as exhaustion crept in. Her eyes turned icy as she threatened the survivors. If you don't want to die here, tell me your objective now. So noisy, the enemy leader spat. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill her. The minions swarmed her like rabid dogs. Die, they screamed. But suddenly, a blur sliced through the tall grass. A mysterious force obliterated the attackers into a bloody mist. The leader's jaw dropped in horror. Saved from the brink of death, Kiri frowned at the newcomer. Wait, you. Debo stood there, radiating heroic energy. But let's rewind to that moment with Pin. My Pam is great at finding things, Debo had said. We'll see her soon. The moment Pin said, that's good, he struck. He choked Debo, grinning like a maniac. Send her my regards when you see her in hell. But a rookie can't beat a veteran. Debo slammed him to the ground effortlessly. Pam watched coldly as the traitor screamed in agony. My hand. It's broken. Debo was clueless. Bum. What's going on? Pam glared down. You disappoint me. I gave you a chance. And this is how you repay me. Terror filled Pin's eyes. Before ending him, Pam whispered one final truth. I never trusted you, trash. To begin with. Back in reality, William stepped forward, his aura menacing. How strange, an uninvited guest has arrived. A lackey reported, Sir William. That's a member of the Gothwar merchant group. If he's alive, that means William cut him off. I know, Pin was too cowardly to even kill himself. Useless, he sighed. I gave him a chance to redeem himself for losing Lady Kiri. Yet he failed. What a drag. Since these two look strong, send in the elites. Wipe them out. Debo readied his weapon. Kiri warned, watch out for these scumbags. I know. Debo smirked with overflowing confidence. They're just a bunch of perverts, right? Kiri sighed. What are you waiting for? William barked, end this. Debo glanced at Kiri. You handle one. I'll take care of the rest of these pests. Mongrel trash. Don't get cocky. She yelled as a massive wind forced the enemies back. But Kiri collapsed, her stamina completely drained. Strong, huh? That's one down. Debo gloated. Suddenly, a piercing attack struck. He barely sidestepped it. A blazing arrow aimed straight at his heart. The female assassin clicked her tongue in annoyance. But while he was distracted, a coward launched a sneak attack from the shadows. Debo froze. Pain flared across his back as a blade sliced flesh. The attacker looked at his bloodied back and sneered. Just a scratch. He raised his sword again. Time to send you to the afterlife. The enemy leaped high, locking onto his target from above. You muscle brain, move. Kiri screamed, but Debo was already gone. Appearing behind the enemy with glowing red eyes, he delivered a lethal slash. Another one rushed in. Is that all? I was just warming up. Debo weaved through the sharp blades like water. He swung his blade, sending the next goon flying. He stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. What the hell is this brute strength? The enemy gasped as his ally's body slammed into him. Watching his men fail, William groaned, pathetic. Kiri was tearing through them too. She glared at William. You call these weaklings your elite warriors? Jiro stood there, humiliated and silent. William's eyes went cold. I can't watch this circus anymore. That's enough. You've wasted enough of my precious time. He raised a spear that looked just like Elfham's. Debo gasped, a flame missile. It came roaring towards him, faster than even Elfham's attacks. Asterisk boom, asterisk. A massive explosion swallowed the area. William smirked arrogantly. You froze because you recognized the technique, didn't you? But my mastery exists on an entirely different dimension. Even with that knowledge, you couldn't possibly dodge this. Game over. Now, let's proceed to the Great Gate. But suddenly, his words died in his throat. As the smoke cleared and imposing, godlike figures stood amidst the flames. Debo stood there, completely unharmed. Elfham's eyes glowed with terrifying sharpness. A trembling William stammered. Who are you? Elfham pointed casually into the distance. I hate to inform you, he said smoothly, but you have more guests. Suddenly, massive ice bears burst forth from the reeds. Their jaws hit the floor. It wasn't just one. An entire stampede of monsters was charging right at them. An ice bear with razor-sharp fangs lunged, but William cut the beast down instantly. He glared at Elfham. You lured a monster horde to us and ran. You bastard. He barked orders at Jero. Sorry, Sir William, Jero cried, standing over a pile of beast corpses. I just finished cleaning up this side. William's voice dropped an octave. We don't have time to regroup. Forget the beasts. Chase that man immediately. The subordinates roared. Yes, sir. William gritted his teeth. If they escape the Great Gate. Damn it, my head is pounding. There's something wrong about that guy, sir. Footprints found over here. William turned to Jero. If you see that cloaked man, just stall him. I will execute him personally. Jero hesitated. Is that wise, sir? I know my place, but that man's aura. He's definitely not just some random traveler. A cold voice pierced the air. Do you even know who you are worrying about? You know the truth, don't you? In this Great Gate, I reign supreme. Meanwhile, Elfham's squad vanished into the emerald depths of the forest. Diogarind. Bro, did you see the look on their faces? I wonder how they will survive. Being chewed up by those boars. However, Elfham's expression remained grim. Don't underestimate them. They won't die that easily. Watch your step. This forest is crawling with traps. Dio's curiosity lingered, but his guard was up. Elpham, but why didn't you finish them back there? You had the perfect opening. Elpham's answer sent a chill down his spine. Because he's stronger than me. Dio froze, completely stunned. Say what? The memory of their clash replayed in his mind. His fire arrow's speed, its impact, everything was superior. When I countered with my own magic, his spell tore right through mine. I couldn't believe my eyes. My aim never falters, yet against him, it was like throwing a pebble at a boulder. Dio forced a laugh. Come on. Stronger than you? Stop joking. Elpham didn't flinch. Why would I joke about survival? Panic finally set in for Dio. So, we're actually running for our lives. Elpham rolled up his sleeve. The magic circle glowed on his skin. My circle has expanded to its absolute limit, even with the same spell. The level of expansion dictates speed and power. I'm at the peak of the second circle. Logically, we should be equals. Or, I should be superior. But his strength defies the system's logic, seeing how he entered the Great Gate. He's definitely a second circle user too. Somehow, he's reinforced his skills beyond the limit. He's the strongest adventurer here. Dio gasped, impossible. The news weighed heavy on them. Then what's the plan? Should we use the goblin strategy again? El Pam shook his head. No, that won't work twice. Goblins are smarter than boars. They'll recognize us as enemies and turn the trap against us. Kiri snapped, cutting him off. Wait, what are you two even talking about? Don't you grasp the gravity of this situation? A follower of the Dark Mage is hiding within the X. Naznaiches. This intel decides the fate of the Mali world. We must escape and report this. Forget this Manhwa. Recap adventure. We leave now. El Pamskolith. Meaningless. Dio just blinked, utterly dumbfounded. Kyrie glared, absolutely seething. I knew it. Once a slave, always a slave. Are you still chasing petty rewards? El Pam calmly countered. All right, say we warn the outside then. Do you truly believe that solves the problem? Don't be so naive. These fanatics have hidden for centuries. Exposing just one is like cutting a single leaf off a poisonous tree. No, we must dig out the roots. If they simply go into hiding now, they will never be found again. They will rot this world from the inside out. Kiri trembled with rage, then screamed, We can't fight. We can't run. What then? What the hell do you want us to do if you won't help? Shut up. We are being hunted. Right now. We are leaving this place. El Pam cut her off. No, we find him first. We decide who the real hunter is. Silence fell over the forest. But that peace was short-lived. Heavy footsteps thundered against the earth. Sudan and his kill squad were closing in. Find them. Sudan roared. If they escape the Great Gate, our heads will roll. Suddenly, a shadow lunged and Dio grinned. Hello there. Sudan stumbled back, barely dodging the blade. The minions swarmed Dio instantly. Idiots, you walked right into your graves. I will kill you myself. But then, snap, a rope holding a massive log gave way. The trap sprung. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The log crushed a mercenary. Instantly, Kiri had cut the rope. Dio wasted no time, raising his blade. Looking away during a death match? Rookie mistake. Dio slashed. But Sudan charged Dio. Dio simply tilted his head. The steel missed his jugular by a single millimeter. Sudan's eyes went wide. What? Dio didn't talk. He acted. An uppercut sent Sudan flying. Dropping his blade, Dio turned his fists into lethal weapons. He treated the knight like a punching bag. A vicious stomp to the face drew fresh blood. Nearby, an archer aimed straight for Dio's blind spot, but Kiri was already one step ahead. The archer gasped, What the? A powerful kick sent her crashing into the dirt. Kiri descended upon them like a Valkyrie. Her blade came crashing down. Tia barely managed to parry it with her sword. Gritting her teeth, Kiri relentlessly pressed the attack. Keep your eyes on me, trash. I am in a foul mood. Meanwhile, sunlight dappled through the dense canopy. William strolled calmly, spear in hand. It seems the party has already begun. But I have one burning question. He stared intently at El Pam's back. Were you waiting for us? El Pam turned. Eyes cold as ice, both spears ignited with raw mana. Let's dance. William instantly conjured his fire arrow. Instantly, El Pam matched him. Flame for flame. The projectiles screamed through the air. El Pam expertly sidestepped the inferno. His gaze remained unwavering. He launched his own counterattack. William's eyes bulged with manic glee. Magnificent! A massive explosion rocked the very forest. El Pam shielded his face from the searing heat. Thick black smoke choked the air. But through the haze, something solid flew. By the time El Pam saw it, it was too late. A rock. William's voice whispered right behind his ear. Is that all you've got? He unleashed his rocket, lighting up the void with raging fire. The flames swept wildly through the forest, but amidst the roaring inferno, Alpam silueta sluli amarja, like a demon ripped straight from hell. He stepped forth completely unscathed. On the other side, William scoffed in excitement. You actually dodged that? Color me surprised. I knew you lacked the power to block it head-on. So how did you do it? Not much of a talker, are you? Fine then. Hard to chat in the middle of a death match, anyway. Then I will beat the words out of you. Despite the villain's endless rambling, our hero remained utterly silent as the grave, left-hand spiral spear slammed directly into him. That move left him completely shaken. Did he just use psychic interference to redirect that arrow? It pierced right through his magic like a drill. I've never witnessed anything like this. This technique utterly suppressed his opponent. William gasped in disbelief. Impossible. You reinforced your skills with psychic interference. Now I get it. You're one of those so-called geniuses, aren't you? That's precisely the type of person I despise most. So, shall we spice things up a bit then? Show me the true extent of your power. You're ready to grant his death wish. A fist brimming with devastating energy swung his way. He gathered earth and stone to block the enemy rocket, but the projectile pierced right through it. The villain gloated. What are you doing? Is playing hide-and-seek all you know how to do? The protagonist's hand extended once more. William ducked, barely dodging the returning rocket. He froze in shock. Since when did it loop back? Elpham remained silent from start to finish, focusing all his aura into his palm. The rocket slashed past the opponent's face. Again, he struggled to dodge the homing missile, cold sweat pouring down his face. He launched a desperate counterattack, firing another blazing rocket. Enough games. Elpham remained eerily calm as the projectile flew in. His left hand formed a spiral spear like a drill. Two massive power sources violently collided, triggering a catastrophique explosion. William smirked, believing his plan had succeeded. You finally used up both shots, didn't you? Suddenly, a deadly green miasma spewed from the villain's ring, spreading rapidly in all directions. The toxin instantly clung to Elpham's face. The sky drowned in thick, poisonous fog. But as the toxic haze gradually lifted, a figure vaguely emerged from a mist. He started yapping again. This poison is quite useful. It forces you to reveal an opening while casting. You're a user of fire and psychic interference, aren't you? He sneered. I can easily block your attacks. If I force your rockets into a cool-down state, you're utterly helpless for the next 30 minutes. My arrows are also on cooldown, so I'll have the distinct pleasure of finishing you off with this dagger. Now, for my favorite part, I can't wait any longer. Oh, I'm dying to see that look of utter despair on your face. Will you tremble in fear? Will you beg for mercy? While William drowned in his grand illusions, Elpham had already chambered a devastating fist. The fool didn't even sense his impending doom. By the time he realized, it was already too late. His eyes bulged in shock as the fist crashed down, caving William's entire face inward. With a sickening crunch, our protagonist's expression was deadly sharp. William was sent flying backward. Flashback to when Ibiru pressed Debo. How exactly did he do that in the tavern that day? Ibiru was desperate for an answer. Tell me how he neutralized the toxin from those crazy, poisonous mushrooms. Your boss isn't here, so spill the beans. I'll cover the tab. Debo replied casually. Even if I tried, it would be useless. That's not a skill you can just use whenever you feel like it. He calls the technique carcinvergence, right? It's a skill that uses psychic power to vacuum and condense the surrounding air. Just when I thought it was over, he inhaled every drop of poison in that massive area. That's all. Nothing special, right? Ibiru thought his ears were deceiving him. Say what? That's basically a cheat code. Debo laughed loudly. My boss is a magnificent fraud, a true bug in this system. Back in the present battle, in the Manhwa world, William had been completely outplayed, reduced to nothing but a punching bag for our hero. Even as his teeth flew out like confetti, he still tried to ask about the poison, but Elpham gave him no chance to speak. Another heavy blow forced his mouth shut. He channeled raw power into his fist. William drowned in agony. As a rain of fists plummeted upon him, he was blasted into a distant tree. The spear was summoned instantly. Elpham's hand tightened around the shaft. A blazing rocket was unleashed. As William gasped, struggling for air, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets, reflecting the golden death hurtling towards him. The rocket tore straight through him. His severed arm lay abandoned on the ground. Despite the brutal amputation, William summoned every ounce of strength and roared. His deadly poison exploded outward, shrouding the space once more. Elpham extended his hand, wrapped in a mystical blue radiance. Elpham's ability activated. He contained William's poison within a tight sphere. He then glanced at the villain. Cheap tricks and madness won't save you now, since his poison failed. He must be trying to retrieve his staff. Go ahead. I will end you instantly. Suddenly, a massive fireball roared from behind, obliterating everything in its path. And only when the searing heat scorched his face did Elpham realize he had been ambushed. William had constructed a gigantic magic matrix. The rocket borrowed power from the formation and slammed into Elpham. The villain screamed, "You bastard! I will tear you to shreds." The ground was gouged into a deep, endless trench. Elpham coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing himself. I was too arrogant. I never expected a fireball to be his trump card in the past. I never would have made such a rookie mistake. As scorching masses of fire hurtled toward him, he realized he had truly lost his edge. The surge of fire was felt by Debo in another zone. He grabbed Sudan by the collar, shouting in worry, "Elpham!" Meanwhile, Kyrie's blade danced through the enemy lines, sending his severed head tumbling. She barked at Debo, "Wrap it up. The enemy is too strong. He cannot hold out alone." Debo snapped back, "I am fighting as fast as I can." Just then, an arrow pierced straight through Sudan's skull. Heavy footsteps thundered against the earth as a horde of savage green goblins charged. The leader was armed with a crossbow. Debo cursed, "Damn it. I was wondering when these pests would show up." Kyrie squinted suspiciously. "Green goblins. We need to focus. We gotta wipe them out now." Debo warned her, "Don't underestimate them. They're not going to be easy prey." Suddenly, a wooden palanquin materializes, carried by a host of subservient goblins. Debo continued, spotting the boss, sitting majestically atop the litter. And that strange guy is here, too. The goblin boss bares his fangs, gazing at them with twisted amusement. Meanwhile, on the far side of the battlefield, smoke and ash choke the air. Amidst the brutal carnage, William lets out a long, ragged breath of relief. He's finally dead, he mutters, but his triumph is short-lived. Blood erupts from his lips, staining the earth crimson, as hideous veins crawl up his neck. He's been poisoned. I'll admit. A deep voice booms, "You're not half bad. For pushing me this far, I grant you the honor of knowing my name before you die." It's EPA. Terror seizes William's heart as the name echoes. Impossible. Stepping through the roaring flames like a true demon, EPA glares, etch that name into your very soul. It's the last thing you'll ever hear. William refuses to accept defeat, cackling maniacally. "You filthy insect! Your bluffing won't save you now. You speak of my ability?" EPA cuts him off coldly. "True, 2 circles wouldn't be enough to end you." Then suddenly, a radiant orange mana stone materializes in his grasp. William's eyes widen in utter disbelief. "A mana stone? You've lost your mind. Do you really think absorbing that will force an awakening? Raw mana alone cannot raise your rank." "You're right. What I needed was enlightenment, forged in the fires of combat." A terrifying aura explodes around EPA, just like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Realizing his true, devastating potential, William gritted his teeth as a third. A mystical mark carves itself onto EPA's arm. 3 circles. I finally possess the power I lacked. William launches a desperate, last-ditch offensive. "You're all talk. D." 2 blazing missiles screamed through the air, but Aoife watched them approach with chilling indifference. Aoife drew back his spear, channeling his newfound might, unleashing his devastating technique. A missile of cataclysmic proportions erupted from his weapon. William tried to defend with a firewall, but it was utterly futile. Aoife's magic twisted into a spiraling drill of pure inferno. William's eyes nearly bulged from his skull. In pure horror, the colossal construct slammed into him. William shrieked as the impact shattered him. It's over. The blast sent his broken body flying, setting the entire forest ablaze. Aoife stared down at the massive crater he had carved. Nothing remained of his enemy but drifting ash. Ah, he muttered casually. I forgot to ask for his name. Elsewhere, the heavy footsteps of green goblins shook the very earth. The monsters fanned out, hunting for fresh prey within the dense woods. Kiri dragged the injured Debo behind a tree, her heart pounding. This is a nightmare, she thought. Debo, however, was still lost in the battles. Lust, recalling how he cleaved through them. Kiri watched him in disbelief. How is he slaughtering these monsters so easily? Debo laughed arrogantly. Piece of cake. I can read their moves like an open book. You trash, a goblin roared. Throwing a massive punch, Debo vaulted into the air. Dodging the blow, he crashed down behind the beast, his blade flashing. And that makes 18. But before his blade could taste blood, a colossal energy blast swept toward him. The entire clearing was instantly engulfed. In a devastating explosion, the goblin sneered. Kiri's eyes narrowed as she analyzed the trajectory. Was that a magic missile? She looked up to see a goblin mage channeling a spell with a staff. How does a monster possess such firepower? It's even using artifacts. This wasn't a normal mob. It was an aberration. Damn it. We're in serious trouble. We have to survive until Aoife returns, if he's even still alive. Just then, a razor-sharp claw slashed from the shadows behind her. Acting on instinct, Kiri snatched Debo and leaped away. Just in time, the horde of goblins roared, swarming after them like a tide of death. Cornered, Kiri hurled Debo into the air. With her hands free, she sliced a goblin in two, then caught Debo perfectly as he descended. So annoying. I could handle them one-on-one, but not like this. Suddenly, her instinct screamed. Death was approaching fast. Another fireball screamed toward them. Eyeing the Elfame, she prayed. If only that monster Elfame were here. She scrambled, dragging Debo out of the blast zone. The forest lit up with the explosion, the Elfame roaring in delight. But as the thick smoke parted, a silhouette stood firm within the haze. Debo had returned to the fray. Standing tall against the Elfame. Collapsed on the ground, Kiri gasped. Hey, Debo, you're still standing. His face was a mask of dark fury. Without a word, Debo launched himself forward. He crashed into the goblin ranks, his blade shearing through them, as if they were made of wet clay. A cunning goblin attempted a backstab, but Debo ducked with supernatural reflexes, leaving the creature frozen in shock, its strike hitting nothing but air. The Elfame unleashed another hellish fireball, obliterating the area. Impossible, Kiri whispered. Through the flame, she saw Debo soaring high, diving straight for the Elfame's head. Is he really just a first circle user? Kiri wondered. Fire blazed in Debo's eyes as he brought his heavy blade down, with earth-shattering force. Inches before the blade connected, a point-blank fireball blasted Debo away. Kiri rushed to catch him midair. Yet blood trickled from the Elfame's mouth. The attack had connected. The monster roared in pure rage, eyes glowing with killing intent. Raising its staff, it conjured an inferno, far surpassing its previous attacks. Kiri stepped in front of Debo. Sword raised. Stay back. I'll handle this. The annihilation sphere hurtled straight for them. Then suddenly, boom, a missile intercepted the spell midair. The goblin Elpam froze, utterly confused. Its vision was completely consumed by red light. The missile's overwhelming power tore right through its defenses, shredding its body to pieces. Kiri's jaw dropped. Emerging from the shadows was Elpam, battered and bruised, but standing tall like a true hero. Looks like I made it just in time, didn't I? Outside the dungeon, Lonko yawned, bored out his mind. It's been 4 days, he muttered, confusion growing. Why haven't they come out yet? I thought this was easy money, but I'm absolutely dying of boredom here. My body is itching for some action. That's it. I'm never taking a passive defense mission ever again. Suddenly, a commotion near the gate caught his attention. A crowd was gathering, all pointing at the dungeon entrance. What's with all the noise? The blood-red gate pulsed, like the heart of a giant beast. Then it cracked. Lonko leaped up, screaming, "What the hell?" As the portal shattered right before his eyes, Kiri's voice pierced through the chaos. "Someone get a healer now." Lonko rushed over. "What happened inside?" "Report." She gave him the grim details. "We have survivors, Lonko. The gate is dissolving. The raid is officially cleared." Lonko stood frozen, staring at the chaotic scene. They actually made it back. He looked down at the three broken bodies of the raid team. Later, El Pam gasped, jolting awake from his coma. Lonko, sitting by his bedside, spoke calmly. "So you're finally up." El Pam looked around frantically. "Where am I?" Lonko's expression was icy as he leaned in. "Answer me truthfully. It seems only the three of you, from the GA Home Merchant Guild, walked out of there alive. What in the world happened inside that gate?" The question caught El Pam off guard. "Wait, are we truly the only three who made it out alive?" Clutching his bandaged wound, he muttered, "I had a bad feeling, but it seems everyone else was completely wiped out." Lonko immediately moved in for the kill. "Watch your tongue, unless you want to lose the life you barely managed to save." El Pam then dropped a bombshell that shook the room. "There was a demon." The man's eyes went wide. "A demon? Are you serious? Give me a pen and paper. I'll show you." El Pam sketched quickly. "I don't know its name, but this is it." Lonko stared at the drawing, his face twisted in disbelief. His brow furrowed as a scream tore through the tent. "This is absurd." The Council of Leaders erupted into chaos. "We sent 100 elites in there. Those weren't amateurs. They were the aces of every major merchant alliance. It was just a red gate. Mere child's play compared to a 100-man raid. Do you expect us to believe? Simple monsters wiped them out. Those hunters wouldn't even break a sweat in a normal dungeon." Toriel, representing the Sky Merchant Group, slammed the table. "My own cousin was part of that raid." Lonko held up El Pam's sketch. "Hold your fire. It looks like the kid isn't lying. This is the El Pam of the 100-man gate." The room gasped in unison. "A green goblin. If it's a green goblin variant, can't they use artifacts? I've heard their intelligence rivals humans. A large-scale battle against them is like fighting a trained army. Even 100 hunters would struggle against a commander like that." A refined gentleman stroked his golden beard, his face grim. "But total annihilation? Unacceptable." Franco from the Gundrak Alliance sneered. "I don't know about your trash, but there's no way in hell our Natasha would fall to a beast like that." Lonko glared at him. "What are you implying?" Franco's eyes narrowed. "I think you know. It was a trap. Someone stabbed them in the back. That's the only explanation. We can't see inside the gate, but someone clearly exploited all that chaos. Planned or not, isn't it suspicious that the only 3 survivors are from the same guild?" De Beer stepped forward, sensing the brewing hostility. "I'm done listening to this garbage. Are you seriously accusing the Gafor Alliance of betrayal? It's simple. Our side just happened to have someone reach the 3rd circle. That's why we lived. Can any of you claim the same?" Franco scoffed. "Are you saying our adventurers are inferior to yours?" De Beer shrugged, his voice surprisingly calm. "I'm just stating facts." Franco let out a mocking laugh. "Hilarious. If Gafor actually had any talent, you wouldn't be dead last among the 5 great merchant alliances." De Beer laughed even harder. "We're just the new kids on the block. We'll be climbing those rankings soon enough. So keep that seat warm for us." Lonko rubbed his temples. Watching them bicker, he asked, "Are you two finished?" Franco turned back to the survivors. "You talk a big game, but where's your proof?" "Proof?" De Beer spread his hands. "We didn't bring a single artifact out of that gate. We have no motive and no loot. Do you understand now?" The argument died down. Lonko then escorted Elpam's group out. Elpam bowed slightly. "I'll be taking my leave then. Thanks for the hospitality. Just watch your back," he warned as they walked away. A subordinate whispered, "Sir, are we really letting them go?" Lonko's eyes were cold. The council has reached its verdict. It's done. Outside, the lush green forest seemed deceptively peaceful. Elpham's sharp eyes caught movement. A snail, watching from a distance. Kiri whispered, "Look." It actually followed us. The harmless-looking snail, with a flower blooming on its shell. Inch closer. Flashback to the raid. The green goblin lay dead. Kiri had looked at Elpham in confusion. "Why are you hesitating? We took out the Dark Mage's pursuers, crushed the green goblin, and wiped out his minions. Now we just ditch the loot and fake a struggle before leaving, right?" Elpham gave her a look tucked in his belt. Was the legendary phoenix feather he'd snatched from William. This plays out just like a classic leveling. Manhwa twist. Usually we'd kill the boss and dump the cargo. But this phoenix feather, just holding it boosts fire magic power by 30%. Unlike garbage gear, this item's effects can stack. Now I see why those adventurers were slaughtered here. Someone wanted this bad. It's an unexpected jackpot. I'm taking this out of the dungeon. No matter the cost, Kiri's face paled. If we smuggle out unregistered artifacts, they'll brand us as traitors. You're the one who warned us about the scanners. Elpham, don't get greedy, stick to the plan. Just as they found the exit portal, a strange creature appeared. They both froze. Is that a snail? This was no ordinary monster. It was a snail pet, 0 attack power, but possessed a unique ability to sniff out and store high-tier items. The more it ate, the larger its shell grew. A rare life form, discovered only after the gates fully opened. In his past life, Elpham gently placed it on his shoulder. As its shell clicked open, from within the shell, he pulled out a shimmering golden feather success. He now possessed 2 phoenix feathers. Kiri stared in awe. You smuggled it right past the detectors. How did you even know what that snail could do? Elpham smirked. Better to try and fail than leave empty-handed. So what now? Kiri asked. I followed your lead. What's the play? Elpham narrowed his eyes' patience. The enemy has already infiltrated the Cygnus Knights. We need to gather intel carefully, or they'll burrow even deeper into the shadows. Kiri tilted her head, and then Pam stared into the distance. They should have reported back by now. Meanwhile, we wait. Inside a dark chamber, names were being ominously crossed off a list. Genesis Media, Dick Gundrick, El Nido Sky, all confirmed dead. Yoka crushed the report, his fist clenching tight. His aura flared. This raid was a complete catastrophe. Bijou bowed nervously, sir. Reports say the Elpham dungeon wiped them out. The raid failed. Only 3 survivors from the Gaffer Guild made out alive. The council suspected a traitor, naturally, but with no evidence. The accusations against the survivors fell flat. Bijou continued, sweating. The mission failed, but our cover is intact. I'll prepare the next phase. The palace air grew heavy with Yoka's chilling, killing intent. Wait, you said they weren't caught. Correct, sir. Yoka's mind raced, furiously piecing together the puzzle. Our plan was absolute. Eliminate every witness and secure the Elpham ourselves. That means at least one of those survivors must have seen our agent, William. Yet Elpham's report mentions nothing of him. A dark grin spread slowly across his face. So he's playing dumb, is he? Even so, our shadows stretch across every merchant guild. But beware, if just one traitor points a finger, our entire shadowy operation could collapse in an instant. Silence is our absolute shield. Imagine the catastrophe. If he realizes the puppet master isn't a mere guild, but us, they will be the only ones to witness the terrifying return of the Black Mage's apostle. And if he decides to leak that intel to the world, Bijou froze, his voice trembling with fear. Impossible. If that happens, we are all walking dead men. We must sever every loose thread within the guilds before the rot spreads. Yoka cut him off with a manic laugh. An invitation to a massacre. How delightful. I accept. Let's prepare a grander stage for their demise. They should be the 101st sacrifice. Welcome to Hell on Earth, where chaos breeds monsters. Debo's face darkened as the painful memories hit him. In the slums, a normal life was nothing but a fantasy. He could only watch. He watched, utterly helpless, as the black blood plague consumed his sister, unable to even grasp her hand. As she drew her final, agonizing breath, Truly, this world was nothing but a living hell. He stared blankly at the tattered ribbon abandoned in the dust. Suddenly, Aaron's sneering laughter cut through the air. Still a survivor left in this dump, huh? She crouched down, her eyes glinting with twisted excitement. You look pathetic. Need a hand? He glared at Aaron, his voice like cold steel. Get lost. That marked our fated encounter. She wasn't human at all. She was a red-eyed monster, fangs bared. Back in the present, Debo roared with triumph. All right, I took the top spot. A teammate smirked, popping his bubble. Don't get cocky. You were faster by barely 30 seconds. Huh? Maria shrugged calmly. Looks like we found our new dishwasher for the week. Honestly, Debo, your moves are way too flashy. He grunted in agreement. Yeah. RN beamed, her presence radiant. Looks like the trash is taken care of. Good work, everyone. Move out. From below. Debo gazed up at her, standing tall and fearless. She was the living image of a legendary hero. Just 1 year. That's all it took to shatter my old worldview. She was an enigma, cold as ice, yet burning with a fierce, protective warmth. The perfect protagonist for a leveling Manhwa. Fighting at her side opened my eyes to a new reality. My destiny shifted. My sole purpose became clearing the path for her greatness. The squad mate cackled. Huh, you're scrubbing plates from the death mine. All the way to the cave of trials. Epic fail. Debo snapped. Veins popping. Shut it. I wasn't even using my full power back then. The teaser pushed further. Come on, the great Debo can't be that fragile. You call yourself Aaron's disciple, right? If you want your master to acknowledge you, you need to transcend your limits. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed. I told you to drop it, but Aaron marched ahead. Indifferent to the chaos, her focus absolute. Her gaze flickered back to the lovely girl trailing behind them. Son, are we on the right path? The girl gave a nervous nod. Judging by the mono markers, my brother left. This is absolutely it. The air suddenly grew thick with tension. Who knew such a sinister realm lay hidden beneath this mountain? Flashback to a rustic wooden cabin, where a desperate plea had echoed. I beg of you, son. Had bowed low, tears welling in her eyes. The depths of a death mine are a suicide mission. No one will escort me. I need your legendary strength to find my brother. Aaron's refusal was chillingly logical. You have come to the wrong person. I don't accept personal charity cases. Besides, babysitting a civilian in a high-tier zone is a liability. You call yourself a guide? But your class 3 skills are trash down there. There's zero guarantee your brother is even alive. Go hire a generic adventurer. Son couldn't hold back her sobbing. But from a back, Debo stepped forward, unable to endure the cruelty any longer. Aaron, forgive the insubordination. But look at the facts. We are her last hope. No Sanya Adventure has dared to enter the cave of trials. Since the incident, his eyes burning with resolve. I want to save her. I will take full responsibility for her life. Please reconsider. The memory then faded, replaced by the grim reality of the battlefield. Is that a corpse? The team recoiled in horror at the sight of the body. Sun shook her head frantically. No, that is not him. Aaron, crouched by the body, instantly understood. That is a stroke of luck. But look at this wound. This wasn't the work of a monster. This poor soul was murdered exactly 1 week ago. Blood stained the earth in grim, spreading patterns. A teammate gasped, wait. If memory serves, this guy is. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from above, smashing into the ground with the force of a meteor. A shockwave ripped through the cavern. Debo threw himself over Sun, shielding her. What the hell is that? Damn it, a golem. A towering golem, forged from living rock, rose from the dust, roaring like a boss monster straight out of an awakening. Manhwa Debo planted his feet firmly. Stay behind me. A streak of blue lightning tore through the darkness. Aaron's power exploded. She commanded Debo to flank the left side. He synchronized instantly. With a let's end this now, Miria blurred in emotion, striking like a viper. The trio unleashed a perfect symphony of destruction upon the golem. Sun watched, paralyzed by the overwhelming violence, unaware of the gaping abyss nearby. Debo collapsed, gasping for air, his mana drained. That thing was as tough as the rumors said. But Miria's panic cut through the victory. Where is Sun? Does anyone have eyes on her? Debo whipped around. What? The girl was gone. Only her familiar hairpin lay abandoned in the dirt. He stared into the pitch-black tunnel adjacent to them. Don't tell me she went in there alone. Damn it. Why would she run off like that? Aaron's voice cut in, sharp as a blade. Everyone, raise your guard. I detect a catastrophic level of energy, pulsating from within. The team hesitated. What? You mean there's another monster? Aaron narrowed her eyes. I can't be certain. I can't identify the species, but my instincts are screaming. That is an entity of absolute power, going into suicide. Debo clenched his fists. I'm going to get her back. He bowed his head, guilt weighing on him. I swore to protect her. You too. Hold the line here. Miria grabbed his shoulder. Debo, get a grip. Did you ignore the captain's warning? No. A voice interrupted. I'm going to. Debo froze. Aaron stepped forward, her aura flaring. Whatever is inside poses an existential threat to the world of Male. My duty is to exterminate such threats. Are we clear? Then move. Inside the cavern, the air seared their lungs raw. A hellscape of boiling lava and razor-sharp obsidian, ominous magma bubbled beneath. The twisted roots of a colossal, ancient tree. And there, silhouetted against the malevolent glow, Sun sat motionless. The squad rushed to her side. They found her, but beside her slumped a massive, muscular figure, still as a statue. Sun looked utterly hollow, as if her very soul had been drained away. The team gasped in horror. Wait. Is that another corpse? Son whispered, her voice devoid of hope. Yes, this is my brother. Trembling, she reached out to caress the cold cheek of the fallen man. Aaron's expression darkened, her instincts flaring. Debo gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling up. Damn it, we came all this way for a funeral. He shouted. Son, stay right there. I've got you. She turned, a heartbreaking smile forming amidst the tear tracks, staining her face. Her eyes held a sorrow as deep as the abyss. So you really followed me down to hell. Debo, I knew you would come. You possess a noble heart. But my path leads only to darkness now. Before he could react, she dropped the bombshell. Debo, do you know the true meaning of Gakam? In the ancient tongue, it translates to the demon tree. Countless adventurers believe the animated statue was the boss. But in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world, nothing is that simple. The statue is merely a vessel. The colossal tree looming above them. That is the true Gakam. They hadn't even begun to face the true entity yet. Debo couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling as he asked Sun, what kind of madness are you spouting? Aaron stepped between them, her aura radiating calm determination. Thanks for the intel. I didn't expect a second form. She hefted her weapon. So, I'll sever that demonic root myself. You should flee while you still can. Stay, and that tree will devour you too. Unless, that was your plan all along, wasn't it? She stalked towards Sanin, her eyes narrowing to slits, like sacrificing your own brother, to fuel this dark awakening. Her accusations sliced through the air like a poison blade. Sanin didn't even flinch. Instead, he calmly extended his hand, revealing a crimson orb pulsing with raw, malevolent energy. You still don't grasp the true grandeur of this, do you? Tears streamed down her face, a stark contrast to the horror now in her hands. The ritual began the instant you stepped into this domain. Gokam is a parasitic, insatiable entity. Its control extends far beyond mere stone constructs. As the chilling final word left her lips, a terrifying shadow suddenly manifested right behind Debo. Steel pierced flesh before Debo could even react. Aaron froze, utterly paralyzed in shock, as the assailant blurred past her with terrifying, lethal speed. A massive shockwave erupted violently from the ground, but Debo gritted his teeth in sheer agony, forcing his broken body to painfully rise. Miria, why? He gasped, his mind reeling in disbelief at the sight. Miria stood there, her eyes glowing a chaotic, horrifying crimson, screaming with a twisted, unhinged rage. You murderer! You killed my friend. A white-haired figure cackled maniacally. It's useless against her now. To her, you're just a target for vengeance. Suddenly, searing magma erupted from the very earth itself, as a gargantuan monstrosity began to claw its way to the surface. This performance demands a legendary climax. For the Black Mage, Sanin then revealed his terrifying true form. Long white hair flowing wildly, and eyes burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. The threat level just skyrocketed to catastrophic heights. Explosions chained together in a deafening, chaotic cacophony. Debo clutched his gaping wound, his body trembling uncontrollably from the sheer agony. Is she being controlled by Gokum's dark will? Aaron roared, barely audible over the deafening noise. Debo, you have to end this now. That thing isn't Miria anymore. Wake up. But the possessed Miria merely sneered with chilling malice. Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. Damn it. Aaron flooded her system with adrenaline, unleashing her heaven-crushing breaker technique. The shockwave pulverized massive boulders instantly, displaying power capable of shattering mountains. Damn it all. Debo clenched his jaw until it nearly cracked, as the spell tore the earth apart. He drowned in self-loathing. I never should have led them into this hellhole. Every spell cast cost her own life force, blood spraying from her lips. Seeing this, Debo screamed in fury, hurling his axe into the fray. This is all my sin to bear. The axe buried itself deep into Miria's abdomen. I am sorry, Miria. He sobbed, but instead of attacking, Miria's trembling hand reached up, touching his face. Bloody tears streamed from her eyes, but her expression had softened. The madness faded, leaving only peace. Thank you. Please take care of Aaron for me. Her final words drove a stake of guilt through his heart. Meanwhile, Aaron was locked in mortal combat with the beast. Is this your true form, you monster? Her slash obliterated a massive rock formation, yet the monster remained standing. Irritation flashed across her face. She channeled every ounce of her remaining mana into one decisive strike. She swung her axe with apocalyptic force. A spectral voice whispered courage in her ear. Aaron tore it apart in that moment. Debo joined the fray, and together they unleashed a devastating blow. The behemoth crashed to the ground. Die, you piece of trash. Debo cursed, but Sanin wasn't finished, flaring his aura to the limit. I offer my life to the Great One. Sanin screamed, raising his dagger. Aaron didn't hesitate. She decapitated him in a single, emotionless stroke. She slumped over. Now, only the ominous statue remained. Debo's eyes widened. It won't let us destroy it that easily. Suddenly, a splitting headache dropped him to his knees. Aaron realized the horror unfolding before her eyes. No, debo scream d'impure agony. Aaron, just do it. You have to kill me now, quickly, before I do something unforgivable. Aaron understood, tightening her grip on her weapon. Curses spilled from her lips. Damn it, forgive me, Debo. Debo smiled, despite the agonizing pain. Yes, this is for the best. Let this be the punishment for my foolishness. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me. He looked up, urging her on, but suddenly his vision warped. The face before him wasn't Aaron's. It was a woman he knew all too well. He froze. Little sister, why are you here? Who dragged you into this hell? The image of Aaron blurred into an enemy's. Did you do this? How dare you? Aaron tried to reach him. Don't worry. I'll end it quickly. But Debo was gone. Consumed by rage, you dragged my sister into this. I'll never forgive you. A cataclysmic aura exploded from Debo. He had transformed completely. Lunging at Aaron, with the same feral movements as the possessed Miria, Aaron couldn't process the sudden shift. A fist flew straight for her face. Aaron barely managed to block. His senses are inhumanly sharp. Sparks flew as they clashed. Her counterattack was so ferocious. It sliced a nearby monster as collateral damage. In a blink, she vanished and reappeared directly behind Debo. He barely turned his head before Aaron's strike connected, sending his axe flying. Lightning crackled across the battlefield as she leaped high for a follow-up. This ends now. Final execution. Before the blade could fall, Debo vaulted off the monster's head, rocketing toward her like a missile. Aaron cursed internally. Debo, you idiot. This is my only chance. I can't stop now. Stealing her heart, she unleashed the attack. Forgive me, Debo. The impact was apocalyptic. The monster was obliterated into hundreds of pieces. Silence fell as Debo slowly returned to his senses. He clutched his throbbing head. What just happened? Gokum remained still, but Aaron offered a weak smile. Finally, you're back. She collapsed onto the cold earth. Good. I thought I'd have to leave without saying goodbye. Debo scrambled to her side. His voice cracked with panic. Aaron! His hands shook uncontrollably. No, I don't. I told you to kill me. Why? Why didn't you do it? She whispered softly. Debo, I couldn't. We already failed once. 800 years ago. I'm no longer the hero who can stop the Black Mage. But you have a gift. At your age, I wasn't even half the warrior you are. Debo choked back sobs. No, I can't be strong like you, no matter how much time I have. Debo, I entrust the world of MLE to you. I know you can do it, because you are my one and only disciple. Debo screamed to the heavens. Aaron, wake up! But her eyes remained closed. And just like that, the legendary Aaron was gone. I have to tell her friends. Debo walked away, a solitary figure, with a heavy sword and an even heavier heart. That was the day the Olmi died. Because without Aaron, I am nothing. That place was a living hell. I failed to protect the one light I had found, and I failed to atone for my sins. I couldn't even grant the final wish of the person I cherished most. Debo slammed the axe into the ground. As the world behind him vanished in a fiery explosion, Debo's eyes fluttered open, his body heavy as lead, sinking into the mattress. After an eternity of sleep, Diane rushed over, her arms overflowing with supplies, and her face etched with worry. You're finally awake. You had no external wounds, yet you wouldn't wake up. I was terrified. You were muttering in your sleep. A nightmare? Debo shot upright, clutching his pounding head. Just a dream? My mind's a total blank. A sharp knock broke the quiet. Diane scrambled to the door. Who's there? Coming. She spun around, her voice laced with urgency. You have to go outside. Someone's asking for you. Debo blinked. Looking for me? His imposing figure moved into the light to confront the visitor. The dark-haired young man wasted no time. Debo, the timeline has shifted. Our plan begins now. Get ready. Debo frowned. Can't we get one day of rest? The leader replied, his voice chilling. You've slept enough. Why should I care about your exhaustion now? I need a loan. 200,000 mesos will do. Debo handed it over without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, De Beer's eyes narrowed. 97 people were slaughtered in that dungeon. Yet you survived after upgrading your circle. It defies this system's very logic. Manhwa world. The young man across from him just nodded. True, he replied. A bead of sweat trickled down De Beer's neck. This bastard. What scheme is he cooking up? The young man looked up. Anything else? You only receive the reward for the Great Gate if you provide me with solid intelligence. You must be desperate for cash. Aren't you? The young man replied calmly. It seems I made a miscalculation. Then BEM, El Palomo, slammed a massive stack of bills onto the table. First, allow me to clear my debt. 2 million mesos. Carson see the debt settled. De Beer began to sweat profusely. His mind raced. How in the world did this guy amass such a colossal amount of mesos? The guild's payments were nowhere near that sum. Had he been secretly farming gold, like a power-leveling grinder in a Manhwa? And now, is he planning to sell the very information he gathered? The boss sighed, then clapped his hands. Carson, congratulations. You are now a free adventurer. Of course, we'll need to sign a new contract. Just name your signing bonus. I'll do my best to accommodate you. El Palomo stared him down, straight in the eye. 50 million mesos. De Beer shrieked in utter disbelief. What? 50 million? That's absolutely insane. You're just a C-rank adventurer. Not a soul in this city would pay that price. El Palomo calmly placed his hand on the table. Then it appears we have nothing left to discuss. He turned to leave, his resolve as cold as ice. The boss froze, completely unable to stop him. Outside, Debo's brows furrowed. How did it go? El palomo simple extract. He refused after hearing my asking price. Debo blinked, utterly confused. Huh, what did you ask for? El palomo answered nonchalantly. 50 million mesos. What? 50 million? Are you out of your mind? El palomo just siga. Debo grumbled. You never talk. These things over with me first. But why have we come to this wretched place? It was a filthy slum. El Palomo then asked, do you know this area? Debo scoffed dramatically. How could I possibly forget? He began to reminisce as a child. I did everything to escape this hellhole. My current life isn't exactly luxurious now, but compared to this, it's practically paradise. I heard this district was once the vibrant heart of Lys, but that's ancient history now. Now, it's nothing but a festering nest for thieves and scum. It might be the absolute worst spot on Victoria Island. Suddenly, a figure plummeted right out of the sky. A man crashed hard into the ground right before their feet. Debo jumped back, startled. Before they could even fully react. Thugs wielding knives suddenly surrounded them. The fallen man hissed bitterly under his breath. Damn it, I thought everything was going so smoothly. Debo simply sighed, completely unfazed. Looks like a brawl. Let's just walk right around them. This place hasn't changed one bit. Suddenly, the fallen man let out a desperate scream. Big brother, what took you so long? These bastards call me a thief and beat me raw. Please, you have to protect me. He clung to Debo, snot and tears streaming down his face. Whispering urgently, save me. Debo's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What are you saying, you lunatic? You call us big brother with that face? Who would ever believe such a blatant lie? The thugs actually bought it. Debo was absolutely furious. Are you kidding me? A green-haired man pointed his blade at the trio. Your little lackey stole our goods to sell them. I'll let you walk if you pay his debt. Hand over 3 million mesos right now. The man cowering behind Debo shouted his denial. Did you actually see me steal it, Carson? Do you even see anything with those tiny, beady eyes? Stop blaming an innocent man and get lost. The bald thug roared in anger. You bastard. Do you have a death wish? Smack. 3 massive stacks of cash slammed into the thug's face. 3 million mesos. El Pamo's expression was ice cold. Take the money and get lost. Debo was floored. Why? Why would you do that? El Pamo ignored him. Glancing at the thief, Raf. Follow me. The thief froze. You know my name? Raf quickly realized the situation. So, you want to recruit me into your party? But what about my payment? El Pamo replied flatly. I have none. I just threw away the last of my cash. Raf asked, which guild are you from? El Pamo answered, we don't have one of those either. The thief was furious. Are you mocking me? Why on earth would I join a broke, guildless party? Debo stepped in, rage bubbling over. Then spit out the 3 million mesos we just paid. Raf sneered. Oh, please. I never asked you to pay my debt. You did that without consulting me. The two were stunned. Say what? Raf continued, a sly grin spreading across his face. If you came all this way to find me, you must know what I'm capable of. Talent like mine requires proper compensation. I'll give you a special discount. I'll join your crew for a signing fee of 3 million mesos. You cheeky bastard. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Excuse me, I'm Bade. You're from the Konya Merchant Guild. Are you Mr. Alpamo? He glanced at the woman. She had a captivating beauty and an air of elegance. El Pamo Nadith. That is me. A pleasure to meet you. I'd hoped our first meeting would be in a more dignified setting, but fate is fickle. Please forgive the intrusion. She continued, the Kenya Guild holds you in high regard for successfully surviving the 100-man raid. I know this is sudden, but I will not waste your time with riddles. We wish to recruit your party. Of course, there's a simple entrance exam. A dungeon raid will pay 3 million mesos up front and a signing bonus of 50 million upon completion. Debo gasped, what? She asked, will you join us? A confident smile played on her lips. Before they could answer, Bijou turned to leave, dropping one final detail. The raid begins in 3 days. Best of luck. Debo pumped his fist, eyes sparkling. What a score. El Pummel immediately tossed the 3 thick stacks of cash to the thief. Take it. Raf's eyes lit up like gold coins as he frantically counted the bills. El Pummel spoke calmly. That is the signing bonus you demanded. A 1-year contract, and I will give you another 70 million. After the raid succeeds, Debo stammered, huh? What? Wait, you're spending 10 million on a guy like him. He ignored the protest. Let's move. We're burning daylight. Debo was baffled. Huh? Where are we going now? Hey, El Pummel, El Pummel. Suddenly, Debo froze. A vision of beauty stood before them. Kiri. He pointed a trembling finger. Why is that what you're here? She snapped back instantly. Silence. I'm only here to fulfill my promise. Rain poured down like tears from the heavens, soaking the muddy ground. Yet El Pamo and Deuce's crew marched on, joking that this storm made it the perfect day for a legendary raid. 5 teams, a total of 50 hunters. That should have been enough. But Raf scoffed, his greed festering, dragging this dead weight along. Will it cut in my profits? Bijou stepped forward, representing the Cha Merchant Guild. Listen up, as briefed. This is an orange gate, 50-man limit. 3 distinct seals to break. With these numbers, clearing the dungeon should be child's play. El Pam noted silently, his confidence unshaken. I expected the Kanya Guild to contact me directly, yet here I am. It seems they've already laid claim to this territory. Although the timeline had shifted from his past life, the logic of this awakened Manhwa remained consistent. He had cleared this gate before. Then the system chimed, warning. All groups must fire a signal flare immediately upon locating the second gate. Duke blinked in confusion. Second gate. What the hell is that? Kiri sighed, stepping in to educate the rookie. Gates are ranked by color. A second gate means there's a hidden dungeon, nested inside the first one. Since this is an orange gate, it's a double-layer structure. We have to raid the inner sanctum too, where the terrain and monsters are completely different. Memorize that, you moron. Du Briestlid. Excuse me. Ralph shook his head, disgusted by such amateurish behavior. Shut your mouth. Du snapped. Ralph ignored him, turning his cold gaze to El Pam. So, you're El Pam? Just because you signed a contract doesn't make you the boss. Leadership belongs to the strong. Right, El Pam? El Pam sensed the greed radiating from him. Fine. We'll let our contribution scores decide who runs this squad. Ralph smirked internally. Hook, line, and sinker. Once I take command, things will get interesting. Good luck to you all, Kiri added nervously. The raid finally commenced. Du pumped his fist. If we survive this, that's 50 million mesos. Let's roll. Alpam just snadat. You think we're on some kind of field trip? I doubt I'll be seeing this one around for much longer. Weakling. Du snapped, his patience gone. Losing his temper. That's it. Draw your weapon, you bastard. Du flipped him off, trembling with pure rage. Raf casually picked his ear, utterly unfazed. The winner here is obvious. Why waste energy fighting trash? I don't do stupid things. Du screamed at the sky. Why him? Why did El Pam recruit this guy? He's poison for the entire team. But as he turned, his blood instantly ran cold. A true nightmare unfolded before his eyes. A swarm of grotesque monsters tore into their formation. Help me! Screams echoed from every direction. Hold the line. Split up and you die. It's the demon eyes. Suddenly, a monstrous beast lunged from the shadows, pinning Du viciously to the ground. Get off me! Du shrieked in searing pain. Its razor-sharp claws raised to shred his face. But a sudden blur of motion swiftly intervened. Raf sent the beast flying with a single, crushing kick. Chill out, would you? Just stay calm. Kiri paled. This is impossible. The gate entrance is right in the center of that swarm. As the horde rushed them, a pulsing crimson sphere manifested. El Pam unleashed his powerful magic, blasting the demons back. But his mind raced. No. In my past run, there were no demon eyes here. Their attack patterns have clearly evolved. He leapt, aiming for a decisive killing blow. But the creature expertly twisted mid-air. Kiri gasped. It dodged him again. How are they moving like that? I can't read them. Carrie panicked, utterly distracted. She didn't even see the brutal blow coming. A heavy, unforgiving fist slammed into her gut. The pack closed in on her. Sensing weakness, meanwhile, a blur of incredible speed tore through the air, heading straight for where Dew was struggling. Against the horde. Smash! Raph landed like a destructive meteor, delivering a flurry of bone-breaking strikes. Dew watched, silently calculating. The rookies are out of the picture. That leaves just one rival. The mercenary dusted his hands. Don't look at me like that. Just keep fighting, so I can take center stage and be the hero. Kiri watched in awe, clutching her side. So that's his true power. I hate to admit it, but a third circle mage is in a league of his own. Another beast lunged, but Raph obliterated it with a single, explosive punch. His style ignored all conventions, yet it was devastatingly effective. The rookies are finished. The only real competition left is Elpam, with his fire arrow and telepathy skills. The Kanya Guild scouted him for a reason. He's clearing the mobs faster than I am. Then suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Raph. Without hesitating, Raph spun and crushed the sneak attack. Kiri nodded. There was no denying his skill. A 50 million meso. Contract isn't handed out to just anyone, with the guild's backing. His value is only going to skyrocket. Greed lit up Raph's eyes like a slot machine. I can see it now. Once I hijack this team, I'll be swimming in gold. Kiri parried a blow, but her eyes drifted to Raph. That monster. Is he actually enjoying this slaughter? This is exhilarating. Raph roared, winding up for a finisher. Suddenly, Elpam blurred into view drop, kicking Raph out of the way. Raph froze. What the hell? Raph tumbled back, attacking me from behind. You want to go right now? Elpam replied coldly. Don't bother thanking me. Before Raph could retort, streaks of azure light pierced the monsters, where he had just been standing. He stared at the carnage. What? What just happened? High above the chaotic battlefield, a cloaked figure drew a bow, the tip glowing with lethal blue mana. A sniper lay in wait. Elpam pinpointed the sniper's location. Instantly, he engaged the horde, using them as cover as arrows rained down, skewering the demons. The sniper's eyes widened in shock. Elpam analyzed the shot. A fiery red projectile blasted towards the ledge, detonating on impact, leaving Raph utterly stunned. He strategically used a demon eye as a shield, all to set up a devastating counterattack. His reaction speed is absolutely insane. Then suddenly Dew screamed, Elpam, watch out. Elpam glanced back, but it was already too late. A barrage of thousands of arrows blotted out the entire sky. An explosion rocked the ground right behind him, slicing his arm. What? Did my counter miss? Now attacked from the rear. Kiri's voice pierced through the swirling smoke. Elpam, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. We have to retreat. Ralph looked up, his face draining of all color. Retreat where? The sky was no longer visible at all. Only a descending, deadly curtain of death. Panic erupted as the survivors desperately scattered. Run, damn it. Move. One fell to a piercing arrow. Then two, then three dropped like flies. Kiri unleashed a powerful light burst, shattering the volley to save a young girl. She roared in utter frustration. Don't just stand there, you idiot. Get into the forest if you want to live. But despair instantly washed over the entire group. It's impossible. Look at that horde blocking our path. Red eyes glowed from the abyssal darkness of the forest. Then suddenly, boom, a massive explosion completely cleared the way. Elpam commanded, the path is open. Go! Raph dashed to the front, declaring, I'll take point. Kiri screamed, faster. Don't look back. Death rained down from the sky with every single step. Debo trembled in terror. Elpam, we're done for. Elpam navigated the azure arrows with lethal precision. Listen closely, Debo. Elpam's mind raced. He tracked me instantly. Lord Wyvok never makes useless preparations. The predator was closing in and fast. Nia drew his bow, locking onto their fleeing prey. Sorry, Elpam. Your leveling Manhwa journey ends here. The arrows weave through the trees like deadly, seeking vipers. Nia clicked his tongue in annoyance. How is a mage this fast? He scanned the group nervously. Wait a minute, the count is off. One is missing, the spear user. Suddenly, a fierce red mana flared right behind him. He whipped around just as the air itself exploded. Elpam stood menacingly amidst the roaring flames. Target acquired. Debo watched from afar, a triumphant grin spreading. The clothes swap strategy worked perfectly. All hail the great Debo, but then blood suddenly sprayed. Before he could even finish his gloating, a wicked blade pierced him straight from behind. Kiri screamed, Debo! Elpam froze in horror. Death approached swiftly from the left. A deadly barrage descended, utterly impossible to dodge. Screams echoed all around as the arrows found their bloody marks. One by one, Kiri grabbed Debo desperately. Barely dodging, he yelled, Run! You fools! An arrow shattered Kiri's leg and his defense. They crashed hard to the dirt below. But the merciless assault simply didn't stop. Kiri braced for the bitter end, but then Ralph swooped in, grabbing them both in a flash. I'm not even married yet, and I'm babysitting 2 kids. Give me a break. Nia pursued them relentlessly, like a grim reaper. Struggle all you want. There is no escape from my sights. He fired again without even breaking his stride. His eagle eyes caught a subtle flicker of movement. Over there. Meanwhile, the desperate trio questioned their very fate. Is this really the right way? Debo gasped, I don't know. Just trust Elpam and shut up. Ralph gritted his teeth. You're annoying, even at death's door. They broke through the dense canopy and froze. The second gate. No way. Did Elpam know the coordinates all along? Ralph grinned wildly. He saved us. The enemy is 100 meters back. We can make it to the gate. He sprinted forward. But Debo suddenly blocked him. Wait, we can't leave Elpam behind. This is exactly what he planned for. Ralph roared. Stop being so sentimental. We enter first, then wait for that crazy bastard. He didn't see the Reapers flying straight at his face. Crash! Another massive explosion rocked the very ground. Debo yelped loudly as he hit the dirt. Ralph stood paralyzed. What the hell? An attack from the front. Did he bypass us in that split second? A deadly shaft rocketed straight for his heart, but a mana-infused blade deflected it just in time. A spinning axe whizzed dangerously close past his face. Ralph recognized that fearsome weapon instantly. That's the Lefam spear. Ralph realized with a jolt. I knew it. He roared into the chaotic fray. Debris filled the air as wooden logs wildly defied gravity. A sudden glint of light flickered in the distant gloom. Nia frowned, muttering lunatic. A shadowy figure moved with blinding speed beneath the trees. Nia's arrow pierced the creature, instantly striking true. With a screech, it went flying back. Just a simple devil's eye summon, nothing more. Why isn't it moving? Is he stalling for time? Nia quickly took cover behind a massive, ancient oak. Foolish. I'll play your little game, then. Let's see just how long you can dance. Then, chilling memories of the past bloodbath surfaced. It was year 13, the Lord Wyvok election. 300 ruthless assassins entered the brutal arena. Only 5 walked out. Rain washed over the spilled blood. Nia stood atop a corpse, knife clutched in hand, still clutching the hair of his fallen victim. 7 days of slaughter. I became invisible. I became the ghost of this battlefield. His piercing blue eyes snapped open in the present. Thwack! An arrow, shot from above, pinned the devil's eye, wounding it further, yet failing to deliver a killing blow. Nia scowled. Missed the vital point. Then, without warning, a searing golden arrow tore through the tree trunk next to him. It relentlessly hunted him down as he scrambled to evade. Nice try. Nia backflipped swiftly onto a sturdy branch, drawing his bow with expert precision. But that shot just gave away your precise coordinates. His arrow hit empty air. Nia gasped in shock. The golden arrow instantly corrected its flight path. Screaming towards him, he realized, it found me. Nia the dove, barely escaping the fatal, explosive blast. He tricked my senses. Is this telekinetic manipulation, or a skill far beyond my current level? Cheap tricks. Nia landed and immediately sprinted. The relentless golden hunter pursued him without mercy. Nia fired a 3-shot volley, leading to a massive clash. Mana collided with mana, violently shattering the very earth. The powerful shockwave forced him to shield his eyes. A smokescreen. My vision is completely blocked. The golden arrow curved sharply around the tree, flanking him. Damn it! Nia fired point blank to intercept. Kaboom! A thunderous explosion rocked the very heavens themselves. The proximity blast sent him hurtling into the dirt. Pain flared through his body. Ipa, you wretched rat. He pushed himself up, trembling with rage. Impressive. His eyes rolled back in fury. The forest fell deathly silent after the chaotic duel. Elsewhere, EPA analyzed the silence. Too quiet. He peeked from cover, eyes scanning. Where did he vanish to? Troublesome. EPA frowned. To hide his presence this perfectly. In my past life, no one in this gate had such skill. An assassin from Doania? Did my survival change the timeline? Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, chilling his blood. Show yourself, EPA. EPA tensed. The voice mocked him from the shadows. You know it's over. Stop hiding like a vermin and face your death. EPA realized the truth instantly. It was Nia. The assassin's manic laughter echoed as he roared. I heard you like to fight head-on. So why are you scurrying around in the shadows? Like a frightened rat, EPA locked onto the voice and surged forward with gale force speed. But confusion struck him. How did he move there? I didn't sense a single fluctuation in his aura. Could it be instant transmission? He took cover behind a tree, calculating Nia's position. Or maybe the blink skill, but there was no time to think. Nia had already found him. I see you, little rat. A barrage of emerald arrows rained down from Nia's position. They came too fast, pinned down in the cover. EPA couldn't even find a breath to react. Meanwhile, deep within the blizzard-swept peaks, a golden light tore through reality. A dimensional gate opened, spitting out 3 screaming figures onto the snow. Debo grit his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Damn it all. We actually left EPA behind. Ralph sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Nobody forced you to leave. Why are you throwing a tantrum now? Debo's hands trembled as he pushed himself up. How can he possibly handle everything alone? It's suicide. Ralph shrugged. I'm sure he has a plan, so we just need to trust it. Suddenly, Debo's face went utterly pale with horror. His hand had brushed against something icy cold, and on the ground lay a human skull. Their blood ran ice cold as they finally realized. The snow was completely carpeted in countless skeletal remains. What the hell is this? One of them whispered, horrified. This was only supposed to be a 3-person gate. But this mountain of bones, this isn't just 3 teams' worth of remains. There must be at least 100 corpses buried here. Kiri's eyes widened as all the pieces suddenly clicked together. Those damned Kanya bastards. Now I understand. They played us for fools. First the ambush, then the traps on the first floor, and now this graveyard. Don't you get it yet? The Kanya are followers of the Black Mage. The realization hit Debo like a physical blow. As he repeated the name, Kanya, Kiri continued, her voice trembling with rage. They must have lured countless adventurers here to block the gate with their deaths. Sending assassins makes sense now. EPA was right about the bait. Ralph cut through the palpable tension, his voice unbothered, a fanatic. Sorry to interrupt this thrilling backstory, he deadpanned, but save it for later. He pointed forward. It looks like the landlord is very upset with his guests. The 3 of them instantly froze, eyes widening in sheer terror as they looked up. Towering over them was a horrifying monstrosity, a titan of muscle and raw rage. It bared rows of razor-sharp fangs, its eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Raph muttered, "Is this the floor boss?" He clutched his necklace tightly, a greedy grin spreading across his face. Time to pay the rent. You 2 better start praying. The pendant on his neck flared with brilliant light. Ralph chuckled. I don't show this technique to just anyone, you know. If you had to describe Ralph's personality in a single sentence, it would be this. The image of Ibiru appeared, sneering. He is absolutely insufferable. Another blonde adventurer added. A total eyesore. Even Jebber had commented. A slave to money with a trash personality. But if you were to describe Ralph as an adventurer, a bald warrior with a green mohawk once said it best. He always gets the job done. I won't even get into his personality. But his skills? Absolutely top tier. He stands at the pinnacle of the third circle. As a battle bishop, truly a broken build, typical of a leveling Manhwa, Raph smirked with supreme confidence. As his halo shimmered to life, a healing circle deployed instantaneously. Holy light enveloped Kiri and Debo, their wounds visibly knitting back together. Vitality surged back into their exhausted bodies. Kiri gasped, feeling the pain evaporate. She looked at Ralph in total shock. This guy, he isn't a frontline brawler? He's a support healer? She recalled their previous battles. Even when he wasn't using skills, his combat prowess was insane. Ralph shouted, "If you guys are patched up, get to work. Make sure you earn the money I'm charging you." The giant monster roared. Its patience completely evaporated. Raph yelled, "Move it!" That big guy isn't going to wait for an invitation. As if on cue, the Titan lunged, its massive hand snatching at Raph. Raph sprinted away, shouting, "Let's see what you two are made of." Debo screamed, "Hey!" The giant smashed its fist down, cratering the earth where Raph had just been. Debo shrieked, caught off guard by the shockwave. He cursed loudly, "You treacherous bastard!" The giant opened its cavernous maw, ready to swallow Debo and Kiri whole. But they dodged by a hair's breadth. The snap of its jaws shattered the boulder they had just stood on. Acting on instinct, Debo grabbed onto the monster's protruding tusk. Without hesitation, he swung his axe with all his might, a direct hit to the eye. "Where do you think you're looking?" The beast howled in agony, the sound shaking the very mountains. Kiri flashed in, her blade, carving a deep gash into its side. Just as the giant lifted its massive hand to crush Debo, her lightning-fast attack shattered its balance. Seizing the moment, Debo leaped clear. Raph spotted his opening and spun acrobatically in the air, slashing a deep, bloody arc across the monster's face. But the hairy titan proved relentlessly determined. It threw a wild, blind haymaker, which Raph dodged with astonishing acrobatic grace. However, Kiri couldn't escape the devastating shockwave and took a direct hit. Raph clicked his tongue, muttering, "What a pain." Yet, he instantly cast a powerful healing spell on her. Debo watched, utterly dumbfounded. He's not just healing from the back line, she realized. He's attacking to create openings, while simultaneously keeping us alive. And his timing is impeccable. He doesn't waste mana on random, unnecessary heals. He only casts the moment we're in critical danger. Ralph suddenly pulled an ancient, worn tome from his bag. Oh, I forgot to mention. The first round was just a free trial. A celestial angel manifested directly from the book's pages. Ralph grinned darkly. "From this point on, I'm charging you both per second." Kyrie's body was instantly engulfed in a brilliant golden aura. She gasped, "What is this power? Energy beyond imagination is flooding through my very veins." Raph cackled like a total maniac. "That'll be 100,000 gold per person." Both of them screamed in utter outrage. "You lunatic!" Fueled by pure rage and powerful buffs, they absolutely tore into the giant, until its arm was completely severed and it finally collapsed. The three adventurers stood panting heavily, taking a brief, much-needed moment of respite. One of them finally broke the silence. Finally, it actually went down. Kiri collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "That greedy bastard." Raph chirped happily. "Not bad at all. Now, shall we tally up the bill?" Suddenly, the fallen giant's mouth sprang open, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. Debo covered his nose, glaring at the beast with utter disgust. "Oh, that stench. Shut up already. I'll send you to hell soon enough." But before he could move, ice magic surged forth, miraculously reconnecting the severed arm. The roar intensified, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. Debo frowned, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Is that ice covering its eye? The eye Debo had blinded was regenerating, protected by a chilling layer of frost. The beast had fully recovered its powerful aura, stronger than ever before. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Elpa was running for his life, gasping for breath as arrows rained down relentlessly. tracking his every move. Elpa's mind raced. Something is wrong. I still can't pinpoint his location. A third circle archer might use blink for positioning. Elpa visualized the mechanics. But blink only returns the user to a fixed point. You can only set one marker. There's no way he can move this erratically. With just that, Nia laughed from the shadows, his voice dripping with icy arrogance. I told you, your little tricks are useless against me. You're so slow, I'm actually falling asleep here. Elpa spun and unleashed a blind strike behind him, but it cut nothing but air. Nia taunted him. Where are you aiming? I'm over here. Elpa roared. If you keep wasting skills like that, you'll suffer mana shock. But the warning came too late, as blood sprayed from Elpa's own lips. His attacks were wild, desperate, and completely ineffective. None of them even grazed the assassin. Nia watched him with cold amusement. I guess you're just trying to distract me, so you can flee to the second gate. Too bad you'll never make it. He scoffed at the sheer hopelessness of the situation, convinced Elpa had no chance. The mage's mana was draining rapidly, anxiety spiking with every passing second. Damn it, if I can't pinpoint his location right now, I'm a dead man. Before he could even formulate a plan, a heavy blow slammed Elpa into the dirt. With trembling hands, he desperately snatched a blue potion from his inventory. There was no time to think. Arrows rained down like a death sentence, as Nia unleashed a relentless barrage. Elpa downed the elixir in one desperate gulp. This was his final gamble. Roaring flames erupted, incinerating the arrow barrage mid-air. Nia scoffed. How foolish. But the mage had already vanished, landing silently on a nearby branch to scan the chaotic battlefield. Nia's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the horrifying scene unfolding before him. The mana potion had kicked in, and Elpa's fireballs weren't just restored. They were absolutely titanic, multiplying in the air like a waking nightmare. Panic seized the archer as he scrambled to escape. 6 simultaneous casts, despite his bloodied state. Elpa unleashed a bombardment that defied all logic. In this leveling Manhwa, is he insane? Casting third circle ultimates. While undergoing mana deviation, Elpa was burning his very life force, just to stay in the fight. Nia's bracelet hummed with an ominous light. If he figured out my stealth mechanic, I'll drag him to hell with me. Elpa didn't even aim. He simply saturated the entire area with pure destruction, uncaring of the cost. Cold sweat ran down Nia's back. He's landing hits through sheer volume. The guy's a total lunatic. Suddenly, a massive sphere of inferno coalesced above them, moving like a phantom. Nia weaved through the trees to evade the devastating blast. He gritted his teeth, realizing this wasn't just a skirmish. It was a fight for sheer survival. I'm not finished yet. 3 cataclysmic explosions rocked the forest. Blood sprayed from Elpa's lips, but his will was iron. Stand firm. Hold on. Nia glanced back while retreating, sneering at the desperate display. Idiot, did you really think a blind AoE attack would catch an assassin? Your fate is sealed by mana feedback. Your body will crumble into dust. He relished the thought of Elpa's agonizing demise. As his body tore itself apart, Elpa reached his breaking point, vomiting a pool of crimson. The entire forest was bathed in the glow of his destructive flames. With trembling hands, he prepared one final life-or-death gambit. The destructive energy was palpable. Dark corruption veins crawled up Elpa's face, yet an unyielding spirit blazed in his eyes. The inferno devoured everything in its path. Nia's eyes bulged. The flames weren't just targeting him. They were actively consuming his precious cover. The forest was no longer a shield. It was a literal oven. What the hell? Nia shielded his face, the searing heat licking at him. Fury rising, he realized he set this whole zone ablaze. Just to destroy my stealth? That bastard. If I stay here, I'll roast alive. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the raging flames. A clear path, just there. My only way out. He readied himself to dash, but instinct screamed at him, wait. A perfect escape route, right in front of me. It's too convenient. A shadow blurred past. Pull back. It's a trap. Before Nia could sprint into the clearing, His brother slammed into him with full force, knocking him violently off course. Before Nia could even process the save, a massive boulder hurtled through the smoke, aiming to crush his spine. "Brother, look out!" Perched high above, the older archer drew his bow, cursing under his breath. Damn it all! The arrow shattered the boulder midair, saving Nia's life by a hair's breadth, but sending him tumbling from the shockwave. Instantly, a dark silhouette burst through the wall of fire. It was Yelpa, staff raised like a reaper's scythe. "Found you!" Nia reacted on pure instinct, planting his bow and vaulting backward, barely dodging the lethal thrust. Sweat stung his eyes as Yelpa pressed the offensive, swinging his staff with the untamed ferocity of a warrior, forcing Nia to dance precariously on the edge of death. The assassin countered with a vicious spin kick, aimed directly at Yelpa's temple. He leaned back just in time. "I can't keep this up," the mage thought, desperation rising. "I need to end this now." Yelpa's combat sense peaked. He spotted a critical opening and smashed his staff down, knocking the bow from Nia's grip. Disarmed and off balance, Nia hit the dirt. Yelpa gave him no quarter, driving a brutal kick straight in his gut. The impact sent Nia skidding through the mud. Gasping for air, Yelpa raised his weapon, eyes cold and ready to deliver the execution. The assassin was left utterly defenseless, but death's embrace would have to wait. Then, an arrow whistled down from above, forcing Elpa to leap back, narrowly avoiding being skewered. The brother landed dramatically between them, shouting desperately, "Get on your feet, Nia. He's out of mana. He can't cast any more spells. End him now." The brother drew his bowstring, but Elpa was already one step ahead. A telekinetic blade shot out from the shadows, targeting the archer, who aborted his shot to dodge. Shock was clearly written across his face. A flying dagger. He's using telekinesis to conserve mana. What kind of monster is this? Realizing the imminent danger, the brother began to weave, trying desperately to draw Elpa's focus away. But a figure blurred swiftly through the smoke. Nia, he pulled out a hidden dagger, launching himself high into the air for a plunging strike on the distracted mage. Clang! Elpa parried with his staff and swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he mentally commanded the floating sword to strike, but the brother smacked it away with his heavy bow. "Enough of these parlor tricks," the brother roared, taking swift aim. But Elpa simply flicked his wrist, and a volley of stones hammered the archer, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained cry. With his support neutralized, Elpa turned his predator's gaze back to Nia. His staff rained down heavy blows. Nia panicked. What kind of mage fights like a martial artist? Capitalizing on the confusion, Elpa slammed a brutal knee into Nia's solar plexus, forcing a spray of blood. "Focus. Don't stop," Elpa commanded himself. His mind reached out, and the telekinetic blade rose once more. The blade relentlessly harassed the older brother, keeping him pinned. Meanwhile, Elpa disarmed Nia with a crushing strike. He raised his staff high. This was it. Thwack! An arrow suddenly pierced Elpa's forearm. Nia grinned, blood staining his teeth. "Nice shot, brother." He brutally kicked the injured mage away, knocking the staff from his grasp. Nia immediately scrambled for his dagger. His eyes gleamed with vicious malice as he stalked the wounded caster. "Just look at you," Nia sneered. "What can you possibly do with only one arm?" But that arrogance would prove to be his final mistake. Then, in a blur of motion, Elpa surged forward. He slammed his good arm right into Nia's wrist, dislodging the blade. Damn it! Nia swore frantically, desperately trying to catch the weapon mid-air. But Elpa's grip tightened like a steel vise around his arm. Panic surged as Nia screamed, "Impossible!" Bone audibly crunched under the immense pressure, eliciting a gut-wrenching howl of pure agony. Desperate, Nia barked out a hollow threat. "Let go of me, you bastard! Do you have a death wish?" Ignoring the taunt, the artifact on Elpham's wrist suddenly flared with mana. Instantly, a colossal sphere of infernal flame materialized behind him, sending Nia scrambling away in sheer terror. "Wait, you wretch!" His brother watched from afar, screaming in utter despair. "No!" The world instantly turned white. as a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the forest. A lone silhouette was blasted from the epicenter. It was Nia, violently thrown by the shockwave, brutally smashing against a sturdy tree. He collapsed, desperately gasping for air like a dying fish. I'm finished at this rate, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the brother's eyes widened in utter shock. What is that? A shimmering blue barrier materialized, sealing off the blast zone. Fearing for his kin, Nia covered his face with his tunic, sprinting back toward the inferno. Where are you, brother? He thought, diving into the flames. Suddenly, Elpham descended from the canopy, swift as a predator. Nia flinched, instinctively whipping his shirt to blind the assailant, while screaming curses at the monster. Blinded by rage and the flying cloth, he lunged forward for a life-or-death strike. He roared, pouring his entire being into one final blow. Chaos reigned, but a sickening spray of crimson signaled the end. The barrier shattered. The energy wall vanished, and the brother cried out. His heart pounding, the older brother plunged into the smoke. What happened? His blood ran cold at the horrifying sight awaiting him. He screamed, Nia. He saw his siblings struggling to stand. He rushed to support him. Stand up, Nia. Stay with me, the hooded figure rasped. His voice muffled. The battle took too long. We need the phoenix feather. The brother interrupted. No. Forget the loot. We need to move. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the nearby corpse, specifically its arm. Realization struck like lightning. Nia, but he was holding the enemy. The body on the ground was his brother. Elpham wasted no time. His blade flashed, delivering a fatal strike to the brother's vitals. Blood sprayed once more, crowning the true victor of this brutal duel. Dropping the dagger, Elpham panted heavily, his stamina drained. I'm so sick of archers, he muttered, collapsing, as the blizzard began to swallow the mountain peaks. Deep within the cavern, a fierce battle shook the very foundations of the earth. The massive beast slammed Debo into the ground with the force of a falling mountain. Before he could even recover, the monster conjured a massive ice block. Debo barely managed a desperate backflip, dodging death by inches, breathless and trembling. The Titan didn't let up. Just as it prepared a crushing blow, Ralph materialized behind it. A classic assassin move in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world. Instinctively, the giant swung backward, but Ralph moved like a phantom, evading the heavy fist with supernatural agility. Mocking the beast's sluggishness, Ralph aimed a precision strike at its eye, but the monster's reflexes were insane. It instantly froze its own eyelid for defense. Why is this thing so tough? Ralph shouted in frustration. The beast swatted at him like a fly, and a pained cry echoed through the cave. Ralph cursed, hanging by a thread. Damn it, just as death seemed certain. Kiri's blade flashed with light, severing the beast's hand with pure, deadly skill. Carson, my debt's paid, she yelled, signaling Raph to grab on. Together, they barely dodged the immediate kill zone. But this boss monster's regeneration was absurd. Its hand reformed instantly, and it slammed a fist down, right where they'd just been standing. The giant went berserk, roaring with primal fury. It leaped high into the air, gathering momentum to shatter the very earth itself. Amidst the dust, Raph activated his AoE healing skill. With health restored, Debo took point. Hey, do you have a strategy to kill this thing yet? We can't keep this up. Before he could finish, a warning screamed out. Debo, watch your six. Watch my what? The giant's massive palm descended. But thanks to his high perception stats, Debo rolled away just in time. It's huge. Be more specific with your warnings. Raph barked orders like a raid leader. Cut the chatter and hold its aggro. I need to hit its weak spot. That sword embedded in its ice armor. Debo accepted the vanguard role. Gripping his weapon, he blocked the Titan's punch, his body shaking under the impact. Hurry it up, he signaled. Kiri and Raph launched a high-speed assault, but the monster roared, unleashing a shockwave. That blew both damage dealers away, like ragdolls. Meanwhile, Debo sprinted up the beast's arm to support them. Did it predict us? He thought. I thought it was just a mindless mob. The giant thrashed, spinning them around. In a split second of distraction, Debo was caught and pinned against the frozen floor. Before he could recover, a second attack was incoming. Kiri screamed, "Raph, heal him now," but it was too late. The fist crashed down, burying Debo under debris. "Debo!" Kiri's voice cracked with despair. Raph, still dazed, couldn't cast in time. The beast locked onto them. "I only have 4 charges of heal left. You have to dodge. Split up," he commanded as the Colossus charged. Ice spikes rained down in a deadly barrage. The monster's roar shook the entire cavern. Kiri took a direct hit, getting flung violently backward. "Damn it," Raph cursed, his frustration palpable. "I told you to dodge," he grumbled, even as his hands glowed with light. He was already casting a healing spell on her. "She's out cold. What a waste of mana," Raph thought bitterly to himself. Kiri had collapsed before the spell could even take effect. Now, the giant turned its raging frenzy toward Raph. Meanwhile, Debo lay broken and bleeding, his consciousness fading into the encroaching darkness. As he drifted in the void of his mind, Debo recalled a crucial conversation with Alpum. "You've accumulated enough experience to finally awaken," Alpum had told him the second circle. "Are you serious?" Debo had asked wide-eyed. "It depends entirely on your enlightenment," Elpham had replied, calm as ever. The very picture of a sagely master in an awakening Manhwa. Debo pressed him. "What exactly is enlightenment? Teach me." Elpham merely sipped his tea, completely unbothered. "It is unique to every single soul. Even if I shared my path, it would be useless to you." "Then what do I do?" Debo had whined in frustration. Elpham smiled. "Find your keyword. It could be your innate understanding of mana, or a memory etched deep into your very soul." Debo's heart pounded against his ribs, a frantic war drum. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the very earth itself, drawing the Titan's immediate gaze. The giant slowly turned its massive head. But Debo's eyes were burning with an unyielding fire, with a desperate, primal hunger to survive. He didn't waste a single second. Clutching his weapon tight, he charged straight at the colossal behemoth. The monster reacted instantly, winding up for a devastating strike. But Debo was impossibly faster. He severed the giant's rock-hard arm with a single, brutal motion. Raph's jaw dropped. He actually cut through that defense. How is that even possible? The twin circles on Debo's wrists suddenly flared to life with blinding energy. Raph gasped, a shock of realization hitting him. That crazy bastard. He fully awakened. The twin rings now surging with this incredible new power. Debo lunged again, his killing intent overflowing. He slashed directly at the monster's eye, blinding it completely. Seizing that opening, he targeted the massive sword, impaled deep within its body. Boom! A heavy impact rattled the sword's hilt, and the blade drove even deeper, piercing straight for the giant's control center. The beast roared, a sound of pure, agonizing fury that threatened to burst their eardrums. In a blind panic, it swatted Debo away. Debo lost focus for a split second and paid the ultimate price, taking the full, devastating force of the blow. He crashed hard into the frozen ground. "Not bad," Raph gritted out, impressed by Debo's sheer tenacity. While the boss was distracted, Raph moved in from the back, activating his healing skills on Debo. He shouted desperately, "Get up now!" Debo recovered instantly, shattering the ice, binding his arm to break free. As the monster howled, he seized the momentum, flipping his body and gripping his weapon for a death blow. But before he could land it, the giant threw a brutal punch that sent blood spraying from Debo's head. He could only grind his teeth, barely withstanding the fist's crushing weight. From the back line, Raph spammed his healing magic, desperate to keep Debo in the fight. But the Titan wasn't stupid. It realized the annoying healer was the real problem. The giant snatched Raph up, crushing him in its massive grip, until he screamed in pure agony. "You brainless lump. You think you have time to kill me?" Even while being crushed, Raph grabbed his necklace, triggering a self-heal as the aggro pulled to Raph. Debo seized the moment. He raised his axe high, ready to hammer the sword buried deep in the monster's chest. The giant shrieked in panic, Debo's eyes blazed with the fires of sheer determination. With a heaven-shaking strike, he brought the axe down on the sword's hilt. The blade plunged deep into the control center, shattering it into a million pieces. Debo didn't stop. He rained relentless blows upon the beast's body, making it wail in utter despair. That final axe strike directly destroyed the energy heart. Immediately, the monster went berserk, baring its fangs in a last-ditch effort. But Debo, relentless, swung his blade once more. In its desperate death throes, the titan thrashed wildly. It flung Debo with immense force into the mountainside. The impact absolutely catastrophic. The brutal impact blew a gaping hole in the cliff face, burying the entire area in a thick cloud of dust. Debo gasped, jolting awake from his battle trance, his chest heaving hard from the blow. He painfully dragged his broken body from the snowy crater, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. He looked over to see Raph, lying motionless, covered in severe wounds. "Raph, hey!" The beast, realizing its bitter end was truly near, began to flee in terror, but its time had finally come. The ice armor encasing its body cracked and crumbled away. Chunk by agonizing chunk, it shrieked as an arm detached. Its leg scales, its monstrous body was crumbling apart. The monster finally collapsed onto the snow, shivering as it rapidly transformed into a lifeless block of ice. With one final pathetic whimper, it utterly dissolved into the raging blizzard. Hours later, Kyrie awoke to the comforting crackling of a fire. She was inside a large cave. Debo sat opposite her, watching. "Oh, look who's finally awake." Kyrie struggled to sit upright, her voice weak. You're alive, but where's the monster?" Debo looked away awkwardly. "Well, what do you think you're using as a blanket?" He grinned shamelessly. "I was starving, so I actually tried to grill that yeti. But the meat was hard as rock." Kyrie sighed, completely defeated. "You have a stomach of steel, I swear." She added softly, "Did you wait for us? To wake up this whole time?" Debo shrugged. Couldn't find the exit anyway. Raph lay nearby on the cold stone floor, his breathing ragged. Debo stood up. "The weather sucks. You guys rest here," he said, glancing at Raph's poor condition. "I'm going to scout the area a bit. Just wait until the storm dies down." Without another word, Debo walked out into the freezing hellscape, the biting wind unable to halt his determined march. He ventured further, gazing at a distant, imposing peak. "It's been a whole day. I wonder what happened to the El Pam." Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A menacing growl from behind instantly snapped him to attention. He spun around. A one-eyed beast was right there, its jaws dripping with viscous saliva. Roaring its dominance, Debo cursed. "Damn it. Why do I always get ambushed?" But it wasn't alone. A terrifying swarm of monsters emerged from the whiteout. Debo sighed, drawing his axe. "Why do you guys always crowd me?" Later, the sun finally began to pierce through the clouds. Kiri woke up to a silhouette returning. "You're back." But as he stepped into the light, she gasped. He was drenched in blood, his clothes shredded to mere ribbons. "What on earth happened to you?" Debo casually scratched his head. "Oh, you're up? It's nothing." Kiri began to panic. "There are still monsters out there. It's too dangerous. We have to move." Debo slumped against the wall, utterly exhausted. He mumbled, "Someone has to protect the old man while he's down. We're a team now, right?" Kiri straightened up, her eyes firm with resolve. "Then next time I'm going too. There's no reason for you to suffer alone." Debo lay down, cutting her off mid-sentence. "Nah, it's better if only one person goes. We don't need to scout the same spot. Don't waste your energy. Just sleep." Kiri looked at his back, her heart aching. "You idiot. Keep pushing yourself like that, and you'll break." The truth was, that battle had nearly drained Debo dry. He had slaughtered them, wave after grueling wave, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They had backed him all the way to a cliff's edge. "I'm freezing to death here." He panted, then a beast lunged, tackling him clean over the side. The brutal fall nearly finished him. He dragged himself up from the snow, trembling. "Thought I was a goner for sure that time." Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling presence. "Someone's there." He raised his guard instantly, but it was just a frozen corpse. Kneeling in silent defeat, Debo exhaled. Just a dead body, he muttered, approaching, and pried a piece of paper from the corpse's rigid, frozen grip. A fresh body. What is this? A will? He squinted at the faded text. Far too many words for a dying man. The letter read, "To whoever finds this, take my gloves if you're a warrior. These hold a combat skill that will serve you well." It was like finding a legendary item in a leveling. Manhwa. The letter continued. "But know this, we fell into a terrible trap. My team was wiped out by the ferocious snow yeti. If there's any solace, it's that I found the exit gate." Reading this, Debo's eyes went wide with utter shock. The gate? But this is a cruel, cruel joke. The gate only activates when the boss is slain. I've drawn a map on the back of this. Fate, it seemed, was finally on their side. I pray you have the strength to see this through. Please deliver this letter in my stead. Debo folded the parchment, sealing away the heavy words in his pocket. He dug a shallow grave, planting the fallen warrior's weapon as a silent tombstone, stepping over the corpses of slain beasts. Debo slammed his hand against the massive exit. Kiri stood guard by the dimensional barrier, waiting for Debo to support the wounded Raph. As they emerged, as they stepped through the portal back into reality, Debo turned to Kiri. "What's our next move?" Kiri's answer was sharp and immediate. "Recovery is our only priority right now. Given our current state, neither you nor I can." Her words were severed by a chilling, unfamiliar voice echoing from the shadows. I have to say, I'm harboring some serious doubts about that." A squad of assassins, clad in midnight black, materialized, weapons gleaming with malicious intent. The leader sneered, his gaze sweeping over them. "Is the legendary ghost truly defeated? You look pathetic." The situation was catastrophic. Panic seized Debo's heart. "Don't tell me. Are these Kanye's special forces? Damn it. We're barely standing. How can we possibly fight back against odds like this?" The leader signaled the slaughter, his voice deadly calm. "Relax. We're ending your miserable lives right now." Before you can even blink, Kiri lunged forward, deflecting the first strike with desperate strength. "Stay back," she screamed. A dagger flew true, piercing her leg with a sickening impact. Agony tore a scream from Kiri's throat. Debo roared, seizing the opening. Another assassin surged toward the vulnerable pair. Like a starving wolf, Debo couldn't react in time. Death seemed certain. Suddenly, a spear erupted from the dungeon gate. Like a bolt of lightning, it skewered the attackers in a single, fluid motion. They didn't even have time to realize they were dead. Before hitting the ground, all eyes turned to the swirling portal as Elpam stepped out, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. "Did you guys miss me while I was gone?" Debo slumped in relief, a weary grin forming. "Maybe a little, but you're cutting it way too close." Shoulders brushing, the survivors walked back towards safety, side by side. Meanwhile, miles away, Master Yak's tame beast sensed a disturbance in the mana. It bared its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Sensing his pet's unease, he stroked its head, his mind racing. A warrior with that level of skill doesn't just appear out of thin air. Yet, the puppet master remains hidden, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The public is going to be in an uproar over this. Awakening, Manhwa-style twist. A figure named Boo materialized from a swirl of dark smoke, kneeling in submission. "Master Elpam has returned alive. What are your orders regarding the contract?" Yak's expression darkened, his eyes swimming with murderous intent. He spat out 2 words. "Kill him." Boo flinched, stunned. Sir Yak didn't hesitate. "We aren't in a position to worry about public opinion. That man is a variable we cannot control. Do you really think one man can stop us? We'll fabricate a cover story later." Boo kept her head low, her voice unwavering. "But sir, he didn't return alone." Yak paused, irritation twitching in his jaw. "What?" Boo continued. "He has allies." Meanwhile, in the corridor, Elpam and his batter party were nearing their sanctuary. Raph, looking like a mummy with all his bandages, shoveled a spoonful of stew into his mouth and sighed. "This tastes so bland." Debo slammed his fist on the table, veins popping. "Don't you dare insult my sister's cooking. Shut up and swallow it before I force feed you." Raph chewed methodically, ignoring the threat, just saying, a pinch of salt would elevate this. Din arrived with another steaming pot, her smile radiant. If you big, strong hunters finish this, just let me know. Kiri watched the scene, a rare softness in her eyes. Thank you, Din, Kiri said warmly. Debo ground his teeth. This is exactly why I didn't want to bring you. Bunch of freeloaders here. Kiri's expression hardened. Jokes aside, we have to assume that the Kanya Guild has already received the news. Splitting up now would be suicide. Besides, this safe house is the best protection your sister has. Debo sighed, knowing she was right. True, no matter where we hide, their hounds will eventually sniff us out. Suddenly, the door creaked. Debo shot a suspicious glare at the entrance. Pam strolled in, casual as ever. So, how is everyone holding up? Where did you sneak off to? Raph called out between bites. Just handled some minor business. Pam replied with a shrug. Raph wiped his mouth, his face suddenly serious. Perfect timing. We need to talk about dividing the loot from this raid. Let's put aside the debate on who's the party leader. For a second, since our contributions were equal. When exactly? Do you plan on coughing up my 7 million mesos? Debo exploded, screaming in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You actually want to march into Kenya and demand payment in our current predicament? Ralph pointed an accusing finger, shouting back, hey, I'm the one who soloed the Snow Yeti, even if I'm fuzzy on the details. And while you were snoozing, who found the exit? Me. Kyrie chimed in, backing Debo up. And don't forget, Pam held off the twin slayers all by himself. Ralph looked around shamelessly. It didn't happen. Any witnesses, you shameless bastard? Debo roared. Kyrie turned her gaze to Pam. What is our next move? He remained perfectly calm. Kenya isn't going to take this lying down. Before he could finish, a massive hand slammed against the wall, shaking dust from the ceiling. A deep, furious voice boomed. Hey, how long do you plan on keeping me waiting out here? Like a stray dog? Debo stared up at the towering figure that eclipsed her small frame. Trembling, Mister, who are you? Debo and Kyrie's eyes widened in shock. It was De Beer. His colossal frame blocked out the sunlight. He grunted. Tell that jerk who just walked in to hurry it up. Flashback to earlier. De Beer sat in his luxury office, face twisted in frustration. Damn it all. He buried his face in his hands, thoughts spiraling out of control. Nothing is going according to my design. I never calculated that the Kenya Merchant Alliance would contact Pam directly. They launched the gate raid before I could make a move. Should I have intervened? The stress was eating him alive. I'm going to lose my mind. A knock on the door snapped him back to the present. Pam walked in and took a seat opposite him. The bear glared. I take it your negotiations with Kenya went south. Pam shook his head. On the contrary, they offered me 50 million mesos for a successful clear. But now that the gate raid is over, this contract is the only leverage remaining. Sweat dripped down to Bear's forehead. He scoffed. So you just came here to gloat? You're still as infuriating as ever. You know that. Pam stood up smoothly. If you have nothing constructive to add, I'll be leaving. Backed into a corner. De Bear finally slumped in defeat. He reached in his coat pocket. Fine. You win, you devil. He slapped a document onto the table. 60 million mesos. Sign it. That's even more than you asked for. So don't you dare complain. Getting exactly what he wanted. Pam smirked, scribbling his signature on the paper. De Bear leaned forward. With that signature, we are officially partners now. Start talking. Share your intel. Pam's voice dropped to a serious tone. The Kenya Guild is the mastermind behind everything. De Bear shouted, what? Are you serious? Pam continued, unfazed. That gate, it was a death trap from the start. They lied to us, claiming it was a low-level dungeon, with only 3 danger marks. But the skeletons of at least 100 adventurers were inside, and they didn't just leave us to die. They sent assassins to finish the job. De Bear's eyes bulged in disbelief. Son of a, he realized the implication. Then they contacted you afterwards. To wipe out the evidence. He began to laugh like a maniac, fury bubbling beneath. I will never forgive those snakes. Elpam watched the outburst silently before asking, "Are you satisfied with that explanation?" Dever blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Elpam closed his eyes. "My testimony is the only proof that exists. They can easily deny it." Dever said, composing himself. "That's true. But in this system Manhwa world, truth is secondary to perception. I can manipulate public opinion. The other merchant alliances are desperate for a scapegoat to blame for the gate raid failure. If Kania is weakened by scandal, the sharks will circle." Elpam abruptly cut through his scheming with a cold, hard declaration. "No, we're not just going to damage their reputation. We're going to erase Kania from the face of the maple world entirely." De Beer's aura flared with sudden fury as he roared, "Do you take me for a fool? I thought we had an understanding." His voice then dropped to a chilling calm. "Save your breath about traps. A full force strike sends a much clearer message." "Understood." Dever nodded, shifting gears instantly. Beside him, Palmy's expression hardened into cold steel. The fanatical followers of the Black Mage had finally made their move. Inside the opulent reception room of the Carson Hug, Gil Baidu sat across from them, masking her unease with a plastic smile. "Long time no see, Lord De Beer. To what do I owe this pleasure?" De Beer leaned forward. "I'm here to offer an apology." Her brow furrowed in confusion. De Beer continued smoothly. "A sincere apology. There was a slight misunderstanding between Pao, Mei, and my merchant alliance. I assumed he came here seeking revenge against me. I regret that deeply," he stated with unwavering confidence. "To be clear, Pao Mei is now an official business partner of the Go Alliance. It seems I've snatched him right out from under your nose." Baidu froze, caught off guard. "I see how it is. Since I can't pay the breach of contract fee, would this alternative satisfy you?" Pao Mei didn't hesitate for a split second. "Deal." De Beer rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This is personal, but this incident taught me the true weight of human life. I've decided to treat people exactly according to their worth. From now on." Baidu's smile faltered. "What are you implying?" He smirked, his eyes glinting dangerously. "I'll have elite bodyguards stationed around the clock, just to ensure no unfortunate accidents occur. Naturally, this protection extends to every single member of L." A vivid image of Pamumi's party flashed through her mind. Shadowy assassins and guards, creeping in every corner of Debo's home. Baidu stiffened, a cold sweat instantly beading on his brow, as De Beer's tone dropped an octave, heavy with a chilling menace. "I truly realized just how valuable his team is." He let out a booming laugh, devoid of any warmth, directly challenging her resolve. "If anyone so much as dares to harm Palmy or his crew, they won't simply answer to him. They'll face the full fury of the Go Merchant Alliance." They all sat in stunned silence, utterly checkmated. Meanwhile, in a safe house, Debo's jaw dropped as he roared in disbelief. 60 million. Good Lord. Did you conjure gold right out of thin air? Carrie-eyed the grim-faced guard just outside the door, with suspicion. They even sent security? Is this truly the work of the Go Alliance? Ralph suddenly popped up out of nowhere, clapping with unbridled enthusiasm. "Bravo, Palmy. You're a natural-born tycoon." Palmy remained stone-faced. "You're exaggerating. This team is just more interesting than I anticipated. Now, all that's left is to trim the dead weight." Ralph preened with arrogant self-satisfaction, slipping in a jagged, pointed insult. Debo gritted his teeth, veins visibly popping on his forehead. "You bastard." Ralph then pointed at himself, beaming with pure, narcissistic pride. "I guarantee you won't find another bishop of my caliber in all of Callum, in the entire world." Debo simply couldn't stomach Ralph's attitude, shooting him a look of utter, pure disgust. Ralph kept rambling on. "I am a healer, a protector, and a leader, all in one divine package. I am flawless in every single conceivable way. Yes, indeed. I'm number one, you little brat." Ralph poked a taunting finger toward Debo. That was the last straw. Debo immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw hands. Ralph suddenly shifted tone. "You're a legitimate monster. You know that." Debo paused, blinking blankly. Huh? Ralph's eyes narrowed with a cunning curiosity. I figured you were completely out cold. Yet you woke up and soloed the boss anyway. There's something about you logic just can't explain. Kiri nodded in silent agreement. Now that I really think about it, when he fought those Hobbs earlier, he was fighting on pure instinct while still unconscious. Debo's brow furrowed in concentration, trying to grasp the fragmented shards of his memory. It's no use, no matter how hard I try. It's all a blur. The only thing that lingers is a dream. A strange woman appeared in it. We were bickering, yet there was a profound sense of intimacy between us. Like we were close, but the moment I wake up, her face vanishes completely from my mind. The only detail I can recall is her weapon, a long-handled polearm. Palmy's face went absolutely pale, with shock rippling through him as all the pieces clicked. What? A Polaroid dream? Everyone knew that, in the original timeline, Debo and Aaron were destined soulmates. If that woman truly was Aaron, did a fragment of his power return? From before the regression? Just what kind of glitch was happening in this world? Perhaps something went wrong when I altered the past. Through regression, Palmy fell deep into thought. Ralph sighed, shaking his head in an overly dramatic way. The problem is the big guy's a bit thick-headed. Debo snapped back. Oh, you think you're some genius, huh? Ralph ignored him, pivoting to the leader instead. And you, POW, listen up. Your growth rate is absolutely unnatural for a rookie. Your judgment and skills are terrifyingly advanced. It's like watching a leveling Manhwa protagonist in real time. No wonder Go wants you. Ralph spoke, with a smirk that danced between mockery and keen insight. Then his gaze slid to Kiri, who visibly stiffened, annoyed at being dragged into his critique. Ralph didn't let up. And you have solid fundamentals, and a decent head on your shoulders. Typical of a Sigma's training captain, really. Not bad for a second circle user. But there's nothing that truly separates you from the herd. His voice dripped with disdain, clearly enjoying the psychological warfare. The Go Alliance are far from foolish. We were used as bait, but they paid the ultimate price. But our next mission? We'll be walking straight into Kanye's trap, to hunt down those elusive shadows. Raph's eyes iced over. I'll do anything for coin, but I refuse to split my hard-earned cut with dead weight. If you can make it back to Sigmas, do it now. You're completely out of your depth here. Kiri trembled, consumed by suppressed rage, her teeth grinding together, a silent fury. Yet no rebuttal could escape her lips. His insults echoed the deep humiliation she'd already endured. Back with the Sigmas Knights, where mocking sneers were far more common than praise. I heard you've been taking on grunt work lately, huh? Kiri remained silent, the voice from her memory cutting deep. Honestly, I thought you'd perished inside that gate. She stammered in the flashback, trying to speak. Sir Sim, he interrupted her cold. Weren't you on your way to see the master? Yes. Kiri yearned to flee, but the man kept twisting the knife. And now you've joined some ragtag adventure party. I hear you are truly degrading yourself. But perhaps that's exactly where you belong. Quitting would be the greatest service you could do. For the order and for the master. Go on, he's in his office. He simply walked away, leaving Kiri standing there, her head bowed in utter shame. Even the master's office. She couldn't bring herself to lift her gaze. So, you wish to give up? Is something amiss? Kiri still couldn't meet his eyes, her voice choked by helplessness. I'm sorry, master. I can't explain it yet, but one day, the master abruptly stopped his quill, his expression clearly displeased. I shall record your participation in this adventure group as an official undercover assignment. You are to report back to me every 3 weeks. Kiri's eyes widened in disbelief at his mercy, but she remained silent. Do not forget, Kiri, you are my disciple, and you will always remain a knight of Sigmas. Snapping back to reality, Kiri faced the group, her voice trembling but resolute. I know I'm asking a lot, but as long as even one of those traitors remains in the order, I simply cannot return to my master. She shouted, ablaze with fierce determination. I don't care about the gold. I just need to get stronger. Please just give me time. Seeing her fiery resolve, a faint smile tugged at Palmy's lips. Ralph maintained his arrogant sneer. How adorable. Is it really that hard to understand? We want you to leave. Palmy's voice cut through the silence like a sharp blade. Are you absolutely certain? The question stunned the entire room, drawing every eye directly to him, while Ralph's face twisted in visible irritation. Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Balmay's gaze turned icy as he countered. If she hunts that minion alone with her current temper, it's a suicide mission that benefits no one. And Ralph, you claim she lacks skill? Let me enlighten you. You seem arrogant about your own abilities, but you aren't the only one. Disappointed by this team's performance, I sent you to the second floor, believing it would be a walk in the park. But let's be real, without Deo Bo, you would have been wiped out. Ralph's face flushed with a mix of rage and burning shame. That wasn't a normal beast. You have no right to judge. Do you think a snow yeti is some common trash mob? Balmay replied, his voice terrifyingly calm. I've hunted a snow yeti solo before. The room exploded in utter disbelief. Their expressions screamed that he was spouting total garbage. Huh? Are you serious? Balmay drifted into his thoughts. That was before my regression. But if the timeline had stayed on track, I would have been the one to slay it. But that assassin threw everything into utter chaos. His skills were far above my calculations, and neither I nor my team were ready for that level of threat. Ralph, refusing to accept defeat, screamed in Balmay's face, impossible. Back then, you were nothing but a lowly slave. Balmay leaned against the wall, crossing his arms with a look of absolute disdain. You don't believe me? Do you want a demonstration? His eyes burned with a predatory hunger, one that threatened to devour Ralph whole. The sheer killing intent made Ralph stumble, terror gripping his throat. Seek off no niji. Balmay let out a sigh and then smiled. Simple enough. You just need to surpass your limits. We have 1 month before the next wave hits. In a brutal, level up or die world like this, violence is often the most efficient solution. Meanwhile, in a deeply shadowed location, Beiju knelt to deliver his report. It appears the operation did not go according to plan. If we clash with Go Now, the public will turn against us. Yavak mused. How much do they know? Was the negotiation just a theatrical performance? Beiju replied, I cannot say. Even our spies couldn't secure that intel. It suggests information, strictly held by the highest leadership. Yavak leaned back, legs crossed, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Do you think they pose a threat to me? Eliminating them would be child's play. When the time comes, our true enemy is the Maple Alliance. Just like 8 centuries ago, with Emperor Cygnus at the helm. The Cygnus Knights, the Explorers Guild, and the Nova clan formed a legendary coalition. Since the 6 heroes were sealed away, that alliance remains our only obstacle. For a mere merchant conflict, we don't need to involve the higher-ups. But something feels off. Did he really pull all that off with just Go support? Yavak frowned, lost in deep calculation, while Beiju remained wisely silent. Finally, Yavak spoke. Gather more intel on Go. Yes, sir. Yavak's face twisted into a sinister grin. Hey, Balmay, I hope you prove to be a worthy villain in my story. Deep within the forest, where golden sunlight pierced through the canopy, and leaves danced on the wind, a brutal training session was underway. Ralph was sent flying, dragging across the dirt in agony. Damn it. What the hell? What kind of mage fights like a martial artist? Kyrie wasn't faring much better, shoved back into a cloud of dust. Is that it? Balmay stepped forward, weapon in hand, exuding dominance. You haven't landed a single hit. He dashed toward them. Just one touch, and I'll let you rest. Stay away from me. Ralph shrieked. While the trio sparred, Deo Bo sat alone on a rock, snapping in frustration. Why are you guys so loud? I want to be over there, fighting. Why am I stuck doing this? He recalled Bao Mei's instructions to master the voluntary power that typically only awakened when he was unconscious. I don't know if it will work. Bao Mei had said, but if you master it, the results will be incredible. Bao Mei looked at Deo Bo with unwavering trust. Go easy on me. Ralph continued to wail. Is this really making me stronger? Deo Bo sighed, annoyed, but resumed his meditation. Night fell, blanketing the world in darkness. But inside the lit room, laughter echoed. Hey, Raph, struggling to speak, with his face beaten into a swollen mess. Only one eye functional, Raph questioned, was that actually sparring? Bo couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Bao Mei replied coldly, I fought exactly the number of rounds you asked for. Raph whimpered, I don't believe you. Bo kept cackling, with that face. No girl will ever look at you. Bo savored Raph's misery for a moment, before turning serious. Is it okay to leave that girl alone? Bao Mei answered, there are guards watching her. She'll be fine. Bo then remembered something. There's something I need to tell you. Bao Mei glanced at what Bo handed him. A letter with a ring attached. I found this at the Great Gate last time. It's the reason we managed to escape. But I didn't want to keep it without knowing its owner. He asked, do you know what this is? Bao Mei focused on the ring, surprise flashing in his eyes as he whispered, the cross ring. The image of a girl flashed across his memory. Bo looked confused. What's that? Baum snatched the letter. I'll hold on to this. Go get some rest. Tomorrow morning, you're joining the training session. As Baum pocketed the item, Bo broke into a cold sweat of pure terror. Meanwhile, Raph grinned with vindictive delight. While his teammates rested, the forest still echoed with the sound of violence. Kiri was relentlessly hacking at the trees, her blade singing through the air. She was gasping for air, nearing exhaustion. But the insults of her former teammate, Kasim, rang in her ears. You're incompetent. She gritted her teeth, gripping her sword until her knuckles turned white. Aura flared as she unleashed a powerful slash, fueled by pure rage. Meanwhile, Bao Mei walked alone through the silent streets. He stopped in front of a house and knocked. However, the door that opened wasn't the one in front of him, but the one directly behind his back. A figure appeared, with eyes sharp as daggers, full of suspicion. Who are you? Bao Mei held up the letter, his expression unreadable. Just a postman. After answering, his mind drifted to the destruction of the Great Gate. When the entrance was destroyed, the Merchant Alliance investigated, but the culprit vanished like a ghost. There was no reason to hunt them anymore, because the gate reappeared near its original spot, and since then, no other gates have been destroyed. He mused. It took time to realize who was behind it and why. Suddenly, the door in front of him opened, snapping him back to reality. The man standing there radiated pure menace. How did you find this place? Explain yourself. You have 5 seconds. Bao Mei stepped inside, facing a room full of dangerous individuals. This was the legendary Cross Hunter Guild. The secret organization finally realized the Great Gate was nothing but a treacherous snare laid by the fanatics. They were the ones who destroyed the gate. Yet, their noble sacrifice would go unsung in the shadows. But this time, the entire mood shifted. Seeing Bao Mei just stand there, silent, they raised their weapons, radiating killing intent. Unfazed, he simply used a skill to slide a letter their way. His voice was as calm as a still lake. I came to return something you lost. Don't you want it back? They didn't respond, only starting a cold, ominous countdown. 5. I want to show you a shortcut. 4. You running east and west like headless chickens. Gives me no benefit. 3. I can't explain why I know this location, but if you kill me, the 2 basement floors of the Edelstein Guild, the moment he dropped that name, their composure cracked. Bao Mei saw his opening, and your guild master's hideout will be exposed to the world. Sensing the truth in his words, a golden-haired woman stepped forward, eyeing him with suspicion. Who are you? Bao Mei flashed a friendly smile. A pleasure to meet you. Chef flushed, her guard spiking the moment he spoke her name. Looking at her, a wave of nostalgia crashed over him. He thought, no, I should be saying it's been a lifetime. Because in my past life, we were comrades, bound by blood. Shared joined the resistance after the Cross Hunters were annihilated. In the timeline of this awakened Manhwa, she and I fought side by side through countless hellish battles. Bao Mei dove into the ocean of his memories. That day, she had called out to him with a radiant smile. Bao Mei, go. I'll catch up since you sacrificed yourself for me. I swear I'll repay that debt. Back in the present, Bao Mei's eyes turned cold and professional. I'll get straight to the point. Withdraw the branch at Kernan City. That location has already been compromised. By the fanatics. Cher's eyes widened in shock. He pulled out a wooden box, continuing his dominance over the conversation. And I just happened to pick this up. The Kenya Merchant Guild had something very interesting. He opened the lid. Inside lay a severed hand, marred by dark blemishes. Cher asked, confused, "What is this? If you're playing games, then I won't show any mercy. Look closely." Balmy channeled his mana, causing a crimson seal to glow on his skin. Cher couldn't hide her horror, realizing that is the mark of the cult. The others froze, recognizing the symbol instantly. It's real. Kenya, is it true? Cher's jaw dropped in disbelief, her mind racing to process the impossible. That tattoo undeniably belongs to the fanatics. It's nearly impossible to detect, because it remains invisible unless infused with mana. Currently, few people even know these fanatics exist. Cher raised her voice, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want? Speak nonsense, and I'll blow your head off." He replied, "What I want." He paused, his gaze steady as a mountain. "It's information I need, and you will tell it to me." He slammed the door shut, leaving the group to whisper in the shadows. "Cher, do you trust him?" "Of course not. He's suspicious as hell." She analyzed the situation carefully, especially since he appeared right now, exactly at this critical moment. "It's definitely a trap, then. We'll pretend to play along." Balmy walked away, his inner thoughts churning. I never expected to get both the item and the intel this easily. The ring attached to the letter is safely hidden. Kenya, they're moving too fast. Did my return alter the future, causing them to change their plans? In that case, she will... It's decided. The next destination is Nautilus. High above, in the azure sky, seagulls soared with their iconic cries, signaling the call of the Yoni Ocean. Dio stood, his massive red axe in hand, watching the passengers board. Oh, the full squad. Balmy, Kiri, Raph, and Dio looked toward the horizon. With burning confidence, Dio smirked. "Feels like it's been a month, hasn't it? My body's itching for a fight." Balmy flashed back to the moment. He sat directly across from Dabir. The man's chilling command, "Choose." Two crucial papers lay waiting on the table. Dabir's voice dripped with pure arrogance. The 60-man dungeon gate at the intersection, or the 77-man gate along a linear route. I chose the portals. Kenya might be watching. So why haven't we started? It's been a month. Balmy looked down, his face unreadable. "I see, and I'm still calculating." He then muttered, "I wonder." Dabir cut him off, absolutely furious. "Hey, you bastard. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet now." Baumei closed his eyes, his arms crossed. His face was a perfect mask of indifference. "I've already chosen exactly where we're going." "Whose grave?" Hearing that, Devere panicked. "What? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is?" The scene shifted to the legendary pirate, with long, flowing golden hair, standing beside a whale-shaped battleship. The ship's bow featured a massive skull. That was Kieran, captain of the Nautilus, commander of the infamous pirate armada. An image of a blood-soaked gun, lying on the ground, flashed by. Kieran had a first disciple named Eagle Eye, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where that disciple met his tragic end. Now it's become a tomb to honor her memory. Dabir looked at Balmy, who was deadly serious, and questioned his sanity. "You mean the place with the 990,000 Metso bounty? Countless adventurers have failed there. It's deemed utterly impossible to clear. Don't tell me." The Konya Merchant Guild is targeting that hellhole. First of all, where did you even get that intel? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Rand walked in, beaming with a bright expression. "What's this interesting conversation?" Dabir gasped in shock. "Lord Rand," he asked, "what brings you here, sir?" Rand approached them and spoke. "I was thinking of giving you a gift." Dabir was confused. "A gift?" Rand simply smiled, holding up two feathers glowing with orange flame. Balmy's eyes widened in recognition. "These are special items prepared by the captain. Phoenix feathers and two of them." No less, he smiled with a hidden meaning. "I have high expectations for you." Remembering that moment, Balmy pondered deeply. "That means I have to deliver results equal to the value of these gifts. With this, I now have 4 phoenix feathers. A truly unexpected harvest." Dio's voice snapped him back to reality. But why isn't the LPAM going inside? Bonnie looked toward a footstep approaching the dock. There's still someone coming. Dio asked who. Then his eyes went wide as he recognized the Figaro. The drunkard Iburu arrived, clutching a massive, tightly bound package. Long time no, see. Dio grinned. Oh, Abaru, what's that in your hands? Kyrie and Ralph looked on in surprise as Abaru answered. The goods your LPAM ordered. Seriously making me do delivery duty too. Try putting them on. They quickly equipped the gear. Dio let out a happy shout. Oh. Ralph beamed. Is this free? Awesome. Kiri was equally impressed. It's way lighter than I thought. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. They asked, what is this made of? Ibaru replied, snow yeti leather. Your L. Pam threw the materials at me and told me to craft it. Remember, Dio recalled the scene where Balmy grabbed a piece of snow. Why for I'm taking this? He hadn't even given Dio a chance to stop him, leaving him depressed at the time. Ibaru asked, you guys have been eating well lately, right? Well, obviously you have the skills to clear 100-man gate. Hearing that, Dio panicked. Hey, keep your voice down, wait. How do you know about that? Ibaru held a piece of fur, explaining casually. How could I not know? I received materials this rare and difficult to obtain. Only I know about this, so don't you worry. Oh, and there's some more equipment right here. This is... Balmy cut him off swiftly. That is yours. Ibura blinked, completely bewildered. Mine? Why, thank you. But I don't think it'll be all that useful for me. Balmy interrupted again. I said it's yours. Ibarra was thunderstruck. Huh? You mean, before he could even finish? Balmy commanded. We don't have much time. Hurry up. Ibarra stood there, completely stunned. Huh? Elsewhere, a pirate yawned deeply and complained. I'm so bored. Beneath a canopy of lush green, a pirate ship lay anchored at the island's edge. A lone female silhouette approached the vessel's side, and the lookout's voice rang out across the deck. She's finally here. Her signature red hair flowing like a crimson flag. Minner emerged with her battle-worn crew, greeted by waves of overwhelming gratitude. Miss Minner, thank you. You saved us. Minner grinned, soaking in the praise. The sea breeze is magnificent. Cheers erupted like a roaring volcano. Minner actually did it. The ship buzzed with the electric roar of the triumphant crew. She soloed the 200-man Orange Gate. Minner is back. It was a true power-up moment, perfect for a leveling Manhwa. This changes the entire momentum of the raid. But a cold voice cut through the celebration. No. Minner stared at the woman in the captain's quarters, her voice trembling with raw accusation. Captain, why? I even cleared the 200-man gate. I'm infinitely stronger than the old, eagle-eye version of me. There's no logic in stopping me now. Karen turned, her gaze sharp. Oh ho, are you talking back to your captain? Are you planning mutiny? Minner clenched her fists, her body shaking with suppressed grief. Then how am I supposed to avenge Big Sister R? You know how desperately I've trained for this. Karen's eyes turned to ice, her tone absolute. I am ordering you one more time, as your captain. Stand down. Sometime later. The tavern air hung heavy as Manor slumped over her beer. She let out a soul-crushing sigh. She muttered to her teammates. He's never going to let me go. Should I just ignore him and snatch the bounty? Gio chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. That's just Kieran's way of spoiling you. Manor groaned. It's overprotective, not spoiling. Suddenly, footsteps thundered as a man kicked the door open, eyes wild with panic. Manor, we have a major problem. Get out here now. Someone just swiped the bounty for the Eagle. Manor shot up like a compressed spring, her eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? Kevin's jaw dropped. Who are they? Land rats. Another female crewmate slammed her fist down, raging. Some punk stole our prey. On the other side, pal. Meanwhile, the squad walked into the hornet's nest. Doe scanned the hostile crowd. What the hell? What is with this suffocating pressure? It's creeping me out. Kiri kept his eyes closed, whispering a warning. This is their turf. Shut it. We broke their unwritten laws. So don't be surprised if a bullet finds your skull. Right now, the law of Nautilus is simple. The one holding the bounty poster holds the priority rights to the dungeon gate. Possession is permission. That's the rule. But there's a shadow law. You never touch a bounty that another crew has already marked as their own. And the bounty we just grabbed, it belonged to them. Before he could finish, a figure stormed over, shouting, "Hey, who do you think you are?" The group paused. Manor stepped forward, fury blazing in her eyes. "You have a death wish. Hand that over. That prey belongs to me." "Got it." Pommy shot back coolly. "If it's yours, you should have taken the poster first," Manor retorted. "I was waiting for permission. I hadn't been cleared yet." The noise drew everyone's attention. Pommy scoffed. "Permission? Never heard of it." Manor pointed an accusing finger at them. "Captain Kieran is my handler. I have to follow protocol." Manor wagged a finger, switching to lecture mode. "You can't do that here. You clearly don't know the rules. But Nodal's bounties are strictly for pirates only." Pommy remained ice cold. It looked like he was about to explode. From holding back his laughter, Manor pressed on. "If you aren't pirates, you can't claim it. No gate here is for civilians." Du couldn't hold it anymore. He burst into laughter. "I finally get it." Elfin Manor glared at him, utterly offended. "Stop laughing. I don't want to." Du slung an arm around Pommy and pointed to their trembling teammate in the back. "Allow me to introduce us. We are the Iburu Pirates." Hearing that, Iburu clutched the scroll like a lifeline, sweating buckets as he tried to act the part. Manor looked insulted, like she was being mocked. "You can't just call yourselves pirates. And make it true, not just anyone can be a pirate. There's a sacred process, too." Du cut her off mid-sentence. "Huh? Are you calling us fakes? That breaks my heart. We are the real deal." He spun a tall tale. "Haven't you heard of Captain Iburu of the Iburu fleet?" Iburu stood frozen, only managing a terrifyingly awkward laugh. Du watched Manor's confusion with a smirk, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Iburu, right here, is a legendary sea rover. Honestly, you should have sensed his aura the moment we walked in." "Right. So if the leader is a pirate, the whole group is a pirate crew." A deep voice boomed. "That logic seems a bit forced." Pommy turned to see a hulking man approaching. "That implies the rest of you are landlubbers." Du fumed, steam rising from his head. "Who asked you?" Manor's face lit up. "Lord Murat, you're here." It was Murat. He asked, "What is all this racket?" Pommy analyzed him instantly. "Murat, never heard of him." "But technically, we haven't broken any rules," Murat replied. "I know Karen wrote the laws here, so we will let her be the judge of this situation." "Where's the rest of your crew?" "I assume there are more." Pommy answered flatly. "It's just the 5 of us. Murat, Bilinkit, Satunad." "Oh, are you insane? You realize this is a 74-man gate, right?" At the same time, Du's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, can this guy actually see us?" The crowd whispered, struck by the sheer absurdity. Murat frowned. "That's incredibly suspicious. What's your name, kid?" "Eriplaid. Elpamome." The name hit Kevin like a freight train. Elpamome, Lamb, the female pirate, spun toward him. "You know him?" Kevin stared hard at Palmy. "I've heard the stories. He's the sole survivor of the Red Rank 100-man gate." The whispers spread like wildfire. "That legendary gate. I thought everyone who entered was slaughtered." Another voice chimed in. "Then they aren't human." Hearing the awe, Debo smugly rubbed his chin. Puffing his chest out, he declared, "That's right. Bask in our glory." But the mood shifted instantly. "So what? Lam Skull?" Venting her anger on Kevin. "That just means they failed a raid. They barely scurried out with their lives. They're just cowards who got lucky." Kevin threw his hands up. "Hey, why are you screaming at me?" The crowd remained skeptical. Captain Manor cleared an orange ring. "She's the real deal." Manor blushed a deep crimson. "Guys, you're making a huge deal out of it, even if you're not wrong." Murat's expression darkened as understanding dawned. "I see. So you're those people." He looked at Palmy's group and offered a deal. "All right, let's compromise. Since you grabbed the poster, you have priority. But why not yield the remaining 69 spots to another group?" Devo was gloating, but Pao shut him down cold, surprised. 100,000 mesos up front, 10 people maximum, inside Manor's quarters. The conversation turned cynical. "Are you serious? They're just fodder waiting to die. We'll just loot their corpses when it's over." Manor counted her stacks of cash, indifferent to Gio's panic. "I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario. If they survive the gate and try to live, That's when our problem starts. Geo pressed on, but Captain Kieran Manor waved him off. No time. I'll commit the sin now and beg for forgiveness later. Her eyes gleamed with steely resolve. She wouldn't let anyone else claim that gate. Meanwhile, Raph was absolutely fuming. Why would you say only 10 slots out of 69? You just incinerated 690,000 mesos. Go tell them we changed our minds. Debo sighed. Your greed is truly legendary. Karen intervened, explaining the stark logic. Too many people attracts unwanted attention. Did you forget about the followers? Raph sneered, utterly unwilling to listen. Who cares about them? We'll just wipe them out. Palm fell silent, deep in troubled thought. In this Manhwa recap, the enemy's goal was chillingly clear. Assassinate Minar, Captain Kieran's second disciple. The location? The Eagle's Eye. The very grave. Where her first disciple had met a tragic end. The skull-clad whale ship groaned. Cracks spread menacingly across its hull. Kieran had locked her heart away in ice. After losing her second disciple in that same gate, the followers had seized that moment of weakness to completely annihilate the Nautilus pirates. A catastrophe meant for 2 years later was unfolding right now. Palm analyzed the dire situation. News that Kanya moved funds to Nautilus. It means the timeline has drastically accelerated. He had to stay one step ahead of this unfolding disaster. Limiting the raid party to level the mana plot is the only way to ensure her safety. I must conserve my energy. I cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. The tension in the room was absolutely suffocating. Someone roared, "Shut up. I'm sure he has a master plan." Another lamented, "Oh God, all that money." Ibru felt a wave of crushing powerlessness. Why am I even here? Outside, the pirate ship sliced through the moonlit waves. A sudden knock at the door shattered Pow's focus. He channeled blue aura into his fist, ready to strike. Ready to strike. Who is it? He opened the door, and his eyes widened in utter shock. Well, this is unexpected. Komain, standing there were the ship's titans, Captain Kieran and Murad. Under the dim amber light, Pow asked, "What brings you here this late?" A voice then cut sharply through the air. "There's something I need to verify. Don't you dare lie to me." Kieran's icy gaze pierced right through him. Well, Pow. Are you a follower of the Dark Mage?" A jolt of panic shot through his chest. How does she know about the followers? Did the future shift again? Or did she know all along? Why is this happening before the regression point? Myrat stepped forward, his tone heavy. "You look rattled. Are you involved with them?" Pal cursed internally. "Damn it. No, I'm not. I was just shocked to hear that name from you." Kieran's expression remained grave. "So you don't deny that the followers exist? That makes no sense. How can I believe you aren't one of them? Do you have proof?" Pal closed his eyes, regaining his cool. "Well, I don't, but I think you came here because you already know the truth. You know who the followers are and my relationship to them. Otherwise, you would have shot me long ago." Shadows stretched across the floor. "Is it the Cross Hunters? I wasn't aware you had connections with them." Kieran closed her eyes, admitting correct. "The followers are the Cham Merchant Union. You are their enemy." Her blue eyes snapped open, cold as steel. "But that doesn't make you my ally." Pal countered. "I can be your ally. I assume that's why you're here." He looked at her seriously. "What do you want?" Kieran hesitated. "The situation is critical. I know. The Dark Mage's followers are behind Leah's death, but they've infiltrated the Nautilus too deeply. I can't trust anyone except Myrat and a select few." Pal guessed the rest. "Shit. Is it that bad already?" The events were spiraling faster than he predicted. Kieran thought of Minna. "I hear they're making a move. I suspect they're targeting Minna. Without Leah, she is essentially the symbol of this ship. If Minna dies, chaos will consume the Nautilus. Not even I will be able to control it." Pow's eyes glinted dangerously at the offer. "This is a negotiation, remember. And protect Minner within the Eagle's Eye tomb. Complete this task, and you can claim a treasure from the Nautilus vault." Dawn broke at Gate 74, and Debo's group marched in first, leaving Minner and her squad in the dust. "We're going ahead. Take your time catching up." Minner watched them go. A steely resolve hardened her expression. Inside the gate, Debo looked around in awe. Everything looked so new and absolutely terrifying. Karen's voice rang out. Are you here for sightseeing? Get your guard up. Ralph was still bitter about the selection trials. Seriously, only 10 slots. Suddenly, a heavy thud shook the ground, grabbing everyone's attention. Debo scoffed at the small, dinosaur-like creature. Look at that goofy thing, a voice shouted. Debo, wait. I'll handle it. Debo's eyes bulged. A massive shadow engulfed him. As a colossal beast rose behind the smaller one, Debo froze, rubbing his head nervously. Did you bring your mommy? A deafening roar shattered the air, revealing a cavern filled with jagged stalactites and dry, cracked earth. Gunfire erupted, drowning out the monster's growls. Minner unleashed hell, screaming. Keep firing. Take them down one by one, Geo. The noise is overwhelming them. Geo yelled back, don't panic. A beast with razor-sharp teeth lunged from above, snapping at their heads. Geo held his ground. These things are trash. We cleared a 200-man gate. He raised his rifle and blasted the monster. Point blank, the bullet tore through, making the beast shriek in agony. Blood and flesh exploded into the air. As it crashed down, Minner shouted, Yes, Geo. Just like you said, back information. Dual-wielding guns like a Valkyrie. She declared, I'll handle this. On the other side, a beast roared. Charging Pow's group. Debo groaned. Another one. Where are they coming from? Ralph dashed past them. You guys hold them off. I've got urgent business. Debo gasped for air, grinding his teeth. Where's that bastard going? He sprinted forward, eyes wide, only to find a massive boulder suddenly blocking his path. Damn it! Debo dodged with a lightning-fast reaction, letting the monster crash headfirst right into the stone. The impact shattered the massive rock into a shower of debris. While the beast reeled, momentarily stunned, Debo seized the moment with a ferocious roar. His axe severed its head in one clean, decisive strike. Let's move! But this level of efficiency was brand new. Flashback to their grueling training. LPAM had ruthlessly critiqued their synergy. You fight like amateurs in a low-tier, leveling Manhwa. That chaos will get you all killed. He then established a rigid new order. From now on, we move as a single, cohesive unit. You aren't just teammates anymore. You're family. The three of them stared in utter disbelief. Excuse me. The strategy, however, was set. Debo, you are the vanguard. Charge in and draw all the aggro. Don't worry about the kill shots. Just wound them and create space. Your only job is to relentlessly push forward. Ignore your blind spots completely. Why? Because your father will protect you. And that father figure was none other than Ralph. Ralph raised a defiant fist, fully embracing the role with a mocking grin. Trust in Papa, my beloved son. Debo nearly vomited from the sheer cringe. Shut your trap, old man. LPC ignored the bickering and turned to Ralph. His voice was cold steel. Ralph, you are Debo's living shield. Forget your flashy solo DPS techniques. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Your sole existence is to protect him. That is an absolute command. The hierarchy was clear. Back in reality, they stood back to back as the horde swarmed. Ralph stomped the ground, his aura flaring violently. Come get some, you ugly freaks. His movements were a blur of pure violence. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a tail, whipping towards Debo far too fast. But Ralph's instincts were even faster. He caught the tail mid-swing, clutching the monster like a favorite plushie. A manic grin stretched across his face as he buffed himself up. The power of fatherly love makes me invincible. Is this guy serious right now? The cringe was physical. Debo snapped, swinging his weapon. I told you to shut up and fight. Then there was the ace card. Kiri. In this awakening Manhwa party, her role was the executioner. Her flames inflicted unhealable burn damage. Burn them to ash. Kiri locked onto the weak and prey. Her blade erupted with a crimson light, delivering a critical hit that disintegrated the beast. Elle pense nodded approvingly. You've leveled up the most this month. Kiri stood over the corpse, adrenaline pumping. Hey, that was easier than the tutorial. Perfect. Keep that formation. Meanwhile, Chaos was brewing outside the dungeon gate. The guards froze as a familiar face stormed toward them. "Gato, you're supposed to be on standby." But the man looked frantic, his face pale with urgency. "Out of my way. I don't have time to explain. I need to warn Minner right now." Deep inside the dungeon, Minner's team had just cleared a room. Rio wiped sweat from his brow. "Nice shot, Minner." She shrugged, reloading, just warming up. Suddenly, a teammate waved from atop a carcass. "Minner, look. It's huge. Look at the size of this Mona's stone." Her eyes sparkled with greed. "If we sell this loot, we're set for life." Thwack! The sentence ended in a gurgle. An arrow pierced her stomach. Before she could even finish, Minner froze in horror as blood sprayed the ground. "What the?" A skill user. Before the shock could even settle, another projectile whistled through the air, aimed straight from Minner. "Move! Everyone down!" Rio tackled her just as the arrow whizzed past. "I got you." Minner rolled and fired a counter shot, snapping the incoming arrow in midair. But the ambush wasn't over yet. A crimson laser sight locked on her back. Her danger sense screamed a warning. She spun around just in time, boom. A barrage of explosive rounds tore into the earth. Dust and debris choked the air. Through the smoke, an artifact glowed menacingly. Minner's blood boiled. "Show yourself, coward." The smoke cleared, revealing a familiar silhouette. Elpamp calmly adjusted his glasses. Calm as ice, just doing some spring cleaning. A scorching vortex of flame swirled around him. He unleashed a devastating storm of arrows. His voice echoed with terrifying indifference. "Stand still," he commanded. "I'll make it quick." Elsewhere, Iburu was spiraling into pure despair. "They forgot me." He clutched his head, sanity slipping. Those bastards actually forgot me. The memory of the chaotic retreat haunted him. "Damn you, Dubois. You told me to trust you, then ran away. Why bring me to this hell? If you were just going to discard me? If it wasn't for this ant tunnel, I'd be Monster Chow." Paranoia set in. "I can't hide forever. If they clear the boss and leave, I'm stuck here." He slapped his cheeks. "Think, you're a second circle adventurer." He had to find an exit strategy, fast. Outside the tunnel, monsters still prowled. He gritted his teeth in determination. "I refuse to die in a place like this." After a stealthy, desperate struggle, he found a secondary gate. What now? While he hesitated, a strange sound echoed near his ear. "Squish!" He screamed, falling back in sheer terror. Heart pounding, he looked down to see a snail. It looked utterly ridiculous, chirping a cute noise. Ibura blinked. "Wait, isn't this LPC summon?" He sighed. Relief washed over him, but he failed to notice his hand had triggered the gate's mechanism. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, little guy." A buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. The gate cracked open, revealing a blinding light. The snail zipped toward the portal. But Iburu? He was already gone. The snail let out a disappointed sigh, then engaged turbo mode. It shot into the portal with speed that defied physics. Back on the battlefield, Elpam. Hundreds of arrows hovered in the air, aimed at Minner's surviving crew. Game over. Manor aimed her rifle. Screaming in defiance, "Explain yourself. Are you deaf, Bang?" She fired, but Elpam dodged effortlessly. The bullet struck the ground, exploding with enough force to shake the cavern. What the hell was that firepower? Steps echoed from the shadows. It was Caro holding a smoking heavy cannon. "Looks like I made it just in time for the party." Manor gasped Carol. Elpamps didn't stick around to chat. He turned and fled. Caro barked orders instantly. "He's alive, chase him down." His expression was grim. This fits the pattern of the 100-man gate tragedy. Caro Skovlet. Kieran sent us the moment we confirmed his identity. Menor stammered, still processing the betrayal. Kieran knew Elphamp. Running backwards, fired a parting gift. 3 pursuers dropped instantly, arrows in their shoulders. The redhead roared, "You useless idiots." He spammed his fire skills, creating a wall of flames to block them. Elpam's voice drifted back, mocking them. "It doesn't matter how many of you there are." The barrage was relentless. He thought, fair enough. but the firepower rebounded unexpectedly. Terror struck the trio, screams echoed as the explosion sent stone shrapnel flying in every direction. EPA retreated, his mind racing. 3 enemies had become 4. Had his cover been blown suddenly? His heart stopped. A figure blocked his path. Weapon raised high. 2 crimson bullets screamed through the air. He barely dodged by a hair's breadth. Miner's gun glowed with searing heat as she roared. You really think you can escape me that easily? She unleashed a lead storm, but he danced through the fire. Just as they closed in on the gate, Crow pulled a pin, letting out a wild scream. Everyone hit the dirt as Geo froze, paralyzed by panic. What the hell, buddy? Paw, with his enchanted monocle, saw the trajectory instantly. He activated the ring on his finger, and a massive earth barrier erupted from the ground, separating him from Miner's squad. The bomb slammed directly into the stone wall, and a cataclysmic boom shook the cavern. Debris rained down, sealing the path. The team was split. Manor was now trapped alone with EPA, behind a mountain of rubble. Regroup. Hurry up, damn it. The shouts were muffled inside the dust cloud. Manor coughed, disoriented by the chaos. What is going on? Before she could recover, a blinding light flared from his staff. Recognizing that signature mana, she instinctively leveled her gun at his heart. Trapped in the claustrophobic dark, they locked eyes. She snarled like a wounded beast. You scumbag, what is your master plan here? Speak. Cold steel pressed against his forehead. He whispered, are you prepared to face the consequences? Her finger trembled on the trigger. Outside, Geo shook Crow violently. We have to act. Minner is trapped in there. The boy hesitated. Suddenly, another blast rocked the stone pile. Geo stared into the smoke with terror, screaming, Manor, answer me. Are you still alive? A mana projectile shot out from the gloom. They barely scrambled away. Then, a familiar muzzle emerged from the smoke. Crow's face went pale with absolute horror. The shooter unleashed a merciless volley, shredding through Crow. His body slumped, darkness claiming him instantly. Why was he the target? The figure, stepping from the shadows, was none other than Manor herself. Geo's mind broke at the sight. He bellowed, Manor, have you lost your mind? EPA stepped out behind her, calm as a frozen lake. So what is the verdict? He sighed. I just burned through precious mana thanks to your pig-headedness. Just as I thought, a bunch of amateurs, fresh out of a Manhwa leveling tutorial. Manor's expression was deathly grim. She barked at Geo, take the others and run. That's a direct order from Karen. The necklace around her throat began to hum. Meanwhile, at the second massive gate, a dimensional rift cracked open. Yubaru and his snail companion plunged into the unknown. He hunched over, gasping for air. Great, I stumbled in by mistake. Now I have to wait for the rest of the raid party. The silence was heavy. The floor was littered with bleached bones. Is the second gate just a cavern? Then a silhouette caught his eye. A human. Yubaru sprinted toward the figure, ignoring the frantic hissing of the snail at his feet. Like a drowning man finding a lifeline, he shouted, I got separated, Carson. Can I party up with you? Suddenly, the snail tripped him. He crashed down, furious. What is your problem, you slime? Do you want me to cook you alive? Now that EPA isn't here to save you. Yubaru scrambled up, turning to apologize to the stranger. Sorry, this snail isn't a man. The words died in his throat. The figure stepped into the light. It wasn't human. It was a nightmare incarnate. The beast roared. A horde of monsters emerged from the shadows behind it. His scream tore through the dungeon. Back at the rubble, a bloodied Manor shouted, Geo, get everyone out now. This is an order from Kieran. Geo stood frozen. What? A strange wind swirled around Manor's necklace. She turned her weapon back on EPA, eyes burning with suspicion. What is this game you're playing? EPA didn't flinch. He asked coldly, do you know the truth about Leah's death? The question hit Manor like a physical blow. Her eyes went wide, stammering, what did you say? EPA's voice was ice. Among those friends of yours, they're cultists of the Black Mage, hiding in plain sight. They're the ones who orchestrated Eagle Face's murder. Manor couldn't even begin to process this betrayal. "Shut your mouth," she screamed. EPA ignored her rage. "Kieran already knows everything. That's why I'm here. Don't you see? They isolated you because you're the second disciple. You're the next target. They want you dead." The horrifying realization crashed over Manor. She stood paralyzed, her entire world crumbling around her. What is he saying? Cultists? In the Nautilus Guild? My own teammates, they killed Leah? Cutting through her spiral of doubt, EPA held out an object. "Kieran entrusted this to me. For you." Manor gasped, recognizing the artifact. That's Kieran's amulet. Kieran's skull emblem gleamed ominously in the dim light. Manor shook her head, desperate to reject reality. She would never give that to a stranger. It's her symbol. Does that mean Kieran knew? Was she trying to protect me all along? Manor slowly lowered her weapon. "Then the people you just slaughtered?" EPA nodded. "Traitors. All of them. All of them." Manor was still trembling. "But how? How could you possibly tell them apart?" Flashback. In a dim chamber, a man argued with Charo. "Charo, this feels wrong. They know our numbers and our inventory. It makes no sense. We cannot trust this outsider." Charo ignored his whining. Her mind focused solely on the artifact. The Glasses of Insight. A legendary artifact, one you'd only see in a top-tier system. Manhwa, allowing the user to see the flow of mana itself. It's the only way to sniff out those Black Mage rats, she thought. But the mana cost is lethal. Since Chorus died, no one has been able to wield it. And doesn't he know? It only resonates with a specific elemental affinity. The image of EPA, with his piercing gaze, flashed in her mind. Charo spoke aloud. "I don't know how a mage class like him can use it. I don't trust him either, but I know one thing. We share the same enemy." The man cut her off, anxious. It could be a trap. "We have no idea who is pulling the strings here." Charo remained icy calm. "What choice do we have? I lent it to him. You could trust me." Her eyes narrowed. "If his mana proves insufficient, those glasses will drain him completely dry before he can take a single step. Let's just wait and see what answer he brings back. Back from the dead, and back in the present." The crowd swarmed menacingly around Min's position. Ipa stepped from the shadows, emerging behind Min, his voice cold. "Aside from the front trio, every single one of them is a disciple of the Black Mage." Min's brow furrowed, the silence speaking volumes. Pedro roared in indignation. Veins popping. "Preposterous. Lady Min, you cannot trust this bastard's baseless lies." Hearing this, Ipa paused. His expression turned icy. "You want proof? Then feast your eyes on this." With a smirk, he equipped the translucent lens artifact. He thought to himself, dealing with these Black Mage fanatics is always a headache in a system Manhwa world. Even before his regression, their sigils only manifested when infused with mana, hidden anywhere on their bodies. A spectral silhouette bound by mana threads materialized clearly in his vision. Just because the naked eye is blind to the truth doesn't mean the darkness isn't there. A crimson sphere manifested as his hand slammed on a crow's skull, heavy with spiritual pressure. "I try to offer you mercy, but you just had to cross the line, didn't you?" He yanked Crow's head back, exposing the glowing sigil etched into his forehead. Kevin and Geo gasped aloud, their screams tearing through the tension. The mark of the Black Mage. Impossible. Pedro ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, tears of betrayal streaming down his face. The facade shattered. Weapons were drawn in a heartbeat. "Damn it! Wipe them out!" One screamed. Geo, caught off guard, acted on instinct and raised his gun to return fire. What the hell is going on? Chaos erupted instantly. Min wasted no time, raising her weapon to join the symphony of destruction. A cultist howled as a bullet tore through him. EPA scanned Min, calculations racing through his mind. "I wasted too much mana just to expose these rats. We're at a severe disadvantage here. There's a secondary gate close by. We need to retreat," but Min was completely deaf to reason. "Shut your mouth. I'm going to slaughter every single one of them." She charged in, guns blazing. Pedro scrambled back, clutching a sinister artifact. "It's hunting time," he sneered. He hurled a purple skull, radiating dark energy right at Min. Ghostly hands erupted from the orb, swarming Minner. She flinched, shielding her eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? An illusion. My vision is gone. She was drowning in a suffocating sea of violet smog. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pierced the darkness, striking her before she could even react. The purple-haired cultist let out a wicked laugh. Not bad, but fighting blind is a whole different story. You better say your prayers. Gio and Kevin cursed in agony as the spell struck them too. Minner, we've lost visual. Damn it. What is this dark magic? Seizing the moment, the purple-haired assassin aimed his gun directly at the blinded girl. Goodbye, Minner. Go say hello to the Grim Reaper. He pulled the trigger. Death was mere inches away until EPA flashed in, pulling her into his embrace and dodging the bullet. The assassin's smug grin instantly vanished. What? How can you see through my void? Kill him. He's a monster. At his command, a torrent of bullets rained down on EPA, but the MC stood firm, weaving an impenetrable barrier of pure mana. The bullets slammed into the shield and stopped dead, before reversing course. Transformed into blazing fire arrows, they shot back, striking the attackers. Screams of agony filled the air. Yet one fanatic defiantly refused to yield, launching a desperate strike. Do you think this is enough to stop us? Futile. His attack was instantly reflected, a fire arrow piercing his throat. Impossible. The purple-haired leader watched in utter horror. What kind of monstrous power is this? Stop him. Don't let him get close. He shrieked. But EPA was far beyond what mere minions could ever hope to stop. EPA unleashed the devastating six-fold storm strike. A raging tornado of pure mana erupted around him, obliterating every single attack that dared to cross its path. The cultist leader frantically clutched his skull artifact. Trembling in pure shock, he desperately redirected the vector. But before that thought could even fully register, EPA was already right there. A blinding flash of steel severed the hand clutching the artifact, followed instantly by a blade buried deep within his gut. EPA then crushed the skull artifact effortlessly with one hand, and the ominous black smog dissipated in an instant. Manor blinked, her vision finally clearing from the haze. I can see again, she gasped, but the enemy wasn't finished. You bastard. With his dying breath, he gathered every ounce of his remaining life force into unstable golden spheres screaming glory to the Black Mage. The volatile energy orbs violently detonated. The massive blast wave sent them all hurtling through the air, but EPA reacted with incredible speed, levitating the entire team onto a quickly conjured floating boulder. Just in the nick of time, EPA gasped for air, sweat dripping. I'm at my absolute limit. We need to reach the gate before my mana hits 0. Suddenly, Pedro launched a surprise ambush straight from the shadows. The devastating impact knocked Minner clean off the safety of the rock. Minner screamed, utterly helpless as she fell. EPA reached out desperately, a look of horror on his face. Damn it, no, he roared in despair. You aren't going anywhere. Pedro snarled triumphantly. Pedro then hurled a jagged iron spear, aiming for EPA, intercepting EPA. The resulting explosion was absolutely catastrophic, shattering the very fabric and structure of the interdimensional gate itself. Minner slowly awoke, her surroundings a living nightmare. She stared blankly, her eyes fixated on the smoking rubble. The gate, it's gone, she whispered in disbelief. The others gasped, expressions of pure horror dawning on their faces. Oh God, one of them cried out. We're trapped. Was that the secondary gate? Did we lose EPA? One of them desperately tried to stay calm. Don't panic. The system will regenerate. The gate soon enough. Forget the gate. The real target is Minner. Pedro ordered his men to immediately finish the job. He unleashed a deadly spiral strike, aiming for her. But Minner was incredibly faster. A precise bullet shattered his wrist mid-swing. He instantly activated his powerful defensive skill. The wings of the Admiral. That toy gun won't hurt me. Miner scowled. He swiftly blocked the attack. Since when did he possess such an impenetrable defense? Was he truly hiding his immense power all along? She unloaded her entire clip, but the bullets harmlessly ricocheted off him like raindrops. As his devastating fist came barreling down, with superhuman agility, she vaulted high into the air. She landed with deadly grace directly onto his shoulders, pressing dual muzzles point blank against his skull. But she wasn't aiming for a headshot. Instead, she blew his feet clean apart. Pedro roared, a guttural sound torn from gritted teeth. His allies arrived, immediately training their weapons on Menor. Pedro struggled, desperately trying to buck her off his back. Menor slammed her hand down onto him, forcing his spine to contort backward, bent like a shrimp. He was a person no longer. He was her meat shield as bullets shredded Pedro's back, turning his back into a gruesome, bloody mess, while Menor, protected, remained entirely untouched. From behind her impromptu living barricade, she returned fire, her fingers a blur, dancing on the triggers. "You bitch!" Pedro shrieked, attempting one last desperate move. But Menor, cold and calculating, was utterly ruthless. She slammed the barrel of her gun directly into his gut and fired a brutal, point-blank shot. The second barrel then went straight into his gaping mouth. The result was a gruesome, visceral explosion of crimson. The horrified spectators froze in terror at the sheer brutality. "We're out of time. Kill them all." Meanwhile, elsewhere deep within the dungeon, Du stood utterly paralyzed before a shimmering wall of portals. "What in the world? Why are there so many gates?" Kiri called out. "There's even more over here." Raph's keen eyes narrowed in contemplation. These must be the legendary special gates they've heard about. Rumors claim they connect directly to the fabled second zone. Once the participant quota for entry is finally filled, the corresponding gate seals shut by the system's absolute will, leaving them with absolutely no other choice but to gamble on a completely different entrance. Dio voiced the party's growing collective fear. "Hold on, we're walking completely blind here. If we don't even know the intended destination, how are we supposed to hunt down that elusive El Pam monster?" Ralph let out a heavy, resigned sigh, resigning himself entirely to their uncertain fate. "Do we even have a choice? We'll have to trust our luck. Just move," he commanded. "It seems a party of 3 members triggers the entry condition." Eyes peeled, everyone. Elpham took a separate path. "So our top priority is to rendezvous with him before this dungeon devours us completely." Du squinted into the murky distance. "What the hell is that? Something's charging straight at us. Is it Elpham?" But no. It was Iburu, running with tears streaming down his face. "Save me. You guys have to save me." Seeing the horde of monsters hot on his heels, Du pretended not to recognize him. "What are you babbling about? Don't bring that trouble over here." Were the Iburu pirates brothers in arms? Du shouted back, ruthless in his denial. "Hell no. Keep your distance." Iburu wailed in despair. "Elpham, where on earth are you hiding?" Elpham activated his analysis lens, cutting through the pervasive darkness. His heart sank. Impossible. The beast before him roared, a sound that threatened to devour the world itself. The stench of death was overwhelming. Raph screamed in horror. "These aren't ordinary mobs. Look at their gear. They're wearing our pirate uniforms. Were they human? Damn it. Focus on survival, not philosophy. These things are immortal. I blew its head off, and it's still attacking. And I'm running dry on ammo." Elpham's mind raced with cold calculation. Shit, this wasn't in the records. Do these monsters lack a core? Are they reanimated corpses turned into undying zombies? They have no vital points. Why won't they stay down? This twisted scenario is far more brutal than the leveling Manhwa logic of my past life. I need to find a source at any cost. He paused, his senses sharpening. "Wait, Manatrads. They're being puppet. Just how far does this connection reach? The controller is definitely behind that wall. Did the others already clear the second gate?" He clutched his head in agony. "I'm at my limit. My mana reserves are too low to maintain the skill." Gio, holding the front line, shouted back, "Elpham, Snap out of it. The gate pulsed with a blinding light, masking whatever horror was approaching from the rear. What the? Manor descended from above like a Valkyrie. Gio's eyes lit up. Manor! She unleashed a storm of bullets, sending the undead horde straight back to hell. Gio let out a breath he'd been holding. Thank God you're unhurt. But Minner ignored the sentiment. Her voice cold as steel. Kevin, fall back, unless you have a death wish. He gasped as a monstrosity loomed right behind him. Minner didn't hesitate, firing past him. Meanwhile, Pam was running on fumes. Smoke obscured the battlefield. Kevin panted, that was too close. But the swarm hadn't thinned one bit. Why are there still so many? How do we handle this? We're out of rounds. Manor stood tall, energy crackling around her. I have one shot left. I'll dump my entire mana pool into it. Suddenly, Pam cut in. Hold your fire. She glared at him, suspicious. What? Pam's eyes were intense. Wait, we're going to need that ultimate skill for the finale. She looked at him like he was crazy. You look like a walking corpse yourself. Are you blind to the enemy numbers? We don't have the luxury of time. Debo is a kilometer away. If I delay, VD. Pam calculated rapidly. 5 minutes. No, buy me 3. Manor scowled. 3 minutes? What can you possibly do? He tossed a mono stone into his mouth. Crunching down, I'm going to purge this gate. Elsewhere, Debo was fighting for his life against the undead tide. Damn it all. Debo screamed. What kind of sorcery is this? These bastards might be human corpses, but decapitation isn't stopping them. Debo roared in frustration, pushed to his breaking point. The whole party was exhausted. He turned to Raph. Is there any way to put these things down permanently? Raph snapped back, quit whining. If you have breath to complain, use it to kill another one. Nearby, Iburu dropped targets with grim precision. D, you filth. A sudden tremor caught Iburu off guard. Huh. A streak of fire tore through the air. A rocket impact obliterated the monster instantly. Assuming it was Iburu, the team cheered. Nice shot, but the pirate looked bewildered. That wasn't me. Suddenly, the earth cracked open, erupting debris as a massive beast breached the surface. Damn you, you idiot. Did you just awaken Pam? Iburu's face fell. Hey, you were the ones praising my shooting a second ago. The massive monstrosity roared. Demanding blood, the squad fought desperately, with Minner and Gio unleashing a torrent of lead. Meanwhile, Pam gritted his teeth, his body screaming in protest. It feels like my heart is about to detonate inside my chest. I didn't want to resort to this forbidden technique, but there's no choice. His vision swam. It's too soon to ascend the circle. My body isn't ready for that power. There's only one path left. Pam's mind flashed back to a legendary raid from his previous timeline. Even before my regression, the monsters evolved faster than we could cope. My mana capacity was always the bottleneck. The sixth circle was my absolute limit. I needed a breakthrough. Watching the mana stone crack in his hand, he realized this was his final gamble. The stone's transformation gave me a theory. Mana stones aren't just fuel. They are the condensed life force of the monsters. If I directly consume the core, I can convert raw essence into mana. Back in the present, power surged through him. Theoretically, this should instantly replenish my reserves. Now for the backlash, a mana explosion. He forced the energy to sync with his heartbeat. Circulate it through the veins. If my vessel doesn't shatter first. Minner leaped toward the beast, her eyes wide with adrenaline and fear. But then, a voice sliced through the chaos from a distance. Magnificent work, Minner. At that exact moment, she unleashed her devastating payload, bathing the beast in a sea of purgatorial fire. The vortex of energy locked the monster in place, its screams piercing the air. Reaching out, Minner gasped. Bum. His command followed. Release the payload now. Minner froze. What the Pam, standing before her, had undergone a terrifying transformation. What the hell happened to you? On the other flank, Kiri clashed with 2 mid-tier beasts. A massive tentacle swept a teammate aside. But amidst the chaos, Raph spotted the anomaly. What is that? A mushroom. He didn't hesitate, driving his weapon down. Damn it, is this the parasite controlling the dead? A zombie fungus? Raph crushed the spore host with a decisive stomp. His recovery skill triggered instantly. Raph screamed a warning to his squad. Watch out. Those tentacles are lethal. One touch, and you'll mutate into a grotesque fungal zombie. Raph gritted his teeth, fury boiling over. This system, this Manhwa nightmare. Was this abomination the source of it all? Kiri's stamina was hitting rock bottom. She realized the terrifying truth. The whole party was slowing down. Movements heavy as lead. Raph's heart raced with panic. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. Desperation drove him forward. He roared a command over his shoulder. I'll draw its aggro. Everyone else, fall back now. His teammates froze in shock. What is he doing? He charged while calculating the odds. If I don't act, we're finished. Raph stood alone against the beast, dancing through a storm of tentacles, barely evading the creature's deadly grasp. But the monster was too fast. A tentacle snared him tight. Smash! He was flung like a rag doll, blood spraying from his lips. The beast slashed, striking again. RAF was sent flying through the air. Just as death seemed absolutely certain, a shadow swiftly intercepted the blow. It was Kiri, putting her life right on the line, but the price she paid was steep. A brutal wound tore across her abdomen. Meanwhile, deep within the swamp zone, the rest of the squad scrambled for a strategy. Minner quickly took command. Channel your mana and keep your skills active. I'll handle the precision targeting. The chamber was a slaughterhouse of gore and corpses. Her gaze hardened. That barrier must be destroyed. They stared at the colossal monstrosity with grim determination. We only get one shot at this. Minner and Elpam fell into formation. Their energies resonated, spiking intensely. Elpam signaled the attack. Engage. The first strike shattered the earth beneath them. Armor-piercing rounds drilled forward. As a massive explosion primed itself, Minner's heavy cannon unleashed hell. The destructive force climbed off the charts, resonating with Elpam's aura. The damage output became absolute. Nothing could possibly survive this. He pushed his limits, screaming internally, faster. I need more speed. The six-fold rapid-fire barrage slammed home. Was it enough to end this Manhwa recap battle? No, it's not enough. El Pamrod Erjing Mene. Don't stop. Pour everything you have into it. The ultimate rocket ascension skill ignited. Blazing energy pierced the air like a divine arrow, surging forward with unstoppable momentum. But as the smoke finally cleared, the monster stood without a scratch. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Suddenly, a desperate scream tore from behind. Get out of the way. Someone was frantically calling out to RAF. RAF fought to keep his consciousness from fading. A classic struggle in an awakening Manhwa. This beast, it has no core. His tactical judgment was being clouded by the endless waves of puppets distracting him. Magic threads were manipulating them like marionettes. The true nature of these undead became clear. The dungeon master. He was actually hiding, clutching the core somewhere else, remotely pulling the strings of the monstrous tentacle beast, but seeing the creature still standing firm. Elpam finally cracked the true code. He raised a fist, crackling with raw, unleashed power. Found you, he roared in a split second. The monster was utterly obliterated, torn apart by a frenzy of overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a spatial rift tore violently open. A dazzling golden artifact shimmered forth from the void. It shed its outer shell, revealing a mysterious, flower-like object that began floating gently toward them. The male teammate froze, his mind unable to process the bizarre sight. Raph was equally stunned into silence. But the real horror was actually lurking right behind them. Elpam and the girl were suddenly completely surrounded by a fresh, terrifying horde of monsters. A beast seized her by the hair, dragging her to certain doom, until a single, sharp gunshot rang out. Ibur had landed the perfect, impossible shot. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed in overwhelming relief. I actually did it. The terrifying beasts were reduced to mere piles of gore. On the floor, Manor exhaled a shaky breath as a rare, soft smile finally touched Elpam's lips. Target eliminated. The area is clear. Her mind drifted back to the deep shadows of her childhood. Memories of parents who discarded her like worthless trash. They were wretched excuses for human beings, truly. Little Manor had trembled, utterly consumed by fear, until a glorious savior suddenly appeared. It was Leah who shielded her from all the darkness. A debt of life she knew she could never, ever repay. In that moment, Leah became her eternal, shining hero. Years later, Manor and Leah sat peacefully by the shore, the gentle ocean breeze carrying their soft words. It's been 10 years since Master took us in. Manor mused. Time really does fly, doesn't it? It feels like just yesterday. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You're a genius, acknowledged by Kieran himself. Your life must be absolutely overflowing with joy. Compared to you, I'm just... Leah cut her off with a knowing, gentle look. Let me guess, you got scolded again? Manor rambled on, her anxiety spilling out. It just feels like everything is moving too fast, and the gap between our power levels. It feels like it's widening every single minute. If Kieran would just bonk me. Leah rapped her knuckles against Minna's head. Before she could even finish, earning a loud yelp of protest, Leah smiled gently at her little sister. Stop that. Your confidence is your greatest weapon. Minna rubbed her sore forehead, pouting. I told you to stop hitting me. Leah laughed. Come on. That's my privilege as your big sister. Back in the present, the trio regrouped. Kiri, report. Are you injured? She shook her head. I'm functional. This new artifact gear really saved my skin. Ralph scoffed loudly. Hey, it was my healing arts that saved you. If my mastery wasn't this deep, you'd be 6 feet under right now. The guy beside him just rolled his eyes. Yeah. You're the MVP, he muttered. Suddenly, Geo froze, sensing a presence. Wait, what is that? A group was approaching from a mist, shocking everyone into silence. A blonde figure emerged, clothes battered and in tatters. Yet her grip on her gun remained ironclad. A gut-wrenching scream pierced the air. Leah Manor was carried in, unconscious. Kiri and Ralph frowned, confusion washing over them. Wait, were those ropes? She had bound her own limbs. Before the infection turned her into a fungal puppet. A crumpled note was found in her pocket. Master, the cult of the Black Mage has returned. They have infiltrated deep into Nautilus. I wanted to return to fight by your side. But my time is up. Please protect Minna. The teammates listened, the gravity of this bombshell. Manhwa plot twist sinking in. Their plan was meticulous. Brina and Catherick, they've been by my side for years. But half of our own squad were sleepers for the cult all along. I can't even fathom. How many more are hiding in the shadows? Trust no one. I suppose this is where my story ends. Minna broke down, tears flooding her face as she read the final words. You broke your promise, you liar. Forgive me, my beloved sister. The sun began to climb, its brutal heat already intensifying. A heavy stench of death and decay permeated the air. Meanwhile, far from the scene, the assassins, cloaked like grim reapers, their dark forms unsettling, muttered in frustration. We're too late. Could it be? One of them narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Someone has already secured the fragment. Even if it's Minner's squad. If they possess that artifact, then, bang. His sentence was violently cut short, as a bullet blew his head clean off. This Grim Reaper just met the true god of death. Bullets rained down on them. Ambush. Take cover. Panic instantly erupted. Amidst the chaos, one assassin spotted the shooter. His eyes widened, pupils blown in disbelief. You. But you're supposed to be at the council. Karen stepped forward, her gun barrel still smoking. How does it feel to be the prey for once? You filth. In mere seconds, the remaining assassins dropped dead, one by one. Their lifeless bodies hit the dirt with heavy thuds. Target count, 46 eliminated. Hold the perimeter. Murad placed a calming hand on Karen's shoulder. Relax. I sent him to tail them for a reason, remember? Everything is going according to plan. Kieran's expression darkened, heavy with guilt. If Minner doesn't make it back alive from this, I will never forgive myself. Murad looked at him with heavy, understanding eyes. Kieran, suddenly, a brilliant, piercing light cut through the gloom. A familiar silhouette emerged from the light. It was Minner, dragging her battered body, inch by painful inch, forward. She carried Leah's cold, lifeless corpse on her back, dragging the traitors, Brina and Katrick, like dead weight behind her. With tear-filled eyes and a choked voice, she cried out. Kieran's eyes glistened, brimming with unshed tears. Murad stood absolutely frozen in stunned shock. Minner bowed her head low, her voice a raw whisper. I brought my sister home. Kieran nodded. And in that raw moment, their shared grief became a silent, binding bridge. The lost souls had finally returned home. A solitary torch flared, bravely igniting the encroaching darkness. A fleet of ships struggled to find safe harbor, docking, against the relentless night tide. Karen observed the somber, gathering crowd. So many have come. It seems the entire Nautilus family is here. The sacred cremation ritual for Eagle Eye then solemnly began. Sorrow turning into smoke. Minner's eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Her voice sliced through the heavy silence. Where's the captain? As the fleet raced onward, chasing the rising sun, a man sat, utterly alone, drowning his troubled thoughts in endless flagons of wine. He constantly replayed the memory, riddled with self-doubt. Was that truly a proposal? It was a clandestine trade, born solely from dire necessity. A steep price to pay, perhaps. But in this harsh world, power is the only currency that truly matters. Kieran's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade. Do you have any idea how incredibly precious these mana potions are, now that the formula is lost to the annals of history? He replied instantly, without a moment's hesitation. I know. That is precisely why I came to you. This should be mere child's play for the Nautilus. Alpamprasaon. Our contract ended. Why extend your hand to me now? Our paths are not yet meant to separate, she countered. I'm grateful you protected Manor, but do not mistake my gratitude for actual trust. Consider this a new covenant, instead of just one treasure from the vault. Grant me two, she declared, laying down her terms. In exchange, I will personally root out every dark mage cultist, hiding within the Nautilus itself. Elpam gritted his teeth, visibly frustrated. The crushing weight of the world seemed to press down on him. Damn it, living a second life in this leveling man world is much harder than I ever thought. Minor sat lost in deep contemplation. Geo broke her trance. Why the long face? She brushed him off coldly. It's nothing. Leave me be. Suddenly, he dropped a bombshell. You should join Elpam's crew. Mina recoiled. Huh. Geo quickly added, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I know Elpam extended an invitation. Mina panicked, trying desperately to clarify. No, that was just Geo's persuasion. He's the reason this whole mess was resolved. At all. The monsters who murdered Leah are still out there, breathing the very same air. I know your heart burns with a fierce desire for vengeance. If you walk with Elpam, you'll face them head on. He gave his honest take on the situation. That guy, he radiates the aura of someone who can change fate. Go with him, Geo said with a reassuring smile. I'll guard our home. You know I'm reliable, right? Miner's eyes snapped wide. She gave a soft smile at his kindness, but couldn't resist a jab. I can't trust you. You're too weak. He flared up. Hey, don't ruin the moment. We'll be fine. Karen is here, after all. Geo sighed in defeat. Seriously? Meanwhile, amidst the silent forest, oars sliced through the water. As Elpham steered his small vessel toward destiny, his expression was a mask of vigilance. The wooden boat drifted to a halt before a colossal gate that touched the sky above. Countless cannons aimed downward, ready to unleash hell. Karen's staff erupted with radiant mana. She waited with regal patience. The sound of ancient gears grinding filled the air as the locking mechanisms disengaged. The massive gates groaned open. Elpam stared, stunned, into the abyss of wealth. Before him lay mountains of gold, stretching into infinity. He realized this was the legendary hoard of Kieran. They stood in the Hall of Riches. Elpam made a humble request. Could you enlighten me about these artifacts? Kieran replied coldly. Since when does a pirate ask the price of gold? You must rely on your own appraisal. Choose wisely. I promised you 2 items and no more. Her icy demeanor made him question everything. Is she acting this way because of the offer I made regarding her manner? The collection exceeded his wildest expectations. The onyx dragon scepter, the ruler's necklace. Elpam's mind raced as he spotted a ring. Is that the angel ring, guardian of the dawn? I have 2 choices. I must secure the absolute strongest artifacts for this awakening Manhwa scenario. Suddenly, a different aura caught his attention. Seeing Elpam veer off course, Karen watched with curiosity. Has he made his choice? His hand hovered over an object. I'm absolutely certain of it. This was the very weapon wielded by the traitor, the one known only as the killer. The monster who mercilessly slaughtered his own teammates. On the front lines during humanity's final day, that traitor had cunningly climbed to the pinnacle of the guild, only to stab humanity in the back. At the absolute most critical moment, this artifact was the chilling symbol of that future terror. I lost so many comrades to that despicable bastard. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Did he originally acquire this legendary weapon from this very vault? He then equipped the artifact, his eyes burning with fierce resolve. I will take this as my first choice. Even Karen had to grudgingly admit. He has the eyes of a true appraiser. But why that one? It doesn't match his elemental affinity at all. Ignoring their confusion, Elpam moved to find his second coveted prize. A faint, mysterious glimmer in the distance caught his eye. A ring? I've never seen this in any records, and I sense no mana from it. Just a plain ring? That's far too suspicious. There's no way an ordinary trinket would be stored in this god-tier vault. As he reached down for it, the ring suddenly defied gravity and flew straight toward him. Elpham gasped, "What the?" Karen instantly snapped into combat mode. "What is happening?" He looked at her in a panic. "What is this?" "It just latched onto me." Karen's expression darkened noticeably as she recognized the mysterious object. "My apologies, but that ring does not belong to me. I cannot grant you that item. Choose another, Elpam." Elpam's stomach. I understand, but his hand trembled violently. I can't take it off." Meanwhile, in the murky shadows, Bijou reported grimly. "The issue regarding Goldrick has been handled." The menacing voice of Yak echoed. "Good. Excellent. And what of Elpham? Surely his time has come." Bijou instantly fell to his knees, trembling in fear. "Forgive me, my lord. It was a total failure." Yak's terrifying aura exploded with madness. "Failure? Are you taking me for a fool? We harnessed a fragment of darkness. Is this the pinnacle of your incompetence? Consider this your final chance. Fail again, and your blood will pay the price. Far from this raging chaos in a quiet room, a backpack lay packed tight, ready for a long journey. Manor strode out without a shred of hesitation, a heavy rifle slung casually over her shoulder. "Let's get moving." At the docks, Gio watched them with a pang of regret. "Are you truly departing so soon?" Debo grinned. "If fate permits. We shall return. This wine is far too good to simply ignore." Raph interjected with his own bit of advice. "Make sure you seriously level up your skills before showing your faces around here again. Have fun digging up all those past grievances." Rio muttered, "That insufferable gambling addict." Debo then turned to his captain. "Shall we depart?" Elpam nodded. "Yeah." Suddenly, a blurred silhouette streaked through the air. It was Manor. She sprinted desperately to the dock, only to watch their ship steadily drift away. Debo blinked in surprise. You." He then shot a suspicious glance at Elpham. "Wait a minute," Minner yelled enthusiastically. "Hey, where's my seat?" Meanwhile, Grand's party was facing an absolute catastrophe. A relentless, high-stakes pursuit left them gasping for air. The scene unfolding was nothing short of pure chaos. Desperation clawed at their throats as they shrieked. "There! Just run!" Grand roared at his squad. "Don't you dare look back. Keep moving." The corridor echoed with terrified cries of, "No, we're going to be utterly wiped out." Finally, the safety gate emerged. Like a beacon of hope, they frantically shoved the stragglers inside. "Hurry, activate the mechanism now." With a heavy, final thud, the latch was pulled, sealing their fate. Rand smirked with an air of fatal arrogance. You damn pest. I won't die that easily. Suddenly, a colossal blade viciously cleaved through the air, slicing him clean in half. Beru screamed in horror, ran. His body slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, as the smoke finally cleared, Gran's silhouette terrifyingly emerged, like a grim reaper. Beru's heart shattered in his chest as he cried out, "Damn it, Gran." Gran simply gritted his teeth. "Push through the pain, you idiot. Run. Get out of here." His voice was fading fast. "You have to survive." Meanwhile, Elpham had returned to headquarters to make his report. "I have returned," Elpham announced. The beer immediately exploded in a rage. "What? How dare you walk in here looking so confident when you came back empty-handed?" The situation was critical. Elpham replied calmly. Surviving it all was a miracle, but his calm demeanor only fueled the madman's fury. "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty after a failed mission?" Elpham's voice remained cold as ice. "I can't say this will make up for it immediately, but we will create a new opportunity." De Beer wouldn't let it go. "What are you plotting?" he demanded. "What have you done?" Elpham explained briefly. "Minner, who was targeted by our pursuers, has officially joined our party. They certainly won't stay quiet about that." Elpham continued. "We will use ourselves as bait to lure them out." Hearing this, a wave of irritation crashed over De Beer. "What? De Veersnarth? How long must I endure your circus act?" Elpham thought to himself. He couldn't reveal his full hand to this man. Not yet, if we end up in a full-scale war. Just because he's obsessed with taking down Gran, nothing will be resolved properly. We would never reach the root of the cultist problem. The man was running out of patience. "I need to be quick," Elpham thought. He looked De Beer in the eye. "It won't take much time." Ralph frowned. His greed was clearly showing. "You recruited more people without consulting me? Great. Now I have to waste more money on your little group." Elpham casually challenged him. "It's good to have another talented fighter. And why should he ask you when the team leader makes the decisions?" Ralph shot back. "Team leader? Who decided that? We are still in the middle of a competition." Ralph argued. "Fine. It's only temporary." Karen shot back. "Let's just say he's our temporary leader for now. He still needs to be taught a harsh lesson. El Pamri Dortiv Goldli. Temporary? It doesn't matter. If you've got a complaint, prove it with your skills. I'm always ready for a duel." His intimidating aura made Ralph flinch. Ralph stormed off in a huff. "Damn it, that's my money. Why was there no discussion beforehand?" "Damn it all," Doom muttered, watching him go, shaking his head. "That guy is seriously greedy." Seeing Elpham preparing to leave as well, Du asked, "What's up? Where are you going?" Elpham addressed the team. "I have business to attend to. No training today." Meanwhile, watching Ralph walk alone outside, a shadowy figure lurked in the corner. "They're splitting up," the spy muttered. The masked observer looked puzzled. "Damn, do they think they have 9 lives? Don't they care about us at all? Why do they always act so independently?" The spy made a quick decision. "We'll split up too? I'm following that guy." Flashback to when Elpham told Karen he couldn't remove the ring. She looked at him with intense suspicion. "It won't come off. What the hell are you talking about? Did the artifact choose its own master?" Elpham stammered, and cold sweat ran down Karen's face as she realized the grave implications. "This is bad," Karen sighed in defeat. "Forget it. You need to ask its owner." Following her advice, Elpham entered a chamber where Charo was waiting for him. "You're still alive," Charo noted. Elpham cut straight to the chase. "Are you the master of this ring?" Charo looked surprised. "The ring." Elpham continued. "I came to ask for your permission." Charo was confused. "Permission?" Elpham held up his hand. "I cannot remove this ring. I wanted to ask if you would hear my explanation." She was shocked. "What? You can't take it off?" Charo signaled her subordinate to stand down, then turned back to Elpham. "I cannot give it to you right now, because the true master is not here." Elpham then proposed, "Could you bring them here? I don't know how to use this ring myself, and I need answers." To his surprise, Charo agreed easily. "Very well." Her expression turned serious. "Elpham, this is a request from the ring's owner. You must save the hero tracker for me. It was the final day, when humanity was backed into a desperate corner. A legendary group suddenly appeared. The successor of Freed, Evan. The defier of destiny, Luminous. The phantom thief, the elf king, Mercedes. Along with the weapon master, Ariant and Yunwal. It was the return of the 6 heroes. They combined their incredible powers, and monsters fell by the thousands. It was a scene straight out of a legendary. Leveling Manhwa, their power was overwhelming. A true miracle. We regained hope, believing they would save the world once more. However, we were oblivious to one crucial thing. The power of the 6 awakened heroes was unstable. 800 years ago, during the battle with the Black Mage, their legendary equipment was lost in the rifts of time. Now, for some unknown reason, those items are reappearing at different gates. The association cannot buy enough time for the heroes to recover their full strength. This time must be different. We need to retrieve their shields and weapons to stand against the enemy. We will become the bait to lure out the cultists. The different factions of Maple World will unite, forming a powerful alliance to rewrite history. And so, Elpam's team received a new mission. The view before them was breathtakingly beautiful. Dugaspid, stone pillars rose amidst floating clouds. Elpam scanned the area. Is it around here? He handed Du a strange stack of papers. Put this on your body, Elpam ordered. Du looked at the talisman curiously. What is this? He obeyed and stuck it to his chest. The patterns on the paper began to glow. Spiritual energy exploded outward, and strange blue vapor poured from his body. What is this? As the energy intensified, a voice rang out. Impossible. A mysterious gate suddenly materialized before Du's astonished eyes. A dungeon gate? Are you kidding me right now? It definitely wasn't here just a second ago. Karen wondered aloud. Is this magic? Without this crucial item, we never would have located it. Elpam remembered how Pooh, the legendary hero tracker, had finally uncovered a method to pinpoint the hero's lost items. Gazing down at the ring gleaming on his hand, he mused, so this is the hero's item after all. All right then, rest assured, we will save you. The gate pulsed with light, instantly pulling them into a blinding fortress. Inside, Du was practically vibrating with unbridled excitement. We cleared the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't that practically a new world record? That was way too easy. Those fire pigs were absolute pushovers. Karen, ever so casually, completely roasted him. Wipe the sweat off your face before you started bragging. Hotshot. Even Kid Manor seemed impressed, muttering, unexpected. Didn't you just reach the first circle, like yesterday? Du frowned, then puffed out his chest. Well, I'm a genius, after all. A genius, second only to the legendary Elpam himself. At this insane speed, I'll probably hit the 3rd or even 4th circle in no time. His words clearly annoyed Ralph. You're awfully energetic, aren't you? Du smirked triomphantly. Why? What's wrong? Are you scared I'll actually surpass you? Elpam then stepped forward, ready to drop some serious knowledge. His voice, calm but firm, cut through the chatter. Hold your horses, everyone. It's not as simple as you all seem to think. When they pressed him for details, he dropped some crucial wisdom. Power leveling isn't always the optimal answer in this system. In this Manhwa world, raising your circle too quickly forces your stats to spike wildly and uncontrollably. If that happens without proper rest and integration, your body will simply crumble under the immense pressure. You absolutely need to balance your cultivation progress with your personal physical limits. Ascending too quickly will only cripple your true potential. In a long run, Du immediately started sweating nervously. He suddenly realized he had just jumped 2 circles recently. That was an incredibly reckless speed, Elpam admitted. Even I, back then, Elpam admitted, had no choice but to push through. Ideally, you should take a full 2 months to properly stabilize your foundation. Between each ascension, Manor scoffed internally. He talks like leveling up is as easy as breathing, he thought. But Elpam knew the profound, bitter truth. From before his tragic regression to this very timeline, he'd hit a brutal wall at the 7th circle. Dangerous scenarios had forced him to power up instantly, but ironically, that very rush was exactly what kept him from reaching the apex of true strength. Now that I know the future, I won't stall at the sixth circle again. I'll time my breakthroughs perfectly to reach the glorious eighth circle. Kiri, however, voiced her growing concern. But aren't we moving too fast through this dungeon? Our goal is to find a person, not to clear the greater gates. What if we miss the first gate entirely? Elpam reassured the team. Relax. We haven't missed a soul. I've been scanning the area. He slid a strange artifact over his eye. Spotting DOSQSity. That weird eye patch again? You keep taking it on and off, Carson. You really track people with that thing. Elpam smirked. As long as they still have a pulse. Suddenly, the artifact flared with magical energy. His expression shifted from calm to utter shock. Panic crept into his voice. Hundreds, no, thousands. We have company. A massive wave is crashing toward us from the distance. Dio waited for an explanation, but instinct kicked in. He spun around to see a nightmare unfolding. Countless monstrosities charging at them. What the hell is that? Identify the threat. The party spiraled into chaos. There's too many. Run. Menor realized what they were facing. Skeletons. Bullets won't do a damn thing against bone. Damn it, Kyrie gritted her teeth in frustration. First zombies, now an undead legion. Is this entire dungeon just a parade of corpses? We have to fight. Ralph was ready to accept his demise, seeing no way out. But suddenly a voice screamed, "Get down." It wasn't an enemy. It was a trap mechanism activating. Ahead of them, a storm of arrows unleashed from the walls, shattering the front line of skeletons. A lever was pulled, and the trap reset. The undead horde kept surging forward, only for a massive blast door to slam shut, crushing them against the unforgiving steel. Shattered bones lay scattered across the floor, as the team barely tumbled into the safe room. From the oppressive shadows, a voice asked skeptically, "Is that the Hell Hunter's monocle?" Oh, what a profound relief. The speaker? None other than Peru. She stared at them with desperate, pleading eyes. "Please, hurry. Give me anything to eat." The words barely left her mouth when she instantly collapsed, utterly drained by hunger. After a quick recovery, Peru began to explain her situation. "I memorized this entire layout while I was trapped here. I know every single skeleton patrol route and every single trap mechanism in this place. I'm actually quite confident in my infiltration abilities. The only problem? I ran out of rations 5 days ago. And there are no monsters in this zone to hunt for food." Dio stared at her, genuinely impressed by her survival skills. "You use this talisman? Is that magic?" "So cool." Peru then continued her harrowing story. "I nearly, truly starved to death here." Elpham suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, that's right. I do have a favor to ask." Watching Peru wolf down the bread, he hesitated. "Never mind. Just finish eating first." Minor grinned, visibly relieved. "This is incredible luck. She found the greater gate. We can just leave now without fighting the boss." Peru struggled to swallow the dry bread, a panicked look on her face. "Wait, no. I have a request." Minor's jaw dropped. "Huh?" Peru then laid out her terms. 3 days. Just be my bodyguard for 3 days, please. There's a crucial item I absolutely need to find. If I leave this place now, my friend's sacrifice will have been for nothing. I desperately want to explore further, but I have absolutely zero combat ability. Going solo is suicide. I truly need your strength. I guarantee we will find it within 3 days. I'll even pay you an absolutely massive reward. Elpham, however, remained highly skeptical. You couldn't find it in a whole month. But now you think you can find it in only 3 days? I don't have time to waste babysitting you. Peru was absolutely desperate to convince them. "No, this time it's different. I never dared check the danger zones before. There's one specific place. I believe it's hidden." Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, Yo's thought, "Is it beginning?" A sinister voice echoed, "You won't escape this time." "Elpam, are you sure?" Yo spun around, on high alert. "Who's there?" His eyes reflected a terrifying crimson silhouette. Standing opposite him, Wynn spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "I am disappointed. I thought you were useful. Yet you couldn't even handle a rookie adventurer. How much more will you disgrace yourself?" Yo's dropped to his knees in terror. "Master Wind, I have no excuses. I will accept any punishment." but my plan to assassinate him is ready. Please grant me one last chance to redeem myself. Win seemed amused by the desperation. Oh, so you're taking full responsibility. The killing intent in the room became suffocating. Win's dark voice reverberated through the chamber. Very well. Tell me, what is this grand plan of yours? Back with Elpam's group, they moved through the corridor. A skeleton froze. As a beam of light sliced its head clean off, power surged from the walls, triggering traps. The agile skeletons raised their shields to block. Using the chaos as cover, the party slipped past. The undead army scattered. Chasing the noise, a lever was yanked, and the heavy door crashed down behind the humans. The entire legion was sealed inside. Dio clutched a talisman, cheering, "Yes, the path is blocked. This is going to be a walk in the park now." But Piero was anxious. "We have no time. These devices aren't perfect. When one path closes, another opens automatically. The enemy will realize that soon." Elpam stopped in his tracks. "Then we just need to find your treasure before they find us again." "All right." He looked ahead with interest. "Let's see, the great hero's legacy you were looking for. Is this it?" Dio gazed intently at the colossal statue looming ominously before them. "I don't see any treasure here. Are you sure this is even the right spot?" Elpham sensed the atmosphere here felt strangely different, unlike the rest of this vast dungeon. "I believe if we search meticulously, we might uncover a hidden mechanism." Dio pondered aloud. "I wonder who could have built this place." Elpham simply shrugged. "Who knows?" Manir eyed the statue with deep suspicion. "That thing isn't going to suddenly spring to life, is it? Kiri suddenly made a startling discovery. "Everyone come look at this." She stared intently at the glyphs etched onto the stone tablet. "I can't read this, but I can feel it," she murmured. "This text is the key." Pyru studied it intensely, and it's a complex riddle written in an ancient language. "I believe it reveals the item's exact location. Let me translate. When a musician's melody is heard, behind the curtain of the abyss, a radiant actor watches over us. Those who understand the meaning must follow that light." Manir pointed toward a suspicious door and questioned. Pyru meticulously scanned the ancient murals, her fingers slowly tracing the cryptic lines. Diobo and Raf confidently offered their own theories, but the true answer lay cunningly hidden in plain sight. Pyru narrowed her eyes. "These aren't just mere drawings. They're the ultimate key to unlocking the dungeon's deepest secrets." She meticulously deciphered the intricate code aloud, sensing that each individual glyph held a profound, deeper meaning. Some were blatantly obvious, but others remained shrouded in profound mystery. The ancient, cryptic text then commanded them to follow the designated path of light. Diobo confidently stepped forward, placing his hand firmly on the central mechanism. He channeled his raw mana directly into the sun's symbol, utterly confident in his bold deduction. The massive gears groaned loudly in response, as the colossal stone door slowly began to rumble open. Inside, a gargantuan sphere pulsed with intensely ominous energy. Diobo stared blankly in disbelief, wondering if it could truly be so incredibly simple. But in a high-stakes manhwa recap, things are rarely so simple. Then, suddenly, with no warning, a scorching torrent of searing lava violently erupted from Sphere, catching them all completely and utterly off guard. Thick smoke billowed dramatically from Diobo's now charred form. As he coughed violently, Raph burst into cruel, mocking laughter at his teammates' utterly miserable and pathetic state. He looked utterly charred, like a piece of forgotten barbecue. Pyru let out a clear, frustrated sigh. The sun, it turned out, was absolutely the wrong answer. Pyru's mind raced. If the sun was a trap, then logic dictated they look for its opposite. Her eyes suddenly widened with a brilliant realization. Behind the curtain of darkness, the night itself. So the answer simply had to be the moon. She was absolutely certain this time. Even Raph had to begrudgingly admit. Her deduction sounded surprisingly professional. He gave a slow, approving nod, impressed by her sharp wit and newfound confidence. But karma, as always, struck with lightning speed. The very moment the mechanism activated, a massive boulder came barreling out, crushing Raph flat as both victims fumed with impotent rage. Pyru clasped her hands together, begging for just one last chance to solve the riddle. The team huddled tightly in the center of the hall, tension thick in the air. Kiri then realized the pattern. Every single wrong guess triggered a deadly trap. Dio-Bo rubbed his neck uneasily, admitting he understood the immense risk, but had absolutely no clue how to solve it. Pyru spoke up again, her gaze fixed intently on a specific stone. She felt a strange, spiritual connection to it, though the mysterious X symbol remained a baffling, unknown variable in their equation. The lightning bolt symbol also seemed plausible, perhaps linking to the overarching concept of light. Raph, still recovering from his flattening, asked with a chilling coldness why she didn't just take a gamble on that one. Dio-Bo, still literally smoking from the fire trap, snapped back. They couldn't afford another mistake. One wrong move now could truly be fatal. Ipam finally stepped in decisively, suggesting they were interpreting the symbols far too literally. He proposed a clever reverse engineering approach. Solve the riddle's logic first, then find a symbol that perfectly matched. He validated Pyru's earlier train of thought, but suggested a slight, crucial shift in perspective. The dark curtain was indeed the night sky. The musician was the chirping crickets, and the watcher could be the moon, clouds, or stars. But since the clue explicitly said, follow the light, Pyru finally understood. The true answer wasn't the moon. It was the stars. The moon followed a cycle, waxing, waning, sometimes vanishing entirely. But the stars? They were the eternal watchers, fixed in the firmament, never fading from the heavens. Pyru made her final, momentous decision. With resolve, she reached out and touched the mechanism. Manir watched intently, realizing the X wasn't a letter at all, but a cleverly stylized star shape. Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded the chamber. Pyru held her breath, silently praying to the gods of this dungeon. With a mighty groan, the heavy doors swung open, revealing a terrifying, pitch-black void. Seeing the empty passage, she exhaled in profound relief. They had survived the puzzle. Dio-Bo and Raph wiped the sweat from their brows. Pyru smiled triumphantly, gesturing for them to advance. But just as she uttered, "Follow me," a sinister disturbance rippled through the darkness inside. A chilling voice echoed from the impenetrable shadows. "Are you sure about that, Thrabu?" Lying in wait, Thrabu launched a surprise ambush. Her blade slashed through the air with deadly speed, signaling the immediate start of a chaotic battle. Her spear lunged forward with brutal killing intent, aiming straight for Elpam's vitals. Elpam reacted instantly, parrying the strike. Pyru screamed in shock as Elpam channeled his mighty aura, forcing the attacker back with sheer, raw power. The assassin grunted, struggling under the immense pressure. Elpam, eyes blazing with furious resolve, unleashed a devastating barrage of mana missiles, turning the offensive back on their surprise ambushers. But a sudden flash of violet light reflected in his eyes. The missiles hit nothing but empty air. Elpam gasped as he sensed a massive spatial distortion behind him. Teleportation magic? The figure emerging from a void shook him to his very core. Meanwhile, Beiju noticed a distinct rumbling noise, rapidly approaching from the distance. Dio-Bo cursed loudly as he grimly realized they were facing a full-scale army intervention. Who were these brazen interlopers? Elpam's squad was instantly surrounded, dozens of gun barrels ominously locking onto them. A cold, commanding voice then cut through the sudden noise, asking for orders. The enemy commander mused, questioning if they should have waited longer. Their true target was the hero's artifact, a desperate attempt to atone for past failures. He just shrugged, unconcerned, deciding brute force would solve all their problems. Regardless, Pyru was utterly paralyzed with shock. This shouldn't be possible. The illusion barrier, meant to hide the main gate, should have been absolutely impenetrable to outsiders. Elpam gritted his teeth in frustration. He had double-checked their tracks meticulously. No one should have been able to tail them. The enemy commander mocked his confusion, relishing it, taunting him with a cruel smirk. "Did you really think you were safe? You're so curious? Why don't you ask the traitor?" standing right next to you. The words hit El Pam like a physical blow. What? Before El Pam could even turn his head fully, a devastating strike slammed into his blind spot. The force behind it was catastrophic, smashing him violently into the ground and sending a massive plume of dust into the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. His defenses shattered. Giayo boshautit in kinfuren. Brother, what are you doing? He didn't realize, not until it was far too late, that Raph's fist was the weapon. Raph sneered. I'm just making a profit. The flashback then revealed the shocking truth. Days ago, a masked figure had stalked Raph all the way to his secluded home. The brawler had entered his sanctuary immediately, checking instantly on his hoard of treasures. My precious babies, I live only for you. He had crooned lovingly to his gold. But a sudden knock at the door interrupted his greed. He unlocked it without a second thought, and the door swung open ominously. He had glared at the unexpected visitors. Who disturbs me this late? Shouldn't you guys be on night watch instead? He hadn't realized the gravity of the situation yet. The masked man warned him to watch his tongue. They weren't his lackeys. Someone powerful wanted a meeting. Ralph, arrogant as ever, tried to dismiss them. I don't care who it is. Tell them to get lost. But then a third figure stepped from the shadows. I'm already here. Raph's eyes practically bulged out of his head. It was a representative from Akanya. Merchant Alliance, the true heavy hitters. That fateful meeting sealed his doom. Back in the present, Kiri screamed at the traitor, Raph, you absolute scumbag. This was the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa world, where loyalty is often sold to the highest bidder. Raph simply shrugged off the insult. Oh, so scary. So very scary. Don't you dare look at me like that. Diobo's aura flared with raw, murderous intent. You betrayed us for mere spare change. Raph laughed maniacally. Spare change. You have no idea. The Kanya Alliance offered triple the Royal Guard salary, just for simply switching sides. He looked down at his former leader, El Pam. El Pam, do you know the bounty on your head? 100 million. How could I possibly say no to a number like that? Minar had heard quite enough. She raised her guns and unleashed a furious hail of bullets. But Raph weaved through the gunfire with terrifying ease. That's enough chatter. Time to die. Raph declared as he lunged at Kiri with a mock apology, his fist glowing heavy with destructive energy. Kiri barely blocked, desperately demanding answers. You think this will end well for you? She cried, but Raph pressed the attack, his grin widening. Of course it will. I know you, Kiri. You trained in Sigmas, but you always over-rely on your right hand. For power shots, once I read your attack patterns, dodging becomes mere child's play. He effortlessly weaved through her strikes, proving his point with such humiliating ease. And Diobo, great in a duel, but utterly useless against a crowd. Raph recited their weaknesses one by one. I know every skill, every cooldown, except your fate. You're all dying here today. Minar gritted her teeth, shouting, Go to hell, you fanatics. She fired desperately into the chaotic crowd. Some enemies dodged, but her bullets found their marks on a few unlucky cultists. The desperate battle for survival had truly begun. But then, from behind Minar, Beiju's voice sliced through the air like a blade. It was Green's disciple, all right. She moved like a phantom, easily flanking Minar, and fired a shot. But suddenly, a steel chain constricted Minar's throat. The cold links bit deep into Minar's neck. Beiju sneered with icy ruthlessness. You chose the wrong opponent today. Minar couldn't hold back a scream of pure agony. El Pam reacted instantly, his shot severing the chain, to save his teammate from the jaws of death. All the while, he shouted desperately at Raph, Wake up, damn it! But the man was completely consumed by madness. You think fighting him is child's play? He won't last long, though. I crush his ribs back at the first ambush. El Pam winced, clutching his own bleeding wounds. But Pyru's situation was far more dire. A cultist blade had pierced her from behind. Debo screamed in pure terror. Pyru cursed, veins popping with rage. Damn it all. But as the talisman's power flared, the cultist's eyes widened in disbelief. What? His blade hadn't pierced flesh, but a mere paper charm. Did he finally realize it was a decoy? The real Pyru stood by the distant gate, shouting, "Over here, you moron!" She slammed her hand onto the ancient door and asked, "Don't you want to know what this artifact is?" "Because I do." The gate roared to life, its runes glowing with blinding light. The cultist froze as the ancient gears began to grind. Even Beiju froze, a gasp escaping her lips. She felt it too, a bone-chilling premonition. I have a very bad feeling about this. Regarding this ancient mechanism. Suddenly, a terrifying force defied gravity, sucking the cultists into the air. A violent updraft left them floating helplessly. One cultist, too slow to react, gasped in disbelief. The suction force then doubled in intensity, dragging them upward into the abyss. Kiri barked a warning to his teammate Debo. "Over there. He's still dazed, huh?" "What's that?" Square alcoves appeared along the walls. "That must be the way." Kiri reached out to Minner. "Brace yourselves." Kiri seized Debo's collar in a death grip. He swung his blade, roaring at the others. "Hold on for your lives." The blade slammed into the wall, sparks flying as steel shrieked against stone. He strained, gripping the hilt for dear life, as gravity tried to tear them away. He screamed, "Go now." Minner's feet dangled precariously before an alcove, but the blade was slipping from the wall. Summoning every ounce of strength, Minner dragged them into the wall's hollow, finally escaping the vacuum. They were safe for a heartbeat, gasping for air, their lungs burning. Minner glanced at Debo, who lay on the outer edge. The ominous sound of grinding gears returned. The sealing gate slowly sealed shut. They had escaped that hellish trap. Kiri realized this place was a labyrinth, with forks in every direction. This zone likely connected to the entire system, the walls riddled with countless entrances, hinting at a massive, intricate network. Minner's voice was tight with tension. "With luck, we might find Elpam," she said, but knowing the odds in this leveling Manhwa, will likely run straight into the cultists. Right on cue, a foot triggered a hidden mechanism. Iron bars slammed down from above. With a deafening crash, Kiri was instantly cut off from his teammates. They stared in horror. We're dead meat, aren't we?" Kiri shook with rage. "Damn it. What the hell is happening now?" "Debo, you idiot." Debo denied it instantly. "It wasn't me." But the familiar sound of gears returned. The walls were shifting. Debo screamed. "The walls are closing in." Kiri swung his blade, unleashing a burst of aura against the bars. But it didn't even leave a scratch. She cursed again. Damn it all. Debo tried too, but it was futile. These curse bars. They were protected by a strange energy barrier. It was Minner's turn. She leveled her cannon. "Damn you, get out of the way." A massive annihilation shell fired. An explosion ripped through the bars. Smoke and fire obscured Manner's vision. Surely, that had to do something. But even with Manner's legendary firepower, the bars remained absolutely pristine. The intense heat made it impossible to see clearly. How about that? I should have done this sooner. But as the smoke finally cleared, the barrier stood perfect and utterly mocking. How was it completely unscathed? Manner leaned back, utterly exhausted, fighting against the wall pressing into her back. Damn it! The walls have sealed our path. The massive stone slabs moved with relentless speed. Kyrie trembled, utterly helpless. Damn it! Debo struggled, trying to hold back the crushing weight. He wheezed like a dying engine as the walls rapidly narrowed. Kyrie cried out in anguish, "Debo!" The walls were crushing him, leaving only an arm's length of space between them. "We can't die like this." He forced the words out. "Kyrie, do something." Manner wasn't faring any better herself. Her body arched, straining to hold back the stone. "I don't want to meet Leah in the afterlife just yet." Kyrie heard her teammates' desperate pleas. Her mind raced in chaos. "I know, but what can I possibly do?" Debo suddenly gasped, "God, this is bad." "What?" He trembled violently. "I never forgot that time you tried to die in my place. I hate owing debts, Kyrie. So, I thought the next time you were in danger, I would save you. But damn it." Kyrie stared, completely stunned. "You still remember that?" His voice was a weak whisper. "Forget it. I give up. I'm leaving this to you, Carson. You save me just one more time." Kyrie, the only one not being crushed, yelled back in fury, "You lunatic! How can you joke at a time like this?" She gripped her sword, her teammates' trust, fueling a new power. "All right, hold on just a little longer. This machine runs on mana. That's why the bars are shielded by an aura field. There must be a mana supply device nearby. Just stay alive until I find and destroy it. Don't you dare die before paying me back." Meanwhile, back where the cultists were sucked in, the cultists were absolutely relentless in their pursuit of Elphame's group. He carried Pyru, dodging their lethal shadow arts with inhuman agility. Pyru looked back, terror in her eyes. Damn it, these guys are literal killing machines. But as they rushed upward, the ceiling blocked their path. A dead end. What kind of hell is this? Desperate, she tried to negotiate. Wait, time out. Time out. Elpham tightened his grip on his launcher, missile fired, tearing the cultists into shreds of flesh and cloth. Elpham was reaching his breaking point. Gasping for breath, Raph shouted at his squad in fury. "I told you, never let a guard down." Beiju remained arrogant. Those two are finished anyway. There is nowhere to run. She didn't notice Elpham's missile locking onto her. The warhead struck, blasting the ground apart. Seeing Beiju struggle, Raph sneered, "Perfect. Maybe you'll die before you can pay back what you owe me." A cultist launched a hidden projectile. Pyru's talisman tried to intercept it, but the cultist's finger flashed with an eerie purple light. The dark energy surged, powering up the projectile. Just before disaster struck, a hand yanked her collar backward. Pyru escaped death by a hair's breadth, avoiding the explosion. Being dragged by the neck made her scream in discomfort. "Ouch! My neck! My neck!" Her head slammed into the wall. The cultists were closing in. Elpham's face twisted in absolute desperation. Elpham launched a volley of flame missiles, incinerating the vanguard in an instant. But the enemy countered with a storm of hidden weapons, dodging by a hair's breadth. He conjured a massive fireball. Time to blow these wretches to smithereens. The fanatics swarmed him like a plague of ants, cutting off all escape with a primal roar. Elpham swept his spear in a deadly arc. Souls were harvested like wheat in a field. The sheer numbers were utterly exhausting, pushing his stamina to its absolute limit. Yet, the remaining cultists hesitated, trembling. They realized they weren't facing a mere man, but a monster cloaked in human skin. Meanwhile, Kiri broke free from the claustrophobic corridors and burst into the main hall. Staring at the massive, pulsing energy before her, she whispered, "Is this the artifact we've been hunting? This had to be it. If this wasn't the core." They were completely out of options. The mana density here was absolutely suffocating. This was undoubtedly the very heart, powering the entire fortress. The energy readings were completely off the charts. If she could just shatter this core, the defense system would immediately collapse, and she could finally rescue Debo and Minor from their doom. But a predator was lying in wait. "You again? How amusing." A sudden flash of steel. Kiri reacted too late. The blade slashed deep, sending her crashing brutally to the floor. Coughing up blood, the assassin smirked, savoring the moment. "My lucky day. If I end you here, the other two will fall like dominoes, won't they? After all, you're just the trash of the group. The weakest link." Kiri gritted her teeth, glaring up, fighting through the searing pain. "Shut your mouth, you cheap lackey. I don't have time to play your games." The woman shrugged effortlessly, oozing arrogance. "What a pity. I can't let you leave just yet. I have a name, you know. It's Sea Frost. Why don't we chat for a bit before you die?" Kiri ignored the taunt completely, channeling her solar flare technique with icy resolve. "Spare me the monologue. Just come at me. I'm on a tight schedule, Sea Frost." See, Frost unlatched her weapon, sighing theatrically, so stubborn. Instantly, the air crackled with murderous intent. "Fine then. If you want to die so badly, I'll oblige." Kiri parried frantically, barely deflecting the onslaught. What? Where are these blades coming from? Are there phantom swords hidden in the air? Blood-red blades swarmed her, shattering the stone walls behind her. She dodged by instinct alone, sweat pouring down her face. Damn it. I can't distinguish the illusions from the lethal steel. A cold chill hit her spine. A blade was attacking from her blind spot. She twisted to counter, eyes widening in shock. An attack from the rear. The swords danced with unnatural fluidity, weaving through the air. She's altering their trajectory mid-flight. Is this telekinesis? This battle just got a lot more complicated. Suddenly, two beams crossed in a lethal X shape. Kiri couldn't evade in time. The steel pierced right through her defenses, impaling her very chi. Seafrost watched with cold amusement as the blade impaled Kiri. Finally, the trick was revealed. Threads. She wasn't using magic. She was manipulating the weapons with invisible nanowires. Kiri seized the razor-sharp thread in her bare hand, ignoring the blood. If I pull this, I can drag her right into my range. But Seafrost just laughed. You think I'm an amateur? She yanked the wires, slicing deeper into Kiri's flesh, before delivering a catastrophic downward slash, fueled by pure killing intent. Kiri screamed as the overwhelming force crushed her. The entire hall erupted in a blinding explosion of dust and debris from the impact. Seafrost balanced delicately on her wire, looking down at the wreckage. I knew it. You're weak. It's not too late to beg for mercy, you know. Why don't you run? Or is your foolish pride getting in the way? Kiri lay pinned under the rubble, her vision blurring as the system identified the enemy. Rank S assassin, Seafrost. You were born into a prestigious clan, weren't you? A sheltered little princess, sent to die in a dungeon by her own family. How utterly tragic. Kiri spat blood. Her eyes blazed with defiance. Don't you dare act like you know a damn thing about me. Seafrost just giggled. Oh, don't get so emotional, princess. Frowning will only ruin that pretty face. You need to learn a lesson. In this cruel world, opportunities aren't meant for the privileged to simply buy their way in. It's sickening. You enjoy every single advantage just because of your bloodline, yet you possess zero actual talent. It's simply unfair. The memory stung, a rival blade held at her throat, mocking her very existence. It felt like the harsh reality of a leveling Manhwa, where the weak are brutally crushed, and only the strong have the right to speak. Seafrost's voice echoed from above, dripping with disdain. Your party is full of monsters. I've been watching you all. Raph has experience. Minner is a war machine. Debo is a genius. And Elpam is an enigma. But you're just. Shut up. Kiri cut her off. Seafrost blinked. Excuse me. Kiri staggered to her feet. Her aura is shifting. So what? It's true. I am weak. I can't meet my master's expectations. I'm not a prodigy like my teammates. But that doesn't mean a third-rate hack like you can defeat me. Come on. Seafrost's smile vanished, replaced by blazing rage. You insolent trash. Learn your place. She flicked her wrists, sending her wired blades screaming toward Kiri. The steel storm descended, but Kiri's eyes glowed with a chilling blue light. Frozen barrage. Instantly, jagged icicles materialized, intercepting the attack with deadly precision. Seafrost gasped as her invincible wires snapped like thread. Impossible. I have no data on this skill. My marionette strings severed. Panic set in. Seafrost grabbed his sword and charged. You hiding rat. Fighting dirty. But Kiri watched her approach, with the stillness of a frozen lake. Her master's voice echoed in her mind. Do you fight only to uphold your family name? Is that the limit of your resolve? Listen, Kiri. Some people cannot see the diamond in the rough. Never let the standards of others define your true worth. When you forge your own path and trust in your own blade, you will surpass them all. Seafrost froze in fear, unable to comprehend the crushing pressure. Kiri was now emitting howl. How did she get this fast? Seafrost struggled to parry the onslaught. Kiri's silver hair flowed like a comet's tail, radiating pure unadulterated mana. Desperate Seafrost unleashed her ultimate art. Soul-severing flash, how dare you look down on me? But Kiri wove through the attack like a ghost. She dodged it. The lessons finally clicked. Her power wasn't just a flame to consume, but a universe to expand. Kyrie had unlocked the potential, hidden deep within her bloodline. See, Frost stared into Kyrie's eyes and saw the impossible. Fire and ice dancing together. A colossal sphere of dual energy materialized, radiating apocalyptic power. Kyrie focused every ounce of mana into a single point, celestial severance. The beam of energy engulfed Sea Frost, vaporizing the assassin amidst a storm of glittering ice shards as the dust settled. Kyrie looked up, a faint smile on her lips. Master, I finally understand. The only one who can set my limits is me. But realization struck too late. Still, I steel my heart. I will trust in my comrades. And I will trust in myself. The hunt was relentless. The Elpam faction closed in like wolves. A leader barked, "Find those rats. Tear this place apart." The talisman on the wall barely concealed their presence. Byru grit her teeth, anxiety spiking. Damn it, how long can this cheap trick possibly buy us? And Elpam can even stand? Voices echoed from outside, dripping with malice. They sneered. They have nowhere to run. Seize them. Suddenly, Alpams. Rockets roared to life, blasting the minions into oblivion. Byru struggled to deflect the storm of dark weapons. What are you doing? Fight back. The enemy sneered. He fights like a novice. Don't underestimate us. Her temper flared like a volcano. What did you say? She hurled a crimson talisman, charged with pure, killing intent. You'll regret looking down on me. But the talisman missed its mark. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. I said, don't underestimate me. Just as despair hit, Elpam's firepower saved her once again. He leaned heavily on his spear, gasping for every breath. Beidou emerged from the shadows, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Mom, you look like a walking corpse. Elpam sensed the killing intent. Too late. The blow connected. Ilpam. Byru screamed in horror, but his hand moved on instinct, summoning an invisible barrier. That shocked Beidou to her core. What? Mana condensed into a volatile sphere, and boom! The corner of the room vanished in a violent explosion. Beidou scoffed, dusting herself off. Futile struggles of a dying man, but her eyes widened in disbelief. Elpam was gone. He had vanished into thin air. Raph appeared, shaking his head. You are driving me insane. She retorted, relax. My blade tasted his flesh. Elpam collapsed, coughing up a violent spray of blood. Hey, are you okay? Byru cried. Purple mist rose from the blood pool. A lethal omen. Is that poison? Beta laughed from the shadows. Tick-tock. 40 minutes, max. His time is running out. It was a legendary toxin, potent enough to liquefy organs with a single scratch, delivering death in agonizing waves. He can't run far. Split up and hunt him down. Elpam was in critical condition, and guilt squeezed Byro's heart like a vice. Damn it, I never wanted this. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess. She sobbed, her voice breaking. I'm so sorry. Save your tears. Elpam rasped, his eyes burning with determination. If I don't master this awakening, I'm dead anyway. The teleportation is real this time. Not a trick. I'll handle the witch. You do your job. Baru blinked, confused by his command. My job. She looked up. Above them loomed the sealing mechanism. Before them, an ancient stone tablet that controls the roof. Solve the puzzle, channel the mana, and open the sky. Hold on. I'll solve it in a heartbeat. Byru's fingers flew across the runes. Elpam slumped against the wall, but his focus remained razor sharp. Take your time, he lied, removing his lens. I have work to do. His vision expanded, revealing the enemy positions, like a map in a strategy game. Ralph barked orders. If you find him, don't touch him. He is mine to kill. A minion sneered. Since when do we take orders from you? Ralph didn't even look at him. Take it up with management. Suddenly, a blinding light incinerated the darkness, searing Ralph's face. What the hell? Rockets rained down from every angle. Ralph's eyes bulged. Impossible. I didn't sense any mana signature. What kind of power is this? Ralph's mind raced. Is he sniping us through the walls? Like an overpowered character in his sister Manhwa? It's over. Ralph braced for impact. But the rockets dissolved into mist, just inches from his face. From the other room, Byru screamed. I did it. Mana surged through the tablet, the runes glowing with arcane power. The circuit is complete. Just a few seconds, and the mana will flood the pipes. Silence answered her. It bumped. Panic set in. He lay slumped and motionless. Byru froze in terror. What? The mana flow shattered into a shower of sparks. She stared at the conduit, horror-stricken. The connection. It's been completely severed. A hand reached out from the suffocating gloom. Ralph grinned maniacally. Found you. The walls groaned and began to crack. Water burst violently through the widening fissures. Dougal paused, his ears twitching nervously. Did you hear that? Kiri looked around blankly. Hear what? Suddenly, a massive tsunami crashed around the corner, sending them scrambling. What is this? The relentless torrent swallowed them whole. Dougal screamed, What the hell is happening? Before vanishing completely beneath the churning waves. Dougal was instantly swept away by the current. Badu pressed herself against the wall, utterly annoyed. First rats, now a monstrous flood. How utterly troublesome. Where is Raph? Her voice echoed back. Stop whining. You're too loud. Raph emerged, carrying the unconscious duo as if they were luggage. The sector is flooding. Move. Badu eyed him suspiciously. You're awfully calm, she noted. I thought a mercenary like you would have cut and run. And missed the payday? I suffered for this. Ralph retorted, Where are the others? Dead, but they served as excellent meat shields. She stared in shock. All of them? Don't tell me. You actually caught feelings for the cannon fodder? Mission accomplished. Hand over Elpam. She tossed him a heavy coin pouch. He is still breathing, right? Barely. But if you try to stiff me on the payment, things will get ugly fast. You're annoying, but you deliver. She smirked. Here, 100 million, as agreed. Greed satisfied, he tossed the captives at her feet. Badu drew her weapon, her eyes gleaming with malice. A pathetic end for the traitor of Kenya. All for the Black Mage. She paused, her face twisting into a mask of fanatical ecstasy. No, for my master, Lord Yvonne. She raised her blade, savoring the kill, but then her smile froze. The talisman faded, revealing not Elpam, but the rotting corpse of a mere minion. What? Raph lunged from the deep shadows. Surprise, sweetheart. Raph grinned. You bastard. I knew I couldn't trust you. But before she could even react, Elpam's rockets roared from behind her. She scrambled away, fury burning in her veins. They were working together all along. How dare they make a mockery of the Kenya clan? The toxin had already ravaged his system. Now she just needed to confirm the kill. The moment she saw the projectile appear, she immediately traced its trajectory, back to its source. Look who crawled out. Thanks for saving me the trouble. You half-dead rat. As the rune's light faded, Bijou realized she'd been played like a fiddle. Elpam materialized right behind her like a ghost. His spear was coiled with tension, eyes burning with resolve. Bijou froze in shock. How was he still standing? The missile screamed from his hand, slamming into her position. The impact decimated the area, dust choking the air as Raph shielded his face. Good Lord, Elpam's ruthlessness knew no bounds. Bijou emerged from the smoke, her voice dripping with ice. You stubborn fool. Why? I thought you were a mercenary who would do anything for cash. Raph just shrugged. Exactly. Money. If you zealots win, the world ends. Then my hard-earned fortune becomes toilet paper. Why would I help you destroy my retirement? Plan? Joining you was the gambit from the start. Elpam knew a rat like Carson would hire an assassin when cornered. Simple as that. The moment you laid eyes on me, the game was rigged. Bijou gritted her teeth. So wounding Elpam earlier, that was just a performance? He scoffed. Injury. Do you know who I am? I am the greatest recovery mage in World M. That scratch was child's play for someone of my caliber. Trust me, if I attacked with killing intent, even Elpam wouldn't be standing right now. Class dismissed. Thanks to you. I bagged 100 million, and you are all alone. Bijou's aura darkened, murder in her eyes. Damn you. I will make you regret being born. Meanwhile, Kiri was lost, drifting through the abyss. The salt water mercilessly stung her open wounds. The searing pain jolted her violently awake. She burst through the surface, gasping for air. Dio stared at her, utterly stunned. "You're actually alive?" Minor exclaimed, popping up next. "What in the hell just happened?" Dio's face was grim. "Whatever it is, we are in deep, deep trouble. Water is pouring in from every single direction. This entire place will be our grave in 30 minutes. Kiri went pale. 30 minutes? Dio nodded. "And since I smashed the power source, the ceiling won't open. We're trapped." Minor gaped in horror as the giant statue shifted. A massive stone sword slammed down inches from his face. Dio rubbed his eyes. "Am I hallucinating? What is going on?" His eyes bulged as reality set in. The statue, its arm is moving. Wait! A chilling crimson light flared in the statue's eye. "It's alive." Meanwhile, Beiju panted heavily amidst a roaring inferno. Beneath her blood-soaked blade lay a mangled corpse. The flames consuming the wooden structures mirrored her burning rage. Beiju spat. "Go to hell." A voice cut through the smoke as a man approached. "No, hell is too good for scum like him. This is simply the price of his sins." Beiju glared back at the mysterious figure. Those with blood on their hands do not get happy endings. Ruin surrounded them, burning homes and scattered bodies. Your vendetta is complete. A towering figure with long white hair stepped out. Just as promised, Beiju turned to face the giant. Behind her, he loomed over her, his voice commanding, "Now, your life belongs to me." Back in the fight, two shadows blurred past. Raph and El Pam panicked. The attack was instant. Raph's body parts went flying. Beiju cursed, "Damn it." She lashed out with her vicious chain blade, tearing through Raph's copies. Clone techniques again. Always with these dirty parlor tricks. She swung the chain, shattering mirror illusions made of talismans. But suddenly, El Pam's blade crashed down. Beiju barely blocked it in time. Reality blurred into a chaotic haze of mirages. As Beiju violently clashed with El Pam, Pyru's squad's patience snapped and charged headfirst into the fray. "Damn it, at this rate, I can't hold out forever." El Pam brought his weapon down with titanic force, but Beiju danced away just in time. He spun around, red data flashing across his lenses. Crimson arrows locked onto Beiju. A massive explosion rocked the chamber, sending debris flying. Pyru shielded her eyes from the blast, but as she braced against the shockwave, a menacing shadow loomed behind her. She panicked, raising her sword in defense. "Damn, we are..." Suddenly, Pyru spun and unleashed a counterattack. El Pam couldn't react in time. Pyru smirked. "Is that what you thought would happen?" The blow made him cough up blood. Pyru retreated, holding a talisman. "All right, let's go." "How is that? You'll never tell the real from the fake." Elsewhere, Ralph pressed his relentless offensive, cackling like a maniac. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue." Beiju dodged his punch and hurled a dagger in return. Ralph sidestepped with a sneer of contempt. But a split second later, Beiju grabbed the chain connected to the blade. Ralph's eyes widened. The chain was already coiled tightly around him. "What the?" He punched at the purple aura constricting him. "I'll go down that easy?" With a roar, Beiju slammed him backward, choking the very life out of him. The chain around Ralph's neck pulsated with an ominous, violet glow. El Pam and Beiju clashed violently. Beiju severed his chain with a single stroke. But suddenly, a shadow kicked El Pam from behind, breaking his stance. A guttural growl of rage echoed. "You filth!" Beiju shifted targets, charging straight at Pyru. "You're first!" Pyru screamed, tears forming. "Ah, no." El Pamumi cast rapid-fire seals. Beiju spun her rope like a propeller to deflect the barrage, inching closer with every step. Peru watched, gasping from the sidelines. Damn, just watching them zip around was insane. She realized this was like a high-level, leveling Manhwa boss fight. They were literal monsters. In the corner, Rafe unleashed a flurry of blows. Everyone was attacking at once. Pure, unadulterated chaos filled the dungeon. Rafe landed a dirty hit while Pam targeted her neck. Bijou roared, stabbing her blade into the ground. Dark purple energy exploded outward. The dark shockwave blasted everyone back. Her dagger clattered to the floor, accompanied by a splatter of fresh, crimson blood. Bijou hunched over, clutching her mangled left arm. Damn you! I will kill you all. I won't leave a single one alive. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Her pupils dilated as a geyser erupted, flooding the chamber instantly. Pam found his footing, but Peru screamed as the current swept her away. High up on a pillar, Rafe anchored himself with a knife. Shit, looks like our time is finally up. Deep beneath the surface, Bijou's consciousness returned. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying violet aura. Like a predator, she burst from the water, launching a surprise embûche that threw Rafe completely off balance. She touched down gracefully on the pillar, but her opponent wasn't so lucky. Rafe's eyes rolled back. The slash was deep. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, like a fountain from his torn flesh. Pure killing intent radiated from Bijou's gaze. I will slaughter every last one of you. Rafe barely regained his senses and spun around, but too slow. She vanished and reappeared, driving her blade straight into his vitals. A critical hit. Rafe coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body screaming in agony from the fatal wound. The force of the impact sent them both plummeting into the dark waters below. Pam, barely having secured Peru, could only scream in horror. Rafe, the raging tides crashed against Bijou, mixing seawater with fresh blood. Yet her assault didn't stop for a second. The clash intensified, but suddenly, Raph snatched something dark. A trap, a sinister substance invaded his veins. Panic instantly flashed in his eyes. This is a lethal poison. He whipped around, barely intercepting her follow-up strike. Despite coughing up blood, a defiant smirk played on his lips. In his hand, a silver cross materialized. You think this is enough? Blinding holy light erupted from the artifact. Bijou's eyes narrowed in utter disbelief. What is this power? The cross wasn't just healing him. It was purging the toxins. Impossible. A recovery spell acting as an antidote. Does this bastard possess the divine power of Pam, too? Even before the poison could claim him, the light cleansed it all away. Bijou stood frozen, her calculations shattered. A holy barrier materialized around him. An impenetrable, absolute defense. A massive fist manifested from thin air. Bijou relied on pure instinct, barely dodging the crushing blow. Raph gripped a new weapon, channeling the very poison he just absorbed. He fired it right back. The toxic energy slammed into Bijou's body. She grimaced, cursing under her breath. That hand movement, you sneaky bastard. Sweat poured down Raph's face, but his cocky grin remained fixed. Sorry about that. It's just really hard to ignore all your arrogant trash talk. Bijou gritted her teeth. Spatial teleportation item. Activate. Raph roared, lunging forward. Let's end this right now. His punch was so devastating, it snapped the stone pillar in half. Bijou reappeared, cold sweat dripping down her back. Raph didn't hesitate, instantly changing his trajectory to match hers. Don't you realize? Resistance is futile. He channeled every ounce of his aura into his fist. You still don't get it, do you? The impact sent Bijou flying like a rag doll. Blood sprayed from her lips. Raph scoffed. You always teleport behind your opponent. Did you really take me for a fool? Who wouldn't notice? Adrenaline surged through him. This is getting interesting. Bijou's rage boiled over. Her body blazed with violet mana. Don't you dare mock me. A massive magical explosion ripped through the air. Ralph was blasted back by the shockwave. Bijou seized the opening, lunging for his throat. I'll wipe that smile right off your face. But suddenly, a familiar crimson glow intercepted her strike. She froze. The water swirled violently around Pamumi. Ralph didn't waste the distraction. A brutal sucker punch flew toward her face. Eyes on the prize, sweetheart. She couldn't react in time. The heavy blow launched her crashing into the wall, shattering the stone on impact. She cried out in agony, The protective beast amulet at her side crumbled into dust. Panic set in. No, I can't lose to the darkness here. If I fall, Lord Avok's command will remain unfulfilled. No, I must make it a reality. Resolve hardened in her eyes. She would slaughter them all, no matter the cost, but standing in her path. Elpamumi drew his bowstring taut. Energy crackled around the arrow. His aura was overwhelming, but she charged forward, abandoning all defense. Violet and crimson mana clashed in a violent display of fireworks. I will never let you leave this place alive, even if I have to burn my own life force. I will drag you down with me. She raised her sword, a desperate shield against the incoming devastation. A blazing arrow screamed through the air. Beiju caught her blade in her teeth, channeling the last of her strength for Avok. Elpamumi watched calmly, his eyes cold. Oh, right. I forgot I had one more shot. He released the string. The arrow pierced through the air, aimed straight for her heart. Beiju had nothing left. Her eyes widened in helpless despair. As death approached, a memory surfaced. Evox's voice, praising her. You did well. A mere hallucination, born of a dying mind. A gentle smile graced her lips. She saw a hand reaching out, offering salvation. Tears welled in her eyes. Lord Avok, please forgive my failure. The waves crashed against the ancient ruins, washing away the last traces of battle. Only her sword remained, sinking into the abyssal deep. But the fight wasn't over yet. From the swirling, churning currents, a massive golem violently emerged. Menar shantadin kantahuns rapidly. Storm Bullet. She stared in disbelief. Damn it. How is a monster that massive hovering in the air? Her spell slammed into the colossal stone. Giant boom. A massive explosion rocked the entire cavern. Men cheered. Yes. A direct hit, but the smoke cleared instantly. The golem raised its colossal weapon, aiming to crush her flat, just as death seemed certain. A powerful tidal wave surged upward. A massive axe suddenly intercepted the blow. It was Debo, swooping in to save the damsel in distress. Meaner sighed in relief. Thanks for the save. Debris rained down into the dark abyss below. Azure light flashed from a floating boulder, and a sword descended from the very heavens. Kiri stepped out of a glowing magic circle, his presence commanding. He shouted orders to the team. Destroying it is meaningless. We need its core, its energy source, to unlock the sealing gate. This is our only chance. Me and Arnudat, locking onto the target. Got it. Leave it to me. She unleashed a fierce barrage of spells, but the golem didn't even flinch. Debo soared into the air, axe at the ready. We have to rip that magic stone right out of him. Kiri roared, don't shatter the core. Strip the armor first, so we can locate it. Suddenly, blue lasers shot from the golem's eyes. Debo was blasted out of the sky, smashing hard into the platform. It regenerated already. Debo struggled, grit on his face. Damn it, my leg is pinned. The golem turned its emotionless gaze toward him, its massive stone hand reaching down. Debo panicked. This was impossible. I can't break free. Kyrie screamed. Debo moved. Debo glanced back. The stone fingers were mere inches away. But suddenly, a protective mana barrier enveloped him. Debo blinked. You? A familiar voice echoed. Long time no see, son. The barrier shattered the golem's grip. Ral swooped in, grabbing Debo and dashing to safety. The golem was far too slow to react. Debo glared at his unexpected savior. You treacherous bastard. Ralph laughed. Ouch. Is that how you speak to your own father? Cut the crap. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. A whirlwind of fire and wood magic engulfed the golem. The mages unleashed a devastating combined assault. From the rear, flaming missiles launched. From the clouds above, two figures descended like gods. I knew you survived. It was the boss. Elpamumi and Pyru. Debo screamed. Watch out. Don't crack the magic stone. Elpamumi's eye flared with a brilliant crimson light. The eye of insight. I see it. The core is buried deep within its chest. Target locked on. Roger that, Debo. Brace yourself. Suddenly, Debo's axe glowed with a telekinetic aura. It yanked him upward violently. Whoa, My weapon is moving on its own. What the hell? We're gonna crash into Elpam. Monair smirked, realizing the plan. Perfect setup. Debo was clueless. Wait, what setup? The girls yelled in unison. Just go, you idiot. Shut up. Then it clicked. Wait, am I the main character of this Manhwa recap? How dare you call the hero an idiot? Debo gripped his axe, letting the foreign magic supercharge his strike. Leave it to me. With a roar, he swung the giant axe downward. His face twisted in pure battle ecstasy. Crack! The golem's chest armor shattered, exposing the pulsing magic stone within. Debo's eyes lit up with battle lust. He found it. He charged straight at the stone golem, targeting a hairline fracture on its edge. The stone giant stood frozen, utterly vulnerable. Ralph grinned like a demon and taunted. How's my son taste, you pile of rubble? If you're done digesting him, then spit him out with a roar. His fist collided with the force of a wrecking ball, punching a massive hole straight through the rock. Spiderweb cracks shattered the stone armor as Ralph breached its core. Not wasting a second, Deo launched himself like a missile toward the exposed weakness. He snatched the mana core, enemy neutralized. He cheered, landing perfectly, leaving a chaotic ruin behind him. Without its heart, the stone golem lost all power and began to crumble. The giant toppled in slow motion, hitting the ground with an earth-shaking thud. But as the golem fell, the water levels surged to their necks. Kiri gasped, surfacing for air. We're done for. The water's rising too fast. Miner cried out. We're about to hit the ceiling. Deo held firm, his voice steady. Hold the line. Just endure a few more seconds. He is coming. The murky water swallowed the room, but a shadow cut through the depths. Elpham arrived, the stone in hand. 3 minutes left. Please, let me make it in time. The mechanism is set. It just needs a mana injection to trigger the system. No time to think. The stone near his eye began to glow. With awakened power, he had to reach the core at all costs. He dove into the dark abyss. Ralph panicked. Damn it. We're out of air, someone shouted. Everyone, hold your breath. Miner took command of the rhythm. Ready, 1, 2. They all submerged as the room filled completely. Meanwhile, Elpham pushed his agility stats to the absolute limit. If I take the standard path, it'll take 5 minutes. I'll be too late. There's only one way. He faced the wall. I have to brute force it. At the seabed stood a pillar. Elpham's hands were torn and bleeding, but he began casting. A water sphere formed. He only had one shot at this move. Just like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, he infused the sphere with explosive, fiery mana. Mana, fire, and water collided in a thunderous boom. The blast shattered the obstruction to pieces, sending jagged rocks flying everywhere, revealing a blinding, ethereal light within. He locked onto the target with pinpoint precision. He hurled the magic stone directly toward that light, aiming straight for the iron spike inside. Bullseye! The stone struck the spike and immediately began to fracture. Blinding, raw energy poured out relentlessly. The seal was breaking. It was about to detonate. Elpam watched the volatile reaction unfold. The spike glowed an intense, scorching white, sending arcs of pure mana coursing through the walls. Like chain lightning, the surge hit the control panel. Gears ground to life. The system was officially online, above the struggling, drowning team. The ceiling finally cracked open with a groan. Go! Swim for the surface. They finally broke the surface, just as their lungs felt like bursting, gasping desperately for air on the shore. Deo groaned. I saw the afterlife for a second there. This dungeon is an absolute nightmare. Miner looked up at the towering iron statue. Did that thing actually work? Byro nodded. Yeah. That was a one-of-a-kind artifact, truly. You won't see another machine like that anywhere. Diobo looked around frantically, his eyes wide. Elpam. Where is Elpam? Below them, the powerful current suddenly shifted. Elpam was being violently swept away, bubbles frantically escaping his lips. As the light of the exit rapidly faded, he kicked with his last desperate ounce of strength, but his stamina hit 0. He was so close, just a little further. His hand reached for a fleeting hope that wasn't there. Darkness consumed him entirely. He began to sink until Manor suddenly grabbed him. She pulled him close, pressing her lips to his. For life-saving CPR, a familiar voice echoed in the void. Are you shouldering the burden alone? Again? Again, the words jolted Elfin's very soul. Forcing his eyes open, he floated in a pure white space. Where is this place? Standing there were the faces he missed most. Alexis, Jaden, and Philip. Jaden smiled gently. If you're tired, it's okay to rest, my friend. Alexis added, stop pushing yourself so hard. You've done enough. Alpum realized this was a memory. He smiled just like he did back then. I'm fine, I made a promise. Reality snapped back, he gasped, waking up to Menor's terrified face. What happened, Did you save me? Dio Bo cheered. Thank the gods, I thought we lost you. Elpam checked his body, surprised strange. My physical status is perfectly normal. Ralph smirked proudly. You can thank my supreme healing magic for that. Elpam sighed in relief. Let's move. But he noticed Menor acting strange. Is something wrong? Did something happen? Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. She stammered, no. Nothing at all. It seems the CPR was a bit more personal. Elpam was back on his feet. As the team navigated the maze, the truth came out. RAF was casually carrying Bijou's body. Diego was stunned. Wait. So this entire disaster was part of your grand plan. Well, the second half was pure improvisation. Ralph shrugged. Deo Bo felt betrayed. You should have briefed me. You nearly gave me a heart attack, man. Ralph gave a sly grin, manipulating the situation. Haven't you heard to deceive the enemy? You must first deceive your allies. Even you fell for it perfectly. Elpam, sharp as ever, cut in. So my guess was right. Your first attack was way too emotional to be acting. Raph started sweating bullets and coughed loudly. Ahem, not the time. We need to move. Someone pointed at the corpse. But seriously, why are we lugging that woman's body around? She still has value. I have a promise to keep too. Go, Ralph replied. Suddenly Byro's eyes widened. She sprinted off. Dio Bo yelled, hey, where are you going? They entered a colossal chamber. In the center stood a majestic altar. Clutching a single object, Bieru stammered, trembling with pure excitement. I finally found it. A radiant golden aura pulsed from the artifact. Bieru's eyes gleamed with raw greed. Kiri's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Is that legendary hero's equipment? It was a necklace adorned with a stunning violet gemstone. As divine power radiated, a team member hesitated. Are you absolutely certain this is the real deal? I can't appraise it just yet. But Bieru's voice shook with unwavering certainty. It matches the ancient lore perfectly. This is the key to Phantom's legendary secret vault. Phantom, the greatest thief in World M's history. Rumor has it that his vault holds treasures that utterly defy logic. This necklace is the key. Bieru reached out, her fingers trembling. She smiled back at them. Thank you, everyone. I couldn't have reached this incredible treasure without you. Clink, a small pebble hit Bieru's head. She looked up just as the ceiling above them groaned. Massive boulders suddenly began to rain down. Ralph screamed, wait. Deo Bo immediately took a defensive stance. The entire dungeon was collapsing because Bieru had triggered a trap. She yelled over the chaotic noise. What are you just standing there for? Run for your lives. Kiri sprinted forward, cursing loudly. Damn it. Why do you always grab the loot without checking for traps first? Have you learned nothing? Bieru just apologized. Frantically, they ran until a massive, towering structure loomed ahead. Bieru pointed. There. We have to enter that tower. There has to be a way out. The seal should have opened by now. Deo demanded answers, panic rising in his voice. Are you absolutely certain? But the sky remained utterly silent. Mocking him, rage boiled over. Don't tell me you're hesitating now. Of all times. Suddenly, the very ground's shadow shifted. A legion of armored skeletons erupted from the earth, weapons drawn and locking onto the party. Duke cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, I completely forgot about these trash mobs. Ralph charged into the fray without a moment's hesitation. My turn, you piles of calcium. He activated his signature skill. Angel Tower, a massive holy shield surged forward. purifying the undead horde into dust instantly. Seeing the instant wipe, Piero wailed in frustration. What? Why didn't you lead with that skill? Raph shot back, annoyed. Because it burns through my mana like crazy. Do you think I have infinite MP? That'll be 500 gold per head. By the way, even in a life or death crisis, this guy was still running a business. Piero scoffed. Is money all you care about? We just jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, and the fire was about to get a whole lot hotter. A colossal undead knight galloped in, wielding a blade the size of a building. The monster swung. Boom! The sheer force pulverized the entire wall, sending debris flying. Miraculously, they dodged the impact. Piero screamed. What is that thing? Ralph used the shield again. Ralph shook his head, desperation in his eyes. Shut up and run. That was a one-time ultimate skill. It's on cooldown. Debo groaned. You are actually useless. They argued while the monstrosity galloped closer, death hot on their heels. Suddenly, Minna's foot caught a rock. Disaster struck. She stumbled right to the edge. Below wasn't ground, but a roaring waterfall in a deadly abyss. They were cornered. Someone yelled, "We're screwed." With seconds to spare, Raph summoned a mystic talisman. He grabbed the squad, using the charm to surf the waterfall. Like a legendary sage, leaving the monster behind, Raph grinned. Perfect escape. That was my last talisman. But we made it. But fate is cruel. In a leveling Manhwa, the undead knight dove in. It possessed the swimming skill. Their hearts dropped. Wait, that thing can swim. Panic set in, but Elfham's eyes remained calm. Kiri, you know what to do. I got it. She unleashed a rank A spell. Falling Moon. Crescent Slash. An absolute zero blast instantly froze the lake, trapping the beast solid in a prison of ice. That should hold it. But the monster roared, thrashing wildly against its icy prison. Carrie had set the stage. Now she prepared the finale. She shrieked with pure, feral intensity. Shut your ugly mouth. A searing beam of pure thermal energy erupted from her, slamming into its target with a devastating explosion. The frozen lake instantly became a steaming bath. They fled, scrambling across the water, only to find themselves at a dead end. A massive wall completely blocked their path. Pirus Chautiv, Elpam. It's a dead end, but the swordsman was already moving. I see it. He condensed his aura into a single, devastating slash, aimed squarely at the barrier. Boom! The wall crumbled instantly under his immense power. They rode the talisman, speeding through the breach. Pyru yelled back, "Careful. If this tower collapses, we're finished." As if on cue, cracks suddenly raced up the structure. It was coming down. Amidst the chaos, Minar and Debo suddenly spotted a light ahead. Found it. The dungeon's warp point is right there. The ceiling above them began to crumble and fall. Pyru took command. No time to stop. Keep running. We jump on my signal. 1, 2, jump. They leaped headfirst into the portal, just as the tower finally collapsed into rubble. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows, the monstrous spider, Win, hissed maliciously. I can no longer sense Boo's energy signature. It seems the mission has utterly failed. Why? Vok fell to his knees, trembling in terror before the Beastmaster. I have no excuses, he gritted through clenched teeth. I will pay for this failure with my very life. Win scoffed. Your life? I can take that whenever I please. The spider paused, its eyes glowing maliciously. But first, let me show you something. The bigger the audience, the better the show. Isn't that right, Why? Vaughn looked up, pure terror replacing his shame. Are they too? Disciples of the Black Mage then stepped forward, Mudria leading the pack. Win smirked. Time to switch out the players. Elsewhere, Franco bowed deeply. There's still hope, sir. He addressed Jack Gundrick. The Guildmaster's young master must be alive. The gate is still active. He's surely waiting for the rescue team. Luckily, their party wasn't full. We have 6 slots open. I'll assemble an elite strike force, with the best hunters immediately. Jack Gundrick heard the one thing he feared most. He slammed his fist down, shaking with suppressed rage and worry. The next morning, in a dimly lit warehouse. Is this authentic? Chero was negotiating with a hooded figure, examining the goods. The man whistled. Custom defense gear, expected from the son of M, the world's richest man. This quality goes far beyond orange rank. It's a masterpiece. Chero frowned, her mind racing. So, it really was Kay's doing? To attack the association directly? But do they have a death wish? Or are they planning a counterstrike? Footsteps echoed outside. Someone's coming. We need to alert Gundrick now. Charo tensed up, her hand drifting to her weapon. Damn it, only a total lunatic would come here right now. Then a familiar, annoying voice pierced the air. No, wait. The stranger barged in, still arguing with someone outside. You bastard, you don't even know what that item does. I can't let this slide. The voice was so loud. Charo's eyes went wide. The hooded man also paused. That tone, isn't that outside? Ed. Pam and Peru were bickering like an old married couple. Hold on, tell me why you won't give me the ring. It's mine. El pamri plaid coldly. I refuse. I can't give it to you. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Hearing his voice, Cairo knew for sure. I know that voice. It's Peru. Tears of relief welled in her eyes. She was safe. But before Chero could launch a tearful reunion, Peru unleashed a banshee-like shriek, instantly killing the entire mood. Shut up. Peru grabbed El Pam by the collar, shaking him violently. Give it back. You thief. That loot is mine. Even while being strangled, El Pam remained a cool, aloof swordsman, thinking this idiot has finally lost her mind. Just as he predicted, that was the last straw for Peru. She roared like a dragon. Who are you calling an idiot? Hand it over. Watching this farce, Charo's face went blank. Oh well, he simply sighed. Meanwhile, across the city, flyers rained down from the sky like snow. Extra, extra. Read all about it. The headline screamed, one named Jack Gundrick. The streets buzzed with gossip. Is it true? Is the heir really trapped inside a dungeon gate? Impossible. That was the third circle team, the strongest unit. Forget that. Look at the bounty. Gundrick is offering $150 million for the rescue mission. The crowd gasped. $150 million. That family is drowning in money. The entire city is going to go crazy for this quest. With that kind of cash, count me in. But a veteran hunter crushed their dreams immediately. Keep dreaming. There are only 7 spots left. They aren't going to hire a nobody like you. The gossip on the streets was blazing so hot that even Debo, casually strolling through the city, had to stop and marvel at the headlines. But while the city buzzed, Raph was busy staging a theatrical performance, clutching his chest and squeezing out crocodile tears as he wailed, "Oh, where has El Pam vanished to in our hour of need? My soul as a devoted healer is burning with worry," he declared, though Debo just rolled his eyes, having seen this fake act 1,000 times before. Right, as if you care about saving lives, more than your bank account. Debo scoffed, before steering the conversation back to reality. Anyway, why are we lurking around the slums? There are plenty of shops in the market district. Debo argued. Didn't the boss want something specific? Raph smirked, his reply a mysterious whisper. I have my own strategy, you see. They halted before a worn, wooden door, clearly ancient. Raph gave him a wait-and-see look before dramatically shoving it open, revealing a figure casually lounging inside, with his feet arrogantly propped up on the table. The place looked less like a shop, truth be told, and more like a dusty graveyard for forgotten junk. Debo coughed, waving away the visible filth and dust. Are you serious? This dump. Raph ignored him, grinning broadly at the man still asleep inside. It's been a while, Raph called out, his voice echoing. Hey Gary, rise and shine. You've got paying customers here. How long do you plan on hibernating, huh? The man let out a long, annoyed sigh. Raph. The man just grunted, but Raph beamed back, unfazed. Long time no see, old friend. Debo watched the bizarre exchange unfold. He thought, friends? Maybe we'll actually get a discount then. Gary slowly stood, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm. Yeah, it's been ages, all right. I honestly hoped you'd kick the bucket somewhere far away. Then came the truly warm welcome. In a flash, Gary lunged forward with blinding speed, pressing a cold, gleaming dagger right against Raph's jugular. His face was twisted into a mask of pure, murderous rage. "This is the first time I've seen your filthy face since you scammed me." Raph instantly broke into a cold sweat, realizing he was deep in the danger zone now. Did I really do that? Raph played innocent poorly, but that only pulled the pin on Gary's already explosive temper. The shopkeeper roared, "Are you serious right now? You bastard. Give me one good reason not to chop you up and feed you to the pigs." Gary screamed, livid. Raph stammered, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill out." Debo watched in utter confusion, wondering just how badly Raph had truly screwed this guy over. Raph quickly reached into his pocket, his hand darting in, not for a weapon, but for his ultimate negotiation tool. "I had my reasons back then, believe me, but today it's strictly business." He slammed a massive, heavy bag of cash onto the table. He was sweating bullets, beads forming on his brow, but desperately trying to maintain his best salesman smile. "Look at this. I brought you a fortune." Raph pleaded, his voice a desperate whisper. Debo instantly recognized the bag and thought, wait, that's the boss's money. But the bribe didn't quite hit the mark immediately. Gary was still seething, his grip on the dagger iron tight. "You piece of trash." It was a stunning display of how quickly human emotions can flip. One moment, Gary was ready to commit murder, but the instant his eyes snagged on the stacks of cash, he embraced Ralph like a long-lost soulmate. "I missed you so much, my best friend." And Ralph just blinked. Me too." Debo watched this instant transformation unfold with utter disgust. These two scumbags truly deserve each other. With their beef officially squashed, Gary immediately switched to merchant mode. "So, what are you buying? Just say the word. I've got everything, except for what I don't have, of course." Ralph didn't hesitate for a second. "Enhancement scrolls. And don't you dare tell me you're out of stock." Gary flashed a supremely confident grin. "Got him right here." He dramatically whipped a white cloth off a nearby crate, revealing a gleaming pile of scrolls. Debo leaned in, completely underwhelmed. What is this junk? They just look like standard scrolls." Debo muttered, earning a fierce scowl from Gary. "Is this kid blind?" Ralph merely laughed. "That's exactly why I brought him along." Which, predictably, only annoyed Debo even more. "I've never used these in my life, so how would I know the difference?" Debo defended himself as Gary picked up one of the scrolls, ready to educate the utter rookie. "Listen up. Simply put, these items are used to upgrade your gear. Each comes with a specific success rate. In the dangerous dungeons we constantly dive into, you absolutely need insurance. And these babies, they boast a 100% success rate." Gary boasted, but Ralph instantly cut him off. "Trash. Absolute garbage." He slapped Gary hard on the shoulder, his expression darkening. "Are you trying to hustle us? Now move aside and show me the real goods." Hidden in the back, Gary gritted his teeth, realizing his old friend wasn't going to be an easy mark. Meanwhile, Debo was still completely lost. "Wait, hold on. What's wrong with 100% success?" Debo asked as Ralph sighed, explaining the intricate rules of a leveling Manhwa world. "You just don't get it. High success rates are for weaklings. The lower the success rate, the more massive the power boost. Unless you're content with being mediocre forever, you'll need scrolls with the absolute lowest probability to trigger a maximum stat evolution." Realization dawned on Debo, and he glared at the shopkeeper. "You scammer." Gary just shrugged, utterly shameless. "Hey, a guy's gotta eat," he defended. "I can't sell you what I don't have, can I? Times have changed, you know. High-tier scrolls are now classified as military supplies. They're banned from the black market, too." Hearing that, Ralph put on his best disappointed face and turned to leave. "What a shame," he sighed. "I guess this trip was a total waste after all. Damn, I really needed those upgrades." He threw a sly grin over his shoulder, adding, "I was ready to drop a fortune, you know? Maybe even 1,000,000 gold. If you actually had the goods." That number hit the bullseye, hook, line, and sinker. Gary scrambled to grab Ralph's shoulder, mirroring his sly grin. "Hey, now, don't be hasty. At least let me finish my sentence before you walk out." It was a true battle of wits between two MasterCon artists. Meanwhile, back at the base, Pyru and Elpam were deep in conversation with Cher. Their topic, a legend from the ancient past. The great mage Fried, the Dragon Master. The Dragon Mage, he had many titles, Pyru explained, but his true power was time magic. Yet on the final day of destruction, he was nowhere to be found. 800 years ago, before the warlock was banished, he placed a terrible curse on the 6 heroes. Their time was frozen, locking them in that exact moment forever. But Fried survived. Thanks to the sacrifice of his contracted dragon, he escaped the curse, becoming the sole survivor, wandering the world for centuries to save his comrades. However, he never found the solution, and eventually vanished like smoke in the wind. Pyru concluded, "That is the extent of my knowledge." She hesitated before adding, "But ancient texts suggest he left something behind, the ring of the hero Fried." Elpam's eyes widened as he looked down at the ring on his left hand. A stifling silence hung heavy in the air. Pyru's words sent a jolt of disbelief through him. No, could this truly be the answer he'd been seeking? His mind raced back to his regression, the enigmatic mystery of his second chance. If he could manipulate time, was he behind all of this? Could he be the very reason he returned? But if he's truly still alive, why didn't he fight alongside them in a previous timeline? Cher's voice abruptly pierced through the silence. "I don't doubt your abilities, especially since Fried's relic chose you," she declared sharply. "But there's one thing I must know. Why are you hunting these cultists so relentlessly?" Her sharp question made him clench his fist, his knuckles turning white, veins bulging. He couldn't possibly reveal the full truth about the future. "I have my reasons for keeping my true motives hidden," he stated, meeting her gaze head-on. "But simply put, I intend to save them, no matter the cost." The haunting faces of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind, fueling his unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in another corner of the compound, the sharp whish of steel slicing through air echoed. Kiri was relentlessly training, sweat dripping as she swung her sword in endless repetitions. Debo approached quietly from behind, observing her unwavering dedication. "Don't you ever get tired of doing that day in and day out?" Kiri paused her swing, glancing back. "Debo, I've been searching everywhere for you, master. I have something incredibly urgent to tell you." Kiri looked at him, puzzled. "What is it?" He stammered, "Oh, I need to ask a favor of you." Kiri wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. "A favor." Debo instantly flushed crimson, scratching his head and shyly looking away. "Carson, would you come with me somewhere tomorrow?" The following afternoon, at the bustling town square, Debo anxiously checked his watch. A nervous anticipation bubbled in his chest. Is she not coming? Or am I just too early? Just then, the very person he was waiting for finally appeared. "Have you been waiting long?" Debo straightened up, a surprised, "You're here," escaping him. No, I just arrived myself." But his words suddenly died in his throat. He could only stare, his face heating up like a blazing furnace. "Kiri's endless fidgeting and explanations kept me late. I completely lost track of time. I told her I hated this style, but she absolutely insisted. Her hair flowed freely, and that dress was so elegant, a stark contrast to her usual battle armor. She looked a little unnatural, yet utterly stunning. Why are you looking at me like that? Does it look bad?" Debo blurted out, "No, it's beautiful, seriously." The unexpected compliment caught her completely off guard. "Oh, good. Let's go then." But lurking deep in the shadows, a piercing gaze locked onto them. A voice whispered, "Target is moving. Engage." A heavy sigh followed. "Ugh, this is so annoying." It was the classic troublesome trio, Elpa, Raph, and Minner. Raph grumbled, "Why do I even care about that kid's dating life?" Minner hissed, "Shut it. Maintaining the team's mental health is vital." "Got it." Meanwhile, their targets, Debo and Kiri, were walking away, completely oblivious to the stalking. Rewind to the catalyst of this entire Manhwa recap. Kiri had told Minner about Debo's invite, causing Minner to perform a spectacular, shocked spit take. Debo did what? Kiri dodged the spray. "Yeah, it's his sister's birthday this week. He's broke, so he's never bought a proper gift before, and he wants my help choosing one." Minner's eyes lit up with mischievous delight. "That's just a flimsy excuse." "Oh, this is getting interesting." Kiri continued, "I'm bad at gifts too. It would be great if you came along." Minner shouted, "What? Are you serious? Why would I become a third wheel?" Kiri blinked, completely innocent. "Huh, didn't you hear me? We need help selecting a present." Minner went silent, deep in thought. This girl is hopelessly dense. Minner sighed, utterly defeated. "You are truly hopeless." Kiri looked around. "What? Where?" "Shut up." Back in the present, Debo held up a spiked gauntlet. "How about this?" He grinned brightly. "Looks useful. I think Dynav could crush some skulls with this." Kiri's sweat dropped. Maybe that sword over there. This one looks perfect for a beginner." They browsed from shop to shop, discussing all the options. "This one, not bad. That's pretty. Should I just buy them all?" Kiri smiled softly. "My heart is racing. I've never done this, but it's so much easier than I thought." Debo asked, "Really?" She nodded. "I trained as a knight since I was a child. No braks. No time for strolling through the streets like this, ever." Debo listened in silence, then changed the subject. "Want to check out the explosives aisle?" "Sure." Meanwhile, the stocking squad was still hot on their tails. Minera gritted her teeth. "Damn it. These idiots," she whispered furiously. "What the hell are they doing? Zero homasi. So clumsy." "Think of the audience," a voice whispered back. "But they don't even know we're watching them." Minner continued her rant. "The chemistry is there, but zero progress. One of them is totally oblivious. They'll die single at this rate, right?" Suddenly, Debo's sister, Deneve, popped up right next to them. "That's why everyone calls him a fool. I worry about him." The trio jumped out of their skins. RAF sweated profusely. "How did you find us?" "I didn't sense her presence at all." Deneve smirked. "I'm the one who complained about the gift situation. But forget the present. I just hope he doesn't come home tonight." She beamed with a mischievous, knowing grin. Minner thought, "Whoa, moving a bit fast there, kid." Looking at the couple ahead, Minner admitted they actually look pretty good together. RAF nodded. "Yeah," he agreed. "They fit." He closed his eyes, imagining a fantasy where he held a girl close. "Did we look like that once?" Minner slapped his delusion away. "I don't care about your backstory." Ralph screamed, "Hey, I was having a moment. Elpa." Elpa, who had been dragged along silently, finally spoke. "Total waste of time." Manor shot back. "You just don't get it." He cut her off, clearly stunned. Elpa's eyes grew cold and distant. "I'm swamped, but yeah, I've had a date or two." Manor gasped, utterly intrigued. "Tell us what happened." Raph seethed at the injustice. "This is outright discrimination." Elpa closed his eyes. "That's ancient history. She's not even alive anymore, anyway." He paused. "No, wait. Maybe she is, but it's irrelevant now." He abruptly cut the story short. Mina raged. "Of course it matters. Spill the details." Meanwhile, Dina watched her brother with keen, hawk-like eyes. "They're getting closer," Raph sighed wistfully, alone in his corner. "I'm so lonely." As night fell, Debo smiled warmly. "Thanks for everything today, Kyrie. I'm sure Dynav will absolutely adore the gift." Kiri smiled, truly angelic. "I'm glad I could help." She then turned to leave. "I'll be going now." "Wait." Debo reached out, a flush creeping up his neck. Stuttering, "No, nothing. Just thanks. See you at training tomorrow." Then, Kiri's heart swelled, and she flashed a breathtaking smile. "If you ever need help again, don't hesitate. Just ask. Bye." She left, her spirits soaring high. Debo returned home. "Brother," Dynav's voice echoed from inside. The notorious stalker trio was already there. Manor and Raph were sprawled on the table, gasping for air after their frantic sprint back. Debo blinked in confusion. What in the world are you guys doing here?" Dennis offered an innocent smile as Debo looked utterly confused. "So nothing happened? But far, far away. The atmosphere was anything but peaceful. Save me." Chaos utterly reigned. A desperate mage screamed out, "Stop, you vile monster. You won't pass." An evil eye materialized. "Asterisk boom, asterisk." The mage vanished in an instant. An old man, his white snake coiled around him, stood triumphantly amidst the destruction. A formidable disciple of the Black Mage. He then entered a hidden chamber. On a pedestal, a glowing artifact rested. Finally, the sealing stone of the hero, unleashed, controlling time itself. "It is mine." The mysterious stone drifted right up to him. This heralded a catastrophe straight out of an awakening Manhwa. The Black Mage's grand plan was now in motion. Then, his senses suddenly flared. The artifact, resting in his hand, felt like nothing more than a common stone. Shattering the Elder's carefully maintained composure. Why? Why is there absolutely no energy pulsing from this thing? It wasn't understanding that hit him in that moment, but pure, unadulterated rage instead. He roared, Who dared to orchestrate this? His power instantly spiraled out of control, obliterating the entire room in a devastating shockwave of destruction. He then realized the truly terrifying truth. Someone had triggered the time reversal before he even had a chance. I must find him. A murderous intent twisted his face as his hand crushed the stone into meaningless, scattered dust. Meanwhile, at Gondrick, the Merchant Alliance was absolutely buzzing. Like a scene ripped straight from a classic awakening manhwa, an official stepped forward to the front to address the vast sea of eager hunters, all registered for the upcoming selection. The official bellowed, all candidates, get into position. Results will be announced in 30 minutes. Nearby, a crimson-haired woman with a scar smirked, casting a mocking glance at her nearby neighbor. Why don't you just give up already? The power gap between us is like the difference between heaven and earth. Isn't it obvious yet? Yet the scar-faced man didn't even bother to glance her way. What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? If you're so confident, then let's decide who's stronger right here and now. Oh, fine by me. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Sparks flew intensely as the two prepared to clash, threatening to tear each other apart right then and there. Watching from the sidelines, Mako stroked his beard deep in thought. So this is the level of those from the third floor. The corners of his mustache twitched with eager anticipation. I have only one chance for this. I must choose my pawns with extreme, utter care. Suddenly, the heavy scraping of metal against stone echoed loudly from the main road. The entire crowd turned their gaze toward a man, dragging a massive object into the plaza. What in the world? What is he hauling? It was Elpam, and behind him trailed an ominous, giant coffin. Elsewhere, a portly man with a mustache stretching to his ears sat in luxury, draped in opulent robes that screamed wealth. He was the master of the Gondrick Alliance. Gondrick, rumors claimed, was the wealthiest existence in the world of Maul. His financial power was said to rival that of entire nations. Urgent footsteps echoed down the Alliance corridors, pushing past two elite guards. A man through the doors opened to reveal Gondrick, standing before a grand indoor pool. You? Gondrick turned slowly. Are you that adventurer from Gaffo seeking an audience? Do you take us for a joke? His eyes narrowed at Elpam, who strode in with confidence. It is an honor to meet you. Iam Yilpang. The protagonist bowed slightly. The reason I am here, Gondrick cut him off sharply. It's obvious what you want. You're aiming for the rescue team slot, aren't you? Listen well, while I still have patience. This is not a stage for someone from Gaffo to step onto. Apologies, but I'm not standing here today as a representative of Gaffo. He tried to explain patiently, but the Merchant King turned a deaf ear. Then I have nothing to discuss with you. A mere third-floor adventurer has no business here. Boom! Elpam let the heavy coffin crash to the floor, silencing the old man. Gondrick's face twisted in annoyance. Have you lost your mind? Get out. I am not in a mood for your antics. Unfazed, Elpam crouched beside the wooden box. Forgive my rudeness if this offends you. He gripped the lid of the coffin. But before you throw me out, feast your eyes on this. The sight of the figure within made Gondrick recoil in shock. The face inside was deathly pale. His body lay ravaged by grievous wounds. Gondrick screamed. That's one of Ka's high executives. Do you have any idea what you just done? Elpham's voice turned ice cold. I'm fully aware, Gondrick gasped. Are you trying to start a war? Elpham nodded, perhaps. But then he locked eyes with the merchant. The Gondrick Alliance will also be caught in this storm. Cold sweat poured down Gondrick's face. What kind of madness are you spouting now? Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the doorway. Allow me to explain. This situation concerns you as well. You. Gundrick stared at the newcomer in disbelief. The scene shifted, rewinding to the time before they arrived at the Alliance. I find it hard to believe. A man clad in golden armor crossed his arms, questioning Elpham. Are you claiming those wretched beings are still clinging to existence? Elpham clarified. They aren't just clinging on. They've dug their roots deep into the world of Mabel. The armored man spoke slowly. Carson, you take full responsibility for those words. He pondered silently. But if every word you say is the truth, then every anomaly I've witnessed until now finally makes perfect sense. He voiced his conclusion. It's not that I trust you. I simply have faith in Kiri's judgment. That's the sole reason I asked Kiri to accompany us. Then the Golden Knight asked, what is your ultimate goal? Elpham didn't hesitate to reveal his ambition. I intend to completely erase KOF from the face of this world. An image of a flag bearing a horned skull, engulfed in flames, flashed through his mind. In 3 days, Michael explained, this will surpass a mere guild dispute. This will be a crusade against the fanatics, known as the Believers. Back in the present, the intruder was revealed to be Captain Michael of Sigmas. Elpham extended his hand, his palm glowing with an ethereal blue energy. He pressed his fingers against Bayou's forehead, revealing a crimson sigil hidden beneath the skin. What is that? Is that a tattoo? El Pam Kamli Kledifarth. This is the mark of the Believer. Every member is branded with a symbol, representing their deity. Gundrick's eyes widened. You were a cultist? He stammered in horror. Then that means Kanya is actually... I'm making you an offer you simply can't refuse. Later, the scene shifted to a lively tavern. Cheers echoed. Drink up. The alcohol flowed as freely as the laughter. Minner looked worried. Are you sure about this? Is partying wise when the operation's tomorrow? El Pam grind. Relax. A single day of rest won't kill anyone. We've prepared everything humanly possible. Our gear is reinforced. Our training is complete. Rest is just part of the strategy now. One of Gundrick's elite guards slid into the seat next to them, beer in hand. Ha ha. What are you two whispering about over there? Ralph threw his arm around Elpham's shoulder. Don't tell me you two are dating. As a love expert, I can, POW. Before he could finish, a fist connected squarely with his face. He rolled on the floor in agony. But Elpham remained expressionless. Keep your distance, Ralph. Come on, Carson. I was just joking a little. I was just trying to lighten the heavy mood. He whined. Elpham pinched his nose. You reek of sweat. Go take a bath. Damn it, Ralph grumbled. Fine. I'll shut up. He rubbed his bruised cheek, his tone turning serious. Actually, I need to ask you something. Why join Gundrick's rescue team when you already knew it was a trap? Minner chimed in. He's right. If that's the case, wouldn't participating in Kanya's raid make more sense? Elpham glanced down, his eyes dark. I have something I must find. He visualized a sealed scroll stamped with red wax. I wasn't sure if the intel was reliable, but rumors say Gundrick found a map leading to the legacy of Frayne. I doubted it at first. But the very fact that believers are targeting him only proves it's undeniably real. I simply cannot allow that map to fall into their hands. That legendary legacy was whispered to be a god-tier artifact, but he kept those thoughts buried deep inside. Of course, though, that only mattered if they could actually secure it. And now, they could only pray that fate hadn't abandoned them. Elsewhere, a flaming skull began to speak. Elpham, barely 20 years old, a survivor from the harsh lands of La Habur, and a former slave. He went from his initial awakening to the second circle in just 2 days. By the second week, he had already smashed through to the third circle with this kind of explosive potential. He was practically the protagonist of a leveling Manhwa, facing the silhouette before him. The gray-haired man with eyes like polished silver commanded him to move. Your destiny is now in your own hands. But suddenly, the long-haired man found his path blocked by 2 enforcers. Sir Royce, this isn't the deal we made. He roared. You said everything was set. You promised to back our party. Royce simply raised a hand, his expression utterly cold. And what exactly do you want me to do about it? The higher-ups just send down a command to scrap all external recruitment. I don't know the politics behind it, but do you really expect me to shoulder that burden alone? I'm done with this. The crowd, gathered before the massive stone gate, was restless. This makes no sense. What about the bribe I paid you? Watch your tongue, Royce. A guard warned. This isn't the place for such accusations. Suddenly, the sea of people parted like the Red Sea as a powerful group approached. It was Pow's elite squad, Debo, Meaner, Kiri, and Marco. The guards stepped aside instinctively, intimidated by their aura. "As Sir Marco," Royce stammered. "Who are these people?" Marco's voice was absolute. "It's already been decided. I trust you understand." Royce, utterly baffled, just stared. "I don't follow. Are you saying today's raid is exclusively for you and Sir Marco?" Even so, the crowd glared intensely at the infamous hero slayer. "Debo, what makes them so special?" Someone shouted. "They weren't even on the list for the raid exam. Who do they think they are?" Ignoring the outcry, the elites just marched forward. Before entering, Miner stuck out his tongue, mocking the weaklings left behind, as the teleportation light swallowed them whole. Inside, the dungeon revealed a crumbling temple, with shattered pillars littering the floor. "Boring," Debo grumbled, staring up at the gloomy ceiling. "Same old scenery, Carson. System, generate something new. Where's the creativity?" Manor frowned, scanning the area. "Wait a second. Where are Raph and Kiri?" The realization hit them instantly. "Damn it," Raph's voice echoed from outside. "What the hell is going on?" He slammed his hand against the invisible barrier, blocking the gate. "Did we hit the max player count?" He spun around. "I thought they said there were 6 slots left. Did someone sneak in before us?" "Impossible. We had lookouts posted everywhere to prevent gate crashers, unless..." Kyrie's face went pale. "Unless this is a trap." Deep inside the temple, the gray-haired man dragged a prisoner forward, the chains rattling like the bells of doom. "Well, at least we made it inside. But how do we regroup? Pick up anything on the radar?" "Nothing yet, Mudria." The partner muttered. "Stop using my real name, you moron." "Fine, Mudria." He teased, changing his tone. She shot him a glare. "You seem to be enjoying my misery. If the plan holds, they should be waiting for us on the 2nd floor." Their path was suddenly blocked by a massive, 2-horned minotaur. "Looks like we'll need a warm-up exercise before the family reunion. That beast is drooling everywhere. Worth any XP?" Mudria scoffed. "Nah, I've got a better idea. I'll take care of this trash." The gray-haired man cracked a smirk. "Don't overexert yourself." The monster unleashed a deafening roar, the roar shaking the walls as the beast charged, like a freight train barreling right at them. She nonchalantly tossed a green iron sphere into the air. "Allow me to show you a magic trick." The monster simply froze, utterly confused. Mudria slammed her staff down, visibly surprised. The gray-haired boy watched, positively beaming with glee. "Wow, my first time seeing that skill in person. Not bad." The iron sphere then rolled across the floor, leaving the massive beast twitching and seizing in its death throes. I'll save the finishing blow for another time. This raid is only just getting started. Miner nervously wiped sweat from his brow. "I've got a really bad feeling. Did those rats from Carzona sneak into the dungeon ahead of us?" Pow gave his eye patch a slight adjustment. "Even if they did, that's perfectly fine. I certainly didn't expect this twist. But honestly, it just makes things more interesting." Debo scratched his head. "But isn't it, well, too quiet? No ambushes and no traps triggering." Pow then activated the artifact within his eye patch. "Exactly. And that's the anomaly." His magical vision then scanned the temple's structure and its very mana flow. There isn't a single living soul guarding the first gate. No cultists, no monsters, not a thing. What in the world happened here? He narrowed his eyes. What kind of twisted game are they playing? Meanwhile, over at the Merchant Guild, the Sigmas Knights abruptly stormed the entrance. The receptionist froze on the spot. As she felt their oppressive pressure, she whispered, "Why? Why are the Sigmas Knights here, of all places? Excuse me, but do you have an appointment?" Kasem smiled, a cold smile that never quite reached his eyes. My sincerest apologies for the intrusion. He slowly raised his hand, revealing the chilling dark tattoo of a black mage. Did you perhaps lose this? What? But before she could even process the question, the guards standing directly behind her were brutally sliced into ribbons of flesh and bone. She let out a piercing scream as Kasem pointed, his blood-drenched blade menacingly at her throat. She trembled uncontrollably, trying to resist. Kasem let out a dark, chilling laugh. And I'll treat you like a truly faithful servant of the Black Mage for the Black Wizard. The battle cry erupted. This wasn't just a fight. No, it was a bloody purge. Heads rolled across the floor as the Sigmas Knights mercilessly slaughtered everyone in sight. Stop them! Screams and curses filled the air. You bastards! Somebody help me. Qasim clicked his tongue, a clear sign of his annoyance. You let a few slip away. Forgive me, sir. A knight knelt before him, reporting urgently. They must have had intel. The moment we breached, the key targets vanished. Qasim's eyes narrowed. Hunt them down, find them all, and put an end to this miserable charade now. Yes, sir. I've given you plenty of chances already. Deep within the shadows, a monstrous voice boomed. Do you resent me? A colossal spider loomed over a trembling man. No, he cried out in sheer terror. Serving the Black Wizard is the greatest honor this vessel could ever ask for. The spider spirit merged, possessing him completely. Outside the barracks, a scout shouted, We've secured the perimeter near the harbor, inside the command tent. Beer and the leaders analyzed the tactical map. Checkmate. They have nowhere left to run. Reinforce the intersection. Gundrick clenched his fist tightly. Just a little more. We almost have them. Outside, the city was being devoured by hungry flames. At the base of a grand staircase, a monster shrieked, riding in pure agony. In a split second, it was cleaved perfectly in two. The executioner, of course, was Mekon. As the beast collapsed, Alexis stepped forward, breathless. Those scum from Karzona, they were breeding these abominations. Right under the port, her voice trembled slightly. Every single one of them is a nightmare-class monster. If the Gondra Company hadn't warned us, we would have been completely wiped out. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered around like trash. Mekon wiped his blade clean, his expression grim. True, their strength was utterly unnatural. But why? Why do I have this terrible bad feeling? A facility of this colossal scale, yet utterly abandoned. Michael let out a heavy sigh, scanning the eerie silence around him. They're not even giving me a second to process this, are they? Suddenly, the air shifted. Another wave of beasts surged forth from the shadows. Frantic curses echoed through the hall. Damn it, where the hell are these monsters spawning from? If the escort squad hadn't sacrificed themselves. To buy time, Rick trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to die. I just want to live. Then, heavy footsteps echoed against the stone. The coward, screaming for his life, was practically broadcasting their location to the entire world. Do you realize how far your pathetic whining carries? You seem to have plenty of energy for a dying man. That voice, it was palmy. Panic seized Rick as he scrambled back, drawing his blade and screaming. Who are you? But before he could blink, a brutal kick slammed into him, sending both him and his sword flying across the room. Palmy looked down at him coldly. See? You still got fight in you. Relax, Jack Rick. We're the rescue squad, sent to pull your sorry hide out of the fire. Devo and Manor stepped forward, wearing grins that spelled trouble. Rick stared in disbelief. Rescue squad. He clutched a lifeline, a rope. My father. He sent this? Rick squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in frustration. Is this it? Just you three? Palmy's expression darkened instantly. You should be on your knees, thanking us for risking our lives to save a piece of trash like you. Rick snapped, spitting back with rage. Damn it, this isn't a situation where three nobodies can make a difference. Ignoring the insults, Pow activated his ocular ability to scan the target. No tattoos, no marks. Am I overthinking this? Manor interrupted the tension. All right, clean and simple. Target secured. It's time to move. Suddenly, Palmy's eyes widened. A sharp, searing pain ripped through his entire body. A blinding flash of light struck from nowhere. Figures in black robes and nightmarish masks descended, emitting blood-curdling screeches. Menar, Palmi, and Debo instantly shifted into combat stances. Rude much. Menar grunted. Dodging a lethal blow, I almost got a scratch. Palmy narrowed his eyes. So you've finally shown yourself? A chilling voice then cut through the air. Is that ritual? All three froze solid. Palmy's eyes scanned the newcomer. Terror rising in his chest. What is this monster? His mana capacity is absolutely suffocating. The figure blurred, rushing them with overwhelming speed. Lecturing me on etiquette? You seem quite relaxed for small fry. His aura flared with a freezing, killing intent, like a boss from a system Manhwa meant to crush players. Let's see if the commander wins. Their paranoia was justified. He unleashed a massive spectral spiderweb, warping space itself. A cataclysmic explosion then rocked the area, shattering their formation and teleporting them into the unknown. What chaos erupted as the main squad advanced. Explosions chained together in a symphony of destruction. A crimson tornado then materialized, spiraling directly toward Michael. Michael roared in agony. Fall back. It's a trap. But the red miasma was too fast. It swallowed him whole, bringing him to his knees as his strength drained away. Thick fog then blinded him, cutting him off from the world. Where am I? Footsteps crunched softly within the mist. Michael called out into the void. Who goes there? The silhouette emerged from the haze. Who am I? Take a closer look. Aren't I familiar? The face staring back was Michael's exact double. Meanwhile, back at HQ, Rand slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the silence. Impossible. 3 entire battalions wiped out. And Commander Michael is MIA. The bear gnashed his teeth, a primal fury. Fury radiated from him. Confirm it again. What the hell is going on? A transmission crackled through from the front lines. Bad news. We've confirmed enemy reinforcements. It's the cultists, damn it. A cold sweat beaded on Gundrik's face. It can't be. They're predicting our every move. Before we can even get the chance. This means we have a rat in our ranks. The bear bellowed. Change the plan. Switch from Squad 51 to Squad 6. But outside the command tent, a shadow loomed. The sentry jolted. Halt. Who are you? Back off. A wet slice silenced him instantly. A death rattle echoed in the quiet night, followed by the chilling thud of a body. Rand screamed, "What's happening out there?" But Marco remained eerily calm, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. It's just a couple of pests. Stop making a fuss. A blood-soaked hand slowly pulled back the tent flap. A figure in a black robe and horrific mask peeked in, a dripping blade still clutched in his grip. Marco didn't even flinch at the danger. He simply smiled. It'll all be over soon. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Gundrik's face went pale as the terrifying realization hit. Marco, a sickle slashed through the air at light speed. The scene instantly shifted into a high-stakes pursuit of life and death. They were overwhelmed. Screams tore through the camp. Watcher 6. Enemies flooded in from every shadow, a suffocating tide of despair. The soldiers broke into a panic frenzy, cornered like rats, but the elite fighters rallied. Explosive counterattacks lit up the night as they unleashed their skills, desperate to break the siege. Shockwaves from the clash shook the earth. Amidst the destruction, Kiri shouted, "Civilians! This way! Get on the transport and flee the city. Reinforcements from Gapo will be here soon." Suddenly, a shadow lunged at her, but a swift counterblow knocked the assailant back, sending them tumbling. It was Jayap. He stood firm, shaking his head. Just when I thought we had a moment of peace, it swiftly turns into a brutal slaughter. Kiri's face hardens. These wretched bastards. She looks down at the attacker Jayap had struck. It was just a child, barely an adult. They're even using kids now. Jayap's face is grim, Kiri thinks. This is sheer madness. They are utterly consumed by blind fanaticism. Jayap speaks, his voice thick with memory. When they tried to recruit me, they promised me the very same thing. help unseal the Dark Mage. And I'd get my deepest desire, even if it meant turning back time itself. Kiri gasps, turn back time? That's the domain of gods. You didn't actually believe that garbage, did you? Jayop scoffs, exactly. If that mage was truly so godlike, why was he sealed away in the first place? Everyone knows that's just a fairy tale. They look down at the groaning child on the ground. They merely prey on human weakness, Jayop murmurs. After all, who in this world doesn't have a past they're desperate to rewrite? Back in the command tent, Gondrick roars, "You traitorous bastard!" In a massive pavilion. The three leaders stand frozen, staring at the blood-drenched hand, holding a familiar object. Marco. It's really Marco. Why would you do this? Gondrick cries out in utter betrayal. Marco tilts his head. My reason. The old man's voice drips with sorrow. My poor daughter, taken from this world far too soon in that tragic accident. They told me they could bring her back. I would burn the world down just to see her face. One more time, the loyal allies' mass crumbles, revealing only a broken, dangerous man. Serving you has been an honor. Lord Gondrick. He points his weapon at his former comrades. The beer steps forward, shielding his lord with his own body. Get behind me now. Raka scrambles out of the tent in a panic. Forgive me, Evis. But Jack Gundrick stood absolutely motionless, frozen like a statue. Why are you just gawking? Are you seriously just going to let this happen? The minions lunged forward, only to be blasted back by a blinding violet flash. De bir unleashed is terrifying. Where do you think you're going? The sheer, overwhelming force of his furious fist sent the lackeys crashing violently to the ground. The old man watched on in stunned shock, eyeing the two silhouettes as they vanished into the distance. Hey, you fanatical freaks. He calmly lit a cigarette. It seems you're seriously looking down on me. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he smirked. It's been a while. Time for a little warm-up. Meanwhile, deep within the gloomy, ancient ruins, black-robed figures circled their prey. From above, the formation looked less like a battle and more like a dark, ominous, sacrificial ritual. Speaking of rituals, you seem to have time to spare. A smirk formed. So, you aren't just small fry after all. The silver-haired youth stood, his eyes cold as ice. Violet energy intensely swirled around his hand, beautiful yet deadly, signaling a massive shift in power. Fine, let's test if Legion Commander wins. Concerns were valid. El Pam scoffed. Arrogantly, directly under the commander. Do you actually think your bluffs frighten me? Mudria whispered, oh, my apologies. I wasn't clear. She leaped from the cliff to directly confront them. Allow me to introduce myself properly then. Looming ominously behind her was a massive beast, shackled by three heavy, clanking iron spheres. It waits only for my command to slaughter. She smiled. I am Mudria. The martyr? He froze. One of the murderers, he thought rapidly. The secret unit of the 100 chosen ones. Their identities are always shrouded in absolute mystery. Why are they here? Mudria sneered with arrogance. You've been causing far too much chaos lately. Now, beings far beyond your pathetic level have taken notice. Her minions had already completely encircled the ancient ruins. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Quit your yapping, his team roared. Enough talk. Attack. The iron sphere at her feet began to violently rumble. Oh my, what a temper. Have you ever paused to think about something? Why was the dungeon gate suspiciously empty of monsters? The iron ball crackled with blue energy. Come, let me introduce you. The world began to tremble violently. What the? A vortex suddenly materialized. Energy swirled, forming a nightmare. Blinding blue light rapidly condensed. Debo tensed up. What the hell is that thing? Is it some kind of illusion? The light coalesced into a bodiless, skeletal monstrosity. A storm raged around it. Miner's eyes widened in terror. Wait, look at that. The beast fully materialized. A demonic boar face, twin horns, and wielding a crescent moon scythe. It charged with ferocious killing intent. It's a Terra Makuz. Ancient pillars crumbled from the tremors. The surrounded team trembled, staring death in the face. Impossible. Why do dungeon monsters obey her commands? And these numbers? It's insane. The Taromakas charged like a brainwashed berserker. You bastards! How is this possible? They rush forward. Damn it! The power gap is just too wide. El pomschautiv, Devo. Don't clash head on. Devo frowned. Huh, what do you mean? Suddenly, static crackled around him. The beast unleashed a jagged bolt of lightning, striking him directly. Thunder roared as the explosion tore through the air. His endurance failed, and darkness took him. Debo, the team screamed. The monster raised its blade for the execution strike. His body was paralyzed. Is this it? Is this how I die? Damn it. What can I even do? Suddenly, a golden streak of energy slammed into the beast. It was El Pam. Everyone move. I'll wipe them out in a single strike. His aura fanned out like a magnificent peacock tail, rivaling the lightning's power. He engulfed the monster in blinding light, disintegrating it within a golden vortex. The onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. What the hell? Did he just control that projectile with psychokinesis? Elpam smirked. Bingo. His power surged, enveloping the entire ruin complex. Menor shouted, "Watch out, Elpam!" The tornado tore through the enemy ranks, an unstoppable force of pure destruction. Just as the rumors said, a voice mused. How interesting, the young hero exhaled, relief washing over him, as the energy receded into the ring around his neck. But suddenly, the artifact flared to life again. Destructive beams shot out wildly, shattering the surroundings. Debris rained down. Menor cried out, "Impossible! Elpam's magic is out of control." The pillars crumbled to dust. Did not work. Even Mudria looked puzzled by the anomaly. What on earth is that reaction? Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it? Mana flared around her. It's not over. Struggle a little longer for me. Her magic seized the debris, levitating every stone. Elpam stared in shock. What is this power? It defied logic, lifting the entire ruins from the ground. Is this psychokinesis? Elpam remained silent, his mind racing, as if analyzing a boss in a system. Mudria taunted them. Now, the real battle begins. Meanwhile, flames licked the crumbling structures. Raka and Gondrick ran for their lives. The defense line has collapsed. We need a full retreat. No, we have to hold the line. Gondrick checked his watch. He had a secret strategy, one not even Mao knew about. When Elpam suggested this, I thought it was overkill. The minute hand ticked to the 2. Just 30 more minutes. Suddenly, footsteps thundered. They were cut off. What the hell is going on? Raka spun around, only to see another battalion closing in from the rear. Damn it, we're surrounded. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Carson, we execute the plan right now. No, it's too soon. We can't. The monsters bared their fangs, ready to tear them apart. Shit. What good is a plan if we're all dead before it even begins? Then, a blinding streak of light ripped down from the heavens, obliterating the lackeys in a grotesque shower of gore. As their bodies instantly disintegrated, a terrified voice shrieked out into the void. Who goes there? Talk about perfect timing. Fellow merchants, it's the golden duo, Jayop and Kiri, arriving just in time for a flash sale. Now, does anyone need a little assistance? A cold smile played on Jayop's lips as he coolly assessed the screaming trash. Only 2 of them. Wipe them from existence. Kiri unleashed her luminous blade art, while Jayop's fists rained down pure destruction. A desperate lackey launched a barrage of daggers, but she ascended effortlessly. Are you out of your mind? Battle lust consumed her entirely. The world just faded away, until only the thrill of the kill remained. I recognized that crest. They belonged to the Apo faction. Her blade danced, a deadly blur, slicing through them with godlike speed. A critical hit that displayed terrifying velocity and raw, unbridled power. Blinding white light merged with a colossal sphere of azure energy. The very atmosphere screamed under the pressure, as every last enemy was utterly reduced to dust. Only now did the duo permit themselves a smirk of victory. I saw the believers gathering, so I made an appearance. The situation seemed critical. Carson, is this a buy now, pay later service? Jayop's eyes sparkle with pure greed, already calculating the massive reward. Now, let me unveil today's special premium pricing. But before he could finish his sales pitch, a cataclysmic explosion tore the very earth asunder. Skyscrapers crumbled like fragile sandcastles as the very foundation of the city utterly collapsed. What? Someone survived that? A silhouette then emerged from the choking dust. Useless trash. The sheer pressure radiating from this stranger froze Kiri and Jayop dead in their tracks. Minions? Such harsh words for the dead. But wait. 3 high-ranking merchants, all converging in one place. No coincidence here. This was clearly a setup. A thin stream of blood trickled down his face, only fueling his already seething rage. Oh, what a pity, the silver-haired nightmare. Yivik finally reveals himself. His voice dripped with pure venom. I've been dreaming of tearing EPA into 1,000 bite-sized pieces. Suddenly, massive boulders rocketed through the air, smashing violently right into Debo. His mind raced in panic. What in the hell is happening? Telekinetic power on this scale? Even in all my time before the regression, I'd never heard of a monster like this. Then, the platinum-haired youth bravely stepped in, blocking the terrifying purple dark magic. Could the rumors actually be true? He effortlessly deflected the stone barrage. Or was this entire scenario a carefully laid mousetrap? Everyone on the ground watched in stunned, breathless silence. There was simply no way. This was the true extent of the enemy's power. Massive bronze pillars crashed down in a terrifying symphony of destruction. Then a blinding divine beam pierced the clouds, striking the earth, and a shadowy figure leaped straight into that column of light. They scrambled desperately away from the death zone. See you later, you morons. And now, only the platinum-haired youth and his squad remain standing. Don't let him escape. Hunt him down. Damn it, we need to move faster. They sprinted for their lives, believing they'd finally shaken their pursuit. Look at you all. The VIP is safe for now. So now we just need to keep moving. Suddenly, colossal wings unfurled overhead, blotting out the very sun itself. EPA's eyes widened in sheer terror as a massive, dual-horned, insectoid monstrosity dove down from the heavens. The beast's sonic boom instantly shattered their transport. A massive explosion rocked the air, sending everyone hurtling from their seats into the gaping void. What is going on? The creature slammed directly into Debo, the impact shattering his defenses and instantly drawing blood. The beast bared its razor-sharp fangs, ready to devour everything and everyone in sight. Menair tumbled from the wreckage, desperately screaming, Debo. EPA unleashed a volley of spiritual arrows, trying to hold back the inevitable. A crescent of purple energy sliced through the air, obliterating the arrows instantly. The clash of powers triggered a shockwave that left him trembling to his core. Then, a chilling voice cut through the chaos. The platinum-haired youth touched down, right in front of him. It seems I have finally found the answer. His gaze bored into him like a predator eyeing its prey. EPA, do I smell fear? His aura slammed into a nearby temple, toppling ancient pillars and triggering a localized earthquake. Miners struggled to rise from the rubble. Seek off. Damn it. A bolt of lightning struck her down, racking her body with searing agony. She slammed into a pillar just as a massive, beastly claw stomped into view. The enemy commanded, stop wasting time. Finish him. Miner forced herself up, despite the bone-crushing impact. Cough, these fanatic bastards. 3 assassins lunged at her simultaneously. Elsewhere, the air grew heavy, the calm before the apocalypse. Suddenly, boulders bombarded the area, pulverizing the stone columns. The beast clamped its jaws on Debo. Screams of agony echoed through the battlefield. As he was thrashed about, the monster went berserk, its roar suffocating the air with primal fear. Realizing this was a classic leveling Manhwa death flag, Jayop sprinted for his life. Amidst the inferno, a shadow moved with the speed of a gale. It caught up instantly from above, A long whip descended like divine punishment, splitting the earth and cracking buildings in half. Debris rained down on Jayap's position. He screamed, "You fool!" But the whip showed no mercy, lashing at him with relentless fury. Damn it all! The weapon coiled tightly around his arm. High-voltage electricity surged from the whip, frying his nerves. Meanwhile, Vogue stood high above, the puppet master of this torture. "Do not mock me. I'll personally send you straight to the afterlife." The voltage surged, bringing G crashing to his knees. "You bastard. I'm done for." Just as all hope faded, Kyrie burst onto the scene. "Hey, why don't you leave that idiot alone?" Hovering in midair, she channeled raw, opposing forces. One hand blazed with infernal fire. The other radiated glacial frost. This was a legendary, ultimate skill, meant to end the fight in an instant. Her voice was calm, yet radiated absolute dominance. "He might look useless, but that man is our team's designated healer." She unleashed the cataclysm. Golden energy swirled, coalescing into a titanic blade, tearing through the very fabric of space, and sweeping the enemy away like leaves in a hurricane. The attack descended vertically with blinding speed. The impact was absolute, stripping the enemy of all their defenses, and blasting them into oblivion. "What?" Vogue roared. "Damn you!" The ground trembled as if alive, birthing 3 towering monoliths. They resonated, forming a blinding sphere of destruction, leaving Jayap seething in helpless rage. "You son of a..." Nearby, Kyrie collapsed, her mana completely drained. "I'm still standing," forcing her limits. Her dual elements flared to life once more. She raised her blade for one final clash. But something was wrong. "Wait, where's my buff?" Distracted, she utterly failed to sense the shadow of death approaching. "Why?" Vogue was already right behind her. He whispered words of death right into her ear. She froze in utter terror. Meanwhile, Gondrick and Rand watched the distant explosions with grim faces. "Damn it. When do we finally execute the plan? If this keeps up, we're dead meat." Gondrick's voice trembled with raw terror. "Hold the line. It's not over until our reinforcements arrive." A solitary footstep echoed in the silence. "Is this part of the plan?" Kneeling before the shattered wall, I couldn't help but wonder what twisted fate awaited. Crimson blood stained the very earth as Jayap dragged his broken body forward. Damn it, Kiri wasn't faring any better herself. Her wound screamed with every agonizing breath. "Hey, Carson, you're still standing? Thanks." But Yak was already gathering his energy. The healer's mana was completely dry. There was nothing left to give. As he unleashed his ultimate technique, despair washed over them. This was the end. Pure destructive energy engulfed the battlefield. A colossal pillar of violet light crashed down from the heavens like a judgment meteor. The impact shattered the very bedrock, sending shockwaves of stone and dust into the air. From above, they looked like mere ants facing the wrath of a god. In this brutal, leveling Manhwa world, Kyrie and Jayap froze, their very souls, trembling before a power that defied all logic. It wasn't just magic, it was the cold, suffocating embrace of death itself. Suddenly, a tyrannical force erupted to challenge the blast. The two energies collided and twisted, tearing through the air with such immense speed, it sliced the very wind. Yak stood there, his mind unable to process the impossibility. "What the..." A calm voice drifted from behind him, attacking without a proper greeting. "That's just bad manners." He whipped around, but it was too late. "Goodbye." In an instant, the mysterious young man's aura completely crushed Yak's resistance. A sphere of blinding light erupted amidst the burning ruins. The pressure alone was enough to blow the bystanders away. Like leaves in a hurricane. What on earth is happening? Kiri's eyes widened in shock. Yak's body was already half destroyed, obliterated in a single strike. The young man just smirked. If I plan to send you off gently." "My bad." Yak was reduced to a broken mess, blood gushing from his mouth. "So, you're just another loyal dog of the queen." The villain collapsed, becoming nothing more than a corpse. in a pool of his own filth. The young man just casually stepped over the body. Well, look who we have here. What are you even doing here? Do I have to see your face everywhere I go? Kiri gasped for air, barely clinging to consciousness. Oh, my lord. You actually came. And from the chaos, the young lord emerged, mounted on his steed, flanked by 2 elite guards. It was Lord Sim. Gondrick and Rockin simply couldn't believe their eyes. The captain of the Sigmas Knights. We almost died. Lord Sim's expression then softened into a charismatic smile. I'll handle the merchant's safety. But Kiri, you look like you've been through hell. I'm coming with you, excuse me. Kiri pushed herself up. My master ordered me to fight if trouble arose. Her eyes burned with fierce resolve. So I'm not staying behind. Sim's expression instantly turned unreadable. A warrior like you, but a chilling voice suddenly cut through their conversation. Like a blade. Don't worry. All of you will be coming with me to the grave. Terror seized Sim and Kiri as they spun around. Yak wasn't dead. How are you still standing after taking a direct hit? Heh. A sinister aura began to leak from him. Black magic coalescing into a wicked blade. He was transforming, twisting into the form of a grand dark wizard. He then manipulated an hourglass, as if he held the very lifespan of humanity in his grip. Go ahead and burn in the deepest pits of hell. Sim roared, lunging forward with his sword. He poured every ounce of his soul into the strike, but against the abyss of black magic. It was useless. The gap was simply too wide. Too late, hero. Yak stood with arrogant pride, initiating a forbidden ritual. Descend now, my master. He was prepared to pay the ultimate price. I offer this broken vessel to you. Please accept my flesh. Nightmare spiders materialized from the void. Its silken threads descended, wrapping Yak in a dark, ominous cocoon. The silk pulsed, as if carrying its master's very soul. Permission granted. Yak's eyes began to glow with a bloodthirsty, crimson light. The threads tightened, crushing him with agonizing force. He screamed as the unnatural silk bored into his flesh, rewriting his very biology. Twisted horns and grotesque wings burst from his back. The fusion was complete. Kyrie and Jeep could only watch in paralyzed horror. What in the world is that thing? Jeep's mind snapped. Oh, my God, Yak was gone. Completely consumed by the entity he had summoned. He had mutated into a colossal, berserk spider demon. What kind of nightmare is this? Suddenly, a violent flash of purple light blinded them all. The sheer gravity of power crushed the bedrock. Carson Crete shattered like glass, flying everywhere. Standing in the center of the crater was Pao Mei. The aftershock ravaged his insides, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of bright red blood. He wiped his lip, panting heavily. Damn it, I can barely breathe. He glared at the 3 figures flying toward him, their red eyes glowing with killing intent. Rage boiled within him. You absolute bastards. Forget the odds. He charged straight in, smashing them one by one with a flurry of skills. He summoned light arrows, locking onto their crystal cores with deadly precision. He hurled the crystals mid-attack, his voice cracking with fury. Did you really think I'd go down without a fight? Their attacks collided in a catastrophic boom, a clash of opposing forces. Dust choked the air, but Pao Mei dashed out of the smoke, still standing. Suddenly, a weary sigh echoed from right behind him. Seriously? A man wearing a glowing ring floated there. How long do you plan on throwing this tantrum? What the? Before Pao Mei could react, debris rose up to imprison him. It was psychic telekinesis. Please, just calm down for a second. The stranger casually manipulated the stone cage. No one's going to eat you. He drifted closer, his voice smooth and persuasive. I just want to have a civilized conversation. Palmy gritted his teeth, straining against the invisible bonds. But they wouldn't budge, damn it. I was supposed to be the strongest Esper alive. As the stranger approached, Palmy's mind spiraled into madness. You think I'll lose to you? The moment the man got close enough, Palmy unleashed a desperate counter. He shattered his stone prison, launching the debris straight at his captor. Fine, let's play. The stranger didn't flinch, simply batting the rocks away with his staff. The stones were moving at bullet speed. Yet he looked bored. Do you ever get tired of these pointless struggles? But then his eyes widened. Flames were rushing toward him. Try this on for size. Paomi channeled explosive firepower into his fist. His left eye flared crimson as he launched a spiraling wind punch of total destruction. Let's see you call this meaningless. The stranger's expression darkened. I'm done watching this. A violet light erupted from his palm, catching Paomi's ultimate attack like it was nothing. Paomi froze in disbelief. I told you it's useless, the air screamed, as the stranger gathered apocalyptic energy in his hand and the orb. Behind him, Paomi trembled, fear seizing his heart. But then the stranger patted his shoulder gently. I didn't expect you to be this shocked. He leaned in, whispering a truth that shattered Paomi's reality. In the future you saw, I didn't exist. Did I? Balmain stood frozen, his mind reeling. But before he could react, the stranger's gaze shifted past him. Radiating pure, suffocating. Killing intent. Hey, apologies, but could you trash disappear? We're in the middle of a rather important conversation. Suddenly, the group in the distance froze solid. They were completely paralyzed by the sudden, overwhelming hostility. The stranger let out a sharp, annoyed scoff. He scoffed. I guess you lot don't know when to quit, do you? System alert. Unawakened skill activated. Poison Legion. A mystical wave of emerald liquid erupted from him. A devastating move, typical of an awakened Manhwa hero. It surged forward, ready to devour the terrified crowd. What the hell is this? Pure panic exploded among them as the attack landed. The very ground beneath them melted away instantly. The toxic wave consumed them with terrifying, unholy speed. They didn't even have a split second to react. Balmain stumbled back in shock, his eyes widening in horror at the gruesome spectacle. What is happening? Betrayal. One of the drowning victims desperately reached out from the bubbling poison swamp. His bulging eyes screamed out a single question. Why? Why do this? Safe inside a barrier he created, the young man answered with chilling indifference. Who knows? I wouldn't exactly call it betrayal, though. Suddenly, his right arm jerked violently, disobeying his will, clamping around his own throat. It choked him as a strange sound resonated in the air. I certainly didn't expect this. The voice of Commander Wind rang out, echoing with undeniable, imposing authority. You're playing a dangerous game. Have you been watching me? The youth stammered, fighting to control his rebellious limb. A crimson tattoo manifested on his skin, crackling with arcs of violent lightning. Lord Wind, I know you're enraged. But this is all for the greater objective. Balmain watched intently, his mind racing to analyze this leveling Manhwa scenario. Wind, don't tell me. Commander Wind can hijack a body through that crest. The realization hit him like a truck. So this is why the believers can never betray their commanders. Then I trust you understand the consequences. The spiritual pressure spiked drastically, amplifying the voice. But then Balmain gasped. The glowing tattoo began to fracture. That mark. This ends right now. Fueled by a surge of willpower, he snatched back control, his left eye flaring with mana, and the tattoo on his hand began to dissolve into nothingness. Balmain reeled from one shock after another, his pupils trembling. The control crest. It's actually vanishing. It seems it's time for me to return to my proper station. As the hand tattoo completely dissolved, a new, radiant sigil blazed within his iris. Meanwhile, a thread of fate abruptly snapped, leaving Wind utterly dumbfounded. You! How dare you! Wind's fury skyrocketed, his aura blazing fiercely. A mere disposable pawn dares to pull a stunt like this? Is this a declaration of war? You'd better explain yourself before I obliterate you. Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows, approaching Wind. It was the commander known as Aquarium, an elder with a prominent forehead crest, leaning on a staff entangled by a spectral cobra. Back on the battlefield, Balmain froze as he spotted a second sigil, manifesting in the youth's eye. Another crest? He stammered, terror creeping in. Just what exactly are you? He frantically searched the memories of his past lives. Two conflicting sigils. I've never heard of such a thing in any timeline. Having severed his link with Wind, the youth replied with casual arrogance, "Well, aren't we all? Technically, under the banner of the Black Wizard, anyway. Think of it as a little factual dispute." Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Thick, noxious fumes continue to rise from the acidic sludge surrounding them. He continued his monologue. "We all share the ultimate goal, the resurrection of the Black Wizard. But our methods and philosophies, let's just say they diverge. Allies and enemies at the same time. Sounds thrilling, right?" The symbol in his eye shone with piercing intensity as he smirked. Hearing this, Baomei immediately pieced together the puzzle. A fierce internal power struggle. He recalled the colossal organizations and their supreme commanders, believers who'd been secretly amassing their own private forces for ages. That explained why they remained hidden until the final decisive day. The ensuing chaos was born from the commanders' infighting. A hesitant Baomei asked, "So, what is it you want from me?" The eye sigil finally dimmed. The youth dropped a bombshell. "To be honest, I'm hunting for a specific item, the sealing stone of the hero Fry." Baomei flinched, his heart skipping a beat. Ages ago, Fry, the one hailed as the greatest hero, forged the sealing stone to lock away the Black Wizard forever. The youth spoke, as if visualizing the artifact's transcendent power. Elsewhere, Aquarium was discussing that very same artifact. It is a stone containing the concentrated essence of an eternal timeline, a tool designed solely to seal the darkness. But the elder stepped closer to Wind. If one were to reverse the flow of time within it, it could resurrect the dead by winding back their personal chronology. A cruel irony indeed. The sealing stone is, without a doubt, the most certain method to bring the Black Wizard back to this world. He pondered the stone's immense potential and those who had wielded it. He thought of his long, weary journey across the realms. "I spent countless years tracking down the sealing stone, and finally, I located it." Mio raised his fist, his voice dropping an octave. "But the stone I found was nothing but an empty shell. That means only one thing. Someone has already drained its power. Finding the one who used the sealing stone became my top priority, and honestly, it wasn't hard," he smirked. "Players like that tend to stand out." The protective barrier around them hummed, its integrity unyielding. The shield kept the toxic wave at bay. As he meticulously listed the evidence, the 100 Path Gate, the Tomb of the Hawk's Eye, even that hidden dungeon with the hero's secret stash. He stared deep into Baomei's very soul. "I don't know if you're just incredibly stupid, or if you utterly lack self-control, but you rampage through those scenarios so loudly, it was impossible not to notice you." Palmy's expression darkened instantly. The youth pointed an accusing finger at him. "It was you all along, the regressor, L. Palmy." Silence descended. "I've never heard of this guy before." My regression. Baomei's knuckles turned white as he gripped his staff. "My attack earlier wasn't a lack of firepower. He nullified it with superior control." He replayed their clash in his mind. Asterisk, I should be leagues stronger now than I was in my past life, but it didn't even scratch him. Asterisk. Asterisk, his firepower was devastating enough to vaporize others. Yet against this monster, asterisk, it was like throwing a pebble at a mountain. Baomei analyzed the youth's raw power. If that wasn't even his full strength, then his current power level is easily S rank or higher. Trembling, he finally stammered, "Who exactly are you?" The youth didn't answer directly, only sighing with a mix of pity and amusement. As expected, even a man from the future doesn't know my name. How tragic. His voice turned ice cold. "I suppose that means in the near future. I'm already dead, aren't I?" Baomei's pupils quaked. Meanwhile, the youth merely smiled a hollow, bitter smile. "I'm not saying that to get your pity." Poisonous fumes continued to swirl around them. "I have a terminal illness, and seeing the truth of my fate confirmed doesn't make me feel any better." He suddenly gripped his baton, shifting his demeanor. "But enough of this Manhwa recap exposition. Let's get to the main point, shall we? Actually, The only reason I'm still breathing is because of you. As Balmain stared in confusion. The youth clarified, what do I mean? Simple. The Lord wants to recruit you. He recalled. Witness the sheer terror of Lord Wind's aquarium technique. This scene feels ripped right from high-stakes manhwa, all because of the chaos you have unleashed. The Overlord is now mobilizing every single ounce of his military might. He's coming to eradicate you. As the two leaders remain hidden in the shadows, I, a loyal servant of Lord Wind, will step in to mediate this conflict. Suddenly, crimson mana threads like bloody spiderwebs began to weave into existence above his head. Back then, you see, my physical form was deteriorating at an alarming, unstoppable rate. You may have already noticed. The light has long since faded from my eyes, leaving me half-blind, as if to prove his words. His irises appeared murky, lifeless gray. He continued, his voice dripping with a deep longing. To a dying man like me, you see, the secret proposal from Lord Aquarium tasted sweeter than the finest honey. Suddenly, flashbacks flooded his mind. He saw himself reaching toward a silhouette, shrouded by a red-eyed serpent. He offered me a rebirth. Balmain hesitated, his voice trembling with disbelief. Don't tell me, he actually cured your terminal condition? A scornful laugh escaped the man's lips. Cured? Hardly. It was barely a patch job, really. He used high-tier chrono magic to temporarily freeze the disease's progression. The protagonist flinched. Chrono magic. Ignoring their shock, the man pressed on. Lord Decarium swore a blood oath. As long as I serve him faithfully, he will halt the clock ticking down on my lifespan. And once the Black Mage is fully resurrected, I shall be gifted a brand new vessel. A new, flawless body. Cold sweat trickled down Balmain's spine. So that is the price of your betrayal? The man stood there, radiating an overwhelming pressure. A dense, suffocating, killing intent rolled off him like waves. This guy is seriously dangerous. He uses the Black Mage's revival as a mere shield. But he's a snake who would bite his own master just to survive. Suddenly, the man sliced through his thoughts. Don't overthink it. Excuse me. Baum blinked, bewildered as noxious fumes swirled around them. My mission is simple. To rescue you from Lord Wind's machinations and deliver a crucial message. He extended a welcoming hand. EPA, join our faction. What are you even fighting for? Don't tell me you're still clinging to some childish notion of justice. His gaze filled with mockery. Hypocritical, isn't it? During the 100-man trial, and countless times before, you slaughtered enemies and watched bystanders die without lifting a finger. It makes sense in a twisted way. If they were destined to die in the future you foresaw, then their lives meant nothing to you, correct? Is your morality simply selective justice? Memories flashed, scenes of him standing indifferently, while lives were snuffed out. One by one, if you're chasing a different desire, reconsider your path. He didn't care for a response, pushing his agenda. The Black Mage is far greater than you can comprehend. He is an entity approaching the realm of godhood. Align with him, and you gain infinite power, eternal life, and even the ability to resurrect the dead. How do you think the guild leaders from 800 years ago are still walking this earth? The Black Mage bestowed the gift of immortality upon those who swore absolute fealty. Flesh that never rots, bodies that never age. A sharp, chilling smile cut across his face. That is merely a glimpse. Whatever your heart desires, the Black Mage's resurrection is the key to unlocking it. Suddenly, he raised a single finger, startling EPA. There is, however, one minor condition. You must slaughter every soul who knows of your existence and assist in our grand design. The words hit like a hammer. Baum stumbled back, drenched in sweat. You want me to massacre my own party members? The man shrugged indifferently. Consider it your initiation ceremony. A man of your caliber, surely, knows how to steal his heart to achieve his ambitions. In this line of work, anonymity is your greatest shield, unable to decipher the treacherous plot brewing behind those cunning eyes. EPA pressed him for answers. No way am I that essential. What is your true endgame here? The man replied with maddening apathy. Who knows? I'm merely a pawn, moving at Lord Akirium's behest. But one thing is certain, with your aid, the system Manhwa prophecy will be fulfilled, and the Black Mage shall rise. An image exploded in his mind. A shadowed figure shattering the chains of fate. This was the turning point of this awakening. Manhwa story. So what will be your choice? Isn't the answer obvious by now? Balmain swallowed hard, his throat as dry as sandpaper. The man extended his hand once more, demanding a verdict. EPA, make your choice. Memories from his past lives flashed like a kaleidoscope. Comrades lost, enemies slain, the hollow pursuit of justice and revenge. Yet even in a ruined world, there were souls who shone like stars. He remembered his teammates, warriors who shouldered the weight of the world. It still spoke of hope. He saw their smiles, brimming with pride and camaraderie. To me, they are worth more than this entire damnable world. But then the nightmare returned. Philip's broken body, the crimson pool of his blood, the light fading from Jen's eyes. Damn it. Stay with me, Jen. The memory of Alexis shoving him to safety while being devoured by the beast tore at his soul. No, another tragic ending. Another life where he lost absolutely everything. The vision faded, leaving him standing alone in the debris. But then, fresh memories washed over him. A new party. Powerful. Efficient, yet unbound by the chains of the past. People I could replace instantly. Pawns I could sacrifice to secure my rank. But why? The question struck his soul like a physical blow, shaking the very foundation of his being. Jero's radiant smile flashed in his mind. Something deep within him snapped. An awakening. His eyes ignited with a fierce light, and his stance became as unyielding as a mountain. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the man narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Balmain dropped his center of gravity. Instantly, arrows tore through the air, screaming toward the enemy. Did I stutter, though? Sweat dripped from his brow. His voice was steel. Justice, vengeance. I don't give a damn about your grand philosophies. I simply protect what is mine. The man let out a long, weary sigh. Accepting the rejection, I see. Then, negotiation has failed. There's no other way. Mana surged from the baton in his hand. The two figures clashed, signaling the end of words and the beginning of war. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure sprinted desperately down the road. Moving that slow? How do you expect to catch me? Debo clutched his massive battle axe. Lungs burning as he fled, dust coated his face, teeth gritted in exertion. Suddenly, colossal, hairy hands smashed through the stone wall. Grasping for him, the beast brought its palms together. With a thunderous clap, it dove toward the earth, sending a massive plume of debris and dust into the air. The monster slowly opened its hands, but only crumbled stone fell from its grasp. Debo's expression darkened. Seizing the opening, he launched himself into the air, his axe raised high for a killing blow. Too slow. You're wide open. He aimed a devastating strike, directly at the beast's skull. But suddenly, Debo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A golden barrier flashed. Asterisk clang, asterisk. The axe was repelled as if striking diamond, spinning away to embed itself in the cliffside. Terror gripped Debo as the monster wound up a punch. Oh no! With a feral roar, the hairy beast unleashed a haymaker, sending Debo flying like a rag doll. He smashed through layer after layer of stone walls, before crashing down hard. Coughing up mouthfuls of crimson blood, Debo fell to his knees, trembling. What the hell is that thing's defense stat? It tanked a direct hit from my axe. This was a variable he hadn't calculated. In this leveling manhwa, Debo ripped the binding cloth from his right hand, eyes burning with desperation. Damn it, I have no choice. I haven't mastered this power yet, but I have to risk it all. He gritted his teeth, the bracelet on his wrist flashing. But now wasn't the time to worry about jewelry. The orange-gold gem blazed like fire. As the armor-clad merchant screamed in shock, 300 million mesos? The man roared in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? How could a rookie afford such a high-tier artifact? More importantly, do you even have the funds? Balmain closed her eyes, turning away to avoid the second-hand embarrassment. I was a little short. so I took out a loan. A loan from where? He answered with calm indifference, narrowing his eyes, only to get an earful of angry scolding in return. From the Gapo Merchant Guild. About 200 million, put under the party's name. It's pocket change, you idiot. Why would you splash cash like that? Dude's jaw dropped as he held the jade bracelet. An item meant for a rookie. May bowed her head a cold, calculating smirk playing on her lips. Relax. You think I invest blindly? The image of a spear-wielding figure from the past flashed through his mind. Don't worry. I know exactly what this is. Long ago, there was a man who fought alone, carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. It wasn't even that long ago. A legendary warrior, stronger than anyone, once wielded this. Trust me. Du pursed his lips, staring deep into the artifact in his hand, lost in thought. Of course. It all depends on you, Du. But make no mistake. This will be the perfect weapon to fuel your growth. In this brutal, leveling Manhwa world, he clenched his fist and let out a mighty roar. Charging forward, it was all or nothing. But the hairy beast scowled, unleashing a brutal punch on Du, sending him flying backward with immense force. He tumbled violently, skidding across the dirt. Du scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with sheer terror. What is this? It's just glowing. It's doing absolutely nothing. He turned and fled in a panic as the monster rushed him. How do I even use this piece of trash? Duke gritted his teeth, a frantic glance over his shoulder. Damn it, I must be insane. Did I really think I could fight barehanded against a beast that ignores even spear thrusts? A weapon. I just need something. He dodged the monster's swipe, sprinting desperately, desperate eyes scanning the entire area, until they locked onto something in the corner. The corpse of a fallen believer. That's it. Du changed course, sprinting toward the motionless body. Anything will do, please. He desperately grabbed a worn wooden shield, squeezing his eyes shut in pure, unadulterated fear. Damn it, a shield. I said anything. But not this. Du cowered behind the meager wood, and as the monster's razor-sharp claws slashed down. It's not working. But then, a blinding light erupted. A magic circle suddenly materialized, blasting the monstrous creature back. In utter shock, Du just blinked, completely dumbfounded. Huh? He stared, jaw slack with disbelief, at the strange bracelet on his wrist. What the hell? A shield symbol had appeared on the band. 5 glowing gems now encircled the icon, locking into place. 5 gems and a symbol. Could it be? The monster roared and charged again. A furious flurry of punches rained down. But Du expertly ducked and weaved, narrowly escaping the onslaught. He spotted another weapon near a nearby corpse. A sword. All right, just one more time. The very moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the bracelet flared with an intense light. Again, the gold gem shifted and pulsed, revealing a sword crest, Duleapid, slashing straight for its monstrous face. Yes, just as I suspected. He bounded across the battlefield, striking the demon from every angle. Perfect. I figured it out. The warrior's arsenal. Deuce grinned wildly, raising the glowing artifact. Like a cheat item from System Manhwa. The symbol activates based on the weapon he holds, boosting its power instantly. A magical circle spiraled around the sword-shaped gem. But the monster wasn't done. Murderous intent flooded its gaze. It growled, launching itself at him. Deuce swung his blade, carving into flesh, making the beast shriek in agony. The sword gem blazed brighter. The number of glowing orbs increased with every clash. The more I fight, the stronger I get. He landed on a roof, coiled his legs, and gripped the hilt tight, launching himself like a missile. Fear finally flickered in the monster's eyes. It folded its wings to shield itself. Even your thick hide won't stop me now. Deuce slammed his entire body into the beast's chest. 5 magic circles ignited simultaneously, branding the creature with the mark of the sword. The monster's massive frame shuddered violently. Deuce vaulted into the air, sword raised. But the beast spun around, spitting a scorching fireball in desperation. Deuce's pupils shrank in horror. The flame shattered his blade instantly. The fireball slammed him into the ground. Burying him, he gritted his teeth, vision blurring, eyes rolling back in sheer pain. Damn it, I got careless. He was pinned against the wall. As 3 more fireballs converged on him, the monster took flight. Watching the massive explosion it had created, with sadistic glee, it glared ferociously, opening its mouth to roar in victory, when suddenly a voice cut through the smoke, making the monster's eyes bulge in shock. You were 1 step too slow. Deuce gripped a new weapon, an ironclad battle axe wrapped in heavy magic. The bracelet now glowed with an axe symbol. He crouched, resting the weapon on his shoulder. Radiating pure killing intent. The monster's true form has awakened. His pupils constricted, shrinking to pinpricks, staring death straight in the face. Teeth grinding in fury. Now it's your turn to bleed. The monstrous beast swooped down, unleashing 3 fiery blasts. Dude dodged with unnatural grace. His shadow blurred, slicing through smoke and flames. As the monster roared, enraged, smashing the ground in sheer frustration, Dude's eyes widened, tightening his grip on the axe handle. With a primal scream, he flashed past the beast, leaving a deep, ruinous gash along its hairy arm. The axe's gem pulsed with brilliant orange light, and every other stone ignited in turn. In unison, they linked together, forming a supreme magic circle for a devastating chain attack. Dude frowned, his gaze sharp as a blade, and raised the axe high, declaring, "This is going to hurt." Meanwhile, the Dark Mage's minions unleashed a volley of arrows, shattering the earth as Jack Rick scrambled to dodge. Another arrow flew, aimed straight for the kill, but a bullet shot from the distance deflected it. In a split second, Jack Rick froze, utterly stunned. The cultist gasped, "What the hell?" The gunshot echoed, shattering the tension. The Dark Mage's minions recoiled, terrified by the sniper's looming pressure. As the ground seemed to explode all around them, a figure suddenly blocked Jack Rick's path. Miner stood there, expression grim, staring down the red-hot barrel of his gun with unwavering resolve. "Hey, you coward! Wake up! You have to go see your father, don't you?" But Jack Rick panicked and fled, leaving Miner standing there dumbfounded, his sentence unfinished. "No. We were supposed to go together." The mages launched a fresh assault, and Miner scowled. "Damn it. You guys too?" Covered in dust and grime, Miner sighed deeply. Nothing is ever easy in this world. Far away, Jack Rick ran for his life. Ahead, the teleportation gate shimmered. Jack Rick cried out in joy. The exit. But his smile vanished as he tripped over a rock. "Yes, I'm saved." He crashed hard, sending dirt flying. A small, yellow potion bottle rolled out of his pocket. Memories came flooding back of the day he received the potion from his father. "This is..." Jack Rick froze, recognizing the familiar item before him. "Father, why would you give me something so precious?" Jack Goldrick's voice echoed in his mind. "Keep it. One day, you will definitely need this to survive." Jack Rick had refused back then. "I don't need this. That gate is nothing to me." Jack Goldrick had spoken with stern love. "Remember, you are the captain. If you want everyone to return safely without loss, you must be ready for the worst-case scenario." Jack Rick's face once held the warm, radiant smile of a true leader. That was the true weight of responsibility he carried. But snapping back to the cold reality, disappointment carved deep lines into his brow. Father was wrong about me. Terror flooded his mind as the nightmares returned. Jack Rick crumbled internally. "I'm not fit to be a captain. The fear of death is choking me." He clutched his head in absolute despair. "Even with enhancement items, my current power level is trash, Father." Meanwhile, the Dark Mage's lackeys launched a ruthless assault. From the shadows, Mina gritted her teeth, firing back in a blind rage. These bastards are persistent as cockroaches. Suddenly, a massive claw loomed overhead. A shadowy figure plunged from the sky, forcing her to dodge as chains coiled around the figure, radiating a bone-chilling green aura. "You fools! You cannot even handle one weak little girl." Maria created distance and hurled her iron chain, shaking the very air with its terrifying weight. Mina held her ground, eyes burning with defiance. "You've got a big mouth. But do you have the skill to back it up? A massive explosion erupted in midair, slamming straight into Maria, but the shield only showed a hairline fracture. Mina's eyes widened in shock. The shield then unleashed a monstrous counterforce. Manor gets absolutely blasted backward, coughing up a sickening mouthful of blood. What the hell just happened? Maria's distorted image looms through the settling dust. Scared? Yet Manor ignores the searing pain. She charges her left arm, screaming, "Shut your trap," then unleashes a point-blank, devastating strike. But the shield flares with a blinding, fierce light. Again, the projectile ricochets right back, instantly piercing Manor's leg. Blood sprays into the air as the green, glowing weapon hovers menacingly above her. "My apologies, you look utterly traumatized. Let me explain." Maria's voice drips with pure mockery. "How does it feel to be torn apart by your own signature move?" Manor gritted her teeth, enduring the raw agony. "My own move? What kind of nonsense is that?" "Impossible." An image of a balancing scale manifests itself in the shattered space. "Correct. Total reflection is the gift he bestowed upon me. No matter how high your damage output is, it all returns to you, as long as this skill is active. You are utterly powerless against me." Manor activates her gun's ultimate ability anyway. "Don't get cocky, witch. That skill is nothing but a cheap trick." Suddenly, panic seizes Manor. "Damn it, my mana hit 0 at the worst possible moment." A heavy blow slams right into Manor, delighting Maria. "Out of tricks already? How boring." Manor crashes hard into the boulders, her body crumbling deep into the crater. Seeing the opening, the demon horde swarms forward, roaring, "Butcher them all." But time suddenly seems to freeze, as a flurry of impossibly fast sword slashes decimate the mob. Maria freezes what? Jack Rick stands like a stalwart guardian, shielding Manor in front of him. What is this? Didn't that coward abandon his team? Jack Rick trembles, yet his gaze is iron hard. "Yes, I failed to protect my squad. I admit I was too weak." A blade slashes right across Jack Rick's chest. The enemy sneers in wicked triumph. "You absolute moron. You came back just to throw your life away?" Jack Rick chuckles, blood dripping from his lips. "Honestly, I don't even understand why myself. But one thing is absolutely certain." Maria narrowed her eyes. Jack's body flared with golden light. To run now would be to live as a coward forever. The assassin flinched. "What?" I definitely struck a vital point. A fatal thrust pierced the assassin's skull. The minion stumbled back in terror. What's happening? Was he hiding his true level? How was he still standing? Maria screamed. "You idiots, it's the extreme gold elixir, a legendary item in this leveling Manhwa world, boosting health and mana for 30 minutes. Jack Rick then unleashed a furious counteroffensive. Impossible. He actually possesses extreme gold. I forgot. He's the heir to the boundless fortune of the Gold Rick Merchant Guild. Yet, Jack Rick was already panting, taking heavy damage with every exchange. He swung his sword with reckless abandon, until a superior enemy realized the truth. Wait, look at him. He's propping himself up. His stats increased, but his technique is still garbage. It's like casting pearls before swine. You're absolutely right. The dark mages rushed in. This divine item is wasted on trash like me. Jack Rick smiled through the pain. So I decided to give it to someone worthy. Blinding beams of energy tore through the night sky, obliterating the enemy lines. Minera emerged from the smoke, the empty vial clutched in her hand. Now I'm impressed, young master. Mana raged around Minera like a raging hurricane, exerting terrifying pressure. Time to turn the tables. Jack Rick collapsed, leaving it to her. I'm counting on you. Make it happen. The minions scrambled in fear at Maria's warning. She was half dead a second ago. Stop her. A minion lashed out, shattering the glass vial in her hand. But it was too late. His eyes bulged as a vortex of hellfire swept the battlefield, incinerating the guards instantly. Minera leveled her glowing barrel. Her eyes locked onto the target, Oh my, the young master's life is on the line here. You fool, you've severely underestimated me. Her guns roared, unleashing a devastating symphony of explosions that blew the entire army away. No, debris rained down from above as the battlefield transformed into a raging sea of flames. Miria watched her forces crumble, seething with rage. Useless, incompetent trash. A trembling minion begged for mercy. Lord Miria, please. Miria crushed his skull under her heel. Get your filth off me. Blood splattered, marking his brutal execution. Miria gazed coldly at Manor Squad. Amusing, but nothing has changed. Do you really think you can win? Her nightmare weapon materialized before them. You're still dancing in the palm of my hand. Mina ripped off her coat, binding her bleeding wounds tight. Her eyes shone with unyielding will. Lock dead on Miria. Let's end this. I'll give you a shock you won't forget. The ground quaked under the clash of their killing. Intent, the air grew heavy with a suffocating tension until Miria lost her patience. Cut the crap. She launched a devastating area attack. Miraculously, Jack, Rick, and Manor barely evaded the onslaught of destruction. Miria fired a barrage of chain hammers at Manor, but the gunner didn't flinch, countering with a volley of crimson missiles. Miria scoffed. Pathetic idiot. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Her iron sphere opened, emitting a sinister blue light to intercept the attack. Manor fired. The missiles roared toward Miria, but suddenly curved their trajectory. Miria stepped back in confusion, bumping into a stone pillar. Did she miss? Another glowing shot flew past. Miria's mind raced. Was that intentional? Suddenly, the support pillars behind her exploded, bringing the ceiling down. Miria gasped. Impossible. She couldn't have calculated that. Refusing to accept it, she lunged toward Manor with killing intent. Manor smirked, a mysterious glint in her eye. She fired into the wall beside Miria, halting her in a billowing cloud of dust. Miria coughed as Jack Rick watched in utter awe. Is she using the environment to bypass the shield? How is this even happening? Minar unleashed a storm of bullets, barraging the area around her target. Jack Rick finally understood. That's it. Her reflection skill. It only triggers on direct hits to her body. To put it simply, her ability reflects destruction. But if she wrecks the environment to inflict indirect harm, the damage becomes horrifyingly real. In this leveling Manhwa, debris battered Maria's body, sparking blinding flashes of pure agony. A barrage of bullets screamed toward her, dealing damage through indirect impact. Maria roared, her eyes burning with unbridled fury. You filthy little wretch. Mineri's lips curled into a victorious smirk. I told you I'd surprise you. There is no escape from my sights now. The gunner's rhythm was absolutely perfect. Every shot found its mark, forcing a guttural scream from Maria's throat. Maria coughed, staggering back as blood. Her very life force spilled onto the cold ground. Cough. Dirty tricks. She spat. Damn it all. I need to distance myself from these walls. Despite the heavy damage, her spirit wasn't broken. She screamed in defiance. You are nothing. Suddenly, Minar stumbled over the rubble, letting out a sharp gasp. Regaining her balance instantly, Minar unleashed another volley. This entire zone is a minefield for you now. Maria channeled her energy, and the iron warhead blossomed open, revealing arcane runes. Damn you, I won't let you hit me this time. But Minar wasn't aiming at her. She fired straight up at the ceiling. Maria froze, her counterattack, dying in her throat as panic set in. Boom! The ceiling shattered into a massive, gaping hole. Huge slabs of concrete cracked and plummeted, crashing down with devastating force. From a distance, Jack. Rick finally peeked out. Do you think that finished her? No sooner had he spoken. Then, the pile of rubble began to tremble. Manies instants crime de pur danger. She scrambled toward him, yelling, You idiot, move now. Jack turned just as the debris exploded outwards. Red hot. Iron spheres blasted through the smoke like blazing meteors. Maria emerged, gasping for air, coughing up another pool of crimson blood. She absolutely seethed with rage. I burned through so much life force. Just to survive that. She scanned the dust-choked room. Did they escape? Her fury spiked. Damn them. How dare they humiliate me like this? But now I've decoded her attack pattern. That trick won't work a second time. In this Manhwa recap scenario, Myriad decided to resume the hunt. She dragged her chains across the floor, carving deep, ominous grooves, leaving a grim trail of blood in her wake. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jack Rick supported Menor, his face twisted with deep concern. Hey, are you holding up? I'm sorry, this is my fault. A nasty burn glowed ominously on Menor's leg. Jack panted heavily. She'll catch up in seconds. We need to find another route immediately. Menor gritted her teeth, forcing a reassuring tone. Don't worry about me. She gripped her rifle tighter, her eyes burning with fierce resolve, fighting through the searing pain. She whispered, I still have one card left to play. Crash! Maria smashed through the pillars, her voice booming like thunder. Where are you hiding, rats? Stop scurrying in the dark like vermin. Come out and accept your fate. I will find you. Silence answered her, followed only by the sound of crumbling architecture. Then a single bullet tore through the air. It flew on a perfect trajectory. Maria scoffed arrogantly. Struggling is useless, but the bullet phased right through her. Maria's eyes went wide. Impossible. She braced herself. What kind of game is this? I was the superior fighter. She hurled her weapon at Menor, but Menor's body shimmered with a golden aura. Maria dodged with ease, her teeth gritted in frustration. What the hell? Her attacks kept missing, yet she was still taking damage. Damn it, what kind of sorcery is this? Mina's voice cut through the chaotic scene. Calm and cold, she stated, you still don't get it, do you? Her hair began to glow with a brilliant golden light. Her entire silhouette radiated an unmistakable divine energy. And realization struck Maria like a sudden lightning bolt. Wait, is that the legendary party summon skill? Maria's mind raced. Team Summon. A super rare ability that calls forth an ally. I thought only Eagle Eye possessed that power. How did she unlock it? Menor didn't answer. She simply raised her gun and fired. Maria analyzed the threat instantly. Dangerous. It looks exactly like a real player, but it has no life signature. I can't reflect damage back to it. A shot slammed into her open wound, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Filthy tricks. Her attacks are too fast. I can't counterattack. Damn it. Maria internalized the combat data. Attacking the summon is pointless. She stopped abruptly, shifting tactics. I must strike the summoner directly. Her eyes darted around, hunting for her prey. Where are you? Her chains lashed out in a frenzy. Come out. Maria analyzed the situation. Maintaining a skill like that must drain massive amounts of mana. She has to be close, definitely close. Maria took a step back, a deduction forming in her mind. Wait, I see it now. The safest spot on this battlefield is... Her gaze locked onto the clone, standing guard right behind her own shield. A sadistic grin spread across Maria's face. She's hiding behind the clone. Maria launched herself forward, chains screaming through the air. The Menor clone watched the incoming attack. With eerie calm, Maria laughed maniacally. Gotcha! Just as the chain was about to smash into Menor's face, it halted midair. Clang! A familiar voice rang out. Did you really think it would be that easy? Jack Rick had stepped in, his greatsword catching the attack. If I know the angle, even I can block a monster like you. Jack grinned, standing firm like an unyielding fortress. Before the summon could react, the gun was raised once more. The clone smirked confidently, aiming right between Ria's eyes. The real Mina spoke from the shadows. Checkmate. Ria froze, utterly stunned. Oh crap. The muzzle flashed as a beam of pure energy erupted. It blasted directly toward Maria. The impact ripped the chains from her grasp, slamming her body backward into the stone wall. With a sickening crunch, the trio on the sidelines watched the villain fall. Blood sprayed as Maria's head hit the ground. In her final moments of consciousness, she looked up at Jack. Rick, so it really was a party summon. Maria's fading vision drifted to the clone. That had baited her. It was just a construct with no consciousness, or so she thought. Then, The clone turned to Mina, her voice soft and gentle. I hope we meet again, little sister. Mina gazed back, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Thank you, sis. Meanwhile, debris crumbled in another sector. Kachim blocked a lethal strike from a monstrous arachnid. His mind racing. Damn it. This thing is covered in plate armor. Fine then. Kachim swung his blade, unleashing a wave of blue phantom fire toward the beast. He roared, how about a taste of this? He expected victory, but the spider countered. It spewed a torrent of crimson webbing, like a tidal wave toward Kachim. The sticky threads instantly bound his sword. Kachim pulled with all his might, but the weapon wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted. A bone-chilling aura filled the corridor. Massive spikes of glacial ice erupted from the ground, freezing the spiderweb solid. Kachim looked over in shock, still tugging at his blade. What kind of magic is this? From the shadows of the battlefield, a pair of black boots stepped forward. Kiri emerged, a confident smirk playing on his lips. My apologies, I'm late. I was busy helping the merchants evacuate. Wow, that looks like one tough boss. Need a hand with that? But before he could finish his cool entrance, a massive fist came hurtling out of nowhere. If we combine our strength. Kiri's plea was abruptly cut short as she slammed violently into the wall. She looked up at Kasim, confusion plastered all over her face. Sir Kasim, but his eyes only burned with a terrifying warning. Stay out of this, you privileged brat. I don't need your charity. He turned his back on her to resume the duel, spitting out one final command. Just sit there and witness true power. Through the status screen, the Black Magician's disciple gasped. Has he lost his mind in this brutal system? In this world, that power gap is a death sentence. Even I couldn't control that monster. Disbelief filled the old man's eyes as he analyzed the data. Does he seriously think he can take on the Sigmas Knights alone? The wind spirit remained calm, offering a dark reassurance. Relax. I granted him a fragment of my power. It watched Kasim straining against the pressure. He may be a former Sigmas Knight, but he's only at the 7th circle of magic. The spirit concluded with a cold calculation. Before the mutation, their combat power was roughly equal. That should be enough for this duel. Suddenly, the entity turned the question around. Wait, don't you have a bigger problem to worry about? The old disciple smirked, realizing he was exposed. Sharp as ever. You caught me. A magical rune glowed ominously on the old man's skin as he spoke. Truth is, the finale was written long ago. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Michael froze. The shield, wielded by his inner demon, began to radiate a blinding, blood-red light. Boom! The sky lit up like a fireworks display of destruction, blasting Michael backward. He quickly stabilized his stance. He thought they predicted my arrival. Is this an ambush? Lost in his analysis, Michael, caught up in his thoughts, utterly failed to notice the shadow, menacingly looming directly above him. If that's your deduction, then your knights are absolutely doomed. You lack focus. A terrifying beam of mana suddenly erupted from the magic circle, detonating with earth-shattering force. The doppelganger sneered triumphantly as he attacked. Still worrying about your precious disciples? You're so predictable, you hypocrite. Another explosion violently rocked the dimension, locking its gaze with Michael. The shadow asked, "Have you forgotten Arthas?" The name utterly paralyzed Michael. Seizing the perfect opening, the shadow swung his blade, snapping Michael's weapon in two with a single, decisive strike. He then invoked memories of Michael's childhood, specifically his father Arthas, the father who cherished you more than life itself. You basked in his unconditional love, his trust, his greatness. The demon's voice then dropped into a venomous hiss. But let me tell you the truth. It was all a lie. The entity twisted the knife, revealing the father's true nature. Family? Love? Please. He only stole you because you possess the bloodline of the Knight of Light. Blinded by greed, he declared, he murdered your biological father. and kidnapped you for his own selfish gain. The shadow sealed its narrative with absolute conviction regarding the man named Arthas. He was nothing but a demon wearing human skin. He loomed over the fallen Michael, unrelenting. Michael, sole heir to the Night of Light, your noble bloodline cursed you to live among filthy, scavenging flies. Greed rules them all. Did you really expect sincerity from such trash? You are laughably naive. Michael was battered, his uniform soaked in crimson. Yet, Michael remained silent. The demon's voice droned on, a relentless loop of despair. With no exit in sight, except your lineage, the shadow urged, slowly, it is time to open your eyes. His gaze sharpened like a blade. It's time to grow up and face reality. Amidst the smoke and ruin of the battlefield, Michael's voice finally cut through the chaos. You talk too much. What was that? Ignoring the shadow's confusion, he slowly regained his composure. I was dizzy from the attacks, but your nonsense logic is giving me a real migraine. Michael pushed himself up, knees trembling but locking into place. I get it now. A smirk tugged at his lips. This is a mental realm, isn't it? You're just stalling for time. The shadow persisted, desperate to convince him. Are you blind? I am the honest part of you that you buried deep inside. Listen to me. Michael cut him off cold. No, you're dead wrong. He stood tall, his aura stabilizing. Naive? Honest? Do you really think I operate on such childish ideals? It's laughable. Michael admitted bluntly. You're right. I'm surrounded by filthy flies. They use me, and I use them right back. The shadow snarled. Are you even listening? Michael ignored him. I don't fight losing battles, and I don't sign contracts where I lose money, just to satisfy someone else's greed. I learned the hard way. Visions of his guild mates flashed in his mind. How to plant courage in the hearts of the weak. How to forgive those who once hated me. They fight just like I do. I learned to mend broken bonds. Golden energy erupted from him, and I learned how to protect the people I cherish. Michael smirked, a look of pure arrogance, mixed with the resolute images of Kiri and Kasim. That is what it means to be human. A lesson you can't buy with all the money in the world. Back in reality, Kyrie was in a nightmare scenario, hunted by a colossal spider. She dodged, summoning razor-sharp ice shards to bombard the beast. But the monster didn't even flinch. It shrugged off the magic and swatted her away. Like a rag doll, Kasim charged in, blade raised high. Don't you understand? He slashed downward, screaming. I told you I'd handle this myself. But his desperate strike was utterly useless. A crimson barrier suddenly materialized, stopping his blade cold. Kasim gasped, realizing the trap, a barrier with no weak point. As the horrifying truth of the trap set in, a sphere of dark energy condensed ominously above the monster's head. Kiri screamed in terror. Sir Kasim moved. He looked up, but fate had already swung its scythe. The dark beam fired, tearing through structures, and utterly obliterating Kasim's position. Instantly, memories flooded his fading consciousness. He remembered the day he first picked up a sword, desperate for validation from his idol. I trained until my bones cracked. Even when I collapsed, I never gave up. All I ever wanted was for you to acknowledge me, Michael. A look of pure bliss covered his memory self. But the day Michael introduced Kyrie, the dream shattered the moment you brought her to me. Despair filled Kasim's eyes. I knew then I was being replaced. Every swing of his sword became a way to vent his rage. I couldn't stand it. I refused to accept it. The memory shifted to him brutally, defeating Kiri in a spar. Why her? A useless girl with zero talent. He watched her lying in the dirt and walked away cold. But the thing that truly made my blood boil, rage burned in his eyes as he stared at his scarred, calloused hands. He gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. She is simply more talented than me. Terror gripped his heart. He knew he could never compare to her genius. Crushed beneath the rubble, his uniform soaked in blood, Kasim lay helpless in the suffocating darkness. He questioned his very existence. What am I to you anyway? Suddenly, a voice pierced the oppressive silence. The heavy rocks began to shift. Just endure it a little longer. Kiri was pushing past her limits. desperate to save him. I will pull you out of there. Sarcasm, but Kasim's voice was disturbingly calm. No, run away. From the thick smoke, a nightmare emerged. The monster had found them. He begged her to retreat to their master, but Kiri cut him off, her eyes squeezed shut. Muscles screaming, she refused to let go. I don't want to. Kasim stared in shock at the girl he had always despised. I won't let you give up here. You are my goal, she cried. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to surpass you? Her arms trembled violently from the strain, yet her resolve was iron strong. I want your recognition even more than the master's. I haven't shown you my true power yet. So stand up. She clenched her jaw, summoning every ounce of strength. Don't you dare give up on me. With a primal scream, she finally shoved the massive boulder aside. Kasim was struck speechless. Memories of the past flooded his mind. That fool. She had always been this way. Since the day they were brought in as children. She hadn't changed a bit. He bit his lip until it bled, forcing himself to stand. Seeing him rise, Kiri gasped, I'll buy us some time. Escape now, but he shut her down instantly. Useless, staring at the titan looming before them. His eyes narrowed. What do you think you can do? Stop talking nonsense. Then the order came. Stand behind me. He didn't look back. His body was broken, but his silhouette stood like an unshakable fortress. That is an order. Kiri looked at him, stunned. Cover me, he roared. In perfect sync, they charged. Blades flashed in a deadly dance, carving through the air with beautiful brutality. Dodging a lethal strike, Kasim barked a command. Right side, trusting his instinct. She moved instantly, blocking the spider's vicious attack. You idiot. Too slow. Below you, the beast's claw grazed her. Kasim didn't let up. Right. Up. Kiri gritted her teeth, struggling to match his insane combat tempo. Left. Low. The monster shrieked in frustration. Their coordinated attacks were becoming a suffocating web. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened in realization. A lucky strike sent Kiri flying. Kosum shrieked in fury. You fool. Dark mana pulsed, condensing within the monster's gaping maw. It unleashed a beam of pure destruction, aimed straight at her. She froze solid, unable to react in time, but the devastating impact never came. Kasim had thrown himself directly into the line of fire. Sir Kasim, the past repeated itself. Old memories resurfaced, flooding Kasim's mind. He was always the top student. Back then, he'd thumped his chest with pride. I can do even better. I'll prove I'm worthy of your teachings, master. But Michael had only sighed in disappointment. On the other hand, your teamwork is garbage. Kasim had stuttered, scrambling to defend his ego. Wait, that's only because she's too weak. Michael's voice had dropped, cold and dangerously serious. Do you still not grasp the lesson I gave you? Back in the present, Kasim clenched his jaw tight. He finally understood, facing the monster's deadly beam. He looked small, but in this awakening Manhwa moment, size didn't matter. The beast roared triumphant, thinking it had won, but Kasim's sword sliced upwards, cutting the monstrous energy beam clean in half. However, as the blade descended, the steel began to violently shatter from the stress. The attack was nullified, but his precious weapon was utterly destroyed. The monster saw its chance and lunged forward. Sir Kasim, Kiri shrieked, hurling her own sword through the air with desperate hope. He snatched the blade right out of the sky. His grip tightened, locking around the hilt. Kyrie's voice rang out, clear and full of authority. Use this. A smirk tugged at Kasim's lips. Pure aura exploded from his hand. A massive phantom sword instantly manifested, launching itself directly toward the beast. The blade soared like a blazing meteor. Blazing with holy fire, Kasim held his powerful stance, his very spirit igniting with resolve. I didn't understand your teachings before. He prepared for the final, decisive strike. But now, watch what I have learned. The monster only had time for one final, agonizing scream. A pillar of dazzling golden light swallowed it whole. Kiri shielded her eyes from the blinding shockwave. The beast lay motionless in the dust. Incredible, she whispered. Is this Sir Kasim's true power? She clenched her fist, humbled yet determined. I knew it. I still have a long way to go to reach him. A shadow fell over her as Kasim approached. His voice was stern. Don't tell me you're feeling proud of yourself. He looked down at her. I still don't think you deserve to be a knight. Kyrie lowered her head, accepting the rebuke. Understand, but then Kasim added softly, from now on, stay close behind me. Just like today. Faces hidden, emotions unspoken. Two warriors walking the path together. Kyrie's answer was strong and clear. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Dabir was sent skidding across the dirt. Damn it, he cursed, barely pushing himself up. Franco approached slowly, his praise dripping with venom. He lasted longer than I thought. Jack Carson really does have talented dogs. He glanced down at Dabir, signaling his executioners. Well, goodbye. Finish him quickly. The assassins closed in for the kill. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Boom! A shockwave sent one of Franco's men flying. Zap stood like a guardian deity between Dabir and the enemy. Your troubleshooter has arrived. He immediately cast a healing spell on Dabir. Stop being dramatic and get up. He scolded. Franco watched in horror as fatal wounds vanished in seconds. He healed a mortal injury instantly. That recovery speed is beyond the rumors. Dabir stood up, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Much better. Perfect timing. De Weerlaft. Zap adjusted his gear. Seriously, you should thank Jack Carson. He hates losing his subordinates. He scanned the enemy mob, about 30 hostiles. You ready? Dabir clenched his fists. Offlaring. Yeah, let's crush them. But in the next second, Zap turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Run away. Dabir stood frozen in confusion. Realizing what happened, he scrambled after him. You crazy bastard. Franco's goons gave chase immediately. Get them. High above, Wind screamed in rage. Useless idiots. This Manhwa recap was taking a chaotic turn as he furiously smashed the screen. How could he lose after I granted him my power? Akram's voice echoed through the room. You speak as if this outcome wasn't inevitable to you. Wind turned furious. Are you mocking me? If not for that binding contract, I would. The old man cut him off. I told you. It's not yet time for us to make our presence known. To revive the Dark Mage, we absolutely must conserve our mana. A crimson mist swirled around Akram's fingers. Still, what a truly wasteful ending for such a pawn. All right, I suppose I'll lend a hand. Just this once. Then the battlefield erupted in chaos. Gunfire erupted across the zone as Charo turned to Peru, anxiety blazing in her eyes. Status report. How dire is the situation? She frantically glanced at the glowing talisman in her hand, clutching onto a glimmer of hope. Hold on. Reinforcements are almost here. Moments later, the much-needed reinforcements arrived. The elite special forces from Cross. Hunter HQ stormed onto the scene. Charo's gaze snapped upward, and her blood ran ice-cold. Up above, 3 terrifying figures hovered in the sky, completely dominating the air behind them. A massive, glowing clock seal began to rotate ominously. What in the world is that? At its center stood a masked entity, flanked by 2 enigmatic, faceless enforcers. Every word he uttered dripped with overwhelming, killing intent. How utterly chaotic. Then, a crimson barrier abruptly materialized. It immediately slammed down, completely sealing the entire area from the outside world. Panic spread as a soldier frantically pounded helplessly against the energy wall. They were trapped from all sides. Cheryl's eyes widened with a dreadful realization. Did that monstrosity create this? The 3 figures floated above, silently, gazing down like divine beings judging insects. Seen from the outside, the barrier formed a colossal pyramid, towering high enough to seemingly pierce the very heavens. Inside the dome, Kiri completely froze. What is happening? Suddenly, Carson bellowed. Kiri, move. He desperately yanked her back, just as a massive monstrosity thundered down, right where she stood. Snap out of it. Carson spun and glared at her, his eyes glowing bloodshot with rage and fear. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Watch your surroundings closely. The creature that landed began to speak, but its voice was laced with confusion. What is this? I was definitely It clutched its head, bewildered by its own existence. Strange, but why? The beast was a grotesque hybrid. Half human, half giant spider with bared fangs. Why are you insects still alive? Debir sprinted, shouting, "What? Are you out of mana already?" Zap snapped back. "You think I've been sitting around doing nothing? This isn't some game. I barely had enough mana to heal you guys." He grumbled, "Damn it. Useless." Then he smirked with sudden pride. "Hey, don't be so harsh. I am your savior. After all." Debir yelled, "Savior, my foot. We are literally running for our lives." Zap laughed. "Relax. Everything is going exactly according to my plan." Before he could finish asking, "What kind of plan involves?" Debir's pupils constricted. "Watch out ahead of you." Zap skidded to a halt, staring at the barrier. What now? They were trapped. A wall rose from the ground, blocking their path, while Franco's minions closed in from behind. Surrounded on both sides, despair set in. Damn it, is this really the end for us? Suddenly, Zap tossed an item toward Debir. "It's a bit early to use this, but I have no choice." Debir caught it by reflex. Confused, "What? What is this?" Zap clutched a crystal, a confident grin returning to his face. "You guys chased us all the way here. Impressive." Zap's eyes glinted, mischievously. "Now, good luck." While Debir stared at the item in shock, a minion raised his blade for a killing strike. "This is just thin." The stone erupted with blinding light. The radiance swallowed everything, blinding the attackers. Confusion struck. The three enemies swung their blades, hitting only each other. Debir and Zap had vanished. When the world just happened. The enemy stood completely alone in the empty space. Where did they go? Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely. Gold coins rained down with a metallic, echoing clatter. Debir crashed hard onto the floor, groaning in pain. What is going on here? Opening his eyes, he spotted two familiar silhouettes. Relief washed over him. "Sir Reagan, where are we?" Debir stammered. "A moment ago, I was—" Jack cut him off immediately. "You made it." He then explained the artifact's power. They had used. You used a teleportation stone. It's an incredibly rare item in this Manhwa's world that warps you directly to a specific person's coordinates within a set range. However, the cost is absolutely astronomical. Each use burns through a massive amount of mesos. Most adventurers carry one, but they're too terrified to ever actually use it. Zap materialized nearby, casually dusting himself off. "That's why I was stalling for time." He flashed a smug grin. "For such a pricey item, I had to make sure it was the perfect dramatic moment. Those idiots will never find us here." But then Zap froze, his jaw utterly dropped. Mountains of shimmering gold and priceless treasures surrounded him. On every side, impossible. Does a paradise like this actually exist? Overcome with unbridled greed and joy, he dove straight into a pile of gleaming gold coins. Debir frantically tried to hold Zap back, while Reagan turned to Jack with a serious expression. "What's the plan now? We're already 20 minutes behind schedule." Jack's voice wavered with a hint of uncertainty. "It seems so. The plan has been compromised." His expression darkened. "If you have the chance, you need to flee immediately." Zap exploded in anger. "What? You want me to leave all this gold behind?" He paused, correcting himself. Leave you behind, sir." Jack gripped another stone tightly. "I still have a few teleportation stones left. They're linked to allies outside the barrier." "Go now." Debir still hesitated. "What do you mean, if you have stones? Why aren't you coming with us?" Jack forced a smile, quickly cooking up an excuse. "My time hasn't come yet." Thinking of his comrades deep beneath the ocean, he explained, "Someone has to stay behind and wait for their return." Outside the barrier, heavy artillery hammered the energy wall. Boom! Boom! But the shield remained absolutely flawless. Without a single scratch, a soldier, his cannon barrel glowing red-hot, reported with a grim face. "It's useless. No matter how hard we hit it, it won't budge." He turned to his commander. "What are your orders, Sir Bartle?" Bartle crossed his arms, his mind racing. A barrier of this magnitude. Only a high-ranking commander could conjure this. His thoughts drifted to our aquarium. "It's likely him." Bartle barked out orders. Find another way in. We cannot let this barrier stop us. Yes, sir. The troops scrambled. Bartle stared at the impenetrable wall, whispering, "Hold on, Starling. We're coming for you." Cheryl gritted her teeth, glaring at the floating trio. Did that bastard create this twisted dimension? The city was crumbling, buildings collapsed into dust, and the tide of battle was rapidly turning against them. Their allies lay broken and unconscious everywhere. Without main force reinforcements, we're going to be wiped out. She gripped her gun until her knuckles turned white, panic rising. Damn it. Only 8 bullets left. What do I do? The masked figure gazed down at the burning town, his voice calm and chilling. Truly not a bad city to think. Willer's underlings are struggling against such trash. Shouldn't they? Boom. A small explosion erupted right in his face, startling his 2 silent guards. He concealed his face behind the mask, his voice dripping with ice. Who dares? Suddenly, another bullet shrieked through the air, aiming straight for his head, effortlessly dodging. The masked figure completely ignored the 2 faceless minions, dropping behind him as he moved. His gaze was locked onto the sniper's nest, and he hurled a sphere of pure, devastating destruction. It collided with the earth, detonating in a catastrophic blast that shattered the surrounding ruins to dust. Peering into the choking dust, he scoffed with arrogant disdain. How foolish, he sneered. But suddenly, a second projectile tore through the air from his blind spot. A pathetic parlor trick. He spun around, eyes blazing. You damn rat. A hail of gunfire erupted, forcing him instantly on the defensive. I don't know what game you think you're playing. Mana gathered in his palm for another strike, but it was futile. The energy sphere slammed down, triggering a massive explosion that made the very earth tremble in fear, while the others watched idly. The masked man's voice cut through the chaos, colder than the grave. Found you. Charo tightened her grip on the rifle, her fighting spirit burning brighter than ever before. You're as stubborn as you look. This battle is just getting started. The enemy wove through the air, his predator's eyes scanning the wreckage below. Where are you cowering, you little rodent? The crosshairs locked onto his silhouette. Bang! A surprise shot rang out before he could even react. The bullet found its mark. Staggering in midair, fury exploded within him, gathering a massive amount of mana. He unleashed a devastating bombardment upon the town below. Stop these games and face your death. Charo scrambled away from the crumbling structure, heart pounding. Damn it. His power level is way higher than I anticipated. Resolve hardened in Charo's eyes. This was her final shot at victory. That bastard, she cursed silently while sprinting. His roar echoed behind her. How long do you think you can flee from destiny? A chill ran down her spine, a premonition of death. All right then. Charo spun around, leveling her scope at the target. No turning back. It was a fight to the death. Yet, a different kind of peril was brewing nearby. As she stood distracted, a faceless assassin stalked her from the secret corridor shadows. Chaotic footsteps echoed with an ominous rhythm. Hurry! They're right behind that door. I can sense them inside. Franco, panting heavily, raced alongside his goons. Damn it. This wasn't part of the plan. The mechanism whirred and shifted, and with ease, they breached the heavy doors. He stared straight ahead, his eyes gleaming with the certainty of victory. At last, the cat-and-mouse game was over. Spotting the figure atop the stairs, Franco's voice dripped with pure venom. Lord Gondrick, he cackled maniacally, as if savoring a dark, twisted joke. Just as I predicted. Of all places, you hid yourself in the treasure vault. How utterly disappointing. Jack's expression turned grave and imposing. Disappointed? You don't have the standing to utter that word. In my presence, you traitor. Franco, though winded, the slimeball's grin never faltered. Fine. Vent your anger. Curse me until your throat bleeds. For all I care. But tell me, are you all alone? It seems even Gappo's loyal dogs have abandoned their master. He signaled his goons to move in for the kill. I'll make good use of your inheritance. So die peacefully. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed through the chamber. Gappo's dog, you say? Hidden mechanisms in the walls suddenly snapped open. A golden torrent cascaded down like a waterfall. The intruder screamed in sheer panic. What the hell? Seeing the tidal wave of wealth, they tried to retreat, but it was too late. The avalanche of gold swallowed them up to their waists. Franco's face twisted in sheer disbelief. This can't be happening. Rand smirked, her hand resting on the lever. Who are you calling dogs? The only beast here is the one who dared to bite the hand that fed him. Jack stood unmoved atop the stairs, his hands clasped behind his back, radiating the aura of a true ruler. I'll leave this trash to you. Teach him how the Gappo Guild handles rabid mongrels. With the gold now rising to his neck, terror finally gripped Franco's heart. Suddenly, Bear and Jayop burst onto the scene, surfing down the golden slope on a massive gemstone. All right, the stage is set. Franco shrieked, his soul leaving his body in pure fear. Why? Why are the Gappo executives here? Before the lackeys could even process the ambush, they were immobilized. My body. I can't move. Jayop and BIS grinned like demons, launching devastating punches that sent the traitors flying out of the gold pile. What's wrong? Don't you like swimming in money? Jayop laughed, his blood pumping. Now this is what I call a thrill. Suddenly, Rand shouted a warning. Jayop, watch your six. A minion lunged with a blade, desperate and deadly. But Jayop stomped down, sending a gemstone projectile, slamming into the attacker's chest. Knocking him back, Jayop flashed a provocative grin. You want to be buried in riches before you die? Fine by me. The enemy swung his blade, but BIS moved faster than the eye could follow. I'll respect your death wish. Franco, helpless in his golden prison, could only watch in horror as his squad was dismantled, piece by piece. I can't get out. A hand suddenly gripped his collar and yanked hard. Here, let me give you a hand. The bear stared down at him with sinister delight. Oh my, is our ferocious little puppy, tucking his tail between his legs? Within moments, Franco was hogtied on the floor. Jack stepped forward to begin the interrogation. Now, tell me, what is your master's next move? Cooperate, and we might consider showing mercy. But Franco just clicked his tongue in disdain. He burst into laughter. Mercy? A sentence? Don't make me laugh. Do you think the laws of the old world still apply in this system? Manhwa reality. Wake up. None of you are leaving here alive. Suddenly, a mechanical voice chimed in. Do you copy, Carson? Action established. Rand leaned in next to her lord. Curious, what is that sound? In Jack's hand was a high-tech communication device. I've reached the rendezvous point. Requesting activation of the high-grade teleportation. Stone Jack spoke into the receiver. This is Gundrick authorization granted. G-App looked completely lost. Stuttering, What's he babbling about high? High-grade what? Jack turned to explain. His voice serious. It operates like a standard dungeon gate key, but with the power to traverse entire nations in a blink. His face twisted in shock. Legends say it can warp you to uncharted zones. That item is essentially priceless. Right? Jack nodded exactly, and I entrusted one to our reinforcements. This isn't just a simple Manhwa recap moment. This is checkmate. The coordinates are locked to my position. That is why I had to remain here. Franco froze, his voice dropping to a whisper. What did you say, reinforcements? He struggled frantically against his bindings. Impossible, screaming at Jack. He lost his composure, you delusional old fool. Do you think a handful of soldiers can change the outcome of this war? Silence, you fool. Jack cut him off sharply. We aren't talking about some cheap mercenaries you can buy with loose change. Terror washed over Franco, his face draining of color, as the gold coin seemed to vanish from his vision, replaced by a looming shadow. A few coins, you said, Franco. Have you forgotten who exactly stands before you? Jack smirked, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. The purchasing power of the Greek Merchant Guild was truly terrifying inside the barrier. A single beam of energy swept through, obliterating an entire building in a heartbeat. Yak gazed down from the heavens, like a god judging insects. I will teach you the true meaning of despair. He scoffed arrogantly. You should be on your knees, thanking me. He effortlessly held Kiri with just one hand. Thanks to you, I've unlocked this power. As she groaned in agony, he snapped into focus. Calm down, you fool. Energy crackled to life around him, readying for another devastating strike. Don't bother resisting. I'll end this quickly. But then, a single drop of water landed on his shoulder. Yak froze, staring in disbelief as rain poured from the sky. Is this rain? Inside his sanctuary? Jack grinned, radiating pure confidence. There is no limit to what my gold can buy. His gold coins evaporated into the ether, fueling the transaction like a high-stakes gamble. For this Manhwa economy, I didn't even hesitate. The answer was obvious from the start. Outside, the faceless one lay battered in the dust, while the masked assailant looked up at the sudden downpour. Chero, broken and bleeding, managed a faint, incredulous smile. My God, is this really happening inside the barrier? The heavens ripped open. Tons of water crashed down in a furious torrent. Yak's eyes widened in pure horror as Jack spoke his legendary line. The floodwaters rose with terrifying speed, threatening to consume the barrier. I purchased the very source of all this world's chaos. I bought the ocean itself, and riding that violent surge of water, a massive vessel emerged. Inside the ship, Karen's voice was ice cold. Port side ahead. A crew member called out from the bridge, Captain, we await your command. Her gaze was sharp as steel, her resolve unshakable. All systems engaged. Prepare to fire on the hull. The cannons began to hum and glow, locking onto their targets. At her command, aim. The skull-shaped submarine dove deep into the abyss. The pilot reported in, his voice tense, comms linked. Mission start. We are entering hostile territory. As the countdown echoed through the ship, Karen gazed at a small photograph. The numbers ticked down, but her eyes lingered on the image of her and Manor, a memory of happier days, when they laughed without a care. The countdown hit 0. Just as the submarine reached its destination, it surged upward, breaking through the water's surface. With explosive force, the vessel tore through the waves, a leviathan rising from the deep with a deafening roar. Submarine has made landfall. The report screamed through the speakers. Arrived at Leeport, Captain. Your orders. The harbor lay exposed before Kieran. She snapped the photo frame shut with chilling finality. Deploy the cannons immediately. As the targeting systems locked on, a blood-soaked sword clattered to the ground. In the port, the dark cultists watched in stunned silence, panic finally setting in. Engines roared as firepower reached critical mass. Blinding light gathered in the barrels, ready to unleash a cataclysm that would shake the earth itself. Clutching the pocket watch with her precious memory, Karen gave the order with imperial authority. Fire! The submarine unleashed hell. Red beams of destruction obliterated everything in their path. The ship didn't stop. It rammed straight into the land, engines screaming as it crushed the port. Under its weight, Leeport crumbled like a sandcastle. The submarine sat dominant on the shore, ocean water flooding in behind it, reclaiming the land in a chaotic surge. The harbor was now an aquatic graveyard. The cult leader scanned the chaos, his guard down for a split second as he searched the wreckage. What? Where's that girl? As he wondered if she was dead. Cheryl sank beneath the murky waters, her status unknown. Had she survived or logged out of life permanently? The stubborn cultist flared his mana, desperate to hunt them down. I need to be sure, but before he could cast his spell, a massive red beam swallowed him whole. The ship's cannons didn't stop. They poured continuous fire onto him. From the bridge, Karen watched the devastation with cold, calculating eyes. Report from the bridge. The target slammed into the earth. Impact confirmed. Smoke billowed from a massive crater as water surged inside. But within the swirling dust, a lone shadow still stood tall. He was tough as a cockroach. Refusing to die, you rotten filth. He screamed in rage as the ship's cannons glowed red again, charging another volley. The target remains active, reloading. Suddenly, a giant red eye snapped open beneath the waves. Red tendrils, like a spider's web, shot up and tightly wrapped around the engine. dragging the entire ship down. The pilot screamed, "Report to Kieran. We missed something. Something has snagged the hull." Karen's eyes widened in utter shock. "What did you say?" The red slime fouled the gears, paralyzing the engine. The crew immediately fell into a panic. "Turret 3 is down. Stop the firing sequence." The adhesive substance crushed the propellers. Alarm bells rang out. The engine stalled. "I've lost control of the ship. We're stuck." As the crew screamed about an external attack, a horrifying fusion of man and spider crawled up through the gaping hole. It was Yak, utterly transformed into a monster, his hair wild, his face twisted in malice. He advanced across the bow. The cultist leader finished charging his spell, aiming a devastating blow at the stranded sub. "You will pay for this." The spell slammed into the ship. The vessel groaned under the brutal impact, throwing the crew violently across the bridge. Smoke poured from the starboard side. "Emergency! Hull breach on the right. Armor critical below the waterline." Yak's red webs continued to tear at the metal. He smashed his way into the engine room, trying to sink the ship from the outside. "Captain, we're taking heavy damage from below as well." Murat turned to Karen, fear clearly in his eyes. "Karen, at this rate, and outside?" The cultist mocked them, gathering his immense energy. "This toy is tougher than it looks." He channeled all his mana into a gigantic, swirling vortex, a spell designed to wipe them from existence. "Let's see you survive this." Sensing the end, Karen grabbed her sword. "I have to go out there." She turned to Murat. "Murat!" Suddenly, a voice oozing with arrogant power cut her off. "Leave this to me." A blinding golden light erupted from the ship's stern. Yak recoiled, shielding his eyes. "What is this energy? What is that light?" Stepping out of the brilliance was Michael, captain of the Xenos Knights. Clad in armor, a true legend of this awakening, Manhwa had finally arrived. Meanwhile, miles away, a crystal skull shattered in a villain's hand. A snake slithered over the shards. The old man stared in disbelief. "They survived that? Impossible." Wind hissed in pain as he crawled on the webs. Okram's eyes went pitch black, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "He has returned." Michael's sword moved faster than sight, wherever his holy light touched. Yak's webs disintegrated, with just a few elegant swings. The ship was free from the red tendrils. Yak watched helplessly as his power was sliced to ribbons. Shock turned to fury. "Who dares interfere?" Michael's blade danced in a relentless storm, his eyes burning with cold calculation. Before his opponent could even react, a slash of pure light tore through the air. The strike was faster than sound. In a fraction of a second, Yak was bisected, his disbelief frozen on his face as his body fell apart. Just like that, his life force hit 0. Game over. Meanwhile, inside the Nautilus, order was restored. "Captain, the engines are coming back online." Kieran didn't hesitate. "Full speed ahead. Maintain distance." But the cult leader had already condensed his mana into a catastrophic sphere of flame. "Too late," he sneered, arrogance dripping from his voice. "My energy is fully charged." The submarine shuddered violently under the pressure, sending waves of panic through Kieran and Myrit. The annihilation spell loomed over them, a gravity well of destruction ready to crush the ship. The fanatic roared, "I will erase you all from existence." He raised his arm to unleash the inferno. "Vanish!" But suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air. His hand was severed in an instant. It happened with godlike speed, with his control utterly broken. The sphere of destruction imploded right on top of him. Only then did he realize his hand was gone. Before his brain could even process the pain, he was consumed by his own apocalyptic technique. Blasted back by the explosion, he screamed in agony and rage. "You!" Standing tall amidst the chaos was Cheryl, very much alive, her sniper rifle locked on target. As cold as ice. "Filthy insect!" He howled helplessly, but Karen cut in, her voice sharp. "I hate owing debts to anyone." The Nautilus's main cannon began to glow with terrifying heat. Trajectory calculated. The helmsman shouted, "Locked on. Engines at maximum output." mana concentrated into a single point of devastation. The limiters were released. Ultimate destruction was ready to fire. Kieran's command was absolute. Make them pay for every drop of blood. The fanatic didn't even have a second to regenerate before the next calamity struck. Facing the white-hot beam, he could only gasp one name, Akum. The energy blast engulfed him, launching his broken form high into the heavens. The red barrier groaned under the stress, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. With a deafening boom, it shattered. Millions of tons of ocean water came crashing down. The collapse triggered a massive tsunami, rushing out in all directions. The sea roared in fury, swallowing small vessels like toys in a bathtub. Skyscrapers were submerged in moments. As the floodwaters rose, deep beneath the churning currents, an unconscious Karen was drifting away until a hand grabbed her tight. It was Qasim, hanging on for dear life, gripping his sword wedged deep into the rock face. His muscles screamed in agony. I can't hold on. His grip failed. He slipped into the abyss, but suddenly, a powerful hand broke the surface and yanked him up, dragged onto dry land. Qasim hacked up seawater. Gasping for air, he looked up to behold his savior. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Michael stood there, radiating an aura of absolute, undeniable command. Master, Qasim whispered, completely overwhelmed. You've changed, Michael noted calmly, a proud smile barely gracing his lips. Qasim bowed his head in deep reverence. I never doubted you, Michael confidently assured him. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to Captain Karen, who was already busy on the comms. This is Captain Karen of the Nautilus, she stated. The transmission crackled, reaching the recipient on the other end. The situation is under control. Thank you for your assistance, a deep voice responded. Captain Jack Gundrick smiled, but his expression was as cold as a death sentence itself. Now, Jack turned his gaze downward. It's your turn, he snarled. Moro was bound and kneeling. Trembling in pure terror. Tell me everything, Jack demanded, his voice a dangerous, unsettling calm. Elsewhere, utter chaos reigned on the battlefield. A massive explosion sent shrapnel flying high, peppering Yelpa with searing debris. Bloodied and enraged, Yelpa immediately sensed movement. A red blur suddenly dashed behind him. Found you, he roared, spinning around. He unleashed a furious volley of magic arrows. The azure energy absolutely shredded the silhouette, dissolving it into nothingness. But as the smoke cleared, a chilling sense of wrongness lingered. An afterimage, before he could even adjust, the Dark Mage's disciple abruptly materialized. Directly behind him, a deadly Reaper scythe already poised to strike. Relying on pure, honed instinct, Yelpa instantly raised his guard. He managed to block the fatal blow, but the sheer impact violently jarred his already wounded body. Impressive, the cultist casually noted. For a third circle mage, your melee stats are truly absurd. It's like you're the main character of an awakening manhwa. The enemy, relentless, didn't stop his assault. He raised a palm, manifesting a swirling, ominous sphere of dark purple energy. Show me more struggle, Yelpa, he taunted. The powerful blast caught Yelpa completely off guard, slamming into him and brutally deepening his critical wounds. Roaring in pure defiance, Yelpa hurled a dagger, fueled by his last ounce of strength. Damn it! The cultist, unfazed, swayed effortlessly. The blade sailed harmlessly by. The counterattack was absolutely instant. Elpa took the full, devastating force of the blow. His body screamed out in raw agony. He stood victorious over his fallen prey. The cultist sneered. You're such a slow learner. I wonder how you'll cast spells without an arm now. Shall we find out? He snarled, lunging forward. The scythe, eager and hungering for flesh. But he utterly failed to notice the magical dagger, silently looping back around from behind. Elpa wasn't finished yet. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the pain. He manipulated his mana, remotely guiding the weapon. The blade shot straight for the vitals. But the cultist proved far too fast. With a lightning-fast flick of his wrist, He deflected the dagger, sending it clattering uselessly away. Dark, ominous energy coated the cultist's hand. He stared down with those chilling, sightless eyes. Even a blind man could have seen that coming. Did you honestly think a sneak attack would work on me? The scythe, now crackling with vile, cursed energy, descended upon Elpa. You utterly lacked creativity. Elpa scrambled desperately back up, summoning a desperate, last-ditch shield of Azramana. He burned through every last drop of his remaining mana reserves. A powerful surge of brilliant blue energy erupted from him, clashing fiercely against the encroaching darkness. The explosive collision of pure light and dark triggered a truly massive concussive shockwave, shaking the very earth. The cultist casually weaved through the debris, mocking Elpa's desperate, futile resistance. Such impressive tenacity, he mused. To think you still possess such immense mana reserves. At the very least, your sheer endurance is worthy of praise. Elpam smirked internally, reveling in the fanatic's shock, knowing the fool remained utterly blind to the truth. Yet, Elpam's mind was racing furiously. How could the situation have deteriorated this quickly, even despite his careful mana conservation? He was running on absolute fumes in this brutal world. A world straight out of a hardcore leveling Manhwa. He had absolutely no other choice but to gamble his very life on this single next move. Without a moment's hesitation, Elpam activated the Heavenly Eye. A brilliant crimson light flared to life within his iris, stripping away the very veil of reality to reveal the fanatic's every minute micro-movement, every single twitch of the enemy's muscles. Now, Elpam had new data to dissect. It got him, he rejoiced inwardly. A high-frequency wave pulsed violently from the fanatic's body, originating from a bizarre necklace clasped around his throat. What is that artifact? El Pamanilas. The frequency it emitted was granting the fanatic a supernatural combat advantage. Through his heavenly eye, Elpam visualized the invisible ripples in space. The necklace was acting like sonar, bouncing high-frequency waves off objects to create a perfect spatial map. He was using telekinesis to expand his sensory range into a flawless 360-degree radar. He has absolutely no blind spots. Elpam realized the tactical nightmare, but saw a path to victory. Summoning his remaining magical essence, he cast a Vern barrier. Instantly, encasing the fanatic in a cage of green energy. The fanatic's arrogance instantly vanished. Oh, you intend to seal my movement and control the space with telekinetic barriers? I see you utilized the Heavenly Eye to deconstruct my secret technique. Sharp mind you have there. Yet the fanatic remained terrifyingly calm, his composure unshaken despite the confinement. A brilliant strategy. I cannot move a single step. However, do you not realize this spatial barrier also blocks your attacks from reaching me? Suddenly, a surge of raw magic blasted the fanatic from his blind spot. He shifted his gaze, his voice dripping with mockery. Predictable. I knew you would try something like this. The Dark Mage swung his grim Reaper scythe, shattering the attack. The dark arts spilled forth, twisting into a counteroffensive that lunged straight for Elpam. The fanatic scoffed with supreme confidence. Even in a fraction of a second, my reflexes transcend your mortal imagination. He watched as Elpam's body was torn asunder, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. A bit boring, but I have successfully severed your arm. But as he focused his gaze, the horror set in. The target he just butchered wasn't flesh and blood at all. Instead, it was a fading afterimage. Suddenly, another phantom of Elpam dashed across his vision. What the hell? Panic flickered in the fanatic's eyes. Elpam's silueta multiplia, surrounding him in a dizzying array of illusions. He's everywhere. Impossible. The fanatic swung his scythe in a frenzied flurry, slicing through the air with lethal precision. But each strike met only crumbling stone. The fanatic gasped, debris? Blocks of stone. Realization dawned on him, fueling his rage. Damn it. I've been played. He charged forward, his scythe carving through the rocky decoys, masquerading as Elpam. He taunted the air, slashing wildly. Not bad, hiding amongst puppets to scatter my focus. Is this your grand plan? Fine. Then I'll keep hacking away until your mana runs dry. While the fanatic raged inside the barrier, the real Elpam stood outside, his hands drenched in blood. His injuries were critical, yet he continued to weave his spell. With desperate determination, Elpam coughed violently, spraying blood onto the ground. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His life force was fading, his body screaming at the limit of exhaustion. The fanatic's ears twitched. He pinpointed the sound from outside the barrier. He slammed his palm into the ground. With devastating force. I can hear you. You're in pain, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll end your suffering now. A deafening boom shook the heavens. Elpam, defenseless, was sent flying by the shockwave. The explosion obliterated the barrier that had been containing the monster. Elpam's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could recover, the Dark Mage fanatic materialized from the smoke. Flanking him instantly, he rushed in for the kill, his hand conjuring a sphere of purple dark matter. With eyes void of mercy, he hurled the condensed curse straight at Elpam. Elpam raised his staff in a futile attempt to block, but the dark art was overwhelming. He was blasted backward again. Debris rained down like a deadly hail. He crashed hard onto the unforgiving earth, his body a broken mess of blood and bone. Meanwhile, the fanatic descended gracefully. The enemy appeared completely unscathed. From the fierce clash, Elpam struggled to sit up, leaning against a massive boulder. His breath came in ragged. Vet gasps, the fanatic raised a hand to the sky. Mana gateret, forming another swirling vortex of deadly purple energy. He sneered, so, is this the finale of our little game of hide and seek? You look like you're suffering from mana shock. A pity, really. I had fun, Carson. Consider this a parting gift. Allow me to show you true art. The fanatic boasted about the glowing orb of destruction. He was charging. I have condensed magical power to its absolute limit, using telekinesis. Magnificent, is it not? This shall be your travel companion to the afterlife. Now die. He unleashed the attack. But suddenly, the blinding light he had created vanished into thin air. His jaw dropped, eyes bulging in disbelief. What in the world? Elpam had activated a spell at the last second. In Elpam's hand, the fanatic's purple energy and his own azure mana swirled together, fusing into an unstable, chaotic sphere. Elpam smirked, a cunning glint returning to his eyes. Thank for the gift. I'll take it. The purple magic was ripped from the fanatic's control and sucked into Elpam's orb. The fanatic screamed in fury. No way. What have you done? You lunatic. Resistance was futile. His power was being forcibly drained. The fanatic cursed, damn it. Where's this strength coming from? Did he just plunder my magic using telekinesis? Is this the broken logic of a system? A Manhwa skill? The volatile sphere settled into Elpam's grasp, holding it with trembling. Bloodied hands, he asked the fanatic surprised, as the orb surged to critical mass. He fixed his enemy with a gaze of pure, unadulterated hatred. Be my companion on the road to hell. With a guttural roar, he hurled the sphere back at the fanatic. A blinding white light erupted, unleashing the force of a tactical nuke. The fanatic stood frozen, utterly unable to react. The explosion rocked the very foundations of the earth, annihilating everything within its radius. The world turned stark white in the aftermath. Elpam coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his body teetering on the verge of total collapse. The sheer recoil had shattered him. Elpam's eyelids felt heavy as lead. He whispered to himself, "It is finally over," but just as he slumped down to rest, amidst the apocalyptic ruin, the ground trembled violently. The earth split open, rocks flying like shrapnel from the dust. The silhouette of the fanatic rose again, clutching his scythe like a demon from the abyss. The fanatic's eyes bulged with pure malice, his voice rasping like a ghoul's. No, not yet. Against all logic, he had survived the blast. He limped toward the unconscious Elpam, his voice trembling with urgency and rage. We must kill him now. Lord Achium was wrong. This man will never join our side. We must eliminate this threat right here, right now. But suddenly, A projectile tore through the air from the heavens, aiming straight for the fanatic's head. The fanatic spun around, deflecting the bullet at the last microsecond, his eyes widening in shock. Through the dissipating gun smoke, a mocking voice echoed. Using full force on an unconscious man? Isn't that a bit pathetic? The shooter revealed herself, a fierce young woman, flanked by a warrior wielding a massive weapon, ready to unleash hell. The cavalry had arrived. She taunted with a sinister smirk. Why don't we dance with death for a moment? High above, Woundrick's son carried the wounded, their spirits unbroken despite their injuries. The fanatic roared, utterly consumed by madness. You dare, you insolent brats. Leaping from Jack Rick's back, Minner aimed her gun with chilling contempt at the enemy below, whose face contorted in terror. He lunged, trying to snatch the projectile, cursing such a pathetic bullet. But suddenly, Debo materialized from his blind spot like a silent phantom. What about me? A devastating strike sent Mio soaring, shattering the very earth around them. In a chaotic explosion of dust and debris, Debo glanced back at El Pam, who lay broken and still on the ground. Are you holding on? The unconscious man's life force was rapidly fading, like a candle flickering in the wind. That magical backlash is critical. Mio rose from the rubble, casually dusting himself off. You truly don't grasp the gravity of this system. This man was scenario, do you? Debo stood as an unyielding iron wall before El Pam. Stubborn fools. Suddenly, the cavern trembled violently, as Mio drew a forbidden artifact from his coat. I can't hold back anymore. He held the orb, ready to unleash utter destruction. No other choice. I will tear you all into oblivion. Seeing the threat, Minner unleashed a hail of gunfire. What is that? A magic formation? Yet, the bullets couldn't even pierce his aura. Mio's expression darkened further. Too late. But before he could unleash hell, a familiar voice cut sharply through the tension. Cease this, Mio. The voice of Akram froze him instantly. Mio turned, his body trembling. Lord Akram. The elder scolded. I'll look away for 1 second, and you cause utter chaos, activating a magic circle without authorization. Mio dissipated the energy. Apologies. The bloodlust took over. The operation is a failure. Retreat before the gate seals shut. Mio hesitated. But El Pam is still breathing. Akram replied coldly. Irrelevant. We will cross paths again. If he perishes in a place like this, our choice was wrong from the start. Suddenly, from the shadows, an impossible voice echoed. What? A Karam? Minar and Jack Rick froze in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Mudria rose like a revenant. So that's it. You, a direct subordinate of Lord Wynn. Clashing with the Karam, her voice dripped with malice. You are a traitor to the crown. Now, things are getting interesting. She produced an orb identical to Mio's. Perfect timing. I'll purge you all while I'm at it. A colossal surge of energy erupted from her core. Mudria grinned manically. Not bad. The ground beneath Jack Rick and Minar buckled, throwing them aside. An immense pillar of power materialized, skewering Mudria instantly. Jack Rick and Minar landed safely. Stunned by the betrayal, Minar gasped. What? He attacked his own ally. Precizity, Mio mattered, while sustaining the assault. Beneath the crushing pillar, specters began to rise from Mudria's remains. Mio thought, did I arrive too late? More ghosts manifested, swarming the pillar. Mio gazed upon the nightmare he had unleashed. He realized the gravity of the situation, troublesome. The path of martyrdom is manifesting too densely. Specters flooded the cavern, leaving Debo bewildered. What in the world? Witnessing the chaos, Mio decided to bail. Even for me, this is excessive. He chose to leave them, to deal with his catastrophic mess. I'm out. You lot handle the rest. Debo struggled to hold his ground. Damn it, what kind of hell is breaking loose? Mio smirked, a devilish grin on his face. Best be careful, he added, a taunting reminder. If he wakes up, tell him my offer still stands. That is, if you survive. Minar refused to let him escape. She fired a shot. Who gave you permission to leave? He sighed. turning with a sneer. I told you not to waste energy. With a casual wave, he caught the bullet midair. She gasped. He used the shattering bullet technique. Mio retaliated coldly. Here. Have it back. The bullet reversed trajectory, screaming toward her with lethal speed. By this a miracle. She and Jack Rick leapt from the kill zone. Just in time, Manor wouldn't yield. She aimed again, trembling with rage. You bastard! But before she could pull the trigger, Debo screamed, Manor! Look out! She'd missed the massive shadow descending from above. A colossal presence slammed into the earth, sending a shockwave rippling through the cave. Manor was untouched. Debo had intercepted the impact. Debo was straining against a monstrosity. Debo gritted his teeth, veins popping. Impossible strength, a grotesque creature, forged from countless tormented souls. Bore down on them. Debo cursed both factions. Blood oozed from the abomination. From its maw, dripping over razor-sharp fangs, the beast clutched its head and roared in agony. Debo stood before the Titan, feeling helpless. Are these all high-tier calamities? Damn it. While Debo held the line, Jack Rick shook Manor. Hey, wake up. We need to move. The monster's arm swung down like a hammer. Seeing the danger, Debo roared. What are you doing, you fool? He charged the beast to buy them seconds. Move now. He parried the blow meant for Manor. Jack Rick grabbed her and sprinted. Debo commanded with a final roar. Hey, I will handle everything here. Get everyone to the surface. For a split second, his eyes softened as he looked at El Pam. Please. Jack Rick, realizing the situation was critical, hoisted Manor and El Pam, running for their lives. I'm sorry. Seeing them safe, Debo exhaled. Now I can finally unleash my full power. A true awakening. This is the Manhwa moment. The monster unleashed a bone-chilling scream. Debo wasted no time, scaling the beast with his axe. Time to end this nightmare. Meanwhile, Jack Rick's pace didn't falter. Manor slowly regained consciousness. Her eyelids felt heavy as lead. Disoriented, she bombarded him with questions. Huh? Where are we? What happened to that monster? Where is Debo? Jack Rick didn't answer. An oppressive silence hung heavy in the air, sending Manor's anxiety absolutely through the roof. She thrashed in his grip. Where's Debo? Did we just abandon him back there? No. Put me down right now. How can I ever face Kiri if we leave him to die like this? Her voice cracked, escalating into a desperate scream. I don't know about you, but I won't. I simply can't. She looked up. Her heart sank as Jack Rick sprinted onward, but tears streamed down his face like an endless rain. His arms were locked tightly around them, trembling violently with every single step. Facing Manor's fury, his face crumpled. I'm sorry. This is the only choice I have. I'm weak. I'm just too damn weak. I won't let his sacrifice be for nothing. Jack Rick's voice faded into a shameful whisper. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, El Pam's consciousness drifted into a vast abyss. A mysterious voice echoed from within the void. Looks like you found yourself in quite a bind. El Pam froze instantly, his soul trembling as his eyes snapped wide open. He wasn't in the dungeon anymore. This place was utterly otherworldly. Confused, El Pam scanned the strange dimension. Where? Where am I? Just a second ago, I was... Fried's voice then cut through his confusion. I merely invited you into my personal domain. For a moment, they sat across from each other, a chessboard resting between them like a silent battlefield. Fried stared at him, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Welcome, final adventurer. El Pam, we finally have the chance to speak. El Pam quickly explained the entire crisis, but Fried quickly interrupted. Your physical body is dying from severe mana shock. If things continue this way, your timer is about to hit 0. With a simple wave of his hand, Fried projected a vision of the outside world. Your friends aren't faring much better either. That gate, it's far beyond human limits. Fried's analysis remained cold and precise. Outside, Banlock has resurrected, more brutal and evolved than ever before. That isn't a golden gate anymore. The monster outside is in an absolute frenzy. A blue rank? No. Fried's eyes narrowed dangerously. This is a calamity far beyond even a dark blue gate. On screen, The beast unleashed a beam of pure destruction. Aiming straight for Debo, he barely dodged, rolling away by a hair's breadth. 1 second later, and he would have been reduced to nothing. But blood and bone, watching the hopeless struggle, Fried dropped a single, heavy word, death. The reality of it hit Elpam like a physical blow, leaving him paralyzed. Fried continued, his voice void of any empathy. The war you restarted to save everyone. It's actually rushing them toward the grave, faster than in your previous life. Unlike a typical leveling Manhwa, your return has merely accelerated the apocalypse. Elpam hesitated, his mind racing. You know I'm a regressor. Who exactly are you? Fried just smiled, offering no answers. Elpam prasaon. Are you the one who? Fried cut him off sharply. Who knows? Meanwhile, in the real world, Jack Rick was frantically trying to recall the dungeon map's exit at the 23rd pillar. He summoned every ounce of strength, running while his mind worked overtime. Inside the three-dimensional corridor. If I go straight, it should be right here. He skidded to a halt, but hope instantly turned to despair. There was no exit, only a gaping, bottomless pit staring back at him. Jack Rick stood frozen. This has to be the place. He tried to rationalize the nightmare. Wasn't there a statue marking the escape route? When I first arrived, it was definitely here. Then, realization dawned on him, igniting a fire of rage in his eyes. He knew who did this. It was Mio, that traitorous bastard. He destroyed the mechanism before he fled. Seeing Jack Rick on the verge of breakdown, Miner grabbed his shoulder. Pull yourself together. We don't have time. Even if the exit vanishes, the dungeon will create a new path nearby. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted right behind them. The ground trembled violently. Miner's face went pale. She knew. The situation had just gone from bad to absolutely hellish. Debris flew through the thick smoke, followed by a limp figure hurtling through the air. Miner gasped. It was Debo. The tank had finally collapsed. Against that overwhelming power gap, Debo slammed into the ground, flung far away. Jack Rick gritted his teeth, hoisting Miner and Elpham as he rushed toward their fallen comrade. Hey, are you okay? Stay with me. But as he got closer, terror gripped his heart. Debo's body was mangled beyond recognition, dyed crimson with blood. At that exact moment, Elpam's unconscious body clutched its head in agony. What was that vision just now? Fried tilted his head. Who brought you back to the past? Isn't important right now, is it? Is it? Fried pointed at the projection. What you just witnessed is reality playing out in real time. El panicked. Then, Debo is relax. Fried said casually. He's alive, barely, but death is knocking at his door. Elpham didn't hesitate. Then help me save them. Fried shook his head. I cannot directly interfere with the mortal plane. Elpham wasn't taking no for an answer. If you're the one who caused my regression, if you did this to stop the end of the world. He ground his teeth, fury rising. Then give me the power to do it. Outside, the monster unleashed another barrage. Fried chuckled softly. Such an arrogant attitude for someone begging for help. He leaned back, unbothered. Is that really how you ask for a favor? In the physical world? Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper was raising his scythe over Elpam's party. The monster prepared its finishing move. Fried remained frustratingly calm. Even if I were to assist you, Elpam's patienza snapat. The conditions? They're utterly meaningless. Fried, looking bored, declared, this is your final chance. The monster's attack unleashed a devastating wave of annihilation. If Elpam didn't awaken in this very moment, this entire story would end. I said I don't care. Elpam let out an earth-shattering roar, consumed by pure rage. He violently flipped the chessboard, sending pieces flying as he rose to his feet. Towering over the scattered game, a heavy silence fell between them. Fried's lips twitched, seemingly holding back a torrent of words. Finally, he acknowledged the unwavering resolve in Elpam's eyes. With a casual snap of his fingers, he smiled, declaring, very well. Elpam blinked, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in mood. But time was rapidly ticking away. Every single second passing outside, brought them agonizingly closer to utter oblivion. Then he felt it, a raw surge of power flooding his veins. Something profound and fundamental had changed. Fried calmly began resetting the scattered chessboard pieces. Speaking calmly, do not doubt my words. It is but a fraction, yet I have lent you my authority. As the final piece ominously clicked into place, Fried looked up, proclaiming, it is time to awaken. He left Alpum with a chilling, parting warning. I hope your vessel can withstand the crushing weight of my power. Meanwhile, back in reality, the monster's attack had transformed into a towering pillar of hellfire, swallowing everything whole. Jack Rick coughed, choking on ash as he desperately crawled from the dirt. Am I still alive? He whispered, his body trembling, too terrified to even dare open his eyes, and witness the horrifying, charred remains of his friends. But when he finally dared to look up, a familiar, imposing silhouette stood before him. Pam had awakened. He stood resolutely amidst the flames, having completely nullified the entire attack with his bare hands. Jack Rick simply couldn't believe his eyes. Pam, aghast. Beside him, Minar and the young boy had collapsed, exhausted but miraculously safe. We survived. Bathed in a blinding, almost divine light, Pam stood, an unmovable, towering mountain of power. He didn't respond to his name immediately, not truly. Stand back. His voice boomed, demanding absolute obedience. Without a moment's hesitation, Pam lunged forward, throwing his body fearlessly into the very jaws of death, all to protect his precious team from harm. I'll end this nightmare, and I'll do it in a heartbeat. With a few swift, masterful strikes. The monster shrieked, writhing in agony, as Pam absolutely dominated the battlefield. Incredible. Suddenly, Minner screamed, fear gripping her once again. No, stop. She couldn't bear to see him act so recklessly again. It's too dangerous, Elpham. Ignoring the frantic screams of the crowd, he charged headfirst into the abyss. Even with the chessboard overturned, this lone pawn refused to yield. Unbelievable. Such devastating power from a single human. The battlefield was consumed by a blinding light. An explosion controlled with absolute perfection. As the smoke cleared, he stood there, exhausted but triumphant. The monster's eyes widened in pure fear. It was him, the legendary Pam. His comrades watched in stunned silence, utterly unable to process the scene. To think their friend possessed such incredible strength. A one-shot kill against a calamity-class beast. With the battle finally over, panic set in for the survivors. But what about Pam? He was battered and bruised, standing on the very brink of death. He's still breathing. Get him to the village immediately. Minner rushed to his side, her voice trembling with urgency. Pam, stay with me. She couldn't understand how someone so vital could be reduced to this state. We arrived too late. Were you fighting this nightmare alone the whole time? Suddenly, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Minner shrieked in surprise. Pam, I wasn't ready for this kind of development. I'm just glad you guys are safe. Even with his body practically falling apart, his first thought was for the safety of his comrades. I thought I'd lost my team all over again. He whispered, his grip tightening. Thank God you're alive, Minner. Minner's heart melted. You idiot. We're right here. Why would I die here, when there are so many better places to take a nap? He smirked, his spirit unbroken. I have no intention of checking out early. Stop worrying about us, and look at yourself. She scolded him through tears. But before she could finish, his strength finally gave out. Pain etched across his face as he collapsed to the ground. Pam, wake up. Don't you dare close your eyes now. Hey, quit playing around. Stand up, hero, please. Echoed in the silence. But the hero had fallen into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pen snapped in frustration. In a dim room, a shadowy figure struggled to maintain control. No matter what I do, this nightmare never ends. How long must this torture go on? He ground his teeth in fury. It had already been 3 days since the incident. Back in Laver, the dust of war had yet to settle. Though the battle with the Dark Cultists was over, the city remained in absolute chaos. Whispers of treason floated through the ruins. Like a poison, the revelation. that the second-ranked merchant guild was a cultist front, shook the entire Maple world to its core. In a crimson-stained creek, a body drifted downstream, forgotten by the world. Just another casualty of this brutal war. Ivok, the guildmaster, was reported killed in action. However, his corpse was nowhere to be found amidst the rubble. Of Laver, desperate for answers, they turned their interrogation to the traitor, Franco. They needed the name of the puppet master, pulling the strings from the shadows. But he was just a pawn, manipulated by the promise of resurrecting his daughter. Two enemies bound by tragedy, yet neither held the key to the truth. The legendary knights of Sigmas and Nodalis stepped in to purge the remnants, with the world's strongest heroes on the move. A flicker of hope finally returned to the people. Back in the sick room, time seemed to stand still. He sat there for hours, lost in deep contemplation about the future. Vigilance was still required. The enemy could be lurking anywhere. Suddenly, the quiet was shattered by familiar bickering. "Stop moving. I can't bandage you if you keep squirming." Manhwa was cleaning his wounds, perhaps a bit too aggressively out of worry. "Ouch. Easy there. Are you trying to reopen the wounds that just healed? Quit whining and be grateful. I'm helping you survive amidst all the chaos." The comatose patient found absolutely zero peace. It's been 3 days. Is he ever going to wake up? The mood grew heavy. Their strongest fighter was down, and helplessness gnawed at them. Not even high-tier recovery magic worked on him. "We just have to wait." It was like a glitch in the system. Manhwa's body refused external aid. Just then, D arrived. "Soup's on. Get it while it's hot." The smell of food instantly lifted the gloom. Finally, I was starving to death, even in this crisis. But the team gossip never stopped. "So, is it official between you two?" Manhwa froze, her face turning crimson. "Huh? What? Don't play dumb. That hug earlier." They smirked. "We're talking about you and Alpum dating." She looked ready to smack them. "Dating? Are you insane? Come on. You guys were so close. I thought wedding bells were ringing." That was just camaraderie, purely professional concern for a teammate. She tried to change the subject, confused by their calm demeanor. "Wait, why isn't anyone else worried?" "He's in a coma, you know." A deep voice replied between mouthfuls of chicken. "Why worry? When a beast is tired, it sleeps. It's nature. Do you really think our Alpum would go down from a few scratches?" His trust was absolute. "After everything we've seen, you still doubt him?" It was an unspoken rule among them. That guy couldn't die, even if he tried. That's just who Alpum is. Seeing her hesitation, he felt the need to clarify. "Look, I'm not saying he's a monster." "Okay. Maybe a little," she whispered. "Still, show some concern." The big guy just laughed. "Hey, I could get hurt too, you know." She narrowed her eyes at him. Yeah, whatever you say." Suddenly, the bed shook violently. Pam bolted upright, eyes blazing with pure energy. "I am starving. Is there any rice left?" Elsewhere, Ron screamed in pure agony. "Damn it. If I knew it would end like this, I never would have started this mess." A sudden knock interrupted his meltdown. "Excuse me, Ron." He froze, just as he was about to call for his minions. Perfect timing. "I actually need your help." A figure stepped into the light, smiling eerily. "Long time no see, old friend. Old friend, I heard an interesting rumor recently." Ron trembled in terror, stammering out the words. That Pam guy." He woke up, but back in the room, the celebration turned to horror. Pam looked at his friends with blank, empty eyes. "Who are you people?" The ultimate warrior had lost his memory. Mina recounted the epic clash, describing how Pam annihilated the enemy in a split second. With a mysterious energy, a secret power, she glared at him, suspicion radiating from her eyes. How could you possibly forget? Unleashing such devastating force. Jack Rick witnessed the same phenomenon. Could it be a dormant ability awakening within you? Manor's expression darkened as he pressed for the truth. "Hold on. Are you serious? Right now, your memory is completely blank? Like when you collapsed on my shoulder?" He stammered like a guilty child caught in a lie. Yet the fog in his mind remained thick. I don't know what's actually happening to me." She snapped, her voice thundering with frustration. "Then why did you act so confident back there? He sighed. I thought the memories would return, but nothing. Her killing intent spiked. She looked ready to tear him limb from limb. Is this some kind of twisted joke? He shook his head. No matter how hard I try, the void in my mind won't clear. Lost in thought, he murmured, I feel like I met someone in that darkness. But the mood instantly soured. Elpam, there's one more crucial detail you need to know. He began to recount the harrowing events of that night. It all unfolded during the eerie witching hour, while you were still out cold, and we were on guard duty at the safe house. We decided to keep a close eye on you. Just as I was grumbling about this rock-hard bed, his eyes widened, reliving the terrifying scene. That's when I saw it. A pirate assassin had you dead to rights. But just as the tension reached its peak, a sharp smack echoed through the room, instantly shattering the moment. Menor immediately snapped into protective mode. All right, that's enough interrogation. Our boss just came out of coma. Shouldn't we feed him first? Nursing his throbbing, bruised cheek, he mumbled, wait, where did you say we're going? Between hurried mouthfuls of food, Elphame casually dropped the bombshell. Our destination, the Kingdom of Ariant. He grinned like a fool. That's our leader for you, planning his next move even when he's out cold. But the excitement instantly fizzled out. Wait a minute, Ariant. Even at full strength, that place is a death trap. Ariant, that kingdom buried in the scorching neon desert, that hellhole is way deadlier than Victory Island. Even the monsters there are on a completely different level. He nearly choked on his meal. Panicked, he sputtered. Absolutely not. Change the plan. My life is far too precious to ever set foot in that cursed land. Suddenly, Dew froze mid-sentence, his gaze locking onto the entrance. Who exactly are you? A group of imposing figures slowly advanced into the room. Is this the notorious party of Elpam? The entire team was stunned. Dustamirid, are you a god? But the armored warrior cried out in recognition. It can't be. Menor instantly recognized the aura. This was the fabled legend who took the fledgling Gapo guild and forged it into a top 10 powerhouse. In mere years, the tension in the room grew suffocating. Unable to bear the immense pressure, one of them slammed a fist on the table. Raph, do you even know who this monster is? Silence. Watch your tongue. Raph hissed, his face pale. That's Guildmaster Lord Gapo himself. The name struck them like a bolt of lightning. Lord Gapo. The man sat with terrifying calmness. His presence utterly dominated the room. My apologies for interrupting your feast. He looked straight at his target. You're the one called Elpam, correct? I've heard tales of your exploits. I'll be blunt. He dropped the mission details like a final verdict. Your mission, travel to the Kingdom of Ariant. The team turned to Elpam in utter horror. Elpam, listen to me. The Gapo Guild didn't rise to power by sheer luck. They secured a massive sponsor to fuel their ascension. Without that backing, there would be nobodies. It was none other than the Kingdom of Ariant. They poured immense resources into them, pushing them straight into the top 10 rankings. That explains why Gapo has been a ghost recently. He's been tirelessly handling logistics. Between the LD continent and Ariant, they're bound by blood and by gold. Now, a request has come that Gapo cannot refuse. The throne is empty and a bloody succession war is about to tear Ariant apart. From Gapo's perspective, he must repay his crushing debt to the kingdom. The guild master cut through their whispers. Enough speculation. I hear you are skilled. All preparations are complete. But Elpam didn't hesitate for a second. I refuse. Though his memory was fragmented, he knew one thing for certain. He wouldn't lead his comrades into a brutal meat grinder. I have zero interest in walking into a nation on the brink of a full-blown civil war. Elpam, but you just said... Gapo slammed his fist down, his aura flaring. Refusal is not an option. You will comply. This is a direct command from the guildmaster. To a subordinate team, Carson, consider this a great honor and mobilize immediately. Honor? If it's such an honor, then where is the support? This isn't some low-level dungeon in a leveling manhwa. The risk is far too high for mere empty words. Seeing the negotiation stall, Gapo's eyes narrowed. It seems I've been too lenient to speak to a guildmaster this way. The rumors of your arrogance were true. You want to play hardball? Fine. He raised 5 fingers 5 times. The standard reward, he smirked, certain that greed would win him over. I will give you the chance to back up that overflowing confidence of yours. If you can clear 5 specific gates I designate, not only will you keep all the loot, but I will grant you 1 wish within my power. Do we have a deal? Are you interested now? His pressure was suffocating. A true apex predator. Gapo, swear on my name that I will honor this pact. Elpam smirked, unfazed by the intimidation. As expected, you play on a different level. Gapo chuckled. I will take that as a compliment. The tension broke. That's our Elpam, always pushing for the jackpot. The negotiation was a success. Elpam had secured the deal of a lifetime. What is the departure schedule? Gapo looked relieved that the deal was sealed. We have wasted enough time. We move now. They set sail immediately, but as the ship pitched and rolled, one crew member was emptying his stomach over the rail, much to Manner's amusement. Is he serious? Does he always get seasick? Manner scratched his head. I swear he was fine when we were on the Nautilus. It's due. He looks like a tank, but has a glass stomach. Du groene. Did I drink too much last night? Ugh, are you guys okay? The whole team looked at him with pure judgment. It's literally just you, buddy. Do wave them off weakly. Damn it. Just leave me to die here. Seizing the moment, she smirked at the man who usually teased her. A few drops of wine, and you cry like a baby? Is our big, strong warrior suffering? Duke could only respond with another round of retching. Hey, knock it off, Carson. Look, our brother is literally fighting for his life out here. Keep teasing him, and that shiny new gear of yours is going to get a disgusting texture update. Dharma pushed his luck, completely oblivious to the danger zone. Big mistake. As your loving father, let me give you a gentle pat. He mocked, but karma was about to strike instantly. Before the sentence even finished, asterisk blurg, asterisk, he unleashed a waterfall of vomit. You unfilial brat. A reflex punch sent the seasick victim crashing to the deck. Panic set in as he wildly waved his hands to the others. Wait, it's not what it looks like. This isn't domestic violence. My son just looked tired, so I, help him nap. Looking at his unconscious form, pity finally kicked in. I guess I have to clean this mess up. A little help here? Manners stared down at the floor, her face twisted in absolute disgust. Don't even think about it. Stay away from me, despite the chaotic vomit symphony. The journey was finally nearing its end. Fate smiled upon them. They had reached the desert city of Ariant, ahead of schedule. As for the idiot on the floor, he definitely needed that unconscious downtime. Partnering with that merchant was a right call. Thanks to Greech's exclusive trade routes, their equipment was now leagues above any average. System Manhwa adventurer. Yet a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. Something fell off. Amidst the chaos, she was the only one showing genuine concern for the fallen comrade. Elpam, why the dark expression? It's nothing. Looking at the seasick mess, he couldn't help but sigh. It was pathetic, plain and simple. Your guts are doing backflips. Quit acting tough and sit down. Watch your mouth. I've been standing this whole time, and I'm fine. Denial was strong, but his face was green. We've arrived already. Looming before them was a magnificent palace. Jeddah, a dry kingdom where the sun never sleeps. Yet the neon desert boasted countless bustling ports, trekking the endless dunes on foot, a one-way ticket straight to the afterlife. That's why the smart ones opted for the sea instead, trusting colossal trade vessels to conquer those treacherous waves. And because of that, the neon ports absolutely overflowed with wealth. The instant their boots hit the dock, the team immediately started scanning their surroundings. Gita wasn't just any port, it was the crown jewel. This whole place just screamed opulence. A sanctuary built for the favored children of fortune. The air here didn't smell of salt at all. It reeked of gold, as plentiful as the desert sands. Is this really just a port? It looks more like a sovereign kingdom. Their old stomping grounds couldn't even begin to compare to this sheer grandeur. Kiri asked about his condition, but he just seemed annoyed, feeling alive again. What happened? We're not here for sightseeing. Focus on the mission. As they bickered, a pair of eyes locked onto them from the buzzing crowd. You must be Elpam. The stranger was gasping for air, lungs burning, Thank the gods I'm not late. I am the coordination officer for the Ariant branch of the Gapo Merchant Guild. He carried himself with an air of importance. Please call me Za. It's an absolute honor to meet you. Regardless of status, Elpam greeted him with a truly charismatic smile. Pleasure's all mine. You've got quite the style. Cool and handsome. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Mid-handshake. A sudden realization struck him. Wait, did you come alone? It seemed their destination wasn't exactly a safe haven for a solo traveler. The Ariant branch is understaffed at the moment. Follow me. He led them through the winding, narrow streets to a dilapidated shack. We're here. This is the Gapo Merchant Guild branch. The atmosphere plummeted. This looks pathetic. Hearing their unfiltered, raw disappointment, Zah slumped to the ground, his spirit crushed. I'm sorry. It's a bit cramped, I know. No, that's not it. Seeing his despair, they quickly scrambled to change the subject. It's just the heat. Let's head inside. This is the entrance, right? But the moment the curtain dramatically lifted, a towering mountain of muscle lumbered out, freezing Debo solid in his tracks. The giant glared with pure hostility. Who the hell are these runts? It was Segan, the branch manager. Sensing the rising tension, Zad quickly jumped in to de-escalate. Elpam stepped forward, an air of calm confidence about him. Mr. Salawan, we are Team Elpam, hailing all the way from Victoria Island. Oh, pleasure, his tone dripping with playful mockery. I am Salawan. He looked them up and down with utter disdain. God, you lot look painfully frail. The rumor said panic cut him off. But sir, Master Gapo himself personally selected them. You should show them some respect. Without a single word, Salawan backhanded his subordinate with a brutal slap, sending him flying. Zia, are you alright? I'm Fina. Witnessing such raw brutality against his own men, Debo's temper utterly exploded. He doesn't even trust his own crew. Hey, what in the world do you think you're doing? Damn it. It seems even Master Gapo is utterly blind to the reality here. How could he possibly send these amateurs? His eyes burned with pure, unadulterated killing intent. I accept no one until I see their true power. I don't give a damn about recommendations. I won't trust you until I witness your strength myself. Do you honestly think your little games on Victoria Island prepared you for the hell of Ariant? Rookies. That single word utterly snapped Debo's patience. You arrogant bastard. You want to see power? I'll show you power. Before blood could spill, Elpam stepped in, taking swift control. Enough talk. What's the play here? Straight to the point? Good. I need to test if you're even worth the air you breathe. Listen closely. A yellow grade gate. 3 slit difficulty. Max capacity. 28 raiders. A cruel grin spread across his face. Go in there and clear it with just one person. It was nothing short of a suicide mission. A task that would make even veterans tremble. Excuse me, even for a full team? That's insane, Salon roared, silencing all protest. If you can't handle that, you're just dead weight. Dragging us down, but he didn't need to defend his logic. Elpam stared him down, eyes cold. A solo clear? Understood. Is that the only condition? Even the tyrant Salon blinked in surprise. What did you say? Elpam calmly repeated the question. I asked if a solo clear is all you require. Elegant brat. Fine. I'll add one more constraint. Finish it within 1 week. The captain's aura flared with irritation. You've got some nerve ruining my vacation, demanding a test, and setting a deadline. The absurdity of it was laughable. Salon sneered, thinking he had one. Absurd, you say? Sounds like an excuse for incompetence. Scared, are we? I'm not done. Now it's my turn. Elpam wasn't the type to work for glory or honor. He was a mercenary at heart. 10 million mesos. That is the price for this little extermination. Unlike the polite Gapo, this man was a volcano. You lunatic. Is your brain fried? Who do you think you are, bargaining in my territory? But they didn't care about hierarchy. They accepted the mission for one reason only. Cold, hard cash. Let's get one thing straight. We're here because Gapo hired us. But your local politics? Irrelevant. Elpam's eyes glowed with the intensity of a true predator. We move only for money, and that price is non-negotiable. If the terms don't suit you, we walk away, Carson. This selling of the mission and shifting to psychological warfare seems like a far more logical play. If a unilateral actions sever ties with the Gapo Merchant Guild, tell me, who bears the brunt of that catastrophe? The internal strife here is just as chaotic as the rumors suggested. Feigning humility, are we? I'll make a note of that. Now cease this. How fascinating. It seems even a veteran fox like you loses your composure when cornered. Do you dare threaten me? You got some nerve. Arrogant, insolent brat. Discussing business with this kid is far more entertaining than I anticipated. He's sharp. Very well. I admire that spirit. Let's add a little bonus. This is how the wealthy negotiate. By offering a sum far more tempting than your initial request. I'll grant you an extra 5 million mesos for every day you shave off the deadline. Clear it in a single day, and you walk away with 30 million. That's triple your original asking price. A sinister grin spread across his face. How about it? Does that entice you, rookie? Having heard exactly what he wanted, the protagonist flashed a confident smile and signaled their departure. Under the scorching sun, the heat beat down mercilessly on the party as they trudged through the sand. I am roasting alive. Why did this dungeon gate have to spawn in the middle of a damn desert? Almost there. Quit your whining. Get up. You really are cold-blooded. Do you not feel this heat at all? The entire team was on the verge of collapse. He was the only one with energy to spare. Hey, Kyrie, are you holding up? He eyed her gear with concern. She was clad in full plate armor. In this infernal wasteland, just looking at you makes me feel suffocated. I'm fine, she replied, clearly annoyed by his prying. What? Impossible. That metal must be searing hot by now, right? I told you I'm fine. Unable to believe it, he reached out to touch her armor, wearing full plate in a desert. Are all Saw's knights monsters like you? Truly extraordinary. But the moment his hand made contact, a shock ran through him. Instead of burning heat, he felt the chill of deep winter. It's freezing. It feels like a literal block of ice. And only then did she finally reveal the secret behind her gear choice for this scorching desert expedition. This incredible armor is enchanted with environmental thermal regulation. It's a royal treasure, bestowed exclusively upon our order. The rest of the party cried out in utter jealousy at the sheer unfairness. Are you kidding me? You mean you've been chilling in air-conditioned comfort this entire time? That's totally unfair. You should share that magic. She gave a sheepish smile. Ah, well, my apologies. Maybe next time. Suddenly, Debo lunged, clinging to her like a koala. Huh? She recoiled in horror. Debo, what do you think you're doing? Get off me this instant, came his raspy, desperate plea. Kiri, please. A dying man needs his AC. Oh God, stay still. Let me leech some of that cold. How can you hog all the coolness to yourself? You lunatic, get off. His desperation gave her actual goosebumps, and she shoved him away with all her might. Just 5 more seconds. Don't come any closer. Release me at once. Don't be so cold. Literally, I thought we were comrades. What nonsense are you spouting? Good heavens. Watching them grapple made even Palmy blush with secondhand embarrassment. Are you jealous? Do you want a hug too? That comment definitely struck a nerve, earning him a swift punch to the face. Seething, she tried to steer the conversation back to the mission parameters. Enough. Remember, we are on a strict timer. We need to locate the entrance. After scouring the dunes, the gate finally materialized. Even she was taken aback. I didn't expect it to be right here. Was it camouflage? I told you we were close. Anxious to end the awkward atmosphere, she rallied the team. Let's move out. We don't have a second to waste. But before they could take a single step, the very earth exploded. A massive beast erupted from the sand. What? Anticipating the ambush, the captain dashed forward to shield her. I knew it. Nothing in this world comes easy. A horde of monsters clawed their way to the surface, forming a grotesque wall of flesh before the gate. They don't intend to let us pass without a bloodbath. Form up. Prepare for battle. The hunt begins now. Meanwhile, Back at the opulent palace, a subordinate stood nervously before his master, Solomon. Yes, Your Highness. What is the status of El Pam and his party? The prince had been pacing anxiously for 2 hours. By my calculations, they should have located the dungeon gate by now. Correct. The monster infestation. It was orchestrated, wasn't it? The fried species guards at entrance. It is as you say, Your Highness. A classic obstacle for a leveling Manhwa scenario. They discussed the fate of their proxies. They are third circle adventurers. They possess the strength to survive. My concern is not their survival, but their speed, Carson. Will they clear the gate within the 1-week deadline? Solomon sneered. What do you think? He still harbored deep doubts about the rookies. It is too early to place our faith in them. They are merely flashy children, just as the rumors suggest. However, we cannot ignore their track record. They did rescue Jack Rick and successfully hunted the banned lock beast. That is no small feat. Rumors are always exaggerated by the bard's tongue. I believe it is premature to trust them, solely based on a recommendation from a gate or the guild. We shall see if they can even bypass the gatekeepers. Let us observe a while longer. Your Highness, if they struggle with a mere gate entrance, then they are of no use to us anyway. His voice held a sliver of expecting cruelty. El Pam, do not disappoint me. Show me your true power. Back at the desert, the team was already decimating the enemy. I'd heard the monsters in this region were supposed to be truly formidable foes. This is a cakewalk. Those reports were completely overblown. Palmy, however, instantly crushed their arrogance. Don't get cocky now. We haven't even begun. We've only just stepped across the threshold. The greedy rogue's eyes then gleamed with the promise of untold gold. Let's really pick up the pace. If we can finish this in a day, we'll get a whopping 30 million mesos. I say we clear this entire dungeon in a mere 12 hours. His declaration hung in the air like a thunderclap. What? The entire team just stared in utter disbelief. 12 hours? Are you completely insane? That's not just ambitious, it's downright suicidal. I like the sound of that challenge, actually. But if we beat that record time, do we get an extra bonus? Let's get those terms in writing. He was still haggling over pennies, while literally walking into the jaws of death. Keep it down, you absolute miser. But El Pam warned him. A Yellow Gate dungeon has 3 floors. Clearing all that in 12 hours is statistically impossible. Then, a blinding golden light enveloped them. Then you don't get paid. What the hell? Suddenly, back at the office, a frantic subordinate burst into the room. Lord Solomon, the old man snapped. What is it? I'm Buse. It's just that, before the guard could even finish, Solomon violently grabbed him by the collar. I told you not to disturb me. Suddenly, El Pam confidently strode into the office. But before he could even assess the situation, the old man immediately launched into a tirade. What are you even doing here? You're even more incompetent than I ever imagined. Without giving El Pam a single chance to speak, he sneered. I assume you failed to even enter the gate. I can tell just by looking at your pathetic faces. Did you give up already, you cowards? When El Pam remained completely silent, Salomon's vein practically popped. Answer me, you useless piece of trash. Did you flee from the fried monsters at the entrance? Thud. El Pam casually tossed an object onto the desk. What is this? Is this some kind of joke? Solomon froze instantly as he recognized the item. Wait, is this the core essence of the Yellow Gate? I knew it. You're nothing but common swindlers. Refusing to accept reality, he raged. He convinced himself it was all a forgery. How dare you try to pass off a fake in my presence? You scumbags, you dare insult me with these counterfeits? You've barely spent half a day inside that gate. The man's voice dripped with venom. If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. Do you take me for a fool? Or do you just have a death wish? Mocking me like this. Cut the chatter. The MC stood his ground, exuding confidence. I'm betting 100 million mesos that this is the real deal. If I'm wrong, you get the cash. If I'm right, you pay up. Look me in the eyes. Do you have the guts to take that bet? The old man's face flushed crimson with rage. The audacity of this kid. What, 100 million? You dirty scammer. But then, Lord Salomon's gaze locked onto something amidst the dirt. His eyes widened. Wait, That isn't just some rare drop. He froze. The Falcon Crest. That is the Medal of Honor, bestowed only upon the Royal Knights. This is undeniable proof of their blood and sacrifice. Memories flooded back. Those medals were granted to the brave souls who marched into the gate of no return. A dungeon from which no one was meant to survive. If you retrieve this, it means Pam actually survived where they fell. He watched the assistant, Zira. His eyes betrayed him, or should I say, Your Highness? Seeing his subordinate tremble, Zira, the MC pressed the attack. It seems you know exactly what this represents to the kingdom. So, Mr. Zira, or should I speak to the man behind the mask? There was no point in hiding it. The third prince of the Aryan kingdom. It took a sharp mind to realize he was the secret benefactor behind the Gaba Merchant Guild, the legendary Prince Khan. The branch manager looked like he'd swallowed a bug, clearly uncomfortable with the MC's in sight. Have you completely lost your mind? What absolute garbage is spewing from your mouth now? He lunged forward, seizing the captain by his collar, spittle flying as he roared, clearly in a panic. First, you tried to scam me with a ridiculous bet, and now you're just babbling about Prince Khan. He absolutely refused to believe it. You think simply recognizing a royal medal makes this errand boy a prince? If that's your flawless logic, then bow down. Because I must be the king of this entire realm. Ridiculous? Is it really ridiculous? The MC's voice sliced through the chaos. Cold, sharp, and utterly analytical. Or are you simply desperate to keep this masquerade alive? You refuse to admit the undeniable truth, because the stakes are simply too high. Don't let my innocent looks fool you. I've traveled these vast lands far and wide, working the most demeaning, lowest-tier jobs, seeing things most people conveniently choose to ignore. Information always has a way of finding me, when I'm practically invisible to the world. Oh, stop it. You're making me blush, you know. The prince deflected the jab with a playful smirk, but the MC's expression instantly turned icy. You really expect me to believe that you picked up state secrets while simply running errands? He suddenly seized the older man's hand. His grip was like iron. Is this the game we're playing? You think I'm just bullying an old man here? In my line of work, lying is a fatal taboo. What in the hell? The man struggled desperately against the overwhelming pressure. Since when does a mage possess this kind of raw physical strength? The charade was crumbling fast. Apologies for the grip, but you felt it, didn't you? A man's hand is a true map of his life. The calluses, the muscle density, they tell a story you can't possibly talk your way out of. One single look is all I truly need. You act the perfect part of a grumpy, demanding boss. But your hands? They're soft, they're unblemished. Those are the hands of a servant, not a leader. I noticed that glaring anomaly the moment I walked in. You claim to be the branch manager, carefree and loud. But your very physique screams the truth, betraying your lies. These aren't the hands of a merchant who spent a lifetime counting coins and poring over ledgers. No, these are the hands of a warrior, a soldier who's gripped a sword handle for decades. You couldn't scrub away the warrior's true spirit. You've hidden all these years. Exposed and humiliated, the man snapped. Killing intent exploded as he threw a punch. To hell with this. In a lawless place like this, titles don't mean a damn thing. I don't need his permission to crush you. True enough, hands alone might be circumstantial, the MC admitted, dodging effortlessly. But the final piece of the puzzle lies with the VIP standing right there. He gestured to the silent assistant. His voice steady. You two put on a good show. The bickering was natural, but perfection is its own flaw. It was too rehearsed. The abusive boss and the timid employee. It's a classic script I've seen 1,000 times, but the flaw wasn't in the acting. It was in the instinct. If you were truly just a veteran soldier, you would never, under any circumstance, dare to raise a hand against him. In a moment of anger, a lifetime of loyalty can't be suppressed so easily. Your body hesitated. But why would a prince stoop to such theater? He's still trying to deny it? How pathetic. You say there's no reason? I see a board full of them. Specifically, the bloody game for the succession of the throne. Your hand, picking pawns for the upcoming war. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. A blade materialized, pointed straight at the MC's throat. The air turned heavy with death. Watch your tongue. But then, laughter echoed through the room. Enough. The prince grinned, amused. Interesting. I finally see why Gaba holds you in such high regard. I heard the rumors, but you've shattered my expectations. The disguise fell away, revealing his true nobility. You saw right through me. No point in hiding it anymore. He removed his cap, and a regal aura instantly filled the room. I am, indeed, Prince Khan. The power dynamic instantly flipped on its head. Tell-me el bum. When exactly did you figure it out? I already had my suspicions. The moment I was assigned to the Ariant branch, actually, for Lord Gaba to personally send us, meant his backer here wielded immense power. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. That mysterious sponsor had to be the royal family. And then, seeing the notoriously handsome Prince Khan in the flesh, that just sealed the deal. So this was the real test. The prince mused, his eyes gleaming. Raw combat power is common, but the ability to read the tides of fate, that is truly rare. I need someone with your vision. The prince then turned. His gaze drifted back toward the image of the dungeon. This isn't just a simple quest anymore. Oh no, it's complex, like a full-blown leveling Manhwa storyline. I have a proposal, a gold-ranked dungeon, 99 entrance maximum. Your party will lead a strike force I've assembled. Your objective isn't a boss kill. It's to retrieve a specific testament left inside. Work with them, secure the item. You have 1 week. Succeed, and 60 million mesos are yours. But be warned, I'm not as forgiving as Gaba. The air grew heavy. I refuse. The answer was calm, yet absolute. The prince blinked, his smile fading. Refuse. You passed the test. Why back down now? I came here for a job. Period. Not to be a pawn in your political chess match. I understand the game you're playing, Prince, and usually for the right price. I'd play along. Gold is good, but being alive to spend it, that's even better. The prince narrowed his eyes. So you're negotiating? What is it you really want? On the surface, this looks like a standard raid, but my instincts are screaming otherwise. If we enter that gate under your banner, my team won't be walking out alive. Even if we somehow clear the dungeon, that is, we become loose ends. Silencing the witnesses is a favorite pastime of royalty. Isn't it we'd be erased without a trace? Because this mission didn't come from the guild branch. It came from you. He pointed a finger directly at the mastermind, and I won't die for your secrets. Prince Khan, the moment we stepped onto this ship, our destinies became intertwined with yours. The prince caught his drift immediately. So you are demanding higher hazard pay. Tired of standing on ceremony. The protagonist sat on the ground, his gaze sharp. The one you are backing is the gay from Merchant Guild, not us mercenaries. We have zero obligation to gamble our lives for your ambition, especially when the price of failure is death. So gold is your bottom line, unless the reward outweighs the despair. Reading the room, the prince asked, Name your price, I will judge. It's worth the aid could no longer hold his tongue, barking out you insolent brat. But the prince raised a hand. Fine. If your party clears the gate, I will grant each member a unique grade artifact, one unique ranked item per person, tailored to your specific abilities, rare, epic unique, and legendary. The hierarchy of power in this system, Manhwa universe, is absolute. And the gap between tiers is insurmountable. Immediately his resolve wavered. Items on the same level as the phoenix feather, or the truth-seeking eye. Such power could shatter the very laws of magic. The fact that he promised unique gear for the entire squad, not just the leader, spoke volumes. It meant he viewed them as his main military force. Yet greed whispered that it still wasn't enough to pay for their lives. He wanted to secure the future for his teammates. We need more. I want a legendary grade artifact. Solomon exploded in rage. Have you lost your minds? A unique item is already a king's ransom, and you demand a legend. This negotiation is over. Silence. I will prepare a legendary item, even if I must empty the treasury. It's worth it, but hear this loud and clear. There's no turning back. Bring me what I seek, no matter the cost. You have exactly 1 week. Turn back, and tragedy awaits. If you fail, I'll take your heads myself. Solomon still eyed them with deep suspicion. Could he truly trust this mercenary? The prince had wagered everything. On this single roll of the dice. The die was cast. Carson Troll had slipped from his hands. Doing nothing meant walking the same doomed path as the other princes. If I don't strike first, I will be purged. Someone held all the cards. That woman, smiling from the shadows. This is going to be interesting. She was the game master behind this twisted play, and he was dancing in her palm. Come, my child. I wonder what you are plotting. A mother must educate her son properly. No more mercy. I will discipline him thoroughly. Monair stared, completely flabbergasted. Say what? Prince Khan. She couldn't believe the man they just met. Held such high status. Khan is the third prince of the Aryan kingdom. Was his act just a performance? Is he really the secret patron of Gaffer? Are you serious? Keep your voice down. That's classified info. That guy Debo. Is it safe for him to tell us this? We are the vanguard who will bleed for this victory. We need to know who holds our leash. While Kiri calculated the odds, the greed-driven tank tried to haggle for scraps. The patron is a prince. This is bigger than I imagined. Wait, does that mean a literal prince? Only paid us 30 million for the last job. That cheapskate. Finally, the leader revealed the true spoils of the negotiation. The reward for this raid is a unique item. For every single one of us, and one legendary artifact. That reward finally shut the tank up. He really is the perfect candidate to rule a nation. I guess he truly is royalty. Slamming his beer mug down, the leader spoke. That's why I have a proposal. The item I risk my neck to negotiate for. I'm taking this legendary prize. An outraged Menor slammed the table. Oh, come on. You're acting like the raid is already over. Pam, that wasn't the deal we made. You're just declaring it. Yet, strangely, the gold-obsessed tank didn't even bat an eye. I can sell you my unique item share. If you want it that badly, guys. Even though I'm taking the main prize. I won't let you bleed for nothing. I'll compensate everyone with cold, hard cash. Now that's what I like to hear. I'm buying this round. Amidst rolling beer bottles and slurred boasts, the scene shifted. Have you brought the item I requested? The man appeared too drunk to even hold a bottle. But Prince Khan stood before the King of Ariant with distinct clarity. Of course, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. He presented a glowing pink crystal, a dragon heart. With this, you can achieve true immortality. They were father and son. Yet the air between them was cold and formal. I'm proud of you. You are truly my son. Then, may I ask a boon of you? Sipping his wine, the king replied, Speak. The dragon heart symbolizes longevity. Why not hold a festival for a whole week? Please grant us this celebration. Lying on his beloved's lap, the king mumbled, A festival? The prince thought his gambit had worked. If the king and queen were busy, managing a massive festival, it would be his chance to infiltrate the gate. Instead of deciding, the king deferred to his wife. What do you think, my love? Her voice was calm, but icy. I'm not sure. Everyone knew the answer before she even spoke. Bringing the item was merely your duty. Demanding a festival in return feels excessive. She wouldn't give them a single opening. Do we really need to spoil them like this? Arya, the Queen of Ariant. The king immediately folded. You are right, my dear. The prince then realized. Everything had rotted away since Arya arrived. The king had changed. He depended on her. For every breath he took, his wisdom was gone, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. To finally knock Arya off her high horse, the prince had to put everything on the line. I must conquer that gate. He made one last desperate plea. But, Your Majesty, Arya's nation has always celebrated great events with festivals. This would celebrate your eternal life. He pleaded for the king's approval. Do you truly believe that your longevity isn't worth celebrating? Arya cut in with a soothing, venomous tone, Khan. I'm merely offering my opinion. You're getting too emotional. She gaslit him with frightening ease. A future king must be composed. Look at you, whining over a party. The psychological warfare raged on. Do you think the people will respect a ruler who behaves like a petulant child? Seeing his hesitation, she smirked, sealing the deal. Very well. I grant permission. I have no choice, since you insist on remaining here. You act like a brat. But your loyalty to the crown is absolute. That much I admit. She immediately began plotting a grand spectacle. To match his ego, I will prepare a week-long festival, just as you desire. He never expected the Ice Queen to yield so easily. She changed her tune. What is she scheming? A calculated smile played on his lips. Interesting. I'll play your game, Khan. I'm a true game master here. Everything is proceeding exactly according to design. In the end, you're just a pawn on my board. Mid-battle realization struck the party like a debuff. They remembered the alliance. Wait, weren't we supposed to raid this gate with the others? I don't sense any other adventurers. We're the cleanup crew assigned by Khan. We are dead last. 94 others are already inside. What? Chase them down. We need to clear this gate in 1 week. Your ascension is my priority. There's still time. Men exploded with rage. Are you insane? Power leveling and clearing in a week. Hold on. Do we have to split the loot with the main force? Their greed, not the path, stopped them cold. I hope they all get completely wiped out. Such dark words shouldn't even leave a leader's mouth. Only our party deserves those S-class rewards. That bounty was promised to us, and us alone. What a brilliant mindset, LPM. She's totally fired up now, but seriously? How are we supposed to grind here? These are just trash mobs. No XP at all, seriously. And you're still stuck at Circle 3. Always choking right at the climax. Oh, right. I forgot to mention the secret dropped. Completely changing the vibe of this leveling Manhwa. I already ascended to Circle 4. When did that happen? Ever since the Fnatic battle. Men are slumped over in utter despair. Of course, because you're a total monster. Meanwhile, I'm just hitting a wall. He stepped forward, absolutely radiating dominance. Stuck at a bottleneck? I'll help you shatter it. Mon, I will force your potential to awaken. The team froze. Your opponent is me. Come at me with pure killing intent. If you hold back, you die. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared. Crash. He laughed like a battle-crazed demon. What good is leveling up if I just kill you? The captain dropped the quest reward. 100 million mesos if you survive. 10 minutes, everyone. Red formation. Even Carrie joined the fray. I must break my limits, going all out. Mon refused to back down. Deal. I'm not going back to Nautilus as a loser. Debo screamed, channeling his aura. Screw it. Full support mode engaged. If I don't level up, I'm taking that money back with interest. The battle erupted with Pow's solemn vow. Comradeship vanished. Only survival remained. How is a mage that fast? Was he a rogue in a past life? The boss has one body. Focus fire. Unleash everything you've got. Pressure him. He stood immovable like a mountain. One man against the entire world. Is that it? A firestorm engulfed them. Debo, you're in hot water. Healer, Miner. Tank the front line. Clear the way. I'm using my ultimate. Thinking. He landed a hit, then taunted them. How's that taste? Even you must feel that. But as the dust settled, it revealed a scratchless monster. Is this the full extent of your party's power? He stood there, arrogant and completely untouched. Disappointing, the men roared in frustration. The same insult for days straight. Nothing works. Close range means instant incineration. Long-range attacks just bounce right off. How do we even fight a broken boss character like this? Kiri collapsed from sheer mana exhaustion. He calmly dissected their utter failure. You fail because you waste energy. Stop adhering to those rigid class roles. Merge your scattered power into a single, piercing spear. Then teach us, damn it. His aura flared violently, swirling around him. If pain is truly the only teacher you understand, so be it. I'll beat the lesson into your skulls. Before the next strike, run. Formation broken. Flee. Debo frantically signaled the retreat. This way. He sprinted for his life. The exit is just ahead. Galta tre. Get in. She glanced back in frustration. This is our desperate struggle, after all. Still oblivious to his true, hidden intentions. Finally, the harsh realization hit them. Alone in the oppressive darkness, he muttered, I dragged them here for this. Staring into the massive, swirling void. Good enough excuse for being late. Silence fell. Time to sweep the floor. The party collapsed, exhausted on the other side. Lungs burning, they gasped desperately for air. We survived. Now, plan the next move before Alphen arrives. The gate collapsed. He's delayed. We almost died, and you're counting coins? Hey, 10 minutes passed. That's 100 million mesos. Greedy bastard. 3 gates cleared. But this hell continues. Wait, is gate 3 a desert biome? The heat is driving me absolutely crazy. Rumble. The sand exploded. A giant scorpion emerged. Are you kidding me? It lashed out instantly. Damn it. Their attacks did absolutely 0 damage. It didn't even flinch, and it breathes magma too. Run, stay 10 steps back, or get roasted. We'll be cooked alive at this rate. This heat aura is absolutely impenetrable. She stepped forward, her eyes as cold as ice. Relax. Minor channeled that insane training energy. A mindless beast has absolutely no place here. If magic fails, I'll just smash it myself. The situation, however, remained dire. Damn it, we escaped the monster only to find another beast. It's tough, but compared to Elpam, invincible fire. Iron defense, but this is nothing compared to Elpam's. Pressure Carson. See tight? This is a bonus round. You're the perfect punching bag. Even in danger, she just scoffed. At least this thing has more mercy than Elpam. Kill it. All right. Minor gasped, his ego bruised, but his spirit intact. I admit it. I thought you were just all talk. But your analysis? It was spot on. This scorpion, its shell is as tough as Elpam's. I can't pierce it. He leveled his weapon. Eyes narrowing. Stick to the plan. Pour every ounce of mana into one strike. You're still twitching after that beating? A cruel smirk played on his lips. D. Oh no. You don't get off that easy. You're just a glorified punching bag. For our training grind. Finally, the beast collapsed with a thundering crash, shaking the dungeon floor. What a tenacious nightmare. Damn the heat in here. I feel like I'm being cooked alive. Minor was at his absolute physical limit. One more second, and it would have been game over. Here, drink. Desire offered a flask, his voice calm amidst the chaos. No need for thanks. Allies support each other. That is the rule. The girls watched the display, unimpressed by all the testosterone. What's his deal? Who knows? He's been acting weird since the battle ended. He was high on adrenaline, muttering to himself about the dignity of a third circle mage. But his teammate couldn't let that slide without a jab. You're making a lot of noise for a mere third circle. Newbie noise. This is the roar of victory. Besides, everyone else is already fourth circle. Everyone but the rookie, acting like a king. Face it, no matter how hard you grind, the gap isn't closing. Maybe this adventurer life just isn't for you. Words quickly turned to fists as the two clashed, completely ignoring their leader. Fine, let's settle this right now. I'll teach you some manners. But amidst the brawl, a thought suddenly occurred. Wait, Pram is late. The gate time limit has passed. They should have teleported back by now. Panic set in. I don't sense their mana anywhere. Did they get stuck in the second gate? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, amidst the clinking glasses of the banquet, the prince swirled his wine, his face a mask of tension. Your Highness, you seem lost in thought. Forget your worries. Tonight is for celebration. The festival isn't over yet. His instinct screamed danger. He still suspected Queen Arietta, yet the surface remained calm. Too calm, he assumed. The queen had a hidden agenda behind this event. Isn't peace a good thing? Doubt still gnawed at him. He should be happy things were going to plan. But as he stared into the crimson liquid of his wine, why did this ominous feeling persist? Suddenly, a silken voice cut through the noise. What is the star of the show doing in a corner? The queen, her tone dripping with mockery, spoke. We threw this grand festival in your honor. Yet you look like you're at a funeral. Your Highness. The tension spiked. Both men stood abruptly. What brings you here, Your Majesty? She smiled coldly. Does a mother need a reason to visit her beloved stepson? I merely came to congratulate you on this momentous day. She reached for the decanter. Let me pour you a drink personally. To an outsider, they looked close. Oh my, don't be so stiff. It breaks my heart. People might think I poisoned the cup. Her laughter died instantly, replaced by a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Oh, and a fascinating rumor has reached my ears. I'm fully aware of your little alliance with that Hebrian Academy party of yours. Her eyes gleamed with pure, cold malice. The prince, making friends with common adventurers? How quaint indeed. She knew everything. Getting lost in a shadow world is incredibly dangerous, and terrible accidents do happen. She leaned in close. And since they are foreigners, I've taken the liberty of sending a welcoming committee to escort them. The blood drained from his face instantly. This was completely off script. Impossible. The queen knew every single move they made. She hadn't just watched. She had already struck first. How'd it leak? His mind was racing. She sent an escort. There was only one group she'd ever used for such a task. The dreaded shadow assassins. The very ones who wiped out the city of Ariant in a single night. Legend says no one sees their faces and lives to tell the tale. But in the prince's world, everyone knew the horrifying truth. For Arita only ever summoned them when she needed to erase someone completely from existence. The elegant banquet, the dazzling lights, the enchanting music. It was all a cruel farce. A devious trap to lure him out while she slaughtered his precious allies. She orchestrated this entire festival just for this, just to isolate him. She had the adventurers completely cornered. He felt the noose tightening around his neck. From the very beginning, he was dancing right in the palm of her hand. But fate, as they say, is a fickle mistress. Just then, a frantic messenger burst in. "Excuse me. Urgent news." Suddenly, the scene shifted to the dungeon. The captain stood amidst the brutal carnage, seemingly exhausted, but something felt strange. He stared at the pile of corpses before him. Something just wasn't adding up here. In this typical Monroe scenario, these bodies bore no signs of struggle. They were simply eliminated before they even realized they were under attack. He carefully fingered a distinct red insignia. Who had the power to do this? A genius like you still hasn't figured it out? A voice sneered from the oppressive shadows. "I'm the sole survivor of the second gate." Or so you thought. He frantically scanned the area. Someone was clearly trying to sabotage the prince. But this presence, what on earth happened here? Are we fighting ghosts? Flash. A sudden burst of mana illuminated the pitch-black darkness. "I can't see you, but I know you're there. Impossible." He slammed his hand onto the ground with force, unleashing his very own powerful detection spell. "Reveal yourselves." Wait, not just one. There's a whole squad. The detection wave pinged back. Multiple targets. Gotcha. He didn't hesitate for a second. Burn. Blazing flames erupted, but as the smoke cleared, 0 damage. My magic. It didn't work. I've only heard rumors about this. He narrowed his eyes, a grim realization dawning. To think I'd face the infamous Shadow Squad personally. Before I turned back time, they were just myths. Now, the horrifying reality stood right before him. A skill called stealth, absolute concealment, an instant assassination, a deadly art. These were the strongest assassins in all of Ariant. A masked figure stepped forward with chilling confidence. Resisting is pointless. We came prepared to kill a mage. Every single one of us is decked out in full fire resistance gear. One swift strike from this staff will send you straight to the afterlife, mage. Without your fire magic, you're just a defenseless child. Look at him tremble. The assassin sneered mockingly. "We cannot lose. Struggle all you want, boy. But you will die in utter despair today." But he didn't flinch. He stood like an unyielding mountain. "You guys talk way too much." His aura dramatically changed. "Hide and seek is officially over. You think mere stealth and fire resistance make you invincible in this leveling Manhwa?" His words sent a sudden, cold chill down their spines. In the past timeline, you were merely a threat. Raw mana began to spiral wildly around him, dense and terrifying. But you made one crucial mistake. You should have come before I reached the fourth circle. Fourth circle? Terror seized them instantly. He had calculated everything with chilling precision. Crash. Back of the palace. A crystal wine glass shattered violently against the wall. "What did you say?" The queen's face twisted in absolute fury. "Speak clearly. Louder." The servant trembled, bowing his head low, his head nearly touching the floor. "Forgive me. 5 survivors somehow managed to exit the gate. They are advancing with incredible speed, your majesty." The prince's allies. They wiped out all the assassins. Rage choked her, those insufferable pests. Just then, footsteps drew near. "Is something amiss, your majesty?" It seems my friends are doing exceptionally well. The prince stepped closer. His smile returned, sharper than any blade. Seeing his sheer confidence, the queen looked ready to explode. I am truly touched, your majesty. I never knew you cared so much. To send a reception party for my guests. The prince then raised his glass, savoring the sweet taste of victory. Allow me to propose a toast to your thoughtfulness in the heart of the desolate sands. A crumbling ruin stood solitary beneath the moonlight, resembling a secret sanctuary within. Amidst the flickering glow of a dying lamp, two figures plodded deep in the shadows. Standing with a regal bearing was Kazan, the third prince of Ariant. His voice cut sharply through the silence. Well, did you secure the artifact? Opposite him knelt Elpam, covered in the dust and grime of a fierce battle. He looked like a warrior fresh from hell. As he began his report, I retrieved a scroll from within the gate. Kazan's eyes lit up with clear praise. You have performed a legendary service. Truly, the heavens must have sent you to aid my cause. Yet, Elpam did not hand it over. His expression, however, remained grim. I cannot simply surrender this to you. The prince froze. What did you say? His voice remained calm, but undeniably cold. During the ambush, assassins struck. They bore weapons specifically meant for me. It seems I've been dragged into your royal mess, far sooner than anticipated. He held up the scroll. If we are to survive the coming storm, I need the truth. What exactly is this document? Kazan stared at the parchment in Elpamumi's hand. The prince's expression darkened, followed by a heavy, sorrowful sigh. That scroll is a death pact, a testament written by my brothers and myself. After Queen Arita seized absolute power, she began purging the bloodline of Abdullah Vima, one by one. We who resisted forged a desperate alliance. We swore an oath by the memories of the fallen. If she struck us down, this letter would stand as undeniable proof of her treachery. The survivors would use it to shatter her reign. Rage boiled in his voice like molten magma. My mission is to dethrone this witch and restore Arian's rightful glory. She seeks to bury the truth forever. That scroll is the key to everything. Elpam's sharp mind came to a swift conclusion. Then, the one who dispatched the assassins was Arita herself. Kazan did not deny it, correct? Terror gripped me when I realized she knew. I'm only relieved you return alive. Elpham, still kneeling on the cold stone, cut him off sharply. Your Highness. His gaze hardened to steel. This letter is utterly worthless. Kazan stood paralyzed. What? Elpham rose to his full, commanding height and tossed an object onto the floor with a sickening thud. I harvested a little souvenir from the assassins. Lying on the dirt was a severed arm. Fresh blood still pooled around it. On the wrist, right over the pulse, a grotesque red glyph pulsed faintly. Kazan's face turned the color of ash. Is that? Elpham saw the recognition in his eyes. You know this mark. If Arita commands soldiers bearing this curse, there's only one explanation. The queen is a disciple of the Dark Mages. Meanwhile, in a realm of suffocating shadows, the air was thick with webs that shimmered with a crimson, malevolent light. Queen Arita prostrated herself before Wind, a colossal, obsidian arachnid. Its voice hissed with venomous disappointment. Your incompetence displeases me. She trembled, offering no defense. The terror of punishment clawed at her throat. I never anticipated that Elpam, that a subordinate of Kazan, could slaughter my elite unit. Suddenly, a white-haired figure emerged from the abyss. Elpam. His voice was a low growl. I know that vermin well. Arita spun around, eyes wide with disbelief. Evac. He stood there, a broken wretch in tattered rags, both arms severed at the stumps. Ow, how are you still breathing? Evok ignored her horror completely. He stepped forward with maniacal pride. I possess the means to destroy him. Grant me one final chance at redemption. Arita sneered, her voice dripping with scorn. A chance? Don't make me laugh. You are a failure. Your time has passed. The overwhelming pressure of Wind's voice crushed her words instantly. Arita, she froze. Forgive me, Lord Wind. The monster issued its decree. You two will resolve this failure together. Erida's face twisted in humiliation, her teeth grinding, but she dared not refuse. In contrast, Evok grinned like a demon. My eternal gratitude, Lord Wind, from the shadows. Red eyes ignited as chained demons began to stir. Evok radiated dark confidence. This time, death is guaranteed. The scene shifted back to the desolate ruin. Hearing the revelation, Kazan trembled, his voice cracking. What? The queen in league with the dark arts. Elfame laid out the cruel reality. The corruption runs deep. The moment you present that letter, the only one who will die is you, your highness. In that instant, a vision from his previous life flashed before his eyes, darker than any Manhwa recap could describe. The memory of the timeline before his regression. In that life, he used a letter. It was a trap. The cultists revealed themselves and slaughtered him. He saw the image clearly. Kazan falling, a blade piercing his heart, blood staining the royal floor. Snapping back to reality, Kazan gritted his teeth in despair. Is it truly too late? Suddenly, Elfame offered a different path. What if we simply leave? Kazan blinked, stunned. Run away. Elfame's voice remained steady as a rock. Make an enemy of a dark mage's pawn, and nowhere in Ariant is safe. Staying here guarantees your execution. The smartest move? Burn that bridge to the ground. Forget the letter. Just focus on survival. Give up the throne. Prove you're no threat. Then maybe she'll let you live. Kazan clenched his fists tight until his knuckles gleamed stark white. Then slowly, he forced himself to relax. The prince held the parchment over the flickering candle flame. As it caught fire, he spoke with an eerie, chilling calm. I understand. I will not use this letter. You are right. Kazan watched the paper turn to ash, his eyes burning with a fire far hotter than the dying flame. But do not mistake my prudence for cowardice. I will never surrender. Even now, my people suffer under her cruel tyranny. If I flee, Ariant has no future. 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 The enemy may indeed be a monster, but I'm still a prince. His very aura flared with pure, royal dignity. I will fight for this nation until my very last breath. You have done enough, Elpam. You are dismissed. Before the ash even hit the floor, Salomon, the royal guard, burst in. Your Highness. Kazan spun around. Report. The palace. There. They're forcibly opening the prince's tomb gate. Kazan's composure shattered. The prince's tomb? That's impossible. It was the resting place of the fourth prince, Solar, the strongest adventurer in all of Arian history, a man who conquered dungeons with godlike power. Even I looked up to him, Kazan whispered. He was the true heir. Strength, honor, power. But one day, he entered that gate and vanished into the void. His disappearance shook the very foundations of the kingdom. Since that tragic day, the dungeon has been known by only one name. The prince's tomb. Kazan's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he pressed for answers. Why unseal it now, after an eternity of silence? What sort of monstrous scheme are they plotting? Salomon stammered, clearly crushed by the weight of the news. His Majesty decreed, whoever conquers this gate shall be named the true heir to the throne. Elpomi, silent as a shadow until now, finally cut in. This is clearly Erida's trap. She'll stage a fatal accident to wipe out every contender in one stroke. Salomon nodded grimly, urging a retreat. The rookie is right. Your Highness must withdraw. Yet fire burned fiercely in Kazan's eyes. I know it's a trap, but I cannot turn my back on destiny. To flee is to play right into her hands. Salomon tried to object, but Elfame's voice cut through the tension. With calm authority, I will lend you my strength. Prince Kazan froze in shock, ignoring the prince's surprise. Elfame continued darkly, by siding with you, we just painted a massive target on our backs. For Erida, our fates are intertwined now. The prince stared, stunned by the stranger's resolve, before a wave of gratitude washed over him. Thank you truly. You are a godsend. While Kazan bowed, Elfame's mind drifted to a blood-soaked past. I won't let Kazan fall, like he did before the time reversal. before the timeline reset. In this brutal, awakening Manhwa reality, the fanatics used the Ariant Gate to unleash a monster wave upon the realm. That place was their stronghold. I'm glad I reached Ariant in time. Watching the prince's raw emotion, Elphame hardened his resolve. This time I'll prioritize him and crush those fanatics before they even sprout. With eyes burning with unwavering confidence, he locked gazes with the prince. I swear on my life, I will place the crown upon your head. The summons went out, and one by one, the princes of the realm knelt, bowing their heads before the throne, in absolute submission. Yet the king was a disgrace, slumped on a chaise, drowning in wine. With a flushed face and slurred speech, he sneered at his own bloodline with zero dignity. Good, you're all finally here. Listen well, the court has decided. The next king will be chosen by the royal tomb. Enter the gate, conquer it, and bring me the remains of Salih. Despite the whispers that had been circulating, the official announcement rocked the princes with a terrifying wave of panic. The second prince, Miket, spoke up, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, tradition demands merit in both combat and literature. Never before has a dungeon raid decided the crown. The first prince, Gonson, kneeling beside him, joined the protest. Father, the people will revolt against such madness. It shatters every custom we hold dear. The king merely swirled his wine, utterly indifferent to their pleas. Perhaps, but Areta believes the palace needs a modern renovation. Kazan could no longer stay silent. You discard centuries of history. On a single word from the queen, his voice turned steely. Majesty, please reconsider while you still can. While the fifth prince, Sange, looked pale with worry, the sixth prince, Aziz, suddenly broke ranks, voicing a chilling dissent against his brothers. If the king wills it, it becomes tradition. His Majesty's word is the will of Ariant itself. That is the new law. The drunken king, who had been ignoring the objections, perked up at the twisted flattery. He sat up, eyes gleaming manically, unsure if he was drunk or sober. Exactly. My word is the law. The battle for the throne proceeds as planned. The date is set for 1 week from now. Withdraw, and you forfeit your right to the crown forever. Form your parties, or die alone. I don't care. I've said my piece. He turned away. Now, my beautiful queen awaits. Aziz scrambled after him like a loyal dog. Wait, sire. I shall accompany you. A palpable darkness fell over the remaining princes. The realization hit them like a physical blow. What is this madness, Areta? Just what kind of hell have you conjured this time? Kazan stepped forward, his voice grave. The gate is a slaughterhouse designed to kill us. That is Areta's goal. We must not fight amongst ourselves. My mission is to crush Areta's tyranny. We are not enemies, here we must unite. Bring her down and reclaim Ariant. Expectations shattered. The fifth prince, Sange, sneered with cold arrogance. No, I refuse to ally with the likes of you. Sange glared, eyes filled with suspicion. Don't preach unity to me deep down. You just think you're the only one fit to be king. Don't you? It makes me sick. I will rule Ariant better than any of you. Turning his back, Sands declared. Just watch. I'll clear the dungeon and overthrow Areta myself. Sans stop. You're walking into a death trap. Cassin screamed, desperate to save him. Divided we play right into her hands. But the fifth prince didn't look back. Kazan clenched his jaw, fury and frustration radiating from him. But he wasn't entirely alone. The first and second princes remained. Heavy hands landed on his shoulders. We will give you everything we have. Kazan turned, eyes wide with emotion. Brothers McKay looked at him with trusting eyes. We know you've been preparing for this war. Against Areta for years, this is your stage. Seize the power and end her reign. Unlike us who lack the courage, you have the wisdom and talent. I believe you are the only one who can lead this nation. Kazan bowed, low voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you for your faith in me. The first prince nodded, affirming their alliance. Indeed, Kazan, we'll support you with all our resources. But what about a vanguard? Kazan smirked, confidence returning. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber. A long table sat heavy with tension, surrounded by adventurers radiating dangerous auras. These were no ordinary mercenaries. Ko's son broke the silence. And that is why I need to hire your blades. For this contest, El Pome, sitting opposite the prince. Kazan crossed his arms, declaring, "We're ready. But there's one condition only," Elfame stated. "Your Highness and my squad will enter the gate." Salomon, standing guard right behind Kazan, exploded in outrage. What an absurd idea. The future of the kingdom is at stake. You expect us to send the prince in alone? Without the royal guard, we must go with him. Elfame's gaze turned cold as steel. The prince needs protection, yes. But in that hellscape, anyone who can't carry their own weight there is just a walking corpse. Kazan nodded, his mind racing. If Erida already knew Kazan's strategy, then the palace walls truly had ears. Not even the royal guard could be fully trusted. In this snake pit, we proceed as planned. Just as Elfame sank deep into his thoughts, a voice cut sharply through the tension. "So, you want to test if we're dead weight or not?" Crash before the sentence even ended. The solid wood table exploded into splinters. Dust filled the room as Kazan cried out in shock. "Salomon, have you lost your mind?" The giant stood like a mountain before the prince. "Forgive my insolence, Highness, but I must crush this arrogant insect." Two shadows materialized instantly beside Salomon. Guards, moving with the killing intent of assassins. On one arm, a rune, flared violently to life, glowing like thorny vines restricting a wild beast. The mana signature was unmistakable. One of the adventurers gasped, recognizing the immense power level immediately. "Fourth circle, fourth stage." Elfame smirked. "No wonder you're so arrogant. Fine, beat Devo, and you're in." Devo panicked. "Hey, I haven't even broken past the third circle yet." Too late. The guards launched forward at the speed of sound. Devo shrieked, "Wait, hold on," while his body moved on pure instinct to counter BM. In a blink, both elites were face first in the dirt. Devo stood frozen, his brain lagging behind his fists. Salomon's jaw hit the floor. What? Defeated by a mere third circle dash. Mage? Devo flipped his hair, smirking. He did it effortlessly, as if he'd never broken a sweat. "Did you forget who I am? I'm the great Devo." The party didn't even flinch. It wasn't that the royal guards were weak. It was just that these adventurers were monsters. Inhuman skin. Do you see the gap in our power levels now? Salomon's pride shattered, his aura flaring with rage. "This isn't over. I still have." Kazan raised a hand, instantly silencing his guard. "LPME, I trust your judgment." "What is our next move, LPME?" "Step forward. We will shield you with our lives. But in the chaos of war, you must be able to hold your own." His gaze shifted to the four adventurers, his order landing with heavy authority. "You four, you will turn the third prince into a warrior." Miner's eyes went wide. "Us trained royalty? Are we seriously allowed to do that? You mean we can beat up a prince legally?" Suddenly, the noble Kazan bowed deeply, abandoning all pride. "Please, I beg you," Salomon gasped. "Your Highness." Kazan didn't rise. "I swore to reclaim Ariant, no matter the cost. My people need me. My brothers trust me. I cannot afford hesitation." He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. "To keep that vow, I will do anything." LPME's lips curled into a devilish grin. "Very well, but be warned. This training will be hell on earth." Kazan looked him dead in the eye. "Good. That is exactly what I need. Break me if you must." Clang. Steel clashed against steel. Dust swirled as Kazan's blade went flying. He stumbled, gasping for air. Charo barked, "Pick it up. We are not done yet." Blood and sweat dripped from the prince, propped up only by his sword. Yet his fire didn't die. "Yes. Again, please." It was a brutal gauntlet. The prince faced every weapon, every technique pushed beyond human limits, until his body was a map of bruises and cuts. His legs gave out, trembling violently once more, a concerned hand reached out to stop him. "Wait, we know you're trying. But this is suicide." Kazan shook his head, grit in his teeth. "No, I will not be dead weight. I must be stronger. LPME, interrupted the drama. Relax, Prince. This hellish training is just for emergencies. As long as Ralph is breathing, you won't die. That's the core rule of a leveling Manhwa party. Kazan blinked. Ralph? I thought. LPME smirked. He doesn't look the part, but Ralph is our healer. The lifeline of the team. Even if you're at death's door, he can stitch your soul back together. And erect a barrier nothing can penetrate. And he's not just a medic. The guy knows how to throw hands too. He's complicated. Ralph picked his ear. Looking bored. Oh, complicated? Thanks for the compliment. Kazan felt a wave of awe. Such legendary heroes following a failure like me. Please take this. Kazan's voice trembled with gratitude. When we win the throne, I promise a reward that rivals a dragon's hoard. But for now, he shoved a heavy leather pouch into Ralph's hands. The distinct clink of gold coins echoed. The boredom vanished instantly. Ralph dropped to one knee, with the grace of a royal knight. My liege, this humble servant pledges his eternal loyalty. Your Highness, let me tend to your sacred wounds immediately. Minera and Devo watched with dead eyes. Of course, the money grubber strikes again. Ralph hugged the gold like a lover. Heal up fast, Prince. We've got another round to go. Meanwhile, as night fell, shadows gathered around table. In the dark underbelly of the city, the succession war has begun. A dark voice whispered, the palace moves. The Sand Shadow clan must act. We need to send a message written in blood. Shall we assassinate Abdullah? No, this is hardly a fitting wake-up call. If we stoop to that level, we'd be no better than the tyrant Erida. A heavy fist slammed down, silencing their bickering. Silence. Screaming at each other solves nothing. We have one divine mission, and one mission only. The figure leaned forward, their eyes glowing in the gloom. We'll slaughter these royal lapdogs, and cleanse Ariant of this filth, once and for all. Cloaks snapped in the wind as the warriors marched out. Muscles coiled like steel, hair flowing, they looked like gods of war, descending upon the mortal realm. High above, the first and second princes watched the chaos unfold. So, the Game of Thrones finally begins. This battle for the crown. I know my time has passed, but he looked at Kazan. You will succeed where we cannot. Kazan's eyes burned with resolve. We will not fail. A sneering voice broke the moment. How pathetic. You think a bunch of stray dogs from Victoria Island can save you? The sixth prince, Assad, stepped forward, flanked by killers. Give up now. The throne is mine. I've secured the deadliest mercenaries in Ariant. The Red Scorpions. Kazan is finished. I am the only worthy contender. But then a heavy pressure crushed the air. The fifth prince, Sange, made his grand entrance. It seems everyone has brought their monsters. Sange stood, backed by the legendary Casa clan warriors. Gunson stepped up to Casa, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Looks like our brothers came to play. I know this raid will be brutal, but I'm betting it all on you. Casa smirked. You're the only one who can shatter Queen Aretta's tyranny and restore the Kingdom of Ari to its former glory. Eavesdropping from the shadows. Sanji's face darkened with rage. He ground his teeth as a booming voice suddenly echoed through the arena. You've waited far too long for this moment. Who will rise and claim their place as the future king? Who dares to brave the princess's tomb and claim the throne, a massive mace clutched tight? Abdullah leveled his massive weapon at the gathered challengers. Right here, right now. Abdullah declares the trial of succession officially open. The crowd murmured, is it the mad dog Abdullah? They say he's pure chaos. But suddenly, mysterious maps began to rain down from the sky, falling like digital system notifications. Take a scroll, a booming voice roared. Prove your strength and intellect on this blood-soaked path to the throne. But each map displayed only a single sword and a blood-red flower. This is supposed to be a map? The challengers stood completely baffled. What the heck does this mean? Does anyone know? Even an elite info broker like me can't decipher this quest. Someone muttered, but Kazan's eyes suddenly widened. He noticed the subtle silhouette of a man collapse beneath the blade, bleeding out. A warrior bleeding out, and a single flower. Could it be the crimson blossom? The flower, as red as spilled blood, an illusion of a vast, bloody floral field flashed in his mind. That specific flower only blooms in the deadliest zones of Ari. The prince's tomb had to be in the Crimson Wasteland, but Kazan still looked suspicious. This puzzle is too basic. It's an insult to a future king's intelligence. Let's move, Kazan said, glancing sideways. By the way, I consider you my only true rival in this trial. Big brother Kazan? Sange glared at him, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. You better survive until you reach the dungeon gate. Without another word, Sange vanished. We need to move too, the main character said as Debo panicked. What do we do? Is everyone here a tactical genius? El Pamriman Saident. His analytical gaze locked onto the map. Hey, are you listening? Someone already found the coordinates. I knew it was over here. The ruthless Aksat's party had arrived first. Looks like we've cleared the first stage. Aksat gloated, practically drowning in his own ego. I expected nothing less from the smartest prince. I will prove to our father that I'm the only one worthy of ascending to the throne. Aksat roughly shoved his competitors aside. Move it, trash. We were just entering the gate when suddenly a lethal flash of light sliced through the air. What the hell? You're attacking your own allies. Blood splattered across the sand as all movement froze. A heavy blade slammed into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. Sejong drew his bow, the arrow tip hovering inches from target's face. Our mission is to save Ari, not slaughter each other for mere experience points. Don't forget that. Yelska growled, her fists shaking with suppressed fury. She bit her lip so hard it bled, watching the red pool distort in the sand. This is the only way to send a warning. To the corrupt royal palace. You know the stakes. If we act like them, we're no better than monsters. Yelska snapped. Were you really going to let them enter? It's obviously Queen Aretta's trap. No, Jelska. We're already dancing in her palm. The blade was hurled directly into the portal. Boom! A massive explosion shattered the quiet. Dungeon entrance. Aksat collapsed onto the sand, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Behind the gates, illusion. Queen Aretta had planted a deadly surprise. She knew the sand bandits would try to raid the gate. This blast was meant to wipe out the princess and us. In one shot, as the smoke cleared, only a massive crater remained. A fake gate. Sejong narrowed his eyes. The zone is probably rigged with multiple decoy traps, instead of a senseless turf war. We need to locate the real tomb. Yelska froze, her anger giving way to a chilling realization. She looked down at Aksat, who was still trembling on the ground from shock. Get up. You're coming with us. As a human shield, a hand shot out, yanking the terrified prince straight to his feet. Meanwhile, Kazan, effortlessly slaying a massive dungeon beast. The monster dissolved into a shower of pixels. Flawless strike, prince. And look, we found the true gate entrance. Kazan's raid party had successfully reached the true portal. I couldn't have done it without all your support. Excellent work, everyone. Wiping the monster's blood from his face, Kazan turned to Alpum. So the Magu Oasis is the real tomb. How did you decode the system's clue? The map reappeared, showing black sky, Falinvalua, red flower. To a novice, it just looks like random scribbles. El Pamixplant. But do you see the chained figure reaching out for salvation? That pitch-black sky represents the cataclysm, the day the Dark Mage invaded Ari. Images of slaughtered warriors flooded their minds. Our ancestors fought the Dark Mage to the death. The fallen warrior represents Ari's heroes. The red flower, that's the ocean of blood they spilled. They combine the location of the Dark Mage's invasion with the site of our greatest sacrifice. It leads directly to the Magu Oasis, the prince's tomb, just like classic awakening Manhwa lore. Kazan smirked. Guess I just got lucky. Even a prince relies on random luck. You're more human than I thought. They stepped toward the glowing gate. All right, let's clear this dungeon. Elpham stopped him. Before we enter, Your Highness, once you commit to taking the crown, your blade cannot hesitate, no matter who stand in your way. even if it's your own flesh and blood. Show no mercy. Bathe in the golden aura of the portal. Elfin locked eyes with the prince. The moment you cross this threshold, your destiny is locked. Kazan remained silent. The golden light swallowed them whole, teleporting the party to a jagged cliff. Perfect. We're the first ones to spawn here. What do you mean? Someone else might have warped in before us. We started late, remember? Stay sharp, everyone. It's an all-out system Manhwa deathmatch for the throne. And high in the canopy, anything goes. A mysterious figure watched their every move, stalking them like a true predator. Let's see how they handle a little ambush. He raised an ominous flute to his lips. A haunting, low-frequency screech ripped through the air. The sound waves visibly warped the space around them, grinding against their eardrums like a drill. What the hell is that noise? A giant, grotesque. I snapped open on the flute. Incoming. We got aggro. From a tree line, a massive, mutated mushroom burst from the earth, its cap splitting open, to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Berserk poison caps. Debo screamed. Is it that flute-playing bastard again? Cast your barrier skills. Block the poison mist. Don't panic about the debuffs. I've got antidote potions ready. Suddenly, a blur of motion zipped past, leaving Debo utterly stunned. A horde of grotesque monsters swarmed their position. What kind of mob wave is this? Backed against the cliff edge, they were completely surrounded. Why are the spawn rates this insane? It felt like every single beast in the dungeon had converged on this single point. Kazan's eyes widened in terror. Look ahead. The horde is approaching, their fungal maw bristling with razor-sharp fangs. They were encircled by a literal sea of death. Damn it, why are you frozen? Debo roared, his patience snapping. Moo, do something. Adrenaline spiked. He didn't care anymore. He slammed his blade into the earth, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The shockwave blasted the beast backward, but its massive jaws remained wide open. Hungry for blood, Kazan couldn't process the insanity unfolding before him. Are you out of your mind? Screams tore through the air. Impossible. This can't be happening. Chaos reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Sanji's squad watched from the shadows. The prince and his entourage had entered the gate. Just as planned, they were now trapped like rats, writhing in absolute despair. San's hands settled on his sword hilt. A sinister smirk spread. Just you wait, he hissed. Dear brother, that's not the only gift I've prepared. His killing intent surged, sharp as a blade. I'll show you who truly deserves the throne. A low, heavy sound coiled through the air. It thrummed with pure, malicious mana. Debo and the others scattered, scrambling away, putting crucial distance between themselves and the encroaching nightmare that pursued them. This is madness. How are they still tracking us? They just cleared one wave. Yet the enemy surged forward relentlessly again. Are you dense? Haven't you realized it yet? Someone is controlling them, right there with that flute. High above, a shadowy figure perched on a branch, playing a haunting, insidious melody. Elpam instantly activated his eye patch artifact. He sharpened his senses, tracing the sonic signature. I'm scanning. A signal just flared. I've scoured every corner, he reported, but I can't get a visual lock on them. Are they using a high-level stealth skill, or what? A blood-curdling scream tore through the tension. Incoming frontal assault. We're cornered. Manor grit her teeth, hefting her massive cannon. Piece of cake. A deafening boom shook the ground. Just trust in Captain Manor, she boomed. She spun around, shouting to her team. Now run for your lives. Debo cursed savagely under his breath. What the hell is going on? The beasts were still blazing hot on their heels. Why does fate, he mused bitterly, always throw us into these hellish scenarios? The distance was vanishing, closing fast. Back in the shadows, Sanj mused darkly. I should have ended him right here. His squad had already butchered the pig-type monsters, with chilling, brutal efficiency. If he doesn't awaken to the truth now, Kazan won't survive the night. Sanj refused to be dragged down by sentiment. A pity I won't see the light, leave his eyes myself. He stepped forward, a cold resignation in his stride. Kazan, if you fall here. Sanj glanced back, cold and utterly detached. Then this is where your destiny ends. The grotesque mushroom beast unhinged its jaw, bearing rows of jagged teeth, and releasing a putrid stench of decay. Despite their efforts, the swarm just wasn't thinning out. How is this even possible? Their numbers aren't dropping at all. Is there a mushroom farm breeding these things? The monsters advanced, an endless tide. A scene ripped straight from a leveling Manhwa nightmare. Just then, Elfham's eyes lit up. I've got a plan. Classic Elfham. He wove a hand sign, channeling his raw energy. We have to wipe them all out. The instant that bastard summons them. It's our only shot. Kazan gasped, as another earth-shattering explosion rocked the battlefield. Yet, the eerie melody from the treetop musician refused to fade. The fungal beast roared, its gaping mouth stretching into a grotesque abyss of soft flesh and razor-sharp teeth. Kiri struggled, parrying its massive claws. This isn't working. We're barely holding on here, she screamed over the deafening din. Their cores are in their chests. Aim for the heart. Panic flickered in her eyes as she spun around. Elfham, what kind of strategy is this? We can't win a war of attrition. Elfham loosed an arrow, supercharged with mana. There are too many. Just hang in there. Above them, the red-cloaked figure observed silently, like a grim reaper. If we keep pushing, an opening will appear. They had to wait for the summoner to finally show his hand. The figure raised the flute once more, preparing another devastating wave of sonic attacks. A beam of devastating light suddenly tore through the canopy. The figure dodged with supernatural speed, landing gracefully. Mina emerged from the dust cloud, grinning. Found you. You rat. She fired another round. Stop lurking. The red-cloaked man raised his instrument again. Is it really you? Before a single note could play, Debo flashed forward. You're the pest who's been toying with us. The man's eyes widened in pure shock. Debo struck. The flute snapped in two, just as a massive mushroom beast loomed over Kazan. Hold on. Pawnee's voice was tight. Suddenly, everything came to a screeching halt. The monsters simply vanished into thin air. Grimy and exhausted, Kiri slumped to the ground. It's over. It's finally over. Debo let out a triumphant laugh. Even the mushroom beasts were frozen stiff. Was it because I shattered his little toy? Perfect. What? El pam lukt absolutriagast. You broke it. Are you insane? That artifact would have fetched a fortune at auction. You and your insatiable greed. Is this really the time to talk about money? Hey, what? Am I wrong? I'll say it 100 times if I have to. Kazan stood there, battered and bruised, unable to comprehend that they'd just cheated death. Was this brush with death just another Tuesday for them? As they approached the next gate, the mood shifted. Don't lower your guard yet. We still have a long way to go. This is only the second gate in this awakening. Manhwa-style dungeon. Debo grinned confidently. Don't sweat it. Whatever comes next, I'll crush it. Sunlight pierced the canopy as they reached a perilous cliff. Suddenly, Debo's confident expression vanished. The red-cloaked man had reappeared. He raised his flute once more, sending visible arcs of pure sonic energy toward them. Minner clutched her head, screaming in agonizing pain. The entire team collapsed instantly, the sonic attack completely overwhelming their senses. My eardrums are going to burst. Chaos erupted again. I thought we killed him. The maddening sound enveloped them like an inescapable cage. Elpham forced himself up, drawing his bow at the phantom. This is absurd. His mind raced furiously. He was desperately trying to analyze the logic of this system. A Manhwa scenario, impossibility piled upon impossibility. They were back at the cliff edge again, facing the same enemy. Is this enemy immortal? If even death couldn't stop him, what could? Panic threatened to consume him until his gaze landed on Mono. The mushroom beasts manifested from thin air, charging once more. Debo, watch out. The foul stench of the monsters assaulted their noses. He lowered his head, messy hair shadowing his eyes. Sweat and grime slicked his skin, but a pain-determined smirk twisted his lips. Damn it all. The sky turned pitch black as the horde bared their terrifying fangs. Was this a nightmare or grim reality? Then a massive explosion erupted, just as a claw was inches from his eye. Elpham screamed out his name, But then, the monster began to simply disintegrate. A spiritual, vibrant blue. White light washed over the battlefield. They're vanishing. Elpham gripped his bow. Realization dawning. No, not vanishing, he corrected, looking at his team. His voice steady. They never existed in the first place. Debo blinked, confused. What? What are you saying? Alpham's eyes turned icy cold. We've been played for fools. The red-cloaked phantom faded away like mist. The monsters, seemingly controlled by the flute. They were never real. The beast scattering into mere fragments. The second gate we thought we'd crossed. Even the frenzy of this Manhwa recap. It was all a grand illusion. He pointed toward the gate. The totem's illusion had completely shattered, revealing the grim, stark reality. Only ruins remained. Kiri blinked in confusion. Is that an item? A pitch-black statue stood in the cold mist, resting on a desolate stone pedestal. Its pale green eyes glowed with chilling malice, staring down the intruders with a terrifying, silent pressure. Exactly. Elpham's voice cut through the mounting tension. An illusion-type artifact, releasing an undetectable toxin. Those enemies were just phantoms of our own making. In other words, he continued, from the moment we stepped into this dungeon, we were dancing in the palm of that totem's hand. The group stood utterly stunned, realizing they had been walking in circles. Within the deceptive green fog, he gestured to his companion. I only saw the truth thanks to Mono. Mono is immune to illusions. His arrow marked the core, and his sensory ability, like a snail tracking prey, is a cheat code. In this awakening Manhwa world, the nightmare finally lifted, and Dio let out a heavy breath, clutching his chest. I genuinely thought this was my grave for sure. Mono, you saved our lives. Kaizen's expression instantly darkened, as he grimly analyzed the situation. Whether this trap was set by my brothers or Queen Erida, they came prepared. We've lost precious time. Meanwhile, San sensed a palpable shift in the air. My dear brother has finally arrived. Back at the gate, Kaizen steeled his resolve. We must move faster. I'm counting on every one of you. They moved with the speed of shadows, regardless of who dared stand in their way. Slowing down here meant certain death. In this brutal, unforgiving succession war, they successfully cleared the forest zone. This is the third gate. Only the boss remains. Sans turned to a cloaked figure. But first, we must retrieve the artifact. The remains of Crown Prince Sale. Nozange barked, his eyes wide and manic. We're here for something else entirely. What kind of madness are you spouting? Relax, the masked figure in red uttered, exuding a chilling calm. It won't hinder our conquest, not in the slightest. Kaizen's scowl deepened. These people treat this sacred dungeon like their personal playground. Whispers of the kingdom echoed in his mind like ghosts. Memories resurfaced, distinct and clear. Have you heard? The first and second princes have forfeited the throne. Withdrew? After all that ambition. Sans sat alone, isolated in the castle, surrounded by shadows and a litter of empty bottles. Perhaps they finally realized they were just prey. Rage boiled in his blood. Those spineless cowards. Just handing it all to Kaizen. The memory of Kaizen turning his back on him fueled his hatred more than any other betrayal. Sange, lend me your strength. Sange scoffed at the mere memory. His pride stung. Don't make me laugh. I will never bow to Kaizen. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Queen Erida approached with a chilling, serpentine smile. The floor is cold, Sans. You'll catch your death sitting down here. He glared, taking another defiant swig of wine. Queen Erida, to what do I owe this unwelcome intrusion? Get out of my sight. She leaned casually against the cold stone wall. Unbothered, I'm just here to offer some encouragement. Prépare yourself, son. He shattered the bottle in his grip. What difference does it even make? You don't want me on the throne. Kaizen has recruited a formidable party. She mused, that group led by Elpham. It's like a top-tier team from a leveling Manhwa. Commoners, yes, but dangerous. Erida eyed, the red wine dripping from his hand like blood. But if you follow my lead, the crown is yours, not Kaizen's. Sonia froze. I have no desire to see him rule. In fact, I believe you're the only one worthy of Ariant. Despite your mother's low status, despite the scorn you endured as a child. She stepped closer. You have bled for this kingdom more than anyone. Areta looked deep into his eyes. Bloodlines don't make a king. Your devotion to Ariant makes you the strongest. Doesn't that make you the only choice? She turned to leave. You just want a puppet to control. Like my father. Cruel words. She whispered, I offer only aid. If you need warriors to crush your brother. Sonia's eyes were shadowed. Come find me. Areta smiled as she left the room. She had played him like a fiddle. But his ambition didn't care. If it keeps Kazan from the throne. Sonia's expression twisted into a demonic grimace in the present. I will dance with the devil. He turned to the masked agent. Your mercenaries are strong, but their arrogance reeks. Forget them. The boss is ahead. Let's kill it and end this. No, the masked man sneered at the dank forest. The artifact takes priority. Her Majesty Areta commands it. Sonia's veins bulged with fury. You are her dog, not mine. Sonia roared inside this gate. My word is law. He gritted, his teeth sensing a presence behind him. A Kazan squad emerged. Weapons drawn. So it's true, Sonia. You sold your soul to that witch. Kazan's jaw clenched, disappointment etched on his face. So, you survived the illusion. The two factions now stood poised for all-out war. What a clever trap. Without Elpam's senses, we would all be corpses right now. Sanj casually rested his massive axe on his shoulder. Impressive, vermin, he barked orders. 3 of you, keep Elpam busy. The rest, secure the artifact. The air crackled with electrifying tension. Elpam whispered, I'll handle the leader. Guard the prince with your life, understood? Sanj grinned like a bloodthirsty maniac. Wait, he's leaving. Sanj laughed. Perfect. Without that monster, you're nothing. I'll make you wish the illusion had killed you. Sanji ripped a massive tree from the very earth. With one hand. Why, Sanj? Kazan cried out. What about our oath to restore Ariant? The tree, carved with a twisted face, hurtled toward him. That hasn't changed, Kazan. Kiri and Minner watched in utter horror as the giant timber flew violently through the air. I will save this kingdom my way. I need a rider for that. The tree crashed down like a massive spear. The only thing I don't need is you. Sanj smirked triumphantly. His aura exploded as he launched the devastating attack. Panic set in until a brilliant flash of golden light. A beam of pure energy tore through the oppressive darkness. Clear the line of fire. Miner leveled his rifle. A bullet of condensed mana shot forward, with terrifying speed, obliterating the incoming attack. Suddenly, a masked figure blurred into lightning-fast motion, aiming straight for Kazan's throat. Your Highness! Manor screamed. The assassin moved like a shadowy phantom, through the swirling dust and smoke. Diablo's eyes widened. What is that speed? Before he could even blink, Kiri dashed forward to intercept the lethal strike. Kiri took a defensive stance. Slam! A heavy blow struck him from the shadows. Impossible. Manor kept firing blindly into the chaos. Damn it, stay still. But the enemy was already right behind him. The ground suddenly erupted. A sinister face grinned menacingly at the sniper. You're surprisingly fast for a gunner, aren't you? Mina trembled as the crushing impact slammed into him. Khan surveyed the battlefield with a heavy, troubled heart. Is it truly just you left standing? Suddenly, a wave of killing intent erupted from behind. Sanji lunged, a rabid beast unleashed upon him, unleashing a frantic, all-out assault. Just accept your fate and die. Sanji roared, his blade dancing with a lethal, violet aura, raining down a barrage of devastating blows that lit up the air. Is defending truly all you can do? Sanji scoffed, his voice dripping with pure contempt. Stall all you want, but no savior is coming. Around them, the battlefield raged fiercely on, a chaotic symphony of desperate, raw survival. A voice screamed, piercing his mind. End this now. With a savage, calculated strike, Sanji disarmed Khan, sending the sword flying, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Sanji shot forward like a human arrow, screaming, die. Khan, witnessing his brother's fierce resolve, didn't flinch. Instead, he countered with a thunderous punch, straight to the face, deflecting the lethal blade at the very last second. A single raw, physical strike sent Sanji reeling. Coughing up blood, he struggled to regain his stance, but shock instantly froze him. That speed, it was impossible. Suspicion clouded his mind. What kind of footwork is that? That wasn't the royal style. Sanji doubted his own very eyes. Is this really him? Gritting his teeth, he launched another desperate, wild fist, fearing the protagonist of this sudden awakening. Manhwa's story had changed. Is this the Khan I knew? Before he could even finish the thought, Khan unleashed a devastating barrage of supersonic punches, turning Sanji into a literal living punching bag and forcing him to vomit blood once more. A final, bone-shaking impact sent Sanji flying across the harsh terrain. Khan smirked, casually retrieving his fallen blade. The true duel was only just beginning now. Khan wiped the dust off, chuckling darkly. Sorry, brother. Unlike you, I don't just swing my sword around like a maniac. His eyes now glowed brightly, with the ferocity of an awakened predator. Come at me. Gon commend it. His terrifying aura flaring. I'll show you the true gap in our power. That is the duty of an older brother. Sanji trembled, humiliation boiling his blood. Don't look down on me, Sanji shrieked, charging blindly. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the field, a chilling breath escaped her lips. Is it getting cold in here? Massive ice pillars erupted from the earth, locking her feet to the ground. Trapped, Laura's eyes didn't show fear. Instead, they reflected the roaring inferno of her own magic. Stop shivering, Carrie murmured, his voice deadly calm. His blade, wreathed in flames, slashed through the air. I'll warm you up right now. The flames died down, revealing a nightmare. Facing the enemy was an entity that blurred the line between man and beast. Damn it, he cursed. This wasn't in the intel. It's like a boss from a Manhwa recap gone wrong. Even high-tier damage skills bounced off the masked figure harmlessly. Just what the hell are you? He screamed, despair clawing at his throat. Are you even human? As three more adventurers joined the fray nearby, the camera pans back to the duel. Sanji's sword hit the dirt. He felt his knees, gasping for air, like a fish out of water. Khan leveled his blade at his defeated brother. It's over, Sanji, he stated, his voice devoid of warmth. You are no longer the brother I once knew. Memories of their innocent childhood flashed before Khan's eyes. I never wanted to hurt you. I still remember the boy you used to be. Sanji ground his teeth, his body shaking with rage. Memories? Don't give me that trash. Sanji screamed, tears mixing with blood. To you, I was never a brother. I was just a toy from the moment. Mother and I were dragged into that palace. Sanji choked out. My life became a living hell, all because of her lowly bloodline. They didn't say a word, but their eyes did. They never accepted us. Not really. A heavy silence, thick with resentment, choked the air. And you, Khan? Sanjay glared up, his voice dripping with pure venom. You were exactly like them, weren't you? We were just your pets, there for your amusement. We were never family, Khan stammered, taken aback, caught completely off guard. Wait, is that what you really think? No. But then suddenly, the masked fighter was blasted, sent flying across the clearing. Direct hit, he wheezed, a triumphant grin splitting his face. Then the very ground split wide open, and from it, a mutated crimson rose erupted. Its gaping maw began to gather catastrophic crimson energy. The sheer, crushing pressure of its mana brought everyone crashing down to their knees. Is that an earthquake? Someone shrieked. The earth groaned, cracking deeply under the strain. Violent tremors continuously rocked the entire battlefield. Carrie and the miner exchanged wide-eyed, horrified glances. What in the world is happening? Titanic vines then violently pierced through the crust, kicking up blinding clouds of choking dust. The monstrous mutated rose finally fully emerged, swallowing a massive chunk of the very land itself. Its grotesque, terrifying fangs glistened, absolutely terrifying the entire raid party. This is definitely a nightmare scenario, straight out of a leveling manhwa. What is that thing? As the ground crumbled around them, Khan lunged, catching Sanjay's wrist. "Sanjay, let me go," Sanjay screamed, struggling. Sanjay spat back defiantly. "I'd rather die than be saved by you." "No, I won't let go." Khan gritted his teeth, straining with effort, straining fiercely against the pull of gravity. In that desperate moment, a memory suddenly resurfaced. It was the desperate, pleading voice of Sanji's mother. "Please, just look after my son." Back then, young Sanji had been utterly confused. "Why him?" he wondered as tears streamed down her face. "Because I am a complete failure as a mother. He suffers because of my cursed blood. That pain is slowly eating him alive." Before she could finish her agonizing self-condemnation, young Khan quickly interrupted. "That's not true," he declared. She looked up, stunned. Her tears frozen, caught mid-fall on her cheeks. Khan knelt, meeting her gaze. "You treated me as if I were your own flesh and blood. You showered a mother's love on a boy who'd never known it." He offered a smile, a beacon of pure warmth. "I will guide Sanjay, and I will protect him. I am his big brother, after all." The memory faded, pulling him back to the present. Khan's grip tightened, though his voice trembled with raw emotion. "You don't have to believe me," Khan shouted, his voice piercing the monster's roar. "But I will never let you fall, because I made a promise to your mother." Sanjay's voice cut through the dust and chaos. "Have I been blind this entire time? Enslaved by my own hatred? I betrayed her last wish. I threw everything away." Sanjay reached up, his free arm gripping Khan's hand. But his voice suddenly turned cold, ruthless. "I've already crossed the line." He tried to drag Khan down into the abyss. Khan countered, heaving them both back onto solid ground, collapsing in a coughing fit. But from the billowing smoke, a gaze, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto him. Khan's eyes widened as he struggled to rise. One knee buckling, Sanjay loomed over him, eyes manic. "I wanted to make this quick," he hissed, "but you simply refused to die." A blade pierced directly through Khan's palm. "Sanjay," he gasped. The pain vibrated through his voice. "Stop this, Sanjay. You see, you're playing right into Erida's hands. I don't give a damn about Erida." Sanjay snarled, his eyes burning with a furious madness. "I will seize the throne. I will burn this rotten kingdom to ash, and take my revenge." Khan whispered, heartbroken, as images flooded his mind. The two of them playing tag, sleeping side by side, brothers against the world. "What can I do?" Khan wondered desperately. "How can I keep my promise like this?" Ignoring the bleeding hole in his hand, he looked up. "Is this truly the path you choose?" Khan lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes. "You'd hand our home to Erida? You become a puppet king." Blinded by rage, his voice plummeted an octave. "If that is your final decision, then I will stop you." The resolve in Khan's voice was absolute. "Sanji, you are walking a path of destruction. You will become nothing but a puppet, bringing suffering to millions. A monster that consumes everything to get what it wants. If that is what you've become." Then the memory of their mother's smile flashed, one last time before the final clash. "Your Highness, I beg you, lead Sanji back to the righteous path." He gripped the blade, his voice heavy with a final, fatal resolve. "I will stop you." Khan lunged his strike cold and merciless. "Because I am your brother." Blood sprayed violently across the stone floor. From the distance, a desperate cry rang out. "Your Highness, we must flee immediately." His eyes went wide with shock as he stammered, "Your Highness," but the prince replied calmly, "Do not worry, I have prepared for this sin. Since the moment I craved the throne." Sanjay's body now lay motionless in the dirt. Khan added, his voice steel, "I must protect this kingdom and its people." His face twisted in agony, tears carving paths down his cheeks. "Even if my hands must be stained with the blood of my own kin." Meanwhile, the beast continued its high-speed pursuit of Alpum. Naipentos scoffed internally. Is that the floor boss typical leveling Manhwa nuisance? But he pushed the thought aside. The only thing that mattered was finding the rat, hiding in the shadows, focus. "No time for distractions, my priority is Elpam." He thought, sprinting straight toward the forest. The master of that piercing mana. I sense a familiar energy signature. Could it be a voice? Dripping with irritation, erupted from the blue circle. Damn it, what the hell are you fools doing? The red cloak. Minions were still debating with their mastermind. The tracking spell points there. We have found it the Emerald Ring, pulsing with magic sap protected beneath a blue barrier. The ruler of space, the mind arts. That's a ring, capable of manipulating the very fabric of space and time, an ancient artifact that could drag objects and even the surrounding space itself, with overwhelming psychokinetic force. If he obtains that, completing Win's grand plan is only a matter of time. The minions realized what was needed to claim the ring, but the seal was absolute. A blood circle. It requires a living sacrifice on the altar to shatter the lock. Simple magic, yet devastatingly powerful. One of the minions hatched a cruel idea. A sacrifice, perfect. He's right here. Wait, that's not good. You're the martyr, aren't you? Is there truly no other way? They began to turn on one of their own. Why take the long road when the key is right here? Don't look so angry. Be grateful. You are dying for a magnificent ideal. The chosen victim didn't even have time to scream before an invisible force choked him, lifting him into the air. Mamai, he still has some value to exploit. After all, this works nicely, struggling in midair. The victim was paralyzed by the sheer pressure. What is this power? Who are you? It happened in a split second. Impossible. No ordinary minion of Arita possesses this level of strength. Before he could react, a wooden spike impaled his chest. You are. Hush now. Don't be bitter. This was fated to happen. Eventually, the barrier around the magic ring shattered, and the mastermind stepped forward to claim the prize. Be honored that you serve a higher purpose. The seal dissolved with the sacrifice complete. The stage is set. With this, I can finally begin a new chapter. But before his fingers could grace the ring, a blast from Kai struck him. I had my suspicions, but now the truth is undeniable. She had detected him by the monstrous aura he leaked. He hadn't even bothered to conceal. Such terrifying power. The fanatic removed his mask, the ring in his hand, wearing a twisted, demonic smile. Why did you return? Mayu was dragging the prince along, fleeing the relentless onslaught of giant vines, but his royal highness was completely drained. Hey, move your legs. Your highness, I want to, but my body won't obey. Devo roared in frustration. You're dead weight, not a prince. The prince was utterly helpless, accepting the insults in silence. Sorry, but aren't you supposed to be my royal guards? Leah flashed in, slicing through a massive vine, to buy them time for the retreat. I'm leaving the prince to you, Devo. Devo grinned, the thrill of battle rising within him. Finally, Manir gripped her necklace, unleashing a devastating blast through the demonic flora. No need for a counterattack like that. It's huge, sure, but its defense is trash, and it has no elemental resistance. It's no match for us. Devo and the crown prince were distracted by a scream. Is that one of Erida's men? The man wailed in terror, but the plant monster tossed him into its maw. It crunched down, save me, trapped beneath the beast's torso. The faces of countless victims screamed. In eternal agony, Manir fired another massive energy beam into its stomach. Disgusting. Get away from me. But the beast unhinged its jaw and lunged at her. Leah tackled Manir just in time. Thanks. Watch out. It's beginning to use the skills of the people. It devoured. The monster unleashed a barrage of energy blades. I'm certain of it. That's the axe warrior's skill. Leah realized the horror. It could copy the abilities of its prey. You mean it can replicate the skills of anyone it eats? Jayop and Devo hit the dirt to dodge the counter. Offensive. This is dangerous. Its attack pattern completely changed. Damn it. Devo noticed the prince staring blankly at the monster. What are you doing, your highness? Run. But the prince had been pulled into a trance. A memory surfaces. Brother, are you really joining the raid? Yes, he confirms within the memory. His brother then presented him the staff of recovery. Take this with you. What is this? The Phoenix staff. It can heal any wound. I trust you possess the strength to control it. The young prince was stunned by the priceless gift. Are you sure? Is it truly all right to give me something this legendary? His brother offered a warm, reassuring smile. Because you are my little brother. You have a pure heart, and the people adore you. I believe in you too. Return safely. You are the one destined to become king. Snapping back to the grim reality of the forest, the prince beheld his beloved brother's face, embedded within the monster's gruesome flesh. Soleil, my brother, my king, I thought you were gone. Why are you here, denied rest even after death? Are you still suffering? While he was paralyzed by grief, the monster lunged. Jayap shoved the prince aside, but he couldn't save himself. Your Highness, no. Jayap managed a final, rueful smile. Looks like I lost this bet. As the others screamed in horror, the monster's jaws clamped shut around Jayap. The carnivorous flower instantly whipped back toward the prince, missing him by an inch. The flower snapped its jaws menacingly. Lunging again, Kiri slammed his shield between them, shouting, "Get a grip! Crown Prince Ko-sun, do you truly intend to die like a dog here?" Ko-sun was blown back several meters, coughing up blood from the brutal impact. He grimaced in pain, barely whispering, "I'm sorry, this is all my fault." She cut him off sharply. "Stop speaking nonsense." Kiri's expression then turned grave. "Rafa is still alive." The carnivorous flowers shrugged off their attacks, like they were absolutely nothing. Emitting bone-chilling screeches that pierced the air, the manor unleashed a relentless storm of bullets, firing relentlessly into the surging tide of enemies, while shouting his confirmation. It was exactly as she said. Unlike its usual victims, Ralph didn't morph into a monstrosity. Just as Pumpkin landed a devastating blow, they grasped a chilling reality. He hadn't been digested yet. With blinding, almost divine speed, the furious, axe-wielding berserker unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes against the carnivorous flower's main body. The beast thrashed wildly, screaming in agony, but the warrior proved even faster, dodging death by a hair's breadth. The flower then unleashed a massive shockwave, and Minner seized that critical moment, roaring, "Do it now, Pumpkin! Drag that idiot out of there!" Pumpkin's axe flew with earth-shattering force, straight toward the monster's maw, ripping the creature's abdomen wide open. He brought the weapon down again, its blade shining with a blinding, hopeful light. But in that split second, a vine lashed out, and blood sprayed as Pumpkin lost an arm. His eyes wide in shock, Kiri screamed his name, "Pumpkin!" Simultaneously, another vine whipped forward, tearing off one of her legs. Kazan watched the nightmare unfold before him. Frozen in horror, damn it all, he thought. Minner found herself completely surrounded at the beast's monstrous feet. Then she suddenly recognized the severed limbs. Terrifying human shapes began to emerge from the stumps. It was a scene straight out of a horror manhwa. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. The monster's severed legs had fully regenerated. The creature then smashed the ground. Triggering à cataclysmique explosion. The once lush forest was instantly reduced to a wasteland. Kazan wept tears of absolute despair, cursing his utter powerlessness. Damn it, Pumpkin! Despite his grievous injuries, Pumpkin desperately tried to lift his axe with his mouth. Kazan cried out, "Stop it!" Kiri desperately struggled to crawl forward, her voice breaking, "Stop this right now." Kazan could no longer bear to watch his people fall. For their sakes, he rushed to the front line, using his authority to command them. "I order you to stop," he yelled. From deep inside the beast, a hand seized a vital tendon. The monstrous, carnivorous flower froze solid. Blood erupted violently from inside its body, leaving everyone utterly stunned. "What?" Kazan gasped in pure disbelief. "What in the world just happened?" The aura of the devoured victims began to vanish, and the monster's internal structure started crumbling, like a boss character glitching out in a system. Man, something was definitely up. Someone was tearing it apart from the inside. As the monstrous flower withered and its organs failed, a shadow leaped from its gaping maw. The figure landed right in front of Kazan, who shielded his eyes from the dust. The prince looked on in pure amazement. Raph stood there, an absolute miracle. He flashed back to the moment he was swallowed, remembering how he had clutched his head, in sheer frustration. Damn it, I thought my game was completely over. Holy magic was absolutely useless. And who would have guessed I'd end up as Monster Chow? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. What is this twisted scenario? He saw countless crimson lumps floating before him and wondered, what is this? Then realization struck him. Aren't these the adventurers who were swallowed? Their equipment was still active. That explained it all. How this monster could copy the skills of its victims. Raph grinned with pure mischief. This is getting interesting. Holding out a glowing, slimy sphere, he asked, what are you guys staring at? He teased them. Daddy just got home from work, and no one's here to greet him. I'm about to cry. Kazan realized it was Sal. Raph explained. I looted every corpse and item inside that beast's stomach. Now it can't use a single one of their skills anymore. Thanks to Sal, healing energy washed over them. Pumpkin's lost arm and Kiri's leg regenerated. Miraculously, Raph continued his monologue, seemingly unfazed. In other words, recess is over. Exhaustion finally hit him, and he collapsed. Cracks spiderwebbed across his skin as he offered a weak smile. Guess I can finally take a little break now, huh? Win this one for me, Ralph, he smiled, reassuring them, don't worry. The cracks on his skin faded away. As everyone gazed at him with heartfelt gratitude, before taking flight, they declared, we'll end this in a heartbeat. Kazan stepped forward. I'm sorry, but I leave the rest to you. He begged them, please. Kiri began to charge. Her ultimate technique carrying the prince's hopes. Destroy that monster. The flower struggled to move. The corpse of the prince's brother, still trapped within it. Pumpkin swung his axe, finally liberating the royal brother. A beam of light tore through the dimension, and the trapped body finally found peace. Kazan stood before his brother's spirit, praying, Brother, my king. He whispered the spell, Sal. Restoration magic washed over the scene. You can finally rest now. A massive explosion echoed from the other side, where El Pam faced off against a fanatic. The cultist smiled. Looks like they're done. Shall we begin our dance? What are you planning? If you're here to convince me to switch sides again, save your breath, the cultist sneered. You are mistaken. The situation has changed, he declared. Now, I need you to disappear. El Pam. The cultist recalled the past, remembering the arrogance of his superior. Who gave you the right to destroy El Pam? Without my permission, Carson was struck by a summon. The cultist had screamed at Ariam. Do you have any idea what you are doing? He tried to justify himself. El Pam has no intention of helping us, so I must eliminate him to clear our path. The superior grew furious. Silence. You know nothing. What does El Pam think? That is not the issue, the old man roared. It is a vital vessel. The cultist flinched at the word vessel. The image of the dark mage flashed in his mind, reminiscent of an ancient awakening Manhwa legend. Ariam explained that. El Pam was part of the dark mage's plan. You emerged 500 years ago and tried to ruin everything. You've left me no choice at all. I don't need a pawn that bites its own master. The old man reached out, deciding it's best if I discard you now. Terrified, the cultist begged wait. He accepted his fate with trembling hands. I will do it. The superior asked what? The cultist pleaded desperately. If El Pam can do it, then I can do it too. Please, just give me one more chance. He shouted. I will become the vessel. Raising his hand, a corrupt purple flame ignited. He explained, this is a test. El Pam noticed the shift in the atmosphere. The cultist continued. A test to prove I'm more useful than you. The flame in his hand grew violently, mirroring his descent into madness. As if he were forcing a Manhwa-style power-up. Power-up, and I can become more special than you. The flames threatened to swallow everything. I'll show you who the superior vessel truly is. El Pam looked on with cold indifference. I couldn't care less about your garbage. Two forces collided, triggering a massive explosion. The battle raged on. El Pam's silhouette flickered in and out of existence. The cultist used his skill to observe, scoffing, idiot. Using a decoy again? Why do you keep using the same stale tricks? He slammed his hand onto the ground, mocking. Do you not know how to evolve? The surrounding golems shattered instantly, as a shockwave ripped through the area. Everything disintegrated. Yet, Elpam was nowhere to be seen. The cultist continued to provoke him. You know, these cheap parlor tricks won't work on me. How disappointing. Suddenly, Elpam materialized directly behind him. I thought so too. He launched a surprise attack. Did you really think? I wouldn't predict such an obvious move. A massive explosion engulfed them. Elpam stood safe within his barrier, sighing, what a complete waste of time. Elpam scoffed at the arrogance before him. So you really have no intention of stopping, do you? Just standing there, leaking energy and spouting such trash? My sincerest apologies if I've offended you. Elpam's sharp gaze pierced his opponent. The guy remained completely unharmed. My attacks are useless. It feels like my power's being devoured by a void the moment it makes contact. A cold dread seized him. He then realized the ominous aura wasn't from the man himself, but from the sinister ring he wore. Fine then. Elpam's expression went cold as he raised a single finger. If you want to play a game, I'll show you what true power looks like. Suddenly, Elpam's attack curved midair and slammed directly into the ground. The enemy gritted his teeth as magic surged. What is this? The very earth began to tremble and collapse beneath them. The enemy stared in disbelief. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to cast direct skills on living beings. Is that what you thought? Elpam es mirketh. His voice dripping with mockery. I'm not controlling you. The enemy finally realized it was psychokinesis, a transcendent skill that dominated space itself. The enemy regained his composure. In this territory, your tricks mean nothing. Elpam struggled against the immense pressure, realizing this was no ordinary telekinesis. It was spatial manipulation. The enemy unleashed his skill, forcing Elpam to calculate rapidly. What happens if I counter with the exact same frequency? But the barrier couldn't hold. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface. The enemy sneered. Are you deaf, boy? His laughter grew manic, echoing through the battlefield. I told you, inside my domain, you are powerless. He continued to drain the energy around them, his mouth running as fast as his mana absorption. To dominate a zone is to become its god. I control the mana in the very air, the gravity that binds you, and even your pathetic abilities. With this power, I have achieved perfection. He looked like a madman, eyes wide with pure delusion. I am the supreme entity, the very one the Dark Mage has been searching for. But in that very instant, the ring on Elpam's finger shattered. The enemy froze as a terrifying vacuum ripped open, ruthlessly swallowing all that chaotic energy. In an instant, the cultist completely lost his mind, clutching desperately at his head and howling at the sky like a rabid dog. I did it. The vessel is finally mine. But suddenly, a cold voice sliced through his celebration. From the other side, celebrating. A bit too early, aren't we? Elpam stepped forward, his aura eerily calm. I admit, with my current build, I can't beat you. He launched a new rapid-fire attack. His voice is steady as steel. But it's a different story if I switch up the skill set. What kind of nonsense is that? Your elements are fire and telekinesis. The enemy recoiled, utterly shocked. How are you using a poison breath attack? Pure fear flashed in his eyes, as Elpam unveiled a power that utterly defied logic. A mage is limited to 2 elements. An unshakable rule of this awakened Manhwa world. No one has ever broken that law. But then, a blinding light suddenly erupted. The light detonated with violent, crushing force, turning the battlefield into a raging sea of roaring flames. The enemy's ring glowed, desperately, trying to absorb the immense impact. Once again, the enemy screeched, his voice cracking with pure arrogance. A single poison skill changes nothing. 2 elements, 3 elements. It doesn't matter. My power is absolute. He opened his mouth to boast further, but the words died in his throat. Elpam, covered in wounds, was still casting. Who told you I stopped at 3? Arcs of raw electricity crackled around Elpam, manifesting as jagged bolts of lightning. In that crucial moment, Elpam remembered how this miracle had truly come to be. Memories from his past life came flooding back. Before my regression, back when I first unlocked the second circle, I discovered a glitch in the system. Beyond just fire and telekinesis, a massive block of ice materialized. At the second circle, I unlocked poison. By the third circle, I commanded ice. The higher I climbed, the more elements bow to me. 3 distinct elemental forces began to swirl and fuse within his body. This rule-breaking power I named Elemental Master. He now stood at the 4th circle. The masked enemy trembled. His brain, unable to process the impossibility before him. No. How can you possess such power? The enemy collapsed as Elpham released the energy, the lightning gouging a deep trench into the earth. Elpham stared at the crackling lightning in his palm. He didn't know why he was gifted this anomaly, or what purpose it served. But in this life, I will use this power to rewrite everything. The Dark Mage's follower cowered in terror. Elpham shouted, "Vanish! In the future I will build. In the future I once knew. You do not exist." The storm of lightning swallowed the enemy whole. In his final moments of despair, he reached out toward a fading light. Flashback to the Dark Mage. Akram, staring at him with madness in his eyes. "You think you can replace Elpham?" Bound by the Dark Serpent, he had begged for a chance. "I can do it. I'll prove I'm more useful than him. Elpham is uncontrollable. Let me be your vessel." The Dark Mage had grinned. "Interesting. Let's see if you have what it takes. Carson, consider this a test." The mage revealed the cruel price. The loser becomes fertilizer for the winner. That is the only rule. As he disintegrated, he finally understood. Elpham unleashed his ultimate technique. I was never the one Akram wanted. Elpham had returned. The dust settled. "Looks like the trash has been taken out." Elpham turned to his team. "Everyone okay?" Raph giggled weakly from the ground. "I'm fine, just totally drained." "What a relief. Let's get moving." It was truly unnerving. How casually they dismissed Raph's exhaustion. Elpham pointed ahead. "Follow my lead." I actually spotted an emergency exit on the way in. The team marveled at his keen instincts. "That's the Elpham we know." Light flooded in as they stepped onto the sand. Ralph cheered, "Finally. We just need to reach the palace, and we're home free." Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against a throat. "What the?" A group of assassins, wielding sickles, emerged from the shadows, swiftly circling them. "Who are these guys?" Giano stepped forward. His presence suffocated the air. "I've been waiting for you." Third Prince. It was none other than Giano, the infamous leader of the Death Guild. The prince lunged forward. "Who dares block my path?" One of Giano's subordinates intercepted him in a flash. "Freeze!" Her voice was colder than ice. "Move one finger, and the prince's tail ends right here." The betrayal stung Aaron to his core. "Since when?" Kazan struggled desperately against the grip. "Let me go." The grip only tightened. "Stay still, if you value your limbs." Giano observed them coolly, his gaze locking onto a specific item. "That staff, it belongs to Lord Saolay." Not even the great Saolay had ever returned from that gate. Could they have actually cleared the dungeon? Kazan demanded, "Identify yourself now. Did Arita send you to finish us off?" The assassin shook his head. "Quite the opposite," he stated, his gaze hardening. "I am here to save Ariant from the suffering Arita has caused. We share a common enemy." The prince recognized the symbol instantly. The Sanex Guild, famous revolutionaries, fighting against the corrupt throne, and greedy officials, champions of the common people. Kazan lowered his guard slightly. "I've heard the stories, though we stand on different sides. Your desire to save the people deeply mirrors mine. What do you want? If it's for the kingdom, I will lend you my strength. I have no expectations left for you." The faces of the Sands members darkened like a storm cloud, all because of King Abdullah, a mere puppet dancing on Queen Irada's strings. The rot had infected the very roots of this empire. Officials gorged on corruption while the people starved. It was a monarchy that had betrayed its sacred mandate. His voice thundered with cold resolve. "The time for talk is over. I will sever the royal bloodline, crush the court, and build a new world from the ashes. A kingdom without a crown. A declaration that defied the heavens themselves." Assad trembled in their grip. "A pathetic hostage. Stand up, you worm," they barked. His terrified scream pierced the air, shocking the crown prince's younger brother. Assad stammered in panic. To kill Abdullah, you must breach the 2,000 royal guards. An impossible feat I failed at for years. Then his trembling finger pointed accusingly at the two princes. That is why I need royal blood. Only a prince who clears the trials can bypass the barrier with you. The guards will stand aside and grant us free entry. He offered a devil's bargain. Just one person. Bring me Lord Sullah's relic and lead me inside. Do this, and I grant you a life of peace, far from this chaos. But fail me, Jano hissed, and you die right here. Assad didn't hesitate. I'll do it, he cried, his honor completely shattered. If I get Sullah's relic, just keep your word. I don't care who takes the fall. Ereska spat. Filthy coward. Raf urged Prince Khan. Say something. We can't let this chance slip. But Khan clenched his fists, defeated. I have no choice. Khan's eyes hardened. If letting you in means destroying the throne, then I cannot cooperate. I won't be the key to your destruction. Killing intent exploded from Jano's subordinate. Her blade flashed. Scum. Still clinging to your greed for the throne. Her voice was ice cold. Then greet the Reaper right here. Kiri lunged forward, a mere blur of motion. Prince Alpamumi moved swiftly to intercept her. Suddenly, a projectile ripped through the very air. Her eyes widened in fury. Who dares interfere? A figure in a green hood then blocked the strike. Catching the naked blade, she roared. Back off, Sejin. Why do you stop this purge? He stood firm. Cease this madness, Iriska. This is wrong, Lord Jano. King Abdullah and the witch Erida must fall. Yes, but dragging innocent princes into this bloodbath. That is not our way, she scoffed, her killing intent rising. Spare me the righteous speech. They're all the same. Every drop of that filthy royal blood must be purged from existence. Filthy blood. Sejong's voice dropped an octave. You ungrateful fool. Do your words not spit on the memory of Lord Sullah himself? She froze. No, I didn't mean. Have you forgotten who gave us power? Do you think we slum rats had the strength to rise alone? Lord Sullah created the sand bandits to give the voiceless a roar, to check the throne's power, not to massacre it entirely. Khan felt a sudden wave of awe. Sullah founded the sand bandits? You were the true king, even for the shadows. You fought only for the people. Sejin fell to his knees before Jano. This path betrays Lord Sullah's dying wish. Please reconsider before we lose our way. Jano closed his eyes, the immense weight of the past pressing down on him. Jano mused, though he was born a prince. He poured his life into saving trash like us. He truly possessed the heart of a sovereign. However, his aura darkened. What we do now might stain his legacy. Suddenly, Jano's eyes snapped open. But Lord Sullah is dead. Our last hope lies in the grave. There is only one path to save this dying nation. Cut out the rot and forge a new empire from zero. And do you really possess the strength to build this utopia? Elpamumi's voice cut sharply through the tension. The crowd froze. Ilpam. He addressed the leader directly. After you take out Abdullah and pin it all on a prince, then what do you think happens next? Do you really think 2,000 elite royal guards would just bow to you, just because the king is dead? His gaze was absolutely piercing. They'll slaughter you right where you stand. It's game over. Ralph tried to intervene. Elpam, stop. But Elpamumi only pressed on. If you want to kill Arida and the royals, go right ahead. But save yourself some time and slit your own throats afterwards. That isn't a revolution. It's suicide terror. Arska snarled. You outsider. What do you know about any of this? If I can crush the monarchy and die smiling, I accept that fate. Then go ahead. Elpamumi stepped closer. His presence seemed to expand. If you don't mind dragging every last citizen of Variant into a bloody massacre right alongside you. Jano balked. What? What do you mean? Elpamumi is Mirkith. You think merely removing Arida ends this nightmare? How naively, pathetically cute. He signaled that the problem wasn't just the queen. The real threat is the sinister shadow looming behind her. Jano's blood ran cold. A backer? Behind Arida? The scene shifted to the endless. Merciless desert sands as El Pamumi unveiled the horrifying truth. Isn't it far too convenient, the timing of her rise? Her every move, it's as if she was engineered to plunge this entire kingdom into absolute anarchy. Have you never questioned her true endgame? The atmosphere grew thick and heavy. Let me tell you a story. He dropped the bombshell. Queen Arida of Ariant is a disciple of the Black Wizard. The rebels recoiled in utter shock. Lies. A disciple? Impossible. But in their minds, the terrifying silhouette of the Dark Mage, the one who eclipses the sun, materialized. Think about the cults rising in Portel. What if their corruption has already stretched its vile tentacles all the way to Ariant? A chill ran down their spines. If I'm right, destroying the central power now creates the perfect bloody feast for them. Without a royal successor, chaos will reign, and they will consume us all. Jano finally realized the true horror in that impending chaos. The cult would ignite a devastating civil war. The kingdom itself would splinter and shatter, leaving its people to endure a living hell. Khan nodded gravely. Exactly. They finally pieced the terrifying puzzle together. As long as the throne still stands, the king serves as both their ultimate shield and prime target. They cunningly manipulated Abdullah because their power truly thrives in the shadows. Hiding their true monstrous claws, Khan grimly outlined the impending doom. But if the king falls and the nation fractures, the shadows will surge, just as they did in Port El. This entire kingdom will be devoured whole. The nightmare unleashed here will eclipse anything ever witnessed. Truly, I deeply apologize. The royal family has utterly failed you, and your anger is absolutely justified. I have no personal desire for the crown. It is a burden heavy with the sins of generations. But Janikin's eyes burned with unyielding resolve. This land desperately needs a true successor, not another bloody revolution. The Sands members finally understood. The third Prince Khan was the legitimate, destined heir, the very one who conquered the prince's tomb. This was the ultimate profound awakening, a true Manhwa-worthy plot twist. A chance to evolve Aryan, without needing a literal river of blood. Arskad glanced at the trembling Asa, then back at Khan. If this truly is the only path, then he is worth far, far more than that piece of royal trash. Jono stepped forward, his expression grave. To overthrow Abdullah and claim the crown. And do you truly realize you will become the direct target of all that hatred? Jono asked. Abdullah fell to corruption. How can I trust you won't rot in the same exact way? Khan didn't flinch, then stand beside me and watch. If the day ever comes when I truly become a monster, then do not hesitate to strike my head from my shoulders. You choose to rule with a blade constantly at your throat. Jono marveled. Why go this far? For what? Khan simply smiled. A majestic, undeniable aura now surrounding him. Is it not obvious? It is the sacred burden of royalty. Jono was struck utterly silent. The image overlapped perfectly with a profound memory of Lord Sulla. He whispered, "Why do you sacrifice everything for us?" He snapped, "What are you implying, Jano?" My deep resentment toward the royal family stems from their ingrained prejudice. Sulla finally revealed the truth. Yet you granted me the title of Sand Shadow. And risking your life and taking on a traitor stigma, he simply couldn't fathom why royalty would ever bleed for scum like us. A soft chuckle escaped him. You ask why I suddenly chose kindness? It's a truly laughable question. I did it because it was simply necessary. Because that is the heavy burden of the royal bloodline. Those words utterly shattered Jano's resolve. He extended a trembling hand. Fina, perhaps I will place my faith in you one last time. He helped Caesar to his feet. Meanwhile, the scene shifts deep into the palace, where a demanding voice boomed. Have you recovered Sulla's relic? Caesar confirmed without hesitation, yes. The king meticulously examined the artifact. There's no doubt this truly belonged to Sulla. His mind raced. This reality contradicted everything Arida had poisoned his ears with. She taught me how to act, yet now she's vanished. The king, with renewed authority, spoke. Excellent. You have emerged victorious in this war for the throne. Prince Kassar, from this day forward, The third prince, Cassar, shall be the crown prince. But Cassar cut him off, his voice sharp. No, father, I will not be your crown prince. The court froze. The king, stunned, could only sputter curses. Cassar, you ungrateful wretch. But the boy declared, with absolute power, from this moment on, I am the king. The crown descended onto Cassar's brow. Amidst the thunderous applause of the masses, all hail the new king of Ariant. He stood, bathed in the golden sun, and the falling flowers of his succession. The cheering was endless. Long live King Cassar. Inside, Cassar turned to his allies. I wish for those who aided me to remain by my side. Have you reconsidered Elpam? I truly desire your company. After all we've endured, just say the word, and I shall grant you titles of nobility. Befitting heroes, Elpam respectfully declined the offer. My apologies, your majesty, but we still have a score to settle with those cultists. We cannot rest here. I hope you understand. Caesar nodded, regret lingering in his eyes. I see then. May I interpret this as a promise? That you will return once the chaos has ended? Greedy kings, like myself, hate to let talented individuals slip away. Elpam offered a knowing smile, a silent vow passing between them. When the dust settles, we will consider it. Suddenly, Caesar presented 2 massive sacks of gold. You may be leaving, but I cannot let my saviors depart empty-handed. 2 servants struggled under the weight. These are the promised items and a small bonus. But to Mokiri and Debo, this small gift looked like a fortune. Your Majesty, this is hardly small. Isn't this too much? And why give that stingy old man royal treasures? The words recalled Seal's ecstatic face when he received the staff. Think nothing of it. I trust Seal will find satisfaction, using it to crush those cultists. Castor's expression darkened regardless. The situation has become complicated. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, a surviving cultist lurked in the shadows. He stood amidst the swirling sands. The reality was grim. Before we returned, Areta had already vanished. We have absolutely no leads on the cult's hideout. Do you possess a method to track them? Castor's patience was wearing thin. Elpham explained, although I am not certain. I have a theory. Castor leaned in, intrigued. What is it? On the ground, a Black Mage cultist lay severed at the waist, gasping for air. Surprised I still draw breath in this state, Elpam needed answers, not taunts. You bastard, what exactly is your organization plotting? In this vessel you mentioned, what is it? What is it? The cultist scoffed. You ask a villain for the truth? Do you think this is some generic system? Manhwa, where I explain my skills to you. His voice dripped with malice, foreshadowing a future steeped in chaos. You must be truly desperate now. But that's just a natural reaction, isn't it? Elpam Arcarium has you all dancing right as palm. Without even knowing his plan, you can't possibly save your precious little friends. Elpam's weapon shot up menacingly. Shut up and answer me before I blow your head off. The dark cultist remained utterly defiant. Do your worst. I'm finished regardless. In the end, Arcarium tossed me aside like trash, just like all the others my life. Sustained only by dark magic now, is flickering out. I fought so hard just to survive. His body began to crumble into particles of light. But now, facing the abyss of death, I find I simply no longer care. Elpam's eyes shot wide open as the cultist whispered his crucial final clue. Go to Megatia. There, you will find the truth you seek. The cultist's distorted face twisted into a grin. What a true pity. I won't be around to witness the horror on your face when you learn the truth. With the name Megatia, suddenly, the puzzle pieces clicked into place. The city of scholars, renowned for its alchemy. That's where they're hiding, then? Khazar stroked his chin, pondering Megatia. It's not far, just a 3-day march on foot. Gaining entry, however, will prove difficult. He paused, then gestured pointedly toward the door. Perfect timing. You can travel with them. Elpam blinked, utterly confused. With them? Thank you for the entertaining tale. Suddenly, Qasim strode purposefully into the room. I thought I'd accepted a rather boring assignment, but it seems I was sorely mistaken. If you're truly headed to Megatia, I assume the cultists are festering there as well. Kiri froze in awe. Lord Qasim, the old knight, offered a gentle smile. Long time no see, Kiri. Kiri needed to know why a legend was here. What wind blows you to this place? Kasim simply replied, we received a distress signal from a geisha. It seems someone's conducting illegal experiments. In the underground labs, we found pools of blood, traces of human subjects. It's an absolute nightmare. If left unchecked, it will plunge Mageisha into utter chaos. Kasim barely contained his fury. Mageisha typically handles its own conflicts, but this time, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. They secretly reached out to the Cygnus Knights to investigate. However, since this was an unofficial mission, I pondered how we could breach their security. Kasser interrupted with a confident smirk. That's when I remembered the pass we possess. He mentioned an item that even took Kasim by surprise. What pass do you speak of? Mageisha is the mecca for alchemists, a place of rare minerals, and precious ores are highly sought after. They require all manner of reagents and resources for their research, and Ariant is the primary supplier of those necessities. Kasser produced a stamped document. This is the trade pass we use for exports. I had it prepared in advance, at the request of the Cygnus Knights. It seems the chaos in Mageisha is linked to the cultists. Kasser made his final strategic move. Elpam, you will join forces with Kasim's squad for this expedition. Join their ranks. I believe your destinies are intertwined. Your Majesty, is it wise to let them go? Their journey began. Under the scorching tyranny of the desert sun, Khan was powerless to halt the wheels of fate. We have no other option, he realized. This burden was a quest bestowed upon them by the heavens. The world cries out for their strength. They will conquer Mageisha, just as they saved us here. Khan watched their silhouettes vanish into the dunes, his heart heavy with hope. All we can do is have faith, praying for the hero's triumphant return. The party finally reached their destination. Despite holding the royal pass, their path was barred. You're from Ariant. Delivering minerals? The gatekeeper's eyes held nothing but cold refusal. Turn back. Excuse me. This was Mageisha, the famed city of alchemy. Duo stepped forward, his aura flaring. Why are we barred? We hold official clearance. He read it, but the guard stood like an immovable wall, denying them entry. I never received any intel about your arrival. The guard scowled, his hand drifting to his weapon. I'm on duty. Keep pushing me, and you'll deeply regret it. Suddenly, a messenger sprinted forward. Hold your fire. I have the official decree. She flashed her high-level clearance. They are guests of the Genius Society. My apologies for the delay. She guided them in, unraveling the situation. We were delayed by a detour. Elpam's party remained on edge. Is the leadership of Mageisha in chaos? The guide shook her head. It's not that simple. The alchemists here are split into two warring factions. Genius prioritizes the purity of life, while Alcadno seeks to fuse life with machinery. Their philosophies clashed like oil and water. We, Genius, kept your invitation secret from Alcadno. It's a delicate political game. Moments later, they stood before a colossal Forbidden Gotha. We suspect the Alcadno faction orchestrated this blockade. An Alcadno guard sneered, what? You think you can investigate us? Access denied. We are under high-level lockdown. Only Alcadno personnel may pass. Rage sparked in Du's eyes. Are you kidding me? We must step it up. Even an official, diplomatic envoy from Genius is barred. The guard shrugged. Unless you're a high-ranking officer, get lost. Ulma's Mivke. Is that so? Then we have no issue. The guard blinked, sensing a shift in pressure. Who exactly are you? I am Ulma, the chief researcher of the Genius Institute. As the group strode past, the guard could only stand frozen in stunned silence. They split up to scour the area. But as the sun bled into the horizon, they found no trace of the anomaly. The men stood aside, idly kicking the dust. We've been at this all day. It's a bust. Kiri narrowed her eyes. Actually, every experiment here reeks of dark mana. Carson shook his head. Our sector was clean. Ulma's Ghazi sharpened. If it's hidden this well, it can only be in one place. Du tilted his head. Where? Her subordinate leaned in, a hushed whisper. Lejuma flinched, startled. She stammered, I apologize. That's S-class classified information. Carson's patience snapped. What? You dragged us into this whole Manhwa scenario. Don't play games with us. You're referring to the underground sector? Uma gasped. How did you? He'd already scanned the depths. With his advanced sensory skills, the sheer mana density masks the details, but something massive lurks beneath our feet. A labyrinthine map began to solidify in his mind's eye. It's a colossal underground network. If a secret laboratory truly exists, it's down there. Uma admitted defeated. Confess the truth. It's no ordinary lab. It's a black site facility. Created by a mad alchemist dabbling in forbidden arts. The tunnels are a maze of horrors, filled with failed test subjects and the vengeful wraiths of dead alchemists. I've never dared to enter, but rumors say it connects Genius and Al-Cadno. Miner groaned. Are you serious? You should have led with that. We could have breached it hours ago. Uma trembled. This is information known only to the elite council. Access is strictly prohibited. She frantically patted her pockets, her face turning pale. Without the key card, wait. Panic seized her. What do I do? It's gone. I'm going to be executed for this. She was spiraling into a full-blown breakdown. Carson side-eyed her. Asterisk, is she really a top-tier genius? Asterisk, the armored warrior sighed heavily. Why is nothing ever a simple leveling or mana quest for us? Meanwhile, a fist pounded furiously against a steel door. Open up. Dr. B's robotic voice buzzed. Quit your screeching. I just woke up. Who dares disturb me? My face. It's ruining. I need the beauty elixir. Give me the potion this instant. The mechanical voice was cold. I'm out of stock, and I won't be brewing another batch anytime soon. The Queen's eyes widened in fury. What? This is unacceptable. I can't exist like this. Dr. B scoffed. Go whine to someone who cares. I'm Busse. He then glanced at his surveillance monitors. It seems I have rats in my maze. I must prepare a lethal welcome. While I continue my work, I have no time for your vanity. Queenie pointed a trembling finger at the speaker. Silence. I am the one funding your wretched research. She hammered on the door. Have you forgotten our contract? I know you're hoarding it. Hand it over. Silence hung heavy in the air before the doctor spoke. Ah, yes. The contract. The heavy blast door hissed open. Queen E's expression shifted from raging fury to eager anticipation. Beauty, a monstrous mechanical construct with glowing red eyes, loomed over her. How about I just carve that ugly face off your skull? Splat. Crimson sprayed across the walls. Her crown clattered to the floor, echoing in the silence. Dispose of the trash. Deep underground, two shadows bowed. The genius dogs are sweeping the streets. A wheelchair creaked forward. Did they detect our presence? The director of Al-Cadno, eyes burning with malice, gripped his armrests. Ensure your lips are sealed. No one enters this sanctuary alive. Shadows concealed two figures as they spied on the trio from a distance. Uma's teammate couldn't hide his shock, whispering, isn't that the headmaster of Enkado Academy? So they really are plotting something. Deep in this underground labyrinth, Katsim narrowed her eyes. It seems we found the answer we were looking for. Uma signaled, let's pull back. Our mission was just to identify the mastermind, not engage. But as the words left his mouth, Uma's foot clipped a metal bar, sending a sharp clang echoing through the silence. Headmaster Matt's group spun around instantly. Who's there? Uma lost his balance and face-planted in the most undignified way possible, leaving the enemies completely speechless. My bad. Uma stammered, but Matt's henchmen wasted no time, locking onto the noise. They charged forward, pure killing intent in their eyes. As they closed in, the henchmen recognized the uniforms. They belonged to Uma's partner and Katsim. Their eyes widened. That crest, Zanuma's. Uma's partner, realizing stealth was blown, gritted his teeth and quickly pulled out a test tube. No choice left, but before he could even throw it, a sudden blast shattered the vial in his hand. Don't even think about it. You Zenuma scum. Matt's lackeys roared, emboldened, just as they lunged to seize Uma's partner. Katsim reacted with a single fluid motion. She instantly incapacitated both attackers before they even saw her blade move. Katsim then pointed her cold steel directly at Headmaster Matt. Damn it, he cursed. She held her ground, an aura of dominance radiating. Checkmate, she glared at Headmaster Matt. Do you have any excuses left? Matt's face twisted with pure rage. How dare you filth try to pin your crimes on us? You disgusting Zenuma rats. Matt screamed, veins bulging. But it doesn't matter. Nothing will go according to your plan. You filthy cultists. Getchi seen Blinket, genuinely confused by his sudden outburst. What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, 3 streaks of ominous purple lightning tore through the air from the shadows. One of Matt's subordinates barely dodged, relying on his armor to deflect the bolt, but the sheer force sent him skidding. Cat Sim's eyes widened. What the hell is that energy? The caster of the purple lightning stepped out, arrogance dripping from his voice. Sweet dreams, you alchemist morons. A blond man in an elegant suit appeared, crackling with violet electricity. El Paimo's eyes widened in horror. You, Thunder Emperor Deke. Memories of a typical, leveling Manhwa villain flooded back. But this was real and terrifyingly familiar. El Paimo's mind flashed back to that rainy night. He saw his comrades lying broken on the ground. And not far away, that man, bathed in purple lightning, strangling a girl, her life draining amidst the torrential rain. Deke cackled like a madman. As the light dimmed in her vacant eyes, fury surged through El Palma's chest. Deke smirked, tilting his head. Huh, have we met before? Cat Sim stepped forward, his sword raised, defying the oppressive pressure. Thunder Emperor, she scoffed. Quite a flashy title. Clearly, you're not one of those alchemists. She leveled her blade precisely at his throat. So, you're a mere hound of the Black Mage? You're the one conducting these forbidden experiments. Down here. What exactly is your goal? Deke let out a dark chuckle. You absolute imbecile. He unleashed another arc of searing purple lightning. I don't know how you pesky rats sniff this out. The electricity coursed along a preset path on the floor, but you're already far too late. The dark energy surged into the conduits, racing towards the iconic tower of Encado. The ritual has already succeeded. Everyone froze, gasping. What? Encado's subordinates stared in stunned confusion, which quickly morphed into primal, bone-chilling fear. The lid of the symbol slowly creaked open, releasing a thick, sinister smoke, illuminated by a blinding violet light. The ship and the massive hanging bell began to resonate, with a deep, bone-chilling hum. The henchmen clutched their heads, screaming, as if their minds were tearing apart, as their very souls were ripped from their bodies, flying towards the tower like helpless moths to a deadly flame. Headmaster Matt watched on in utter horror, as the souls were cruelly siphoned away. This isn't Zenimus doing this. Wait, what is that thing? Matt cried out. Deke merely laughed. A sound of pure, unadulterated madness. Carson, consider it an absolute honor. Your pathetic souls will serve a glorious purpose. The resurrection of the Black Mage. El Palma's group watched the nightmare chillingly unfold. Matt trembled, the horrific truth suddenly dawning. Our souls, then US. Uma shook with raw fear. We have to stop this mechanism now. El Palma's voice cut sharply through the panic, cold and commanding. You guys go stop the ritual. I will handle this trash. Minner and Kiri shouted in unison. I'll take care of this myself. El Paimo will cut them off sharply. You'll only get in my way. Minner gazed at him, his face etched with worry. El Paimo then shifted his gaze to Deke. I've been waiting for this moment, Deke. The villain's expression twisted in annoyance. Who the hell are you? El Paimo es oja exploded. The very ground began cracking beneath him. I'm so glad you're still alive. El Paimo growled, his eyes burning with vengeance. Because I'm going to rip that head right off your shoulders. With my own bare hands. Suddenly, the chairman's voice crackled to life over the radio. To all alchemists hearing this broadcast, this is the chairman of the Encanto Association. So cease all conflict with the Zenomines immediately. They are not the cultists. They are not our enemy. He revealed the grim truth. The real enemy has begun their assault on the surface. Even as I speak, the souls of Megasia's citizens are being harvested indiscriminately by a magical mechanism they triggered, judging by the sheer scale of the spell. Those bastards have corrupted the underground pentagram, the very system meant to protect Megatia. We are moving to the core of the magic engine now. We will decode their installation and shut it down. All units, move to your designated positions and await orders. I repeat, all alchemists of Megatia, defend this town from the cultists with your lives. As the emergency broadcast cut off, the chairman, Menor, and 2 others breached a sealed chamber. Menor's voice was grave. Just as I feared, they tampered with the pentagram. One of the aides gasped, "Chairman Menor, what is this place?" Menor began to explain, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "An immense energy radiates from here. Who knew such a place existed beneath our town?" Another aide asked, trembling, "Is this the pentagram you spoke of?" Menor nodded solemnly. "Since it has come to this, I can no longer hide the truth from you. This is the pentagram that protects Megatia, a magical construct created by the Black Mage himself." Uma's jaw dropped. "What? The Black Mage's magic? Why would something like that exist in Megatia?" Menor gritted his teeth. "No time for a history lesson. We have to reverse the distortion these cultists caused and restore the pentagram to its original state. Spread out. Find a way to restore the seal." Uma snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." Menor joined the frantic search. Barking orders, "Look for anything, any clue that might help us." A pentagram created by the Black Mage. It defies the logic of any modern genius. But surely, someone must have studied its distortion. If we find those records, we can reverse it. Menor's brow furrowed in deep concentration. His eyes locked onto 2 pages, covered in ancient script. This content, it reads like a journal. He checked the date. 10 years have passed since I discovered this hidden laboratory that the association buried. Here, I learned the truth. They were so desperate to hide the roots of alchemy. In Mag-Asia, they stemmed directly from the Black Mages. A cursed pinnacle. I am certain this ominous light will lead me to the ultimate truth. If I complete this research, when I finally grasp the secrets of this world, for years, the greatest barrier to my ascension has been a lack of raw energy. To fuel this experiment, I need a colossal power source. I have exhausted every conventional method, yet I remain at a standstill. Then, a revelation struck me like lightning. What if I utilized the human soul itself as an energy source? To my shock, I discovered that the minerals in this very lab have the capacity to store souls. Is this yet another dark gift he left behind for us? Infinite possibilities are flooding my mind. I have named this vessel the Soul Stone. Thud. Menor slammed the book down the moment he finished reading. Startled by the noise, Carson turned around. "What is it? You look like you were lost in a nightmare." It was a violent reaction to mere words. "It's not just murder," Menor hissed. They meticulously modified the pentacle to convert souls into fuel. They are actually trying to resurrect him. The Black Mage, Carson's face twisted in horror. The Black Mage, Menor nodded grimly. "Yes, but no alchemist in Mag-Asha possesses the skill to modify the pentacle with such terrifying complexity. No one, not even me. At this stage, the pinnacle of Mag-Asha is beyond repair." Suddenly, Carson cut in sharply. "We can stop it." Mel stared at him stunned. "What?" Carson spoke with rapid-fire intensity. "We may not be able to retrieve the consumed souls or reset the pinnacle immediately, but we can at least freeze the corrupted engine before it completes the cycle. If we reverse the flow of the circuits originally installed to distort the pentacle." Yuma, drenched in sweat from her frantic analysis, finally chimed in. "It's possible, theoretically, if we short-circuit the flow. The chaotic discharge will act as a signal flare for the counter-reaction." Meanwhile, watching the Black Mage's fanatics scramble away, his opponent scoffed. "What's wrong? You talk big like a hero in a Manhwa recap, but all you do is run. No matter how much time you buy, I'll send you to the afterlife soon enough. Don't worry, your little friends will be joining you shortly." Instantly, a storm of blinding light erupted. The cultist sneered as he saw the boy collapse to the ground. "Is this really all the strength you have?" The boy gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" Another voice cut through the chaos. "I'd love to crush you into dust." but I don't have the luxury of time right now. The Black Mage's followers slowly turned. Forget about meeting your friends. Unlike before, you're taking a solo trip to hell. Thunder and light collided in a catastrophic explosion. At the critical moment, Yuma activated her radio, her voice desperate. Carson, anyone hear me? This is Yuma. I am a senior alchemist of Zenith. I found a way to halt the pinnacle. The key lies in circulation and transformation. You must infuse mana into the 3 magic circuits in front of you, in the order of humility, honesty, and trust, while blocking the reverse flow. You must simultaneously force the current back to its original path. The fighters froze, a wave of confusion hitting them. What does that even mean, simultaneously? One scoffed in disbelief. To restructure the pentacle, you mean? We need the biological alchemy of Zenimist and the mechanical engineering of Alcadno to work in perfect unison. So that means the alchemists of Zenimist and Alcadno must team up. Don't make me laugh. What could a lowly researcher possibly know about high-level alchemy? You expect me to cooperate with those Alcadno scumbags. They study a completely different field, for crying out loud. But just as Yuma started to panic, a commanding voice immediately silenced all the dissent. Stop your whining and obey her now. The listeners froze, gripped by terror. It was the guild president himself, the president of Zenimist. He snatched the radio, his voice booming with undeniable authority. Have you fools not realized this is no time to be picky? It is literally hell on earth out here. If we hesitate now, Magasha is completely finished. As the president of the Zenimist Society, hear me. I order you. Do not give up. As long as the success rate isn't 0, it's an experiment worth dying for. Time was quickly running out, and the challenge ahead was brutal. Yuma and Mad hissed through gritted teeth, infuriated. Damn it, let's just get this done. Yuma returned to the mic, her resolve firm. I will guide you. We have one shot at this, so listen up. Keep up or we all die. Circuit humility, 376 to 28. Circuit honesty, 884 to 3, and 1 divided by 25. Circuit trust, 3,679 to 1. Circulate energy now. Finally, the seal had been broken. Yuma cried out in ecstasy, magnificent. The flow is reversing. Just a little more. Hold the line, she screamed with all her might, urging them to maintain the formation, no matter what. Almost there. Suddenly, the hatch blew open, light flooding the chamber as the matrix was finally summoned. The golden shards instantly linked together, clicking into place with flawless mechanical precision. In a flash, the corruption violently shattered. The system normalized, now bathed in radiant light. The soul stone fragments began to glow, radiating pure energy. The entire system had successfully rebooted. The engine roared to life, settling into a steady hum. Yuma gasped, finally able to breathe, as immense relief washed over her like a tidal wave. She collapsed, completely drained, but it was a success. Carson cheered. You did it, alchemist. I honestly thought we were goners. If anyone had made even the slightest error, the pinnacle would have gone berserk and vaporized our souls. Mad let out a heavy sigh. It's a relief the immediate crisis is averted, but so many souls were already consumed. The situation is still grim. Yuma spoke slowly, her voice trembling. You're right. Why would they go this far? Are they truly trying to bring the Black Mage back to this world? Carson replied with a darkened expression. I wanted the same thing. I need to tear through the research archives. There might be more evidence regarding these cultists or this forbidden ritual. The journal was opened once more. The memoirs read like a descent into madness. Date recorded, 43 years since I began. I can finally see the end of the road. Though decades have passed, I have 0 regrets. My only sorrow is that I cannot finish this research with my own hands. I must find a new vessel. Date recorded. Still no progress. Still no progress. Date recorded. Finally. It has been an eternity, but I have found a way to complete the work myself. Carson finished reading, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He slammed his hand on the desk. Elsewhere, a chilling, maniacal chuckle echoed in the shadows. Elpam's voice cut through the dark. Something funny? Have you lost your mind? The answer lies deep within this artifact. I have engraved the very essence of life, alchemy, into its core. For a brief moment, Carson peered through the invisible rifts in his consciousness to decipher the bracelet. But suddenly, a massive projectile smashed into the lab. The shell tore right through the wall. Carson took the full force of the impact, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. What the hell was that? It was Uma, wearing a twisted, sadistic grin. Damn it, I never expected. They could repair the transformation matrix. That woman, Uma, is making everything so much more complicated. Where are the believers when things are this desperate? Useless, absolutely useless trash. All of them. Whatever. This is still well within my calculations. From here on out, I'll handle this myself. A mechanical beast roars to life, charging straight for Carson. Uma laughs maniacally, looking like a total lunatic. Small fries, get lost. I'm busy here. This sudden power spike puts me on high alert. That thing is a roid unit. How can a mere genomist like you control a roid unit created by our nanotechnology? Uma spreads her arms wide, cackling in triumph. You should thank me. I personally upgraded this useless pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Carson struggles desperately to hold back the crushing weight of the machine. A life science genomist suddenly mastering nano-dash, mechanical engineering, the method to continue the research, was recorded in the diary. Uma's bracelet matched the blueprints perfectly as the puzzle pieces clicked into place. Carson's fighting spirit erupted with renewed intensity. He gritted his teeth. It was you. Uma distorted the magic circle. She didn't deny it. She owned it with pride. Carson's aura exploded, creating a massive pressure wave. Thanks to you, things just got a lot messy, eh? He was still reeling from the shock. Unable to believe that brat. Uma could destroy his magic circle. I have no choice but to repair it. Uma, having cleared a path with her subordinates, walks away casually. You guys just stay there and play fools. First one, then dozens. The army of Roid multiplied rapidly, sending the mages into a panic. Stop them. It's a legion of Roid. Damn it, they're ignoring the signals. One mage thinks quickly, swinging a mace. Don't just stand there. Throw something. The heavy mace smashes into a Roid unit. Taking it down, a cheer of victory goes up. This is the might of traditional alchemy, shredding scrap metal in mere seconds. The Roid monsters were engulfed in roaring flames. But as the smoke cleared, they stood there utterly unscathed. Wave after wave appeared, and the mages turned tail and fled. Run! The Roid attacks were becoming faster, sharper, and deadlier. Questions raced through the mages' minds. What is happening? Where did this swarm come from? Did something happen while we were dealing with Rick? Is this his final stand? Panic flashed in Kai's eyes as she realized. Her attacks were bouncing harmlessly off the Roid. Elsewhere, the same confusion reigned. Why are we missing? Jeff spotted the pattern and screamed a warning. Careful! The longer we fight, the more they analyze our attack patterns. Kiri cried out in desperation. Damn it! What do we do? Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled over the radio. This is Max Carson. Can everyone hear me? I found a way to deal with them. First, stop attacking and focus entirely on defense. They're connected by a single network. If you defeat one, the others download the data instantly, just like a hive mind in a system. Manhwa, until we sever that connection. The Roid will only evolve and get stronger. Just hold the line a little longer. Until I destroy their network. The hub connecting the Roid can destroy the host. Dread washed over Kiri. That is too dangerous. Since he is a special entity, there must be a trap. Debo stepped up. Go help him. Debo smiled knowingly. You were worried about him, aren't you? Kyrie hesitated to leave her teammate, but Debo cut her off. Do not worry about me. I have no intention of losing to this trash. It is time I show my true power. Hearing that, Kiri bolted. Thank you, Debo. I leave the rear to you. He shouted back. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Uma grinned with savage delight, just as expected from a student of Mihilai. Impressive skills. Drops of blood splattered on the floor. Despite his weak voice, His aura erupted with explosive intensity. This ends now. The control room's far door began to glow ominously. The roar of engines and machinery echoed through the underground bunker. Just as Carson was about to be crushed, Kyrie arrived. She swung her blade, knocking back the entire line of roids. Uma's eyebrow shot up in genuine shock. What? Kyrie smirked. Apologies for the delay. Lord Carson. Carson smiled gently, closing his eyes. You made it just in time. The very next second, his eyes snapped open. He launched himself forward. Follow my lead, Kyrie. She responded instantly. Roger. Watching the monitors, even Uma felt a chill of fear. What is happening? I already have their combat data, but fighting together, their movements had completely changed. Watching her precious roids get dismantled, Uma's composure finally cracked. No, she screamed silently. This cannot be happening. Carson and Kyrie moved as one. A seamless dance of destruction with zero openings. Seeing their devastating speed, aimed right at the central brain, hatred boiled over in Uma's heart. I said no. A sword slash tore through the air, sending stone shrapnel flying everywhere. Carson spun around. Kyrie was off balance, and a massive mechanical drill was rocketing straight for her. Carson screamed her name in terror. Kyrie. Kyrie froze, paralyzed by fear. The drill struck home. A massive geyser of fresh blood sprayed into the air. Uma watched the gore with glee. I did not expect that outcome. But wait, Kyrie stood there, completely unharmed. Uma's Ismail faltered. How was that possible? Kyrie's eyes widened, filled with absolute horror. Uma finally realized what had happened. Carson had thrown himself in front of the giant drill. She giggled darkly. You really are that stupid, having taken a fatal blow. Carson's body went limp and collapsed. Kyrie rushed to his side. Lord Carson. He showed no pain, only a look of relief. Thank goodness. Kyrie was on the brink of tears. Her heart shattered. Why? Why did you take that hit from me? Uma's mocking voice crackled through the roid unit. My sincerest apologies for interrupting this tear-jerking melodrama. Honestly, I utterly despise these emotional scenes, more than anything in the world. As the drill bit into the ground, once more, Uma realized the entire area was deserted. Seeing that Miner had already dragged the others away, she clicked her tongue in sheer frustration. Realizing one cowardly little rat had been left in the dust, Kyrie couldn't suppress the rising tide of panic. Lord Carson's eyes were critically wounded. He needed a healer immediately. Gathering his rapidly fading strength, he made her a solemn promise. I will try to hold on. Miner's voice dropped, heavy with anxiety. But can we even make it there in time? Seeing the relentless horde of enemies blocking their path, Kyrie cursed in sheer frustration. Damn it all. Carson, trembling, reached out a hand to brush against her. His voice was faint, barely a whisper. Kyrie, with deep reverence, Carson began to speak. Take this. It's the blade I inherited from my master. Unlike me, you possess the talent to awaken its true potential and unleash the power I never could. Kyrie looked at Carson's gentle smile, and her heart felt like it was being sliced into ribbons. Please, save your strength. The wound is opening again. But he didn't fear the end she envisioned. His words were light, unburdened. I should have done this long ago. Forgive me, Kyrie. Carson's absolute trust ignited a fire in her soul. She couldn't let Uma and her mechanical roids win. She barked a command. Put me down. Miner, get Lord Carson out of here. I will hold them back. Uma let out a shrill, amused laugh. Nice spirit, but I've already analyzed your entire skill set. Struggle all you want. It's futile. True to her words. The moment Kyrie unleashed her first technique, she was instantly countered and thrown back. She crossed her arms to block, skidding across the ground on her back. Uma leisurely made her way toward Carson. Just sit there. This is a special service. I'll personally send you to the afterlife, using the very swordsmanship of a knight who died saving you. Kyrie suddenly fell deadly silent, whispering a prayer into the wind. Forgive me, Lord Carson. Allow me to unleash one final technique. She knew how much he'd suffered to master that blade. The blood, sweat, and tears. The endless sacrifices. From the moment he first gripped that hilt, he had been her ultimate goal. Every time she looked at his broad, unwavering back, she'd pushed herself past her limits, just to chase his shadow. She had trained until her bones ached, just to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The more she thought about it, the tighter her grip became on the sword handle. Her dream wasn't to follow behind him, but to stand beside him as an equal. Absorbing every skill she'd learned from Carson, Kiri straightened her posture, ready to unleash her power. When her blade flashed horizontally, it moved at a speed Uma couldn't even perceive, landing a devastating critical hit. Uma's eyes widened in shock. How could a single strike destroy Aroid? You little wretch. I don't know what kind of trick you used, but it's useless. But Kiri's mind was locked onto a single conviction. I will never give up, even if I am broken, even if I fall, even if this is just a desperate struggle in the void. I will keep moving forward until I reach your level. The atmosphere plunged into chaos as hatred and resolve exploded from Kiri. Light, electricity, and thunder merged into a symphony of destruction. The control unit was obliterated in a single strike, ripping open a black hole to another dimension. Manor stood ready at the escape portal, while Kiri overflowed with boundless energy. What do you think, Lord Carson? Compared to yesterday, have I finally gotten a little closer to you, even with his power diminished? Her overwhelming aura washed over him. He instantly knew she commanded the battlefield, and a fleeting smile of pure pride touched his lips. In the wake of that devastating attack, the Roid lay critically damaged. Uma instantly realized the tide had turned. This Roid can't possibly hold out as long as I calculated. Her gaze flickered to Debo, who was frantically assailing the machine. She cursed, "Damn it. I just needed a little more time." Watching Manor successfully dismantle yet another Roid, Uma's anxiety spiked. At this rate, they will. She forced herself to calm down, mentally noting that the fundamental corruption of the area was already complete. Her eyes darted to the nearby mana crystals, but the remaining soul essence is too low. If I don't find a replacement power source immediately, her frantic gaze swept the lab. Where is the energy source? Suddenly, a profound realization struck her. She ripped off her coat, laughing maniacally. I must be losing my mind. I almost forgot the very thing that henchmen brought me. Without a moment's hesitation, Uma plunged into the massive, high-capacity mana tank. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Debo rushing toward the group, screaming, "Kiri, are you all right?" But then he saw Carson lying motionless. The group's collective voice trembled in horror. How can this be? Lord Carson. Kiri, choking back her emotions, managed, "We have to move." Debo urgently questioned, "What the hell is happening here?" Carson, his expression grim, began to explain, "It's sheer madness. Absolute madness. I don't know the full extent." Before he could finish, Manor cut him off. "That disciple, Uma, is controlling the Roid, it seems. She's attempting to restart the interrupted ritual." Debo's face twisted in tension. What? What do you mean?" But before he could get an answer, a terrifying wave of dark, suffocating energy suddenly engulfed them. Debo shuddered the instant he felt its touch. As the aura thickened, panic rippled through the group. "What is that? This terrifying pressure. It's coming from right over there. Stop her. Quick." As the darkness engulfed everything, everyone instinctively recoiled. In mere moments, the ominous aura had utterly dominated the space. Inside the mana tank, Uma beheld her transformed state. Murmuring in surprise, "That was close." Her voice dripping with sarcasm, she declared, "I've just finished my emergency treatment. Thanks for waiting, you pathetic alchemists." Carson gritted his teeth in fury. "You lured those henchmen to this village. Human experimentation is forbidden. And now this ritual. Are you truly the mastermind behind all this horror?" Uma, before he could finish, Elpam cut him off, his magical eyes rapidly scanning her data, like a high-level user in a system Manhwa. "That thing isn't Uma. We've confirmed it's not even a human henchman. The entity before them had mutated into an abomination. Something Elpam definitively confirmed was an entirely different existence. from a woman they'd known moments ago. She cackled wildly. Correct. This body now belongs to Parwin, the greatest alchemist in the world. Minar screamed at her. You bastard! What do you intend to do with the souls of Megash's people? Are you trying to resurrect the Black Mage here? She shrieked with laughter, her arrogance skyrocketing. Is that what you think? Even those foolish henchmen thought that, which is why they helped me. Uma, believing she had ascended beyond humanity, didn't hold back her mockery. You are overestimating your own soul. With that pitiful amount of energy, you couldn't even resurrect the Black Mage's fingernail. Minar hesitated, trying to piece together her plan. Then what are you? Before he could finish, she unleashed her magic, abruptly silencing him. I'm not trying to summon the Black Mage to this world. I'm going to meet him. Kiri refused to hesitate, launching a ferocious strike while roaring. We can't let him finish. We must stop him now. But the party stood utterly paralyzed in shock as their attack dissolved into thin air. Before it even touched Uma, her dark magic swallowed it whole. Manor drew his weapon, his hands trembling. Shooting, impossible. My skill, it was utterly nullified. Panic instantly seized him as he barked orders to the squad. A dark mage? Absolutely no way. We must end this instantly. But as her magical aura expanded violently, desperation quickly set in, with the situation spiraling wildly into the unknown. Uma's excitement, however, reached a fever pitch, standing before the towering arcane gate. She declared, the time is finally here. The party unleashed a combined, desperate barrage. Their wills united, screaming, hell no. We won't let your twisted scheme succeed. They tried to intercept her, but Uma had already begun her incantation, her mind drifting to the ancient, consuming obsession that had fueled her for centuries. I sacrificed my entire existence, researching until this very flesh rotted away. A sinister grin twisted her face as she whispered chillingly to her own soul, even beyond death. I forced my spirit to linger just for this one moment. Her twisted expression made them realize the terrifying truth. Uma was possessed. Is that him? Their absolute worst fears were instantly confirmed as the dark ritual magic flared violently to life before their eyes. They screamed, a dark mage. Instantly, a cataclysmic wave of mana erupted from Uma, blinding Elpam's former comrades with its overwhelming brilliance. She stepped toward the looming shadow of the dark mage, her laughter growing manic with every single step. Reaching out, she cried, I finally found you, the one I've sought for eons. But terror suddenly gripped her. Wait, you're not him. The entity recoiled, demanding, what are you saying? As the dark mage channeled his immense power, she shrieked in absolute horror. Why? She wailed as the dark aura utterly consumed the artifact. The mage's voice boomed. Why do you reject my gift? Aren't you the one who summoned me? The onlookers stood utterly frozen, unable to comprehend the chaotic scene violently unfolding. Elpam activated his demon eye, desperate to analyze the threat. Suddenly, a chilling presence filled the air. The dark mage's hand shot out, mercilessly crushing the eye. From a distance, Elpam howled in excruciating agony. Elpam screamed, a raw sound of torment. Gasping for air, he clutched his profusely bleeding sockets. Elpam recognized that familiar, malevolent energy. Through the searing pain, a chilling thought emerged. Don't tell me. Elpam glared intensely at the sinister dark mage as the terrifying entity reached out once again. A truly chilling realization struck our protagonist. You just call my name? Elpam gasped suddenly. The very dungeon itself began to violently crumble. Carson yelled, his voice strained, it's all over. This destructive ritual is completely out of control. Elpam gritted his teeth, fighting through the agonizing pain. Yet, his voice remained as steady and unyielding as steel. I'm going in. Elpam declared. What? Are you crazy, Elpam? They shouted desperately. You have no idea what horrors lurk in there. But El Pam, resolute, ignored their desperate pleas. He stepped fearlessly forward into the gaping abyss. The Black Mage seemed subtly intrigued by his audacity. As El Pam approached, the MC knew one terrifying thing for sure. I don't know why, but that monster wants me. Perfect. The mage's voice echoed. El Pam es Mirkith. Good. I wanted to see your damn face too, he snarled. El Pam. His team cried out in alarm as he vanished into the endless void. Fate itself was relentlessly pulling him toward the ultimate confrontation. It was a summons that, on the surface, sounded so simple. Yet, it carried the immense weight of a legendary destiny. A legendary Manhwa recap, cliffhanger unfolded, absolutely perfect. I've waited an eternity just to finally see you. The scene abruptly shifted to a bizarre, surreal dimension, where Luminous sat with unnerving calm at a chessboard, as if the very apocalypse wasn't unfolding around him. Your curiosity in this matter is entirely misplaced. El Pam scowled, keenly sensing the dimension's growing instability. We don't have time for these cryptic riddles. Listen closely, the mysterious figure commanded, pointing a slender finger toward a glowing document. The answers you seek are all right here. You must follow the coordinates Jackrick gave you. You must go alone, the figure insisted suddenly. El Pam's body began to glow with an intense, blinding light. The ultimate truth awaits you there. But then a grotesque, clawed hand brutally snatched Freud away. An unseen, higher power was undeniably interfering. Finally, the Black Mage, Elpham, finally materialized from the shadows. I've been waiting for you. The MC narrowed his eyes. Why are you here? You knew I would come. The mage scoffed. It was inevitable. The Archmage tried to stop me, and that cursed ring of phrase caused a delay. But I arrived nonetheless. Mia Triflis. But tell me, why are you so obsessed with me? Why do all these forces converge on my very existence? You're trying to annihilate the Maple world. I'm just a hero standing in your way, right? The mage's aura shifted. He didn't see El Pam as a mere bug to be crushed, but as something else entirely, something standing in his way. Don't flatter yourself. You cannot stop the inevitable. El Pam are merely a necessary ingredient for the grand design. The word struck El Pam like a physical blow. If you were truly useless, I wouldn't have turned back time for you. El Pam froze. He was the one who triggered the regression? You doubt me? Even if another casts the chrono magic, your second life still follows the script of my design, like the architect of a system Manhwa. You think you have free will? You don't even realize the abyss, hidden within your own body. None of this exists without my permission, for I am the sovereign of time. Rage boiled over. It was you. Why would you do that? The mage remained cold. I owe you no explanations. However, know this. My goal isn't the destruction of the Maple world. The mystery only deepened. If I wanted destruction, this world would be ash already, facing the overwhelming pressure of a god-tier entity. Elpham could only grit his teeth and endure. He wasn't bluffing. The man standing before him possessed power that defied all logic. Yet, he wanted to abandon this world? What I seek isn't something as crude as mere destruction. It may sound ironic, coming from a system Manhwa villain, but I intend to be this world's savior. Savior of the Maple world? Don't make me laugh. After the massacre you caused, after watching El Pam scream in absolute despair, is it your idea of salvation? Completely unmoved by the boy's fury, he replied with a chillingly calm demeanor. My apologies were my manners, keeping a guest standing, with just a simple snap of his fingers. Reality warped. The scenery instantly shifted to a stark, monochromatic room, centered around a massive stone chessboard. Sit, he commanded, accompanied by a handsome smile that veiled a heart darker than the abyss. This was going to be a long story indeed. A tale from before the archives even began. Let us rewind the clock to Genesis. Long before the maze world was even a concept, the primordial era was a veritable living hell, a chaotic desert where humanity scurried like mere rats, while 365 ancient gods waged an eternal, brutal war for dominance. It was a realm of utter chaos. Mortals were crushed beneath the boots of gods, and even the flow of time itself was fractured and broken. But then they descended. The first god created three entities. The rulers. They gifted humanity a shard of divine power to fight back. Armed with this new strength, the Age of Awakening began in earnest. Humanity rose up, fighting a bloody war to seal the ancient gods away. When the dust settled, the rulers didn't just leave. They established an elite force to act as their proxies. In this new realm, they created the transcendent to enforce their will, forging a new world, governed by the strict laws of light, life and time. And that is where we are now. The maze world is their creation. But after this history lesson, Elpam only had one question burning in his chest. So what exactly are you? Are you using this ancient fairy tale to justify wiping out everyone alive today? Your patience is wearing thin, I see. You don't enjoy history. His eyes crinkled in amusement, urging the boy to listen, to truly pay attention. The answer to your question lies in the past. A world of absolute order without chaos. It sounds like a paradise, doesn't it? But the reality was a lie. Even amidst the ruins and flames, humanity pushed forward. But so did their insatiable greed, their wars and perpetual suffering. The source of pain merely shifted. From ancient gods to fellow humans, the weak were still trampled. And in the shadows, a third force bided its time. Of course, some try to break this cycle. Seekers striving for the ultimate truth, desperate to mend this flawed reality. It seemed simple, yet it was an impossible dream. I was one of them, dreaming of a free world where no one suffers. I thought I could lead us there. But in the end, it was all meaningless. After eons of research, the only conclusion I found was utter despair. Trapped in a sunless dungeon, bound by heavy chains and crippling loneliness, I realized there was no way to fix this. No, to be precise, there was no need to fix it. This unstable world is exactly what the rulers intended. The laws here aren't justice. They're rigged scales that only tip one way. For one to gain wealth, another must lose it. The rulers designed this system to ensure humanity would always suffer. This world is a prison. The architects don't care about the feelings or thoughts of the creatures trapped inside their creation. We are locked in an invisible cage, living out our lives in their scripted order. We are nothing but cattle to them, helpless and controlled, forbidden to deviate from the script. Tell me, do you really think the world would rejoice if I just disappeared? Even if one piece is removed, the wheel keeps turning. Nothing changes. Everyone continues to live as puppets, dancing on the ruler's strings. You and I are the same. But Elpam instantly shut down that ridiculous notion. I don't care about fate or free will. A world where everyone is happy was impossible from the start. Cutting through the philosophy, the villain struck a nerve. Even knowing the truth, are you willing to go that far? To let the rulers win? To condemn your friends to a horrific fate? That was the breaking point. Pure rage boiled over. You're doing this just to save the concept of a world? I don't care if it can't be changed. As long as it exists, life just goes on, huh? Whether you understand or not is utterly irrelevant. If the rulers want it, it becomes reality. No matter how fiercely you struggle, the choices you make, the sacrifices you offer against their power, it is all meaningless. He stared down at the chessboard. In a world without true life, no one has meaning yet. One cannot break the game while playing by the rules. You asked what salvation is. What I intend isn't simple destruction. He crushed the orb in his hand, his eyes burning with a maniacal resolve. I will shatter the cage the rulers built. I will create a world where we control our own destiny, a realm of infinite possibilities beyond their reach. It sounds simple, but it is a feat no one has achieved. My goal is not to destroy, but to reset, a total reset. You paint it with pretty words, but the method is still genocide. Every living being right now is tied to the ruler system. That is exactly why they must vanish. I will wipe the slate clean to build the future I desire. And once I finish, I won't have to listen to this naive moralizing anymore. That is my salvation for the maze world. The boy was trembling with pure fury now. My answer hasn't changed. I don't give a damn about rulers or free will. Era exploded from Elpam, shaking the very air, pointing a trembling finger at the Dark Mage. He roared, "If your plan ends with the death of my friends, then I will destroy you right here." Unshakable, he stood his ground like an iron fortress. Your puny will change as nothing. The grand design is unfolding exactly as ordained. Faced with that sickeningly calm expression, his rage boiled over. To hell with your wretched plan. You are no different from those arrogant overseers. A twisted smirk curled the enemy's lips. Perhaps, but before the boy could strike, the earth itself began to tremble. Too bad, but the clock's officially run out. This chat was certainly amusing. Still, everything goes back to square one. Now, return to your own world, Elpam. Even he seems less than pleased with this outcome. I pray that when our paths inevitably cross again, you will have awakened your true power. Reality shattered their illusion in an instant, flinging them back onto the chaotic battlefield. Voices cried out his name in a panic. Elpam. He emerged from the smoke-filled haze, cradling a battered girl gently in his arms. Her life force fading, the team gasped in utter horror. What happened? Is that truly her? But Elpam, ever the eye of the storm, remained calm, soothing their fears. Do not worry. The entity that possessed her soul has vanished completely into the void. Dude jumped in, his voice trembling with sheer relief. Elpam, we were scared to death out here. Thank the gods you're safe. Is the nightmare truly finally over? Glaring intently at the closing dimensional rift, a silent vow firmly formed in his heart. Just you wait, Dark Mage. Next time, I will end you for good. This thrilling chapter of the Manhwa recap closes with the majestic silhouette of a grand castle, rising majestically ahead. 3 days later, peace had finally returned to the land once more. Kiri mused thoughtfully to himself, noting that the fanatics hiding within Megasha had been completely purged from existence. Amidst the bustling crowd nearby, PA stood conversing quietly with the rescued girl. Was there any sign of the entity seizing her body again? Thanks to Elpam's swift intervention, her aura remained pure. Who could have predicted that the artifact I just stumbled upon harbored such a calamitous, evil soul? To be completely honest, fragments of my memory seemed to have been wiped clean away. He gripped his injured arm tightly, his voice dropping to a somber, low whisper. Since the moment that cursed bracelet shattered, the malevolent presence finally ceased. Perhaps the villain's soul simply dissipated, along with the cursed item itself. If so, then it is truly a blessing. As they transitioned to a new, undisclosed location, Dude's mouth was going a mile a minute. Hey, exactly where are we headed? Don't tell me this is another hidden dungeon event, she retorted sharply. This is the secret laboratory we uncovered yesterday. It connects directly to my personal workspace. It seems that bastard Parwin utilized this facility while my consciousness was suppressed. A pristine, untouched laboratory revealed itself. This was the den of a high-threat individual linked to the cult. Stay sharp. Danger could be lurking in every shadow. Attempting to clear this zone alone would be courting death. That is why the entire party has gathered here today, strictly for a cleanup quest. I need your strength to purge this place. The moment those words left her lips, greed sparked in John's eyes. Wait, does that mean we get to keep the loot for free? Look at these Megasha artifacts. If we liquidate this haul, we will be swimming in gold. Balmy tried to intervene, but the greed-struck fool was already reaching out. Hey, don't touch other people's property. Why not? It's getting trashed anyway. A little souvenir won't hurt. Didn't you hear her warn us about the traps? Without hesitation, Debo charged in to shove him away. But he underestimated his own brute strength. When someone is speaking, you better learn to listen. Now hand it over. Haven't you heard of finders keepers? You greedy moron. You stingy miser. Amidst their childish scuffle, a mysterious purple vial slipped and crashed to the floor. Kiri cried out in panic, Debo, are you all right? Are you injured? How can I be all right because of that damn brat? My precious treasure has been wasted. They continued to shove blame onto each other, neither accepting responsibility. Why are you pointing the finger at me? If you had just listened. But thanks to that spilled chemical agent, a bizarre transformation took hold. The two froze, staring at each other with widening eyes. My rugged, masculine face. I've been turned into a baby-faced brat. Watch your mouth, you scoundrel. And my handsome face has morphed into a hideous old uncle. How can I go on living like this? For such a potent elixir, calling it a mere prank potion is an insult. Could this be the legendary elixir of metamorphosis? The ultimate bottled plastic surgery. Both victims turned to the alchemist, desperate for answers. Do you recognize this substance? Is there an antidote? I apologize. The formula for that concoction was lost to history ages ago. My knowledge is limited. Despair washed over them as the grim truth sank in. Must we live in these skins for eternity? Wait, why do you look more disgusted than I do? Why do you act like being me is a curse? Meanwhile, Balmy calmly analyzed the document she'd found. In this system, Manhwa world effects usually have rules. I don't think you two need to panic just yet. It was a transaction invoice, detailed like a high bounty wanted poster. The primary client for this illicit substance was none other than Irina herself. It appears she bartered resources with a cult in exchange for this vanity item. The record shows she received a shipment every single month. That confirms it. The potion's effects are temporary. Clutching the remaining vial, a mischievous glint entered his eyes. An appearance-changing elixir. I can see the gears turning in your head. In the right hands, this could be a formidable tool. A group of locals approach the building. Are you departing already? We cannot thank you enough. Because of you, Magisha stands tall today. He turned to his comrades, his expression serious. Do you all have a plan for what comes next? Suddenly, his vision darkened. Ancient memories surged from the depths of his mind. Fragments of the past coalesced into the image of that man, the one who lent him the power to crush Ban Rock and shielded him from the Black Wizard's curse. It could be no one else, the legendary hero, Freud. It was as if his very spirit was reaching out, stretching across time, desperate to deliver a message. A connection was forged, only to be brutally severed by that interference. Freud was the one who sealed the Black Wizard 800 years ago. If anyone knows how to end this nightmare, it's him. The path is clear. I must go to that sanctuary and commune with Freud once more. His determination set in stone. He announced to the party, I'm heading to a destination I've put off for far too long, a place I've been avoiding. He retrieved a weathered parchment from his inventory. It marked the coordinates found on Freud's treasure map. Jaws dropped in unison. Did he just say Freud's treasure map? At the mention of treasure, greed blazed in their eyes. Regardless of whose face they were wearing, gold. Hey, don't make that disgusting face while wearing my skin. Minner blinked, utterly lost. A map from the legendary hero, Freud. Hold on, such a divine artifact actually exists. You never mentioned this. I received it as a quest reward for rescuing J. Greg. I was swamped with quests, so I postponed the expedition. But the game has changed now. If you had a legendary item like that, you should have told us sooner. Suddenly, the two elders chimed in. Please, allow me to join your party. As a scholar of the arcane arts, I would kill to study Freud's grimoires. I demand to come as well. They erupted into a fierce debate over a party slot. Why should a talentless hack like you tag along? Who are you calling talentless? You noisy buffoon, shouldn't you be in a library? Perhaps. Realizing their combined skills might unlock hidden mechanics, he agreed. And so, Zenimus and Alcadno, bitter rivals for decades, were finally united by the allure of legend. From this moment forth, the history of both academies shall be rewritten as one. Is this not the grandest research project Magesha has ever witnessed? Flattery aside, the value of this research is undeniable, even though we mix like oil and water. I cannot deny the brilliance of the other side. I agree, even if working with him makes my skin crawl. Balmy is grinning ear to ear. So it must be done. I tried to intervene earlier. But fate had other plans, but masters. If you both depart, I will be trapped alone in a hell of endless overtime. Apologies I rambled so much. I nearly forgot the critical intel. By the way, have you deciphered the coordinates? Relying solely on this map is a fool's errand. Fear not, look ahead. For I have recruited a true specialist. Judging by the icy glares from those two, he seems about as welcome as a plague. Long time no see, everyone. Is him the cheeky brat, yet an absolute genius when it comes to tracking. Where's the map? Put your faith in Peru. The legendary hero tracker. A joyous voice pierced the air. Well, well, I never expected to run into you in a place like this. Miner was the first to offer a warm, energetic greeting since the dungeon gate. Right sharp as ever. El pam samin me personedi. If we are hunting hero relics, how could I refuse and sell? The party marched painfully across the scorching desert since we have been walking for half a day. Is the treasure still far away? Du's patience finally snapped. Treasure this, treasure that. Kiri, say something to him. Fine is getting annoying to watch. She finally cut and listened Debo. I hate to say it, but with that face, even a simple touch feels absolutely revolting. Carson, you please stop groping around with that visage. You are making Kiri's skin crawl. Oh, my apologies. That was not my intention. Deo tried to explain his innocence, but suddenly boom. Attendre explosion échouée. And just like that, Deo and the others were switched back. Are we truly back? Zashian's face lit up with pure ecstasy. He'd finally escaped. He thought he was doomed to live with that curse mug for the rest of his life. But his joy was cut short by a brutal kick from Debo. Your face was absolutely disgusting to look at. It seems shifting your face also warped your body structure. Furthermore, the transformation effects last longer now. This party is as chaotic as ever. Amidst the banter, Manners steered them back to the mission. Is our progress steady? We are not there yet. The moment she spoke, Piero stepped up with a confident smirk. Ready to drop some knowledge. Relax. No need to panic. In fact, steel yourselves. We have arrived. Before them loomed an ancient fortress. The map identifies this place as Abrosis. The relics of Freud are undoubtedly inside. However, the gate is sealed tight. How do we breach it? Isn't the solution glaringly obvious? These mechanisms follow a strict law. Brute force is useless. It requires finesse. It is all about technique, channeling raw mana directly into the core. He bragged like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. This is child's play, but suddenly, silence. A colossal beast erupted from the earth. A monster. The team glared at him with murderous intent.